Qin Song has been reborn during the summer of his sophomore year. Having realized this extraordinary turn of fate, he is finally afforded the opportunity to rectify the multitude of regrets from his previous life, including the tragic demise of his parents in a car accident, the unconfessed affection for his childhood sweetheart, who ultimately succumbed to cancer, and a life squandered due to his own insecurities. I have amassed considerable wealth and garnered fame both domestically and internationally. I can provide you with anything your heart desires, the young man proclaimed with spirited enthusiasm. The young lady gazed at the object of her long-held affection with her gentle, peach blossom eyes and tenderly replied, "All I desire is you." Chapter 1. I have long since hit the jackpot in the lottery of life. Mr. Qin Song, this is the urn containing Ms. Jiang Wanwan's ashes. Please accept my condolences. The staff of the funeral home extended an urn to Qin Song. He reached out and gently accepted the box, murmuring, "Thank you." He exited the funeral home and made his way to the underground parking garage. After opening the car door, he delicately placed the urn on the passenger seat. Qin Song's gaze lingered on the photograph atop the urn. The high ponytail and the bright, gentle smile were sights that he could never tire of. In a moment of reverie, Qin Song seemed to envision Jiang Wanwan seated in the passenger seat, chattering animatedly about the day's encounters. He yearned to embrace her, yet before his hand could reach her, her figure had vanished into thin air. "I'm so sorry, Wanwan. It is all my fault. It is all my fault. I was too foolish to realize that you had harbored feelings for me all these years. I actually asked you how to pursue girls, sought your assistance in delivering love letters, and even borrowed money from you to buy gifts for other girls. Had it not been for your friend divulging all of this to me and handing over your diary, I would have remained oblivious for the rest of my life. Only now do I comprehend that the one I have always liked is you, and I had already won the grand prize in the lottery of life. Yet, it is too late to claim the winnings. Sometimes, human emotions are painfully dull. In youth, one indulges in hedonism and recklessly loses track of time." Qin Song tenderly caressed the photograph on the urn, as if stroking the face of a beloved. He opened the glove compartment in the passenger seat and retrieved a pink diary. In recent times, Qin Song had been preoccupied with Jiang Wanwan's funeral arrangements and caring for her mother, who had been hospitalized due to overwhelming grief. This was his first time opening the diary. As he gently flipped through its pages, elegant and refined script greeted his eyes. September 1st, 2016. Today marks the first day of my high school journey. Upon registration, I discovered that Qin Song is once again in the same class as I am. Unbeknownst to me, from kindergarten to primary school, from primary to middle school, and now from middle school to high school, I have been in the same class with him for a total of 12 years. September 2nd, 2016. Today, the teacher distributed the seating chart, and to my surprise, I found that Qin Song is my desk mate. I am in such high spirits today, not because Qin Song is sitting beside me, but because I managed to memorize an additional English word. October 28th, 2016. The results of the mock exam have been released, and I have maintained my position as the top student in the class, ranking among the top 10 in the entire grade. However, today Qin Song was quite distracted in class, and the homeroom teacher asked if I wanted to change seats to avoid affecting my studies. I assured the teacher that it was fine and did not impact me. However, I must clarify that I do not wish to trouble the teacher with special treatment. It is not that I want to sit with him. November 19th, 2016. This fool actually asked me how to pursue the class beauty from the adjacent class. Does he not know that high school students should not engage in early romance? Even harboring a secret crush is wrong. December 7th, 2016. As I expected, given his disposition, the idea of him pursuing the class beauty is utterly absurd. Anyone who likes him must truly be blind. I don't count. December 31st, 2016. Today is the last day of 2016, and that fool actually asked me to help him deliver a love letter to another girl. He truly is as dense as a rock. I'm not even angry. I am so furious. I want to draw a circle and curse him. Forget it. I shall wish him a long life instead. Fools tend to live long. April 14th, 2018. Qin Song, this fool, is so foolish. While everyone else is preparing for the college entrance examination, he is uncertain about passing the academic proficiency test. Surely he won't fail to graduate from high school. His parents would surely scold him. This won't do. I must devise a plan. Eureka! From now on, every time he gets distracted, I will take note of it and text his aunt after school, ensuring she scolds him, which will motivate him to study. I am truly clever. But what if this fool cannot grasp the material and is too embarrassed to ask the teacher for help? Then this lady shall reluctantly teach him a thing or two. I am truly a helpful student. Upon reading this, Qin Song was filled with profound emotions. No wonder during the period leading up to the academic proficiency test, he would come home every day with his mother tugging at his ear, recounting in detail his moments of distraction. It was all due to Jiang Wanwan. However, it was precisely during this time that Qin Song was unable to afford distractions, compelling him to immerse himself in his studies and gradually discover the joys of problem solving, allowing him to pass the academic proficiency test on his first attempt. It was not that the academic proficiency test was difficult, but rather that his academic performance had been abysmally poor for years, consistently ranking at the bottom of his grade. Yet, after witnessing his improvement, the praises from teachers, the envy from classmates, and the pride from his parents, it was these positive emotions that enabled Qin Song to endure the monotony and solitude of his senior year, diligently practicing exam questions each day. Coupled with Jiang Wanwan's attentive tutoring, he astonishingly gained admission to a prestigious university. A student who had consistently ranked at the bottom of his class managed to surpass the college entrance examination score threshold by 20 to 30 points, becoming a dark horse of that year. Qin Song remained in the car for a full 3 hours until he had finished reading the diary. The entries within that diary are disjointed, yet undeniably pertain to him. Upon closing the diary, his eyes had swollen to an unrecognizable state. Qin Song caressed the cover of the diary, suddenly sensing something beneath the leather exterior. He carefully unfolded the pink cover, and indeed, a folded piece of paper was nestled within. Written upon it was, "At the age of 5, during kindergarten, I cried incessantly, and you bestowed upon me your most cherished toy. At 8 years old, after school, I was bullied by older students who called me a wild child without a father. It was you who stood before me, arguing with them, only to be beaten to a pulp by that group. At 17, engulfed in sorrow over my grandmother's passing, you were there every day to comfort me, encourage me, and make me laugh. By the age of 20, we attended different universities in the same city. You often visited me and introduced me to your friends as your buddy. But did you know, I wish for more than just friendship. This year, upon learning that you had yet again experienced a failed match with a prospective partner, I finally resolved to muster the courage to confess my feelings. Qin Song, you great fool, do you not realize I've harbored feelings for you for 22 years? I can no longer concern myself with the trivialities. Even if we are not friends, I must confess my love to you. Qin Song, do you know how deeply I truly care for you? Or rather, I love you." Following this poignant declaration, there were no further words, only a pool of dried black blood. This indicated that, after making the resolute decision to confess her feelings, Jiang Wanwan discovered she was afflicted with late-stage cancer while writing her love letter.
Ultimately, Jiang Wanwan relinquished her confession, and it was not until after her passing that this diary and letter came into Qin Song's possession. Upon reading this, he could no longer contain himself and wept openly for an hour. Suddenly, he felt a tingling in his lips and limbs, his heart racing, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. As a regular consumer of trending news, Qin Song immediately recognized this as respiratory alkalosis.
However, he did not open the car door to call for help. With all his strength, Qin Song held the urn and the notebook tightly to his chest, murmuring, "Wan, you must feel so alone, right? I have come to keep you company. Mom, Dad, I have come to see you." Chapter 2. A Glimpse of Beauty. Suddenly, Qin Song felt as though the fragments of his entire life were flashing before his eyes like a revolving lantern. Among them, aside from his parents, the most prominent figure was Jiang Wanwan. Qin Song sensed his consciousness gradually fading, lacking even the strength to open his eyes. It felt as though he had slumbered for an eternity. In a moment of haziness, Qin Song suddenly felt his awareness becoming clearer. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the clamor of a bustling classroom and classmates engaged in playful scuffles. Wasn't this the very classroom from his high school days? Wu Jin, He Shun, Zhang Xiaoyu, Zhou Yifan, Jiang Yuan. These were all his high school companions, were they not? Suddenly, an epiphany struck Qin Song, and he turned his head sharply, revealing a face so familiar it was etched into his memory. During high school, Jiang Wanwan sported a high ponytail, clad in her school uniform, her bright eyes sparkling, and her smile revealing 2 delightful dimples. At that moment, she sat at her desk, engrossed in solving exercises. Gazing at Jiang Wanwan's face, Qin Song mused, "Could it be that I have been reborn? Surely, this cannot be a dream." He pinched his thigh with all his might. "Ouch, this is painfully real. I have indeed been reborn." He glanced at the blackboard, where the bold letters announcing safety precaution for the holidays caught his eye. Wasn't this the very day following the academic proficiency examination? This meant he had returned to June 14th, 2018, the day after the exams had concluded. Fortunately, there was still time, a chance to amend everything. Jiang Wanwan would not suffer from cancer due to renting a place near her workplace, and his parents would not perish in that tragic car accident. There was still an opportunity to rectify the past. Overwhelmed with emotion, Qin Song could no longer contain his elation and shouted, "Woohoo!" At that moment, the class supervisor, He Hui, entered the room, and an immediate hush fell over the classroom. save for Qin Song's lingering exclamation. Hoo-hoo. He looked at his most mischievous student with a mix of exasperation and fondness. He contemplated reprimanding him, but refrained, remembering the effort Qin Song had put forth in recent days. Qin Song, you needn't be so exuberant after performing well in the academic proficiency examination, right? As a student about to enter the final year, the college entrance examination is paramount. I hope you can channel the same spirit you demonstrated in preparing for the proficiency exam into your studies for the college entrance exam. For that is the key to gaining admission into a prestigious university without regrets. Qin Song regarded He Hui, a flood of memories surging within him. He Hui, his homeroom teacher for 3 years of high school, was known for his strict demeanor, yet he was never unreasonable. He was always the first to lend a helping hand when students faced difficulties. It was largely due to his encouragement that Qin Song had transformed from an underachiever into a dark horse in his previous life. No matter the caliber of the student, as long as there was progress, regardless of how minor, he would always offer words of encouragement from the podium. In his words, if you tried your best and still didn't perform well, the teacher won't blame you. However, if you failed due to a lack of effort, that is your shortcoming. Qin Song earnestly looked at He Hui and declared, Mr. He, I will certainly do so. Observing the unusual seriousness in Qin Song's expression, He Hui raised an eyebrow in surprise, but ultimately nodded in approval. Perhaps this was a sign of newfound maturity, he thought to himself. Dismissing further contemplation, he ascended the podium and addressed the seated students with a robust voice. Students, the academic proficiency examination has concluded, and we shall soon embark upon a 14-day holiday. In preparation for our transition into the final year and the college entrance examination, we will commence school early after the break. Unlike other schools, our institution does not operate on a class division system, which affords those who may be lagging behind the opportunity to seek help from their more accomplished peers. Thus, I hope you can strike a balance between relaxation and maintaining your studies during this holiday. He Hui continued, I shan't elaborate further, as too much talk may bore you. Now, let us discuss the important safety precautions for the holiday. He Hui spoke truthfully. Jiang City no. Two high schools' lack of a class division system was indeed a significant reason why Qin Song and the top student Jiang Wanwan shared the same classroom. However, Qin Song had no intention of paying heed to the so-called holiday precautions. These reminders were merely prohibitions against swimming in ponds or rivers, riding unlicensed vehicles, entering internet cafes, KTVs, foot massage establishments, and the like, as well as the admonition to listen to one's parents and assist with household chores during one's studies. He turned his head to observe the girl, intently listening to the precautions. Qin Song thought to himself, how had I never noticed how beautiful she was before? Double eyelids, long eyelashes, fair skin, and plump, rosy lips. An oval face, a high ponytail, and large, expressive eyes. One of the recognized beauties of Jiang City, number 2 high school. What had been wrong with my eyes in the past, pursuing girls far inferior to her in both appearance and character instead of this stunning academic prodigy? Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan seemed to sense something, turned to look at Qin Song, only to find him staring intently at her, causing her face to flush instantly. What are you looking at? Jiang Wanwan stammered. At you. Qin Song rested his chin on his hand. At me? Is there something on my face? Qin Song nodded indeed. As Jiang Wanwan regarded him with a puzzled look, Qin Song softly added, You are quite beautiful. Upon hearing this, the blush that had just faded from Jiang Wanwan's face returned with a vengeance, creeping up to her ears and neck. She raised her book to shield her face and exclaimed, And no more looking. After a moment of silence, when Jiang Wanwan did not hear a response from Qin Song, she assumed he had indeed ceased to gaze at her, leaving her feeling a bit empty inside. Lowering her book and glancing over, she found Qin Song still observing her with a gentle smile. At that moment, her heart raced like a startled deer. What on earth? Who stares at a girl like that? Jiang Wanwan thought, though she secretly enjoyed it. Yet, why did Qin Song seem so different today? He had never looked at me like this before, nor had he ever spoken such words. As she saw her face redden to the point of resembling a monkey's posterior, Qin Song finally averted his gaze. This matter required a gradual approach. He couldn't afford to scare her away with overwhelming intensity right from the start. Alas, a 14-day summer vacation. Surely no one else's holiday could be as short as this, except for the students entering their final year. Suddenly, Qin Song had a jarring realization. Jiang Wanwan's grandmother was set to fall while cooking tomorrow evening. Jiang Wanwan's grandmother lived alone in the countryside, and due to the fall being unnoticed, it would be too late by the time she was taken to the hospital. In his past life, while comforting Jiang Wanwan, he vaguely remembered her mentioning that the doctor believed the fall had occurred around 6 o'clock in the evening. If only she had been sent to the hospital before 10. There might have been a chance, but alas, she was discovered the following day by a neighbor. Jiang Wan had spent a significant period under her grandmother's care, resulting in a profound bond between them. Qin Song vividly recalled that after her grandmother's passing, Jiang Wan had been in a daze for an entire month, wandering aimlessly until she remembered her grandmother's hope for her to attend a good university and serve the country, which finally spurred her back to action. Chapter 3. I will accompany you. Wan, what do you plan to do during your holiday? Qin Song inquired. At this moment, Jiang Wan's complexion had returned to normal, yet her heart continued to race tumultuously. Studying at home, what else could one possibly do? As she spoke, Jiang Wan assumed that Qin Song intended to take advantage of the holiday to revel with his friends, seeking to borrow some money from her. Qin Song, I am aware that you have already answered numerous questions, and passing the academic proficiency exam is a foregone conclusion. However, do not let your success in this exam lead to complacency. The most crucial challenge remains the college entrance examination. Qin Song nodded, secretly resolving, I will certainly strive for the college entrance exam, for I wish to attend the same university as you. I will put in the effort. His decisive response surprised Jiang Wan. She understood the circumstances surrounding Qin Song's family. His parents, who drove large trucks for a living, often traveled between cities to fulfill delivery contracts, leaving them frequently absent from home. Yet, in order to ensure Qin Song was not left wanting, they would leave him some money each time they departed. Qin Song would invariably use this money to indulge in online gaming at internet cafes with his dubious friends. Wait, he wouldn't suspect that I informed his mother about his inattentiveness in class, would he? Is this merely a ruse to mislead me? Jiang Wan pondered. Of course, Qin Song was oblivious to her inner turmoil. By the way, I often hear you mention your grandmother. Are you not planning to visit her during this holiday? At Qin Song's sudden inquiry, Jiang Wan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded. I certainly wish to see my grandmother, but the countryside is too far away. My mother has to tend to her shop and cannot accompany me. If I go alone, she won't allow it, claiming it is unsafe for a girl to travel such distances alone. Upon hearing this, Qin Song patted his chest. I will accompany you. What do you think? My mother and your mother have been friends for many years. Our families are quite familiar with one another. If you speak to her, she will surely agree. Jiang Wan and Qin Song live in the same neighborhood, both residing in Building 8. Qin Song's home was on the 13th floor, while Jiang Wan's was on the 13A floor. Jiang Wan's mother ran a breakfast shop downstairs, specializing in various types of steamed buns and pastries. Due to the affordability and deliciousness of her buns, as well as their generous portions, Qin Song's parents frequently purchased them, storing them in the small refrigerator of their truck. Often, when delivering goods and pressed for time, they would simply heat the buns to have a makeshift meal, unwilling to splurge on expensive roadside food. Since kindergarten, Qin Song had often helped his parents run errands to buy buns, and as they were classmates for years, the two families gradually grew closer. You? Jiang Wan glanced at Qin Song, appearing calm on the surface, but internally a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions. Accompany me back to my hometown to see my grandmother? Is this akin to meeting the parents? But I'm not prepared for such a step. He seems so bright and sunny. My grandmother will likely take a liking to him. Won't she? What if she doesn't? No, that cannot be. If I like him, my grandmother will surely like him too. Seeing Jiang Wan silent, Qin Song declared with conviction, then it's settled. We shall set off early tomorrow morning. We can stay at your grandmother's for a few days. You can spend more time with her, and I can enjoy some fresh country air, clearing my mind in preparation for a final year of high school. Jiang Wan, puzzled by Qin Song's words, asked a few days. Where will you sleep? I'll just lay down, Matt. I can sleep on the floor. It's no trouble for me. Suddenly, Qin Song decided to tease her, saying, actually, we could do this. I sleep in your room. We can share the bed. How does that sound? As soon as the words left his lips, a deep blush crept onto the fair complexion of the girl, mirroring the evening glow outside the classroom window, captivating Qin Song's gaze. She stammered, and no, that is not acceptable. You should sleep on the floor, unless the two of us. Jiang Wan's voice trailed off to a whisper, barely audible. She turned to Qin Song, only to find him grinning mischievously at her. Realizing his playful intent, Jiang Wan shot him a fierce look. How dare you tease me, Qin Song? If not for the presence of their homeroom teacher, she would have shown him just how fierce she could be. Finally, as the clock struck 6, the bell rang. And their homeroom teacher, Hui, finished his last notes, allowing the students to tidy their belongings and leave. The classroom erupted into a flurry of activity. Some students packed their books to study over the holiday, while others had already stuffed their bags and were ready to leave. A few sauntered out, hands empty and carefree. As Qin Song organized his things, Shun approached him. Qin Song, now that the academic proficiency exams are over, will you finally join me at the internet cafe? Shun chuckled, the usual, playing as Yasuo and Shyvana in turns. What do you say? Upon hearing He Shun's invitation to the internet cafe, Jiang Wanwan felt a sudden surge of anxiety. He Shun frequently invited Qin Song to indulge in online gaming, and with the exams behind them and the holiday upon them, there was a significant chance Qin Song would accept this time. As Qin Song stood up, Jiang Wanwan recalled the promise he had just made to her, and a wave of grievance washed over her. Her eyes misted, and she thought, humph, liar. He said he would accompany me to visit my grandmother. What a deceitful trickster. When Qin Song noticed Jiang Wanwan sulking on her chair, her lips pouted in defiance. He immediately comprehended her feelings. Wanwan, what are you still sitting there for? You're on duty today. Get up quickly. I'll help you clean, and we need to pack for our trip to see your grandmother tomorrow. The classroom was small, so typically only one person was assigned to clean unless it was a full school cleanup or an inspection by higher-ups. Initially, we had not intended to include Jiang Wanwan in the cleaning duty list. After all, she was the top student in class and among the top 10 in her grade. However, after she had proactively asked not to receive any special treatment, we ultimately placed her on the list. Today, it happened to be her turn. After speaking, he turned to He Shun. Sorry, I have other matters to attend to and cannot join you. Please find someone else. Jiang Wanwan was taken aback by Qin Song's words. So, he stood up not to join He Shun, but to help her clean? All right, I'll grab a broom right now. She leaped up and dashed toward the cleaning supplies, fearing that Qin Song would abandon her for He Shun. Seeing that Qin Song was indeed busy, He Shun shrugged and sighed. Fine, perhaps next time. He had wanted to see how well his new Yasuo skin matched with Qin Song's Shyvana skin. Oh well. With that, he regretfully exited the classroom. As the evening glow poured into the classroom, it enveloped everything in a golden veil. The girl's high ponytail was enveloped in a warm amber glow under the embrace of the evening twilight. As Qin Song observed Jiang Wanwan moving gracefully about the classroom, he was suddenly reminded of a profound truth. The one you truly like is never tiresome to behold. While he busied himself with a broom, tidying the room, Jiang Wanwan approached him directly. She was slightly shorter than Qin Song, standing about half a head shorter. With one hand resting on her hip and the other gripping the broom firmly against the floor, she exclaimed, Qin Song, are you doing this on purpose? I've just managed to gather all the rubbish from the first two groups into one pile, and now you've scattered it everywhere. Qin Song scratched his head awkwardly as he surveyed the mess strewn across the floor. He'd been so captivated by Jiang Wanwan that his thoughts had strayed far from the task at hand. In a fit of careless broom swinging, he had inadvertently sent the neatly piled rubbish flying. You clumsy oaf, why don't you go fetch some water instead? Take the mop and clean the floor. Yes, ma'am. Qin Song replied playfully, saluting Jiang Wanwan, which elicited a soft giggle from her. As the saying goes, teamwork lightens the load. By the time Qin Song returned with 2 buckets of water, one for mopping and the other for cleaning the windows, podium, and blackboard, Jiang Wanwan had already tidied up the classroom. After finishing his chores, Qin Song took the rubbish bin downstairs to empty it, and upon returning, he found Jiang Wanwan putting away the cleaning supplies, completing their tasks with efficiency. Noticing the girl, glistening with a sheen of perspiration, Qin Song leaned closer. Let us head home. I'll help you clean, and you can cover my bus fare. Fair trade, right? He said with a grin. At the school entrance, there was a bus stop, and they only needed to catch the number 8 bus, which would take them to the neighborhood where they both lived in just 4 stops. The summer school uniforms were thin and somewhat translucent, and Qin Song, drenched in sweat, found his shirt clinging to his abdomen, accentuating the nascent outline of his abdominal muscles. The sound of his heavy breathing filled Jiang Wanwan's ears, the warm air escaping his lips brushing against her face and ears. The invigorating essence of youth wafted into Jiang Wanwan's nostrils, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson, akin to ripe persimmons. Fine, you're all sweaty and reeking. Stay away from me, Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, pushing Qin Song away, though her fingers inadvertently brushed against his abdomen. Wow, it's so firm, Jiang Wanwan thought to herself, realizing that this was the sensation of a boy's abs. Upon hearing Jiang Wanwan call him smelly, Qin Song lifted the hem of his shirt to take a whiff. Not at all. There's even a hint of shower gel scent. Here, give it a sniff. As he raised his shirt, his well-defined abs were laid bare before Jiang Wanwan's eyes. Don't look, don't look, don't look, Jiang Wanwan chanted silently. Yet her gaze betrayed her as it lingered. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times. Finally, she could no longer contain herself, snatching her backpack and making a beeline for the classroom door. Watching her retreating figure, Qin Song noticed her flushed ears and neck. Glancing down at his own exposed abdomen, he finally understood the reason for her embarrassment. Thanks to his frequent basketball games, the contours of his abs were indeed quite pronounced. He grabbed his backpack and hurried after Jiang Wanwan. As they made their way to the bus stop, Qin Song trailed closely behind Jiang Wanwan. The setting sun stretched their shadows long and slender. Jiang Wanwan walked ahead, her shadow trailing behind. Qin Song dared not follow too closely, fearing he might tread on her shadow. Each time she paused, ensuring that he was still behind her, she would continue onward. Upon reaching the bus stop, despite having spent nearly 20 minutes cleaning, which made them leave school 20 minutes later than usual, the bus stop was still teeming with people. Fortunately, they did not have to wait long before the number 8 bus arrived. Jiang Wanwan retrieved her bus card and, confirming that Qin Song was behind her, stepped aboard. Beep, beep. The bus card scanner chimed twice. With no seats available, Qin Song found a corner spacious enough for the two of them to stand, gesturing for Jiang Wanwan to enter first. After she stepped inside, he positioned himself at the corner. The bus followed its designated route. Jiang Wanwan, grasping the vertical poles with both hands, looked up at Qin Song, who stood protectively in front of her like a knight guarding his princess. As she gazed at the chiseled line of his jaw and the rosy hue of his lips, her thoughts began to wander. I wonder if those lips are nice to kiss? No, no, no. Jiang Wanwan, what are you thinking? How could you entertain such shameless thoughts? You're a girl. You must uphold your decorum. Just as she was lost in her musings, a student on the crosswalk disregarded the red pedestrian signal and dashed across the street. The bus driver slammed on the brakes, causing Jiang Wanwan, who had not steadied herself, to tumble into Qin Song's arms. He instinctively wrapped his right arm around her waist to steady her. The bus driver's irritated voice echoed through the bus, prompting Jiang Wanwan to quickly extricate herself from Qin Song's embrace. Sorry. I didn't mean to. It's all right. Are you okay? Did you bump into anything? Qin Song asked with concern. Me fine. I didn't hit anything, she replied, gripping the handrail tightly. Her head bowed in embarrassment. Qin Song felt the lingering warmth of her sudden closeness, as his hand rested on her waist. The soft pressure of her form pressed against him. Is this what it feels like to be knocked over by a ball? He quipped almost unconsciously. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Wanwan froze for a moment before the realization hit her, and her face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. Why am I blushing so much today? This is mortifying. That silly Qin Song. How could he suddenly turn playful and even tease me? He saw me being shy. How embarrassing. Determined to regain her composure and alleviate the awkwardness, she steeled herself and lifted her foot, stepping directly onto Qin Song's toes. Ouch! Qin Song gasped, feeling the sting in his toes. Aware of his own culpability, he chose to remain silent in the midst of this awkward yet charged atmosphere. And they shared a mutual understanding of silence as they continued on their way. Chapter 5. Until tomorrow. Beep. Happiness Community has arrived. Passengers disembarking. Please take your belongings and exit from the rear door. Hearing the announcement, Jiang Wanwan let out a sigh of relief, quickly slipping through a gap and hurrying off the bus through the back door. Qin Song followed behind, wearing a wry smile, yet internally he felt a tinge of worry. How'd I let that slip out? This girl is already shy, and with her family background, she tends to be insecure, overly concerned with the past, and anxious about the future. It's no wonder she had liked me for so many years without daring to confess. Watching her quicken her pace as she entered the community gate, Qin Song couldn't help but think, sigh, this is complicated. After this, I fear it may backfire. Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan halted her steps, gazing at the approaching Qin Song, and swiftly uttered, see you tomorrow morning. As her words faded, the young girl vanished around the corner. Unrequited love is a tumultuous battlefield of the heart. Upon hearing her words, Qin Song's lips curled into a smile, and he called back loudly, all right, got it. In the happiness community, Qin Song extracted his access card and entered Building 8, observing the numbers on the elevator display ascending rapidly. A smile graced his lips. This girl indeed possessed a shy charm. He stepped into the second elevator and pressed a button for the 13th floor. The elevator ascended slowly, soon coming to a halt. Exiting the elevator, he beheld the familiar door, number 1301. Below the peephole, a small, somewhat askew, and faded Chinese knot hung. This was a craft he had made with his mother during kindergarten. This Chinese knot had adorned the door for 11 years, with his mother diligently removing it each month to wash and dry it before rehanging. Taking a deep breath, Qin Song inserted his key into the lock and gently opened the door. Oh, you're back. Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner's almost ready. And I still have a vegetable to stir-fry. Hearing the door open, Liu Yu emerged from the kitchen, smiling at Qin Song, sitting at the dining table. Qin Song noticed Qin Song standing vacantly in the entrance, still wearing his shoes. He approached cautiously and inquired, what's wrong, son? Did you not do well on the exam? He patted Qin Song's shoulder comfortingly, adding, a man must not be disheartened by a single setback. It's merely a poor result. It's not as if you've committed a crime. It's not a big deal. Come on, Let's have a drink together. Upon hearing Qin Ang's words, Lu Yu disregarded the vegetables still cooking and hastily turned off the gas, stepping out to join. Indeed, son, you're almost 18. You can start learning to drink. You two should enjoy a little together. I'll run downstairs to buy some beef jerky, marinated pig ears, and peanuts for you to snack on. Wait here. Listening to his parents, Qin Song fought back tears, quickly changing his shoes and rushing into the bathroom. In the living room, Qin Song whispered to Lu Yu, "What is wrong with our son? He hasn't said a word since he came home." Lu Yu glared at him in annoyance and quietly replied, "It's all your fault. The moment he walks in, you ask about his grades. Can't you talk to him about something else? If we don't sort out our son's issues today, you can forget about sharing the bed with me." Qin Song protested. "I only wanted to show concern for him. How was I to know?" The apartment, being an old community from the early 2000s, had poor sound insulation, and Qin Song could clearly hear their conversation from the bathroom. They always endeavored to care for his fragile emotions and self-esteem in the best possible way, while he repeatedly let them down. Skipping classes to spend the night at an internet cafe, going to arcades, and using the allowance provided by his family to purchase game skins and items. Even the straightforward academic proficiency tests stirred worries about whether he could pass. Such tests were easily surmountable for anyone who attended classes regularly. Yet his past self required Jiang Wanwan's special tutoring for a time to succeed. Even so, they never expressed resentment towards him. Instead, they felt guilty for not being present enough due to work commitments. They did not compare him unfavorably with the high-achieving left-behind children or orphans, nor did they lament his shortcomings. Realizing this, Qin Song could no longer hold back his tears. He turned the faucet to its maximum setting to mask the sound of his sobbing. After venting his emotions, he took a deep breath, splashed water on his face to compose himself, and stepped out. Qin Song silently vowed that in this lifetime, he would earn his parents' pride and ensure that they would not be disadvantaged in comparisons among their peers during festive gatherings. "Dad, Mom, I did quite well on the exam. I'll definitely graduate without a hitch." When I got home, I suddenly felt a bit foggy and uncomfortable, which is why I didn't speak. It might be due to straining my eyes during the exam today. I just washed my face in the bathroom, and I feel much better now. Lu Yu, more concerned about her son's health and his exam results, asked, "Are you sure you're all right? Should we go to the hospital just to check?" Qin Song shook his head. "I'm fine." He turned to Qin Song. "Dad, let us skip the drinks. You and Mom have a trip coming up soon, right? It's best for someone driving a big vehicle to avoid alcohol." Qin Song nodded appreciatively, glad that his son was showing consideration for his parents. Once assured of Qin Song's well-being, Lu Yu returned to the kitchen to resume cooking, bringing the finished vegetables to the dining table moments later. "Dinner's ready, everyone. Time to eat." Qin Song looked at the table filled with stir-fried beef, spicy pork, braised eggplant, sautéed bok choy, and seaweed rib soup. From meat dishes to vegetables and soup, everything was to his liking. Sensing the fragrant aroma of the food, Qin Song, who had been hungry for a while, wasted no time and began to eat heartily. As the familiar flavors danced on his palate, he devoured his meal even faster. In less than half a minute, a bowl of rice was gone. After finishing his water in one gulp, he returned to the kitchen for a second bowl. At that moment, Lu Yu's anxious heart finally eased. The stomach is an emotional organ. As long as he could eat and drink, everything would be fine. One bowl after another. Qin Song continued until he had polished off his fifth bowl before finally pausing. "Mom, I need to go out tomorrow morning and want to be back for a few days." To prevent Lu Yu from thinking he was heading out for another night at the internet cafe, Qin Song quickly explained, "The reason my grades have improved so much lately is largely due to Jiang Wanwan. You know her, the top student in our class. Whenever I have questions, I ask her, and she teaches me. Our school is starting a 2-week break tomorrow, and she wants to return to her hometown to visit her grandmother. However, Aunt Sue is worried about her going alone, so to show my gratitude, I plan to accompany her to her grandmother's house, where I might stay for a few days." After hearing Qin Song's words, Lu Yu nodded. "All right, no problem. You go ahead. Do you need some money? I'll send you 2,000 yuan. If that's not enough, just let me know via WeChat, and I'll send more." With that, Lu Yu picked up her phone and transferred 2,000 yuan to Qin Song's WeChat. Seeing his mother agree so readily left Qin Song momentarily stunned. He had anticipated needing to plead his case, but it was resolved so easily, and he secured the funds. At that moment, Lu Yu and Qin Song exchanged a glance. Their mutual understanding allowed them to communicate without words. Lu Yu remarked, "Finally, our son has realized that Jiang Wanwan likes him." Qin Song replied, "It's a bit late for him to wake up. She has been bringing him breakfast since first grade without accepting any money, and it's been years." Lu Yu continued, "Let him handle his own affairs. Children will find their own fortunes." Qin Song added, "Starting tomorrow, with our son away for a few days, we can finally put to use the things we bought last time." Lu Yu shot him a playful glare. "Let us see how you behave." Upon receiving a knowing glance from his wife, Qin Song immediately declared, "Son, your father also consents to your request. Since dinner is finished, hasten to pack your belongings, lest you find yourself in a flurry come morning, making the young lady wait." With the approval of his parents, Qin Song wasted no time and dashed to his room to gather his things. Naturally, he would need to bring a change of clothes and some basic necessities. Once he had hastily assembled his luggage, Qin Song picked up his phone and messaged Jiang Wanwan, informing her of his parents' consent, before proceeding to the bathroom for a shower. Chapter 6. A girl who can save her own betrothal gifts deserves to be cherished. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Jiang Wanwan found her mother, Su Qiaoling, had already prepared a meal. "Wanwan, come wash your hands and join me for dinner," Su Qiaoling gently urged. Wanwan obediently nodded, placed her backpack on the sofa, washed her hands in the bathroom, and sat at the dining table, taking small bites of rice while neglecting the vegetables. Observing her daughter's distracted demeanor, Su Qiaoling inquired, "Wanwan, what troubles you? You seem preoccupied." Gathering her courage under her mother's inquisitive gaze, Jiang Wanwan replied, "Mom, I wish to visit Grandma. School is on break for 2 weeks, starting tomorrow, and I would like to spend a few days with her in the countryside. I understand you're busy running the shop and may not have the time to accompany me, and you might worry about my safety if I go alone. I've spoken with Qin Song, and he has agreed to accompany me, but I am unsure if you approve." Naturally, Su Qiaoling felt a surge of happiness at her daughter's desire to visit her grandmother. Who wouldn't he appreciate a daughter devoted to her elders? Upon learning that Qin Song would be accompanying her, Su Qiaoling felt reassured. The two had been inseparable since kindergarten and rarely quarreled. She had long observed her daughter's affection for Qin Song. Although Qin Song was playful and not particularly academically inclined, she believed that academic performance was not the sole measure of a person. Given her long-standing friendship with Qin Song's parents, she had complete faith in their upbringing and his character. "When you plan to leave?" Su Qiaoling inquired, noting her daughter's excitement at her approval. "We're setting off early tomorrow morning," Jiang Wanwan exclaimed joyfully. Su Qiaoling nodded. "Have you called your grandmother to inform her of your visit tomorrow?" Jiang Wanwan shook her head. "I haven't told her. I want it to be a surprise." She quickly finished her meal, declaring, "I'm done. I'll go pack my things now." Watching her daughter scamper towards her bedroom, Su Qiaoling chuckled softly to herself, thinking, "This girl, she is wonderful in every way. Yet she cannot conceal her feelings. It is evident to anyone that she harbors affection for Qin Song." Back in her room, Jiang Wanwan picked up her phone from the nightstand. Upon unlocking it, she found a message from Qin Song and immediately replied, "Jiang Wanwan, my mom has agreed too." Jiang Wanwan, "I didn't expect her to be so trusting of you. I thought I'd have to persuade her longer." Jiang Wanwan, "Where are you?" After waiting for a considerable time without a response from Qin Song, she decided to take a shower. She felt sticky and uncomfortable from the heat. Jiang Wanwan's bedroom featured a small bathroom, suitable for both lavatory needs and bathing. After preparing her change of clothes, she entered the bathroom and began to remove her school uniform jacket. Just as she was about to toss it into the laundry basket, a thought struck her, prompting her to halt her actions. Jiang Wanwan rummaged through the inner pocket of her jacket and retrieved 2 folded 100 yuan notes. She had anticipated that Qin Song might ask to borrow money for internet use, which is why she had tucked it away. Since Qin Song had not requested the money, she could now return it to her savings. Muttering to herself, Jiang Wanwan made her way to the door, quietly locked it, and then tiptoed to her wardrobe. At the very bottom drawer, she took out a piggy bank and stuffed the 200 yuan inside. Recently, she had heard about a couple in the neighborhood whose wedding plans fell apart over a dispute regarding betrothal gifts. "I need to save more money. So Qin Song won't be troubled by the thought of needing a dowry to marry me." Embarrassed by her own thoughts, Jiang Wanwan muttered, "Pooh. What on earth is wrong with my mind? That silly Qin Song. I have no intention of marrying him." As she continued to chatter to herself, she stepped into the bathroom, stripped off her clothes, and hoped to cool down under the shower head. After Qin Song finished his shower, he picked up his phone and read Jiang Wanwan's messages before replying. "Qin Song, I'm here. Just finished showering. Qin Song, let us meet at 8 tomorrow morning. Don't be late." Setting his phone aside, Qin Song sat at his desk and took out a piece of paper, beginning to outline his future plans. As his homeroom teacher, He Nung Hui, had stated, the impending transition to senior year meant that the college entrance examination was of utmost importance for all students. Fortunately, his memory was quite good, and the experiences of his previous life had left a profound impression, allowing him to retain much of his high school knowledge. In his past life, Qin Song had chosen not to pursue further studies after graduating, but instead embarked on a career as a copywriter, achieving modest success and quickly being promoted to a supervisory role within 2 years. His self-taught English had proven beneficial due to the necessity of communicating with foreign clients. He had no concerns regarding Chinese, as it was his mother tongue, and his previous profession had involved planning, setting him apart from other candidates. Mathematics simply required practice through problem solving. English would also pose no significant challenge, although memorizing vocabulary was essential to ensure proficiency in both spoken and written forms. The sciences, physics, chemistry, and biology could not be approached like history or politics, which could often be committed to memory. Understanding the sciences was crucial, as guessing could often lead one astray. Despite possessing fragments of memories from his past life, Qin Song understood the importance of diligence. After all, in his previous life, he had excelled in the entrance exam for Jiangxing University, which required a score of 630 in the sciences, while he was merely an average student in this life. As he muttered to himself, Qin Song meticulously outlined his study plan on paper. Although he recalled some past examination questions, he dared not gamble on whether his presence in this world might invoke a butterfly effect. Hence, he resolved that diligent study was the only path forward. In this life, he wished to remain close to Jiang Wanwan, and thus he must strive to match her pace and gain admission to the same university. With his study arrangements in place, the next matter to address was the insidious root of the issue. To effectively pursue their studies together, financial resources were indispensable. For a senior student, although Jiangxing Second High School did not hold classes on weekends and required 3 evening study sessions daily, Sundays still offered a full day of rest. It was reasonable to enjoy a little indulgence after an exhausting week of study, perhaps by purchasing a few snacks or taking a leisurely stroll. All of these activities required funds. While his family's situation was fairly stable, his parents had purchased their delivery truck outright, and their home was free of mortgage. He recalled from his previous life that they had accumulated a modest savings of several 100,000 yuan, placing them squarely in the middle class. However, these funds are the result of their hard work, earned 1 kilometer at a time. If a reincarnator still needs to ask their parents for money while dating, would that not be utterly embarrassing? Although he had just received 2,000. Chapter 7. Indeed, blood is thicker than water. What can one do to earn money? Betting on football? Will the F Nation win the World Cup next year? Short video platforms? Live streaming sales? Qin Song pondered the feasibility of these options. Betting on football? Gambling is not encouraged. Moreover, he could not be certain whether this world would follow the trajectory predetermined by his previous life. One must not place hope in something so uncertain. Becoming a content creator? Live streaming sales? Forget it. He was not cut out for that. Wait, he had an idea. In 2018, those internet literary masterpieces that emerged afterwards had yet to be realized. Qin Song swiftly jotted down a plethora of book titles on paper. Lord of the Mysteries, The Great Song, Night Watchman, The Mysterious Revival, 10 Days of Cataclysm. They had yet to make their appearance. Indeed, the original authors had not even begun to conceive these novels. They were all mine to replicate. In his previous life, Qin Song was, in fact, a part-time author, albeit one whose works had never gained popularity. Nonetheless, he had read all those that did become successful. He could simply copy the storylines. As for the prose, who cares? As long as the writing wasn't so poor as to detract from the reading experience, the plot was of utmost importance. Without further ado, Qin Song promptly opened his computer and began documenting the settings and general plots of these novels to avoid forgetting. This endeavor consumed over 2 hours. Upon completion, Qin Song stood up, stretched, and sighed. Other reincarnators either possessed systems or had photographic memories, enabling them to search their past lives' memories effortlessly. Why was it that when it came to him, he had nothing? With this thought, Qin Song shook his head vigorously and slapped himself across the face. What was he thinking? Being reincarnated was already a stroke of fortune, and he was still being greedy? His parents no longer had to perish in an accident, and he could spend his life with Jiang Wanwan. What more could he possibly wish for? In life, it is paramount to be content. Given the current circumstances, Qin Song felt immensely satisfied. He opened his phone and discovered a message from Jiang Wanwan sent half an hour prior. Jiang Wanwan, silly Qin Song, good night. See you tomorrow. A smile crept across Qin Song's lips as he replied. Qin Song, silly Wanwan, good night. See you in my dreams. The next day, Qin Song rose early, prepared everything, and was ready to set off with a suitcase when Liu called out to him. Remember to give Wanwan some leeway outside, all right? If she wants something to eat, buy it for her. If she wants to play, take her along. If you run out of money, come to me, understood? If you dare make Wanwan cry, forget about your pocket money for the next month. Hearing his mother's unabashed bias, Qin Song couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, he was her biological child. It was always the children of others who were the most obedient. He had never made Jiang Wanwan cry. That was a gross injustice. Seeing her son nod, Liu added, be cautious out there, and steer clear of dangerous places like dams or ponds, understand? Hearing his mother's familiar nagging, Qin Song relished the moment. How long had it been since he had heard that voice? Got it, Mom. With that, he grabbed his suitcase and stepped outside. Upon hearing the door close, Qin Song, who had just emerged from the restroom, noticed the untouched breakfast of fried dough sticks, soy milk, and soup dumplings on the table and asked, "Isn't our son having breakfast before he leaves?" Lu Yu shot him a glance, with Wan around. "Our son won't be hungry." Qin Song smacked his thigh, right? "Forget about him. While our son is away for a few days. We should cherish this rare opportunity for a couple's world." A couple's world? Didn't T-Boss Wu call this morning to inform us that there's a shipment we need to send tomorrow? Lu Yu inquired, puzzled. Qin Song waved his hand dismissively. I told him I have some personal matters to attend to and declined. "Dear, you've accompanied me through so many years, endured countless hardships, and I truly appreciate it. Money is something that can always be earned, but opportunities for a couple's world are scarce. After breakfast, let us shop at the commercial building downtown, have a barbecue for lunch, catch a movie in the afternoon, and take a stroll in the park in the evening. How does that sound?" Listening to her husband's plans, Lu Yu felt delighted. Every woman who has settled down harbors a little girl inside her. Shopping, dining, watching movies, and strolling. These were all pleasures she cherished. Just as Lu Yu was about to agree wholeheartedly, she paused and shook her head. "Let us forget it. Shopping will inevitably lead to spending, and, combined with dining and movies, that is quite the hefty expense. Once our son is in college, there will be plenty of opportunities to spend." Seeing his wife desperately wanting to go out, but refusing for the sake of saving money, Qin Song felt a pang of guilt. He gritted his teeth and declared, "No worries, I have money. It's on me. I've saved up a bit of private funds, around 20 to 30,000. Even if we went out every day for shopping, dining, and movies, it would be enough." After stating this, Qin Song puffed out his chest and turned to Lu Yu, expecting his wife to be overwhelmed with emotion, perhaps shedding tears and embracing him. Instead, he was met with her triumphant grin. "Oh, you, Qin Song, have secretly saved up 20 to 30,000? I knew something was off when I found an extra fishing rod tucked away in the back of the storage room. Good thing I kept my wits about me and feigned a tragic act. You fell right into my trap." When Qin Song saw Lu Yu smile, he realized his money was as good as gone. He pulled out the bank card containing his private funds, a bittersweet expression on his face, and handed it to her. "You're quite perceptive." Lu Yu accepted the card, lightly caressing it with her fingers before returning it. "Considering you expose your private funds for our couple's world, I'll let you off this time. And next time, if you buy fishing rods or tackle boxes, just leave them out in the open. How can anything new in the house escape my keen eye? Stuffing them in a corner, it's a miracle they don't get moldy with the breeze. To prevent you from knowing I discovered those fishing tools, I had to take them out every time I cleaned, wipe them down with a damp cloth, dry them off thoroughly, and then put them back. When you're not home, I even had to let them bask in the sun. Don't worry, I specifically checked. And your carbon fishing rod can indeed be sunbathed. I didn't damage your precious rods." Qin Song suddenly understood. No wonder every time he took out his fishing rods, they felt as good as new. It turned out there was a diligent mermaid at home caring for them. This mermaid was not only skillful, but also stunningly beautiful. Still in her prime. All right, enough of that. How cheesy. We're all married folks now. Is there any shame in saying such things? Hearing her husband's overly sentimental words, Lu Yu feigned disdain, but the crescent-shaped glimmer in her eyes and the upward curve of her lips betrayed her. Although I returned the bank card, you're still footing the bill for our couple's world these days. I have set my sights on a bag that I have long desired, yet it costs a staggering 5,000 or more. I had hesitated to purchase it, but now, at long last, I am ready to take the plunge. Shop, shop, shop. Whatever you desire, my dear husband will procure for you. Then I shall request the sun. Is it not simply the sun? Buy it. I must clarify that the sun is not merely a noun, but... Chapter 8. In the first half of my life, I encountered you. In the latter half, it shall be you. The sun, much like a mischievous child, despite the horizon's pleased to stay, insists on perching atop the shoulders of the elder mountain, casting its radiant glow upon all creation. It mirrors our youthful rebellion. As we heed not the counsel of our parents, recklessly yearning to explore the other side of adulthood. A vibrant young girl with a high ponytail sits gracefully on a bench at the entrance of her community, her knees neatly together. She dons a flowing white dress that reaches her calves, complemented by black leather shoes and beige knee-high socks adorned with delicate white lace trim. Qin Song, pulling a suitcase behind him, approaches her leisurely. The girl seems to sense Qin Song's gaze and turns to look at him. Her ponytail sways in the opposite direction of her head, and the red bow on her hair tie glimmers brightly in the sunlight. Witnessing this scene, Qin Song is suddenly reminded of a phrase. My first half of life was spent meeting you. My latter half will be all about you. Jiang Wanwan's eyes brim with uncontainable joy as she sees Qin Song arrive as promised. This marks the first time she is venturing so far with him, and her anticipation is palpable. Here, breakfast. The girl hands Qin Song the prepared steam buns and soy milk. He adeptly accepts the breakfast, consuming the buns in a few bites and finishing off the soy milk with a satisfied belch, stuffing the plastic bag into the cup. With a swift motion, a perfect parabola arcs through the air, landing precisely in a nearby trash bin. Observing Qin Song devour breakfast with such satisfaction, Jiang Wanwan beams with a triumphant smile. The girl picks up her backpack from the bench and stands, noticing that Qin Song is still dragging along a small suitcase, prompting her to tease, "Silly Qin Song. Although your grandmother lives in the countryside, it is only about 40 to 50 kilometers away. Why on earth are you bringing a suitcase?" Qin Song lightly flicks her forehead, retorting, "You call me a fool? Clearly, you are the one being foolish. Your grandmother's house has your clothes and toiletries, but it does not possess mine. Should I not bring a change of clothes, pants, and slippers? Do you expect me to use yours?" The girl gingerly touches her forehead, realizing it does not hurt as much as she anticipated. In fact, it tingles pleasantly. Humph, this fellow has finally learned to cherish the delicate. Is Qin Song truly going to visit my grandmother with me? If we stay together at her house, does that not imply cohabitation? However, as long as we do not share the same bed, it should not be considered cohabitation, right? But what if he insists on sharing a bed with me? While Jiang Wanwan is lost in her musings, her forehead receives another tap. What are you thinking about? The car has arrived, snapping back to reality. She notices a taxi has pulled up to the entrance of the community. A taxi? Aren't we taking the bus? Jiang Wanwan usually takes the bus alone when visiting her grandmother. When she returns with her mother, if there are no items to carry and they prefer not to drive, they also take the bus. It is merely a matter of taking a bus to the station, purchasing a ticket, and waiting for departure. Taxis are quicker. Don't you wish to see your grandmother sooner? With that, Qin Song takes the backpack from her hands and, without further ado, pulls her into the car. After placing his luggage in the trunk, Qin Song chooses to sit in the back with Jiang Wanwan rather than the front passenger seat. The fact that he opts to sit beside her fills Jiang Wanwan with secret delight, though she feigns disdain. Isn't their seat in the front? Why not sit there? Qin Song pretends to rub his temples. Wanwan, there's something I have not disclosed to you. I get car sick, especially in the front seat. Jiang Wanwan rarely takes taxis. In fact, she has hardly ever done so. With her school being close to home, taking the bus is both economical and convenient. She does not suffer from motion sickness and is unaware of the common knowledge surrounding it. Thus, she believes Qin Song's words. Really? Will it be better for you to sit in the back? Concern fills Jiang Wanwan's eyes. Qin Song, willing to endure car sickness just to let her see her grandmother sooner, is truly kind. He feigns weakness and nods, stating that the back seat is better. But it would be even more beneficial if he could rest his head on her lap. Really? Upon hearing Qin Song express a desire to rest on her lap, Jiang Wanwan first feels bashful, but then gathers her courage, biting her lip and declaring, "If it will help you feel less nauseous, then you may rest your head on my lap." After saying this, she shifts her position, allowing Qin Song to more comfortably lay his head on her thigh. Qin Song turns to face outside, resting his head on the girl's lap. Although separated by a layer of fabric, he can still feel her soft, fragrant, and resilient thigh. With each breath, a hint of lavender-like fragrance wafts into his nostrils. It is delightful, likely the scent of laundry detergent. The taxi driver, a middle-aged man, muses to himself about the depths of youthful schemes, a revelation he encounters today. He had no intention of exposing Qin Song, but seeing Jiang Wanwan, who resembles his own daughter, he cannot help but feel the urge to intervene. The driver clears his throat, saying, "Excuse me, young lady. While my car may not be the best, you cannot possibly be car sick yet, as you have not even told me your destination." And the car hasn't moved at all. Startled by this sudden voice, Jiang Wanwan straightens up like a startled deer. In her concern for Qin Song, she had forgotten about the driver, and she feels utterly embarrassed. Wait, what did the driver just say? The car hasn't started, so Qin Song cannot be car sick? Glancing at Qin Song, who looks utterly content resting on her lap, Jiang Wanwan pouts, placing her right hand on the soft flesh at his waist and giving it a firm twist. "Oh, that hurts." Qin Song is jolted upright, looking at Jiang Wanwan with innocent eyes. "Humph, you are still pretending. I knew you were deceiving me." The girl places her hands on her hips, shooting him an exasperated glare. Qin Song casts a forlorn look at the driver, who merely scratches his nose, fastens his seatbelt, and instructs now, "Please tell me your destination, so we may set off." "Driver, we are heading to Taoyuan Village." Upon hearing the destination, the driver nods, disengages the handbrake, presses the clutch, and shifts gears in one fluid motion. He starts the meter, and the vehicle accelerates towards Taoyuan village. In truth, Qin Song does not suffer from motion sickness at all. Throughout his life, whether traveling by train, car, or boat, he has never experienced it. He even relishes sitting in a vehicle, closing his eyes to savor the gentle rocking, much like a baby cherishing the comfort of a cradle. Last night, Qin Song was too anxious to sleep, fearing that everything might just be a fleeting dream. However, as fatigue gradually enveloped him, he ultimately succumbed to slumber. Sitting in the back seat of the vehicle, he closed his eyes and soon fell into an unconscious state. As he drifted off, his head gently leaned to the left, resting upon the fragrant shoulder of the young lady beside him. Chapter 9. One cannot simultaneously possess youth and the awareness of youth. Feeling a sense of pressure on her right shoulder, Jiang Wanwan turned her head to investigate. Has he fallen asleep? At that moment, Qin Song had his eyes shut, his long eyelashes distinctly outlined by the sunlight. Even a faint mole nestled within his thick left eyebrow was clearly visible. Further down, his straight nose and lips came into view. What flavor might Qin Song's lips possess? This thought incessantly bubbled up within Jiang Wanwan's mind. After a brief internal debate between two little voices representing the notions of yes and no, they ultimately decided to take a different approach. She would use her finger to gauge the texture of his lips. Jiang Wanwan extended her left index finger, slowly moving it toward Qin Song's lips. Just as she was about to make contact, Qin Song suddenly stirred, causing her to retract her hand in fright. Is he awake? Just as this question flitted through her mind, she heard the faint sound of his snoring. She patted her chest in relief. Thank goodness he didn't wake up. That was terrifying. Jiang Wanwan almost thought she had been discovered by Qin Song. If he had caught her, would she not be misconstrued as a pervert? How absurd. Why was she so intrigued by Qin Song's lips? By the way, what did Qin Song's message from yesterday mean? Good night, see you in my dreams. Could it be that he has feelings for me? The mere thought of it made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. The driver, oblivious to the young lady's recent cautious actions, continued to focus on the road. Beautiful individuals often possess certain privileges. Who could imagine a burly middle-aged man speaking in such a gentle tone while engaging in conversation? Young lady, which grade are you in? He inquired. You live in a happy community, so you must attend Jiang City No. 2 High School, correct? My daughter studies there as well, and after the summer break, she will be in her final year. He often took the initiative to strike up conversations with passengers during longer trips. If a passenger displayed impatience or a disinterested demeanor, he would promptly cease the dialogue. However, if they showed an interest in the topic, he would gladly continue. This approach served two purposes. It alleviated his own boredom and provided an opportunity to leave his business card if the conversation went well, potentially attracting return customers. Upon hearing that the driver's daughter was in the same grade as her, Jiang Wanwan felt a spark of interest. Perhaps she would share a class with his daughter. And if they could establish rapport, she might even secure a discount. Jiang Wanwan glanced at the taxi meter, calculating the fare. To reach her grandmother's place, the cost should be between 130 and 150 yuan. If they took a bus, it would only be 60 yuan for both of them. Taxis were too expensive. If she could negotiate a discount, it would save her some money. I'm in the same grade as your daughter. What is her name? Perhaps I know her. Upon hearing Jiang Wanwan mention his daughter, the driver smiled. My daughter is quite the scholar. Her name is Wang Cici. Wang Cici. Jiang Wanwan's eyes widened in disbelief. Is the world really this small? In her grade, 8 out of the top 10 students were boys, leaving only 2 girls, herself and Wang Cici. She had consistently hovered between 4th and 5th place, but no matter her rank, Wang Cici always trailed behind her. Uncle, my name is Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan. That name sounds familiar. Oh, you must be the one who consistently ranks ahead of Cici in exams. My daughter often mentions you. She says you're a formidable opponent and that she aims to surpass you in the next exam. Jiang Wanwan felt a wave of bashfulness wash over her as she scratched her head. She considered herself Wang Cici's rival. And to encounter her father while taking a taxi was quite the twist of fate. The driver, noticing her bashful demeanor, chuckled. You two are schoolmates. The competition in academics is healthy, and there's no need for embarrassment. I hope you can maintain your excellent performance while also wishing for Cici to surpass you. As he spoke, he couldn't help but reflect, in student life, the competition in learning is the purest form of rivalry. As for what comes after, Sai, once you graduate from university, you'll understand. Jiang Wanwan was perplexed as to why all adults seemed to reminisce about their high school years. What was so wonderful about high school? One slept later than a dog and rose earlier than a rooster, and the food was hardly appetizing. Compared to high school, she yearned more for the experiences of university and the professional world. After becoming an adult, wouldn't she find herself liberated from many constraints? Wouldn't life be easier and more carefree? As the scenery outside the window shifted from towering steel and concrete edifices to quaint 3- or 4-story self-built homes. And from bustling streets to serene country lanes infused with natural fragrances, Jiang Wanwan could not resist rolling down the window, greedily inhaling the fresh air that was so distinct from the city. Escaping the urban sprawl not only brought fresher air, but also a noticeable drop in temperature. This must be the urban heat island effect, Jiang Wanwan mused. One cannot possess both youth and the awareness of youth simultaneously. Nor can one foresee the value of a fleeting moment until it becomes a cherished memory. Jiang Wanwan was no exception to this truth. Qin Song slowly opened his eyes, realizing he had fallen asleep in the car. He had not moved away from the young lady's shoulder, but instead inquired, "Wanwan, where have we arrived?" Upon hearing Qin Song's voice, Jiang Wanwan recognized that he had awakened. If he had been asleep, she could have allowed him to lean on her. But now that he was awake, it was far too embarrassing. With a look of disdain, she gently pushed Qin Song's head away. "We'll be there in just a few minutes." Qin Song, observing the shy demeanor of the girl, chuckled and ruffled his hair. All right. He felt as if this nap had rejuvenated him, akin to treating both body and soul to a luxurious spa experience. Before long, the driver brought the taxi to a stop at the village entrance. "How much is it, driver?" Qin Song inquired. The driver pointed to the meter, 139 yuan. Just as Qin Song prepared to pull out his wallet, he heard the young lady say, "Uncle, could you make it a little less? How about 120? After pondering for a moment, the driver smiled and nodded. Since he knows CC, that's certainly no problem. With that, he handed Jiang Wanwan a business card. "If you need a ride in the future, do remember to support Uncle's business." Jiang Wanwan accepted the card with a smile, and then retrieved 120 yuan from her pocket to pay the driver. Before leaving, Su Qiaoling had given her 600 yuan, advising her that when going out with Qin Song, she should not let him pay for everything, as that would be impolite. Seeing that the young lady had settled the fare, Qin Song smiled helplessly. Since he hadn't covered the taxi fare, he would have to make it up elsewhere. Chapter 10. The Sound of Heartbeats. Today marks the day of the bustling market in the neighboring village, and most of the residents of Taoyuan village have ventured out to partake in the festivities, leaving Qin Song unaware of the information center at the village entrance. After meandering through the lanes for approximately 5 minutes, the duo arrived at a modest bungalow. At that moment, Granny Jiang, basking in the sun at her doorstep, caught sight of a figure strikingly reminiscent of her granddaughter, accompanied by a young man. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief. "Is it Wanwan?" Jiang Wanwan flung her bag into Qin Song's arms and rushed towards her grandmother, clasping her arm. "Granny, it's me. I am Wanwan. I'll come back to see you." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Granny Jiang was finally convinced that her granddaughter had returned. "Oh dear, my eyesight has failed me. I hardly recognized you. You didn't even inform me of your return in advance. Today is the market day in the neighboring village, and I haven't even bought any vegetables yet." She turned her gaze towards Qin Song, her eyes seemingly attempting to pierce through him. "Wanwan, is this your classmate?" Qin Song felt a little unnerved under her scrutinizing gaze. Jiang Wanwan shyly nodded. "Granny, this is Qin Song, my childhood friend and desk mate that I mentioned to you before. Mom was too busy to accompany me back to see you and was worried about me coming alone, so she asked Qin Song to come with me." Wanwan told a small lie. It was not her mother who had asked Qin Song to accompany her, but rather she had suggested it herself. Hearing that it was her daughter's arrangement, Granny Jiang's demeanor towards Qin Song softened, relieving him of some tension. "Qin Song, come in and sit down. Wanwan, you take good care of your classmate. I will go to the market to buy some groceries. You didn't even call me to let me know you were coming back. There is nothing prepared at home." At that moment, Qin Song flashed a smile he deemed sunny and charming. "Granny, please rest at home. Wanwan and I will handle the shopping." He couldn't bear the thought of making an elderly lady run to the neighboring village just to accommodate him, especially since this elderly lady was Jiang Wanwan's grandmother. However, it seemed Granny Jiang did not hear his words and continued to busy herself with her tasks until Jiang Wanwan chimed in. "Yes, Granny, let us go shopping. If you need anything, just tell us and we'll bring it back." Granny Jiang looked at her dutiful granddaughter and nodded with a smile. "All right, you two go ahead. Buy whatever you like, and when you return, I will reimburse you." Wanwan is so filial. Once she grows up, Granny will surely enjoy her life. Wanwan nodded, placing Qin Song's suitcase and her own bag inside the house before wheeling out a bicycle from the backyard. "Let us ride this." Though the neighboring village was merely 2 to 3 kilometers away, cycling was far less exhausting than walking. Qin Song examined the somewhat vintage bicycle without a hint of doubt about its rideability. Compared to contemporary items, older products were known for their durability. He had an electric fan at home that was said to be older than himself, yet it still functioned well, producing a considerable breeze. Taking the initiative, Qin Song settled into the driver's seat and, recalling a humorous reference from his past life, patted the back seat, saying to Jiang Wanwan, Princess, please board. Upon hearing the term princess, Jiang Wanwan shot him an exasperated glance, her cheeks flushing as she took her place on the back seat. Qin Song intended to say more, but a glance at Granny Jiang's expression silenced him. After exchanging greetings with the grandmother, Qin Song pedaled the bicycle toward the neighboring village. Jiang Wanwan had just informed him that as long as they followed this small path, they would arrive shortly, so he was not worried about losing his way. Wanwan, what did your grandmother do before? He inquired. My grandmother was a teacher for several decades. She just retired a few years ago. Why do you ask? A teacher, you say? No wonder I felt so uneasy whenever I met her gaze. It turns out she is a retired educator, Qin Song mused, sensing a palpable pressure stemming from their familial connection. Oh, it's nothing. Just a feeling that your grandmother seems not to like me, he replied. Jiang Wanwan recalled her grandmother's earlier behavior, which seemed somewhat unusual. She had brought friends home before, and her grandmother had always been exceptionally warm. Why was Qin Song treated differently? No, you're overthinking it, Jiang Wanwan reassured him. She resolved to inquire about her grandmother's peculiar behavior after lunch. As time approached noon, the sun blazed ever brighter. Qin Song checked his phone and noted that it was nearly 9:30. Wanwan, hold on tight. We need to speed up, or we'll miss the market. Jiang Wanwan nodded, gripping the handlebar of the back seat. However, due to her skirt, she found it somewhat challenging to hold on, feeling precariously unstable. Just as she was contemplating what to do, the bicycle slowed down, and Qin Song's strong hand reached back, placing her hand on his waist. Have you seen those dramas? Just like in the dramas, hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate. On the downhill stretch, the bicycle sped up suddenly, causing the girl to instinctively wrap her arms tightly around Qin Song's waist. Ahem, Jiang Wanwan, are you trying to suffocate me? Upon hearing Qin Song's words, she realized that her anxious grip had contorted his waist. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Jiang Wanwan quickly relaxed her hold, merely resting her arms around his waist. Noticing that Qin Song remained silent and continued to ride, she gradually grew bolder, leaning forward and gently resting her head against his back. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of a heavy, rhythmic heartbeat echoed in her ears. Is this the sound of Qin Song's heart? Jiang Wanwan mused, utterly captivated, so much so that she didn't even notice when the bicycle came to a halt. Hey, have you had enough of the hug? If not, you can hug more on the way back. Otherwise, the market will close soon. Qin Song teased, observing the girl who seemed unaware that they had arrived. Startled by his words, she leapt off the back seat like a frightened rabbit. He did not deliberately glance at her flustered expression, but simply asked, Wanwan, where should we park the bicycle? Although it was nearing 10 in the morning, the market was still bustling, filled with the clamor of vendors hawking their wares. Chapter 11. Hand in Hand. The market thrived with a constant ebb and flow of people. A veritable parade of all sorts. It wouldn't do to leave the bicycle unattended. What if it were stolen? There's a chain lock in the front basket with a key. Just find a sturdy tree and secure the bicycle with the chain, Jiang Wanwan suggested, her voice now soft and timid, a stark contrast to her earlier boldness. Qin Song glanced into the basket and indeed spotted a chain lock with a key. The color of the chain lock was so similar to that of the basket that he had almost overlooked it. After finding a reasonably sturdy tree by the roadside, he confidently entrusted the bicycle to it. The flow of people in the market was always in waves. Once the shuttle arrived, a throng of people surged forth, and after they completed their purchases, the market became noticeably less crowded. As Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan were selecting pork, a group of elderly patrons rushed over. This pork looks fresh. Let's buy from this vendor. One exclaimed. This stall is also quite good, boss. How about I buy a pound of pork and you throw in a pound of scrap meat? Another bargained. These ribs look splendid. I'll take 2 pounds to make soup for my grandson. The vendors at the pork stall beamed with delight upon seeing such a demand. Take your time selecting. Just call me when you're ready. The pork vendor called to Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan before joining the elderly customers in haggling. Oh dear, how can you expect 1 pound of pork in exchange for 1 pound of scrap meat? How about if you buy 3 pounds of pork? I'll throw in a pound of scrap. All right, 2 pounds of pork for 1 pound of scrap. I'll buy 4 pounds altogether. Fine, 2 pounds for 1. Just tell me what you want, and I'll cut it for you. Scrap meat refers to the neck meat connecting the pig's head to its body. Rich in lymph nodes, often referred to derogatorily as trash meat. In previous times of scarcity, some would purchase this meat, and after meticulous preparation, it could be quite edible. Nowadays, with better living conditions, even offering this meat to others is met with refusal. It's seen as too troublesome and a hassle to deal with. Moreover, people are increasingly conscious about food safety, preferring to spend a little more for quality rather than risk their health, which could lead to hospital visits. Rather than let it go to waste, it's better to do business while one can. Although he was unaware of what the elderly lady intended to do with the scrap meat, he thought, why not? Perhaps someone in her household appreciates it. Humans are social creatures, drawn to gatherings, particularly when it comes to gossip. The crowd around the pork stall thickened, with newcomers pushing forward, anxious that they would miss out on the good meat. Qin Song felt that soon, he and Jiang Wanwan would be separated by the press of the crowd. Ignoring everything else, he confirmed that Jiang Wanwan's grandmother had a refrigerator, seized her small hand with his left, and grabbed the last piece of marbled pork and 3 connected ribs with his right. "Boss, I'll take these." Upon hearing him, the pork vendor hurried over to weigh and calculate the cost for Qin Song. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan stood in stunned silence, witnessing this unique side of Qin Song for the first time. After purchasing the pork, Qin Song proceeded to the beef stall, where he bought 2 pounds of beef. As he was about to buy vegetables, Jiang Wanwan stopped him. "No need for vegetables. My grandmother has a small plot in her backyard where she grows them." Qin Song nodded in acknowledgement and, after inquiring about which ingredients were missing from the garden, purchased those. Just when Jiang Wanwan thought Qin Song was ready to head home, he took her to a shop selling fruits and cakes. As she began to tug at his sleeve to suggest he need not buy so much, she realized her small hand was still being held by him. Her cheeks flushed crimson, yet she showed no intention of breaking free. "Qin Song, let's not buy so much. We want tea finish it all," she urged. Qin Song waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right. We're buying fruit. We must have something sweet after our meal. This is my first visit to my grandmother's, and I didn't bring any gifts. All these items will serve as my presents for her. This is my grandmother, not yours." Qin Song was taken aback that she discerned the hidden meaning in his words. It's all the same. Your grandmother is my grandmother too," he replied playfully. "Boss, I'll take this bunch of bananas and 2 pounds of apples as well." He selected the bananas and apples, mindful not to buy too many fruits, as they could spoil if kept too long. After choosing the fruits, Qin Song moved on to the cake section, where all the cakes were individually packaged. "Which of your cakes are less sweet but still soft?" he inquired. The elderly cannot consume overly sweet or hard desserts, and Qin Song was particularly attentive to these factors while selecting cakes. Jiang Wanwan followed him, feeling as though he was an adult managing the purchases, negotiating with the vendors. This feeling was delightful, she mused. At that moment, she felt like a small puppet, following wherever Qin Song led her. It was only after they had completed all their shopping and exited the market that Jiang Wanwan regained her senses. Within the bustling market, no one noticed their hands intertwined, but outside, it was a different story. The passers-by, especially the elderly, could not help but notice the 2 fresh faces. Some commented on their charming appearance, while others speculated about young love. It was only when Jiang Wanwan inadvertently called Qin Song brother that the crowd dispersed. "So they're siblings. That explains it." With no spectacle left to witness, the onlookers gradually vanished. However, that simple, affectionate address struck a chord deep within Qin Song's heart. "What did you just call me?" he asked, intrigued. Jiang Wanwan feigned innocence. "What did I call you? I didn't call you anything." "Oh, so you just used me and tossed me aside, huh?" They playfully bickered as they made their way to the bicycle parking area. The tree stood sturdy, and their bicycle showed no signs of theft. Qin Song placed the cake at the bottom of the basket, then layered the meat on top, while he entrusted Jiang Wanwan with the fruits in her lap. Apples and bananas could spoil quickly if bruised, hence the reason for having her carry them. The girl, clad in a skirt, sat sideways as the bicycle ambled along the rural path, alternating between slow and fast. Chapter 12. Eating Watermelon. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan was lost in thought about Qin Song's words, feeling a tumult of emotions. He mentioned that if she hadn't had enough hugs, she could continue to embrace him on the way back. But should she hug him? Or should she? Suddenly, she felt the bicycle accelerate. Using her mental calculations, she realized it had picked up speed by a whole kilometer per hour. Wasn't that akin to racing? The pace was too swift. Not hugging him would be perilous. "Well, since we're speeding up, I suppose I should hug him," Jiang Wanwan decided. She placed a bag of fruits on her lap, steadied it with her left hand, and wrapped her right arm around Qin Song's waist. Slowly, her head leaned in closer, and the familiar sound of her heartbeat resonated in her ears once more. Thump, thump. As Qin Song pedaled, he felt a warmth against his back, stirring a myriad of thoughts, reflecting on Jiang Wanwan's bold yet awkward actions over the past few days. He couldn't help but ponder why she had behaved this way in his previous life. Upon deeper reflection, he realized it was entirely his fault. After he began frequenting internet cafes during high school, he had neglected Jiang Wanwan, leaving her with no opportunity to express herself. Coupled with the onset of puberty, her understanding of romantic matters had become vague, and she had grown increasingly timid. Though they still sat together daily, engaged in conversation, copied homework, and sought each other's assistance, they had never truly shared their innermost thoughts, nor had they spent time alone together, let alone acted beyond the bounds of mere classmates. All their interactions transpired within the confines of the school and the classroom. Yet now, she felt an unexpected change within herself, an eagerness to take initiative. The young girl sensed that she held a unique significance in Qin Song's eyes, setting her apart from others. This realization sparked a new emotion within her, gradually emboldening her heart. It was only now that Qin Song began to comprehend Jiang Wanwan's approach to feelings. She was the type to climb the ladder if one was presented to her, yet remain quietly patient in its absence. He merely needed to forge ahead, for she would surely be there, steadfast behind him when needed. In a fleeting moment, Qin Song found himself recalling Lu Yao from the Tenet. She, who prepared diligently, studied earnestly for the impending examination, yet had not even received her test paper. In his previous life, Jiang Wanwan had seemed similarly resigned. However, in this life, Qin Song intended to annul this examination entirely. Jiang Wanwan would simply need to enter her identification number to receive a perfect score. As Qin Song rode his bicycle with Jiang Wanwan, the journey was brief, yet the weather oscillated dramatically. Under the blazing sun, it felt excessively warm, while beneath the gathering clouds, a gentle coolness emerged. The shade of the trees was the most pleasant, where light danced in a play of shadows, flickering between brightness and dimness. A soft breeze occasionally swept through, attempting to slip beneath Qin Song's shirt, only to be thwarted by the girl's hand. They soon arrived at the entrance of Taoyuan village. Jiang Wanwan quietly withdrew her hand from Qin Song's waist. The village's information center was now fully operational, and as she was still a student, she wished to avoid becoming the subject of gossip due to early romance. However, even after releasing her hand, they attracted the attention of the elderly sitting beneath the large tree at the village entrance. The young people of Taoyuan village were either working away or attending school, leaving mostly the elderly behind. Spotting such a handsome pair, sharing a bicycle, the grandfathers and grandmothers, who spent their days sunbathing, drinking tea, and playing chess, were eager to seize this opportunity for gossip. Noticing the collective gaze of the villagers fixed upon him and Jiang Wanwan, Qin Song discreetly quickened his pedaling. Upon reaching his doorstep, Jiang's great-grandmother, seated in a rocking chair, stood up upon seeing them return. Qin Song proactively brought the items from the basket to the table. "Great-grandma, I didn't bring much for my first visit. These meats, vegetables, and cake are from the market. Please don't think it too much," he said. Zhang's great-grandmother observed the bags and, while exclaiming they were too many to consume, assisted Qin Song in arranging them on the table. As she reached to pay him, Qin Song promptly declined. "Great-grandma, there is no need for that. Wanwan and I are classmates, and we sit together. My parents are also quite familiar with her mother. After all, her great-grandmother is essentially mine as well. Showing respect to our elders is simply my duty. Besides, Wanwan often tutors me in my studies." Hearing Qin Song's rapid-fire explanation, Zhang's great-grandmother ceased her attempts to pay. She glanced at Qin Song and then warmly addressed Jiang Wanwan. "Wanwan, take your classmate to rest for a bit. There's watermelon in the fridge. I'll prepare a meal for you." Hearing Zhang's great-grandmother use you instead of you two, Qin Song felt a sense of relief. The weight of familial expectations can be quite daunting. "Great-grandma, how about I help you with the cooking?" Qin Song offered with a smile. Zhang's great-grandmother shook her head, declining, yet her gaze towards him was filled with appreciation. A diligent child is always endearing. Even if he merely offered to help out of politeness, it was more commendable than remaining silent. "Wanwan, cut the watermelon in the fridge for you two to snack on. The fruit knife is on the side table." Jiang Wanwan nodded, responding, "Got it, great-grandma." She then retrieved a watermelon from the fridge, placing it on the table, and sliced through it with the fruit knife. The knife went in easily, and, as the red juice flowed forth, the refreshing aroma of the watermelon wafted through the air. The thin rind and the vibrant red flesh looked incredibly inviting, promising respite from the heat. Most importantly, the watermelon was crisp rather than grainy. Just as Qin Song, who had just splashed his face with well water, was about to see Jiang Wanwan continue cutting, he quickly intervened. "Wait." In response to Jiang Wanwan's puzzled expression, Qin Song retrieved 2 spoons from the sterilizer. "Let us share one half and eat it with spoons. Eating chilled watermelon in summer without a spoon feels utterly lacking in spirit. We're going to eat from the same half." Before Jiang Wanwan could voice her protest, Qin Song swiftly wrapped the other half in cling film and placed it in the fridge. He then scooped out the sweetest portion from the center and brought it to Jiang Wanwan's lips. "Here, this part is the sweetest." Noticing Jiang Wanwan still in a daze, Qin Song urged if you don't eat it soon, it won't be cold anymore. Prompted by his insistence, Jiang Wanwan took a bite of the watermelon from a spoon. A wave of sweetness and coolness flooded her mouth. Jiang Wanwan vowed that this was undoubtedly the most delicious piece of watermelon she had ever tasted. "How is it? Sweet?" Qin Song inquired. Jiang Wanwan nodded, her eyes squinting in delight. So good, so cold and sweet. Qin Song observed Jiang Wanwan's exaggerated expression with a hint of skepticism. Was the watermelon truly that delightful? It felt almost as though she had consumed an elixir. He took a bite from the same piece of watermelon. The flavor was indeed pleasant, yet it was simply the taste of a normal watermelon. When Jiang Wanwan noticed Qin Song using the same spoon she had, her face flushed instantly. That's my spoon. Chapter 13, I don't mind. Seeing the girl's bashful demeanor, Qin Song teased. Oh, is that so? No waities. I don't mind. With that, he continued to enjoy the watermelon, realizing that once one began eating, it was impossible to stop. Jiang Wanwan shot him a glare. I do mind. Now, the watermelon is full of your saliva. Qin Song scooped out a few more pieces, offering one to Jiang Wanwan. Here, you have one bite, and I'll have another. Jiang Wanwan shot him a look of disdain. No way. It's all your saliva. Qin Song shrugged. All right then. If you want to eat it, then all this watermelon is mine. Watching the flesh of the watermelon diminish, Jiang Wanwan could no longer contain herself. She snatched the watermelon from Qin Song's hand and eagerly dug into the remaining flesh. Eating. In less than 3 minutes, the large chunks of red fruit were all but devoured, leaving only the white rind with a few remnants of flesh. Jiang Wanwan set aside the leftover shell, declaring, This can't be thrown away. Great-grandma needs this to feed the chickens. Noticing Jiang Wanwan finishing the bits of flesh he had purposely left behind, Qin Song chuckled. Wanwan, you know what? You just did something beneficial for Mother Earth. Jiang Wanwan looked at him, somewhat puzzled. Benefiting Mother Earth. Is feeding chickens with watermelon rinds also a form of such benevolence? Qin Song shook his head and replied earnestly, No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to our use of the same spoon. Did you know that freshwater constitutes merely 2.53 of the Earth's water resources and only 0.26 of that is accessible for human use? Every drop of water we conserve equates to a chance at robust growth for those seedlings suffering from drought. By using the same spoon, we signify the reduction of one less spoon to wash. Saving the effort of washing a spoon can indeed preserve countless drops of water. And that saved water can rescue many lives on the brink of death due to thirst. Thus, by sharing a spoon, we inevitably save countless lives. Wanwan, would you join me in this endeavor to rescue those lives endangered by water scarcity? At first, Jiang Wanwan believed Qin Song was sincerely educating her on the significance of water conservation. However, upon hearing his final words, she understood his true intention. He was clearly attempting to take advantage of her, to have his way. Not a chance. It's all right. I bear no disdain for you. But I do. Then why did you enjoy your meal so much just now? Qin Song's words struck a chord, causing Jiang Wanwan to wilt, her cheeks flushing crimson. That's only because I didn't want to waste food. I'm done talking to you. I'm going to wash my hands in the backyard. Observing Jiang Wanwan's flimsy excuses, Qin Song chose not to expose her. He gauged the time and stood up to head to the kitchen. Indeed, Jiang's grandmother had already prepared the first dish, and the second was about to be served. After washing his hands briefly, Qin Song brought out the first dish, placing a large bowl inverted on top. He then returned to the kitchen to retrieve the second dish, following the same protocol. After a careful inspection of the uncooked ingredients, he noted there was only one vegetable left. The pressure cooker was already releasing steam, and the soup was ready. A short while later, Qin Song once again ventured into the kitchen to bring out the sautéed vegetables. While Zhang's grandmother was busy cleaning the pots and finishing up, he took a large bowl and ladled out a portion of soup, then removed the inverted bowls from the dishes. He set 3 small bowls on the table, each filled 7/10 with rice, and placed chopsticks atop each. Upon returning from washing her hands, Jiang Wanwan was somewhat perplexed by this sudden display of diligence from Qin Song. Why had he become so industrious all of a sudden? Zhang's grandmother, emerging from the kitchen after tidying up, also noticed Qin Song's swift and attentive actions. During dinner, she presented 2 cans of beverages before Jiang Wanwan and Qin Song. These were brought by some of my former students when they visited last New Year. My eyesight isn't great. Could you check if they're expired? If they are, just don't drink them. Qin Song inspected the cans and confirmed they were still good. Of course. How could Grandma's drinks be expired? It's clearly the juniors who returned late. Suddenly, Qin Song sensed a shift in Zhang's grandmother's demeanor towards him, transforming from initial indifference to newfound warmth. During the meal, she served him several helpings of food, urging him to eat more. Jiang Wanwan, observing this scene, chuckled inwardly. Looks like there's no need to ask Grandma. I knew she could never dislike Qin Song. If I like him, surely she would too. After the meal, Qin Song eagerly offered to wash the dishes, but was promptly shooed away by Zhang's grandmother. In truth, Qin Song felt no embarrassment in helping out in someone else's kitchen, understanding it to be a fundamental courtesy. Moreover, he had long regarded Jiang Wanwan's family as his own. After washing the dishes, Jiang's grandmother sat in the living room for a while before feeling tired and retiring for a nap. Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan reclined in the rocking chairs in the living room, the front door of the flat wide open, with the summer breeze occasionally brushing against their faces, enveloping them in an essence uniquely belonging to summer. In the courtyard outside, a table was set with strips of radish and cowpeas laid out to dry. The branches outside swayed in the wind, and sunlight danced like a playful child, weaving through the leaves to cast flickering patches of light on the ground. The boy gazed at the summer of his memories, while the girl watched him. And as he turned his head, she averted her gaze, blushing and closing her eyes. The boy sensed that her blush was not merely due to the summer warmth. By the time Qin Song awakened from the rocking chair, it was nearly 4 in the afternoon. The day was sultry, and he felt sticky and uncomfortable. Rising to his feet, he noticed that many surfaces in the room were coated with a thin layer of moisture. Quietly, he adjusted the oscillating fan to face Jiang Wanwan, turning it to its lowest setting. As he entered the kitchen and glanced at the cement floor, he found patches of moss hidden in inconspicuous corners. The southern wind blew in, bringing with it humid air that made the moss slick. Turning on the kitchen light, Qin Song realized the bulb hadn't been replaced in ages. When he looked directly at it, he felt nothing. The dim light appeared shrouded in dust. The combination of the slick moss and the dim lighting likely explained why Jiang's grandmother had fallen. Without hesitation, Qin Song grabbed a shoe brush from beside the well in the yard and began scrubbing the moss from the floor. The stifling heat made him sweat profusely, and in the cramped, relatively enclosed kitchen, he was soon drenched. Jiang Wanwan stirred awake, hearing the faint sound of scrubbing, initially thinking it was her grandmother cleaning shoes. Following the sound, she discovered it was Qin Song scrubbing the floor. "Qin Song, what are you doing?" He wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, "You're just in time. Quickly bring me a bucket of water so I can wash this moss down the drain. The southern wind has caused the moss to grow, and I worry Grandma might slip while cooking alone at home, so I decided to clean it up." Hearing his words, Jiang Wanwan felt a warm sensation in her heart and hurriedly fetched a bucket of well water. Qin Song took the scoop and rinsed the moss down the kitchen drain, then sprinkled salt over the areas where the moss had thrived. After completing this task, he stood in front of the fan and lifted his shirt, relishing the cool breeze. Jiang Wanwan approached with a glass of water. As she handed it to Qin Song, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of his subtly defined abs, glistening with sweat. The girl made every effort to control her gaze, but found herself drawn to him. "How attractive, how lovely. Wanwan, are you feeling hot? Your face is so red. If you're warm, come stand here with me to enjoy the breeze." Qin Song's sudden voice startled Jiang Wanwan. That was close, too close to being discovered. She thought to herself, no need for that. I'm not hot at all, not even a bit. You just enjoy the breeze." At that moment, Qin Song was too hot to notice Jiang Wanwan's peculiar demeanor. He lingered in front of the fan for a while before turning to Jiang Wanwan and inquiring, "Wanwan, do you know where I might procure a light bulb in the village?" "A light bulb? There's a small supermarket at the village entrance that sells them. What's the matter?" She replied, "I just noticed the kitchen light was rather dim while I was scrubbing the moss, so I thought to replace it with a brighter one." "You can change light bulbs?" Jiang Wanwan exclaimed in surprise. Qin Song nodded. In truth, changing a light bulb is not particularly challenging. One simply needs to purchase a bulb of the same type. You unscrew the old bulb and screw in the new one. But you must first turn off the main power supply to avoid the risk of electric shock. "By the way, where's Grandma?" Qin Song asked. "She is probably off chatting and playing cards with the other grandmothers in the village," Jiang Wanwan replied. Qin Song nodded in agreement. It was quite nice that the elderly had their own leisure activities. They wouldn't just sit at home all day, feeling lonely due to a lack of company. Accompanying Jiang Wanwan to the village supermarket, Qin Song purchased an 800-lumen light bulb, marking the honorable retirement of the old 400-lumen bulb. Upon their return, they found Jiang Wanwan's grandmother already home, preparing a bed in an empty bedroom. Though she verbally expressed concerns about wasting money regarding the light bulb replacement, her eyes betrayed her delight at the prospect. After Qin Song had successfully replaced the bulb, he intended to reheat the leftover dishes from lunch. But Jiang Wanwan shooed him out of the kitchen. "I'll handle the reheating. You take a break. Otherwise, it feels as though this is your grandmother's home," she said. Qin Song chuckled. "But your grandmother is my grandmother too." Jiang Wanwan shot him a glare, though secretly she felt a thrill of joy. Seated in the living room, while Jiang Wanwan warmed the dishes and her grandmother arranged the bed, Qin Song, unable to find stillness, decided to assist Jiang Wanwan's grandmother with the bed-making. Upon entering the bedroom, he discovered that Jiang Wanwan's grandmother had already made the bed, with a hand-woven mat and pillow laid atop the sheets and a fan whirring softly in the room. Seeing Qin Song enter, she patted the bed and said, "Qin Song, come in and sit. Let us have a chat." Despite her kindly smile, Qin Song felt a twinge of trepidation. This was primarily due to her decades of experience as a primary school teacher, which exuded an inexplicable authority. All right, he muttered. "I have no ulterior motives. I simply wish to converse with you, so there is no need to feel so anxious." Even with her reassurance, Qin Song's heart remained somewhat unsettled. In his past life, he had only known that Jiang Wanwan had a grandmother, never having met her. Today marked their first encounter. "Actually, Wanwan's mother called me before you arrived and mentioned your situation," Jiang Wanwan's grandmother continued. "Every time Wanwan returns to her hometown, she occasionally brings you up. The incident this morning was quite intentional on my part. I noticed that the way Wanwan looks at you is reminiscent of how I once gazed at her grandfather. Moreover, your gaze towards Wanwan mirrors her grandfather's look towards me. Given Wanwan's nature, once she has set her sights on someone, she is unlikely to change her mind easily. I am aware of both your feelings, yet I hope you both focus on your studies for the college entrance examination. After teaching for so many years and advocating against early romantic entanglements, I would not wish for such matters to disrupt my granddaughter. My words are not intended to imply that you lack effort, nor to suggest that I wish to separate you. I have taught for decades and firmly believe the right person will stand at the forefront of your future." Qin Song's expression turned serious. "Grandmother, I share the same sentiment. I will strive alongside Wanwan so that we may both gain admission to a prestigious university." Jiang Wanwan's grandmother nodded, then shook her head. "While my words do indeed encourage your diligence, they're not solely about that. It is true that the college entrance examination is a significant milestone. It is not the only path. Even if you do not attend the same university as Wanwan, or if you do not gain university admission at all, I would not oppose your relationship. I merely hope you treat Wanwan well, and only her well. That is sufficient." Qin Song replied earnestly, "I will, grandmother." With a smile, she nodded. "You will stay in this room tonight. Everything is ready. The mosquito repellent and lighter are beneath the bed. Feel free to use them if needed." Qin Song nodded and brought in his suitcase from the living room. He fully comprehended Jiang Wanwan's grandmother's intentions. In China, the college entrance examination represents a profound division. As a retired educator, she naturally places a higher value on it than others might. Since Jiang Wanwan's mother had shared his basic situation, it was likely she also conveyed his academic performance. A boy with poor grades approaching her academically gifted granddaughter with ulterior motives and both harboring mutual affections would warrant concern. It would not be out of line for her to directly admonish Qin Song not to interfere with Jiang Wanwan's exam preparations. However, she chose instead to encourage him, urging him to strive to keep pace with Jiang Wanwan. Given such treatment, what more could Qin Song say? He would simply work hard. After the three enjoyed dinner, Jiang Wanwan's grandmother bid them farewell and headed to the village square for a dance. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan pulled Qin Song into her room, where they commenced an intense study session at her desk. Qin Song was astonished to find a remarkable improvement in his learning abilities. Having been away from high school for years, he could still manage some straightforward problems, but once the questions became convoluted, he found himself at a loss. He initially thought studying would be arduous, but after Jiang Wanwan explained a concept for the first time, he surprisingly managed to tackle a similar problem. Following her explanation of that analogous problem, Qin Song found himself able to apply the knowledge flexibly and comprehensively. Could this be his stroke of genius? Qin Song's heart swelled with delight. In Chapter 15, the question arose, would bathing together be a more water-conserving option? After Jiang Wanwan had explained 3 concepts to Qin Song, she began to sense something amiss. Upon completing the first concept, Qin Song managed to solve the problem. And Jiang Wanwan initially thought it was merely serendipity that he knew that particular question. When she explained the second concept, and Qin Song solved that as well, she was taken aback. But it was the third concept that truly astonished her. Despite its significantly greater difficulty, Qin Song was still able to solve it. "Qin Song, how did you suddenly become so astute?" Here was someone who had to cram just to pass an academic proficiency exam. Yet he had managed to tackle the challenging problems from past math college entrance exams. It was nothing short of astonishing. Although Jiang Wanwan had first outlined the problem-solving approach and the necessary formulas and concepts, mastering mathematics involves a distinct separation between understanding and execution. It's all thanks to Ms. Zhang's excellent teaching. Without her meticulous guidance, I certainly wouldn't have progressed so swiftly. Qin Song chuckled. As she watched the grinning Qin Song, Jiang Wanwan fell into contemplation. While the educational quality in Jiang City may not be the strongest in the province, it was certainly not lacking. During the first 2 semesters of high school, Qin Song consistently found himself at the bottom of his class, often ranking among the last 10 or 15 students out of over 1,000. To be among the bottom 15 in such a large cohort certainly requires a certain lack of aptitude. Jiang Wanwan vividly remembers a particular biology exam in her freshman year, where one of the multiple choice questions pertained to assessing the density of field mice. Option A was the sampling method, Option B the mark recapture method, Option C the visual estimation method, and Option D the questionnaire survey. This straightforward question should have been a breeze for any typical high school student, with the correct answer being B. Even selecting A or C could have been defensible. Yet Qin Song inexplicably chose D. How could someone who would have field mice fill out questionnaires possess such remarkable insight when tackling complex math questions for the college entrance examination? At that moment, Jiang Wanwan felt a singular emotion coursing through her, pure joy. If Qin Song possessed such intelligence, then with diligent study during their senior year, might he not be able to join her at the same university? The thought filled her with excitement. Come, let us continue with the questions. Jiang Wanwan eagerly offered to help Qin Song, and he was equally willing to listen. Thus, the hours slipped away unnoticed until 10 o'clock in the evening. During their study session, Jiang Wanwan's grandmother even brought in a plate of apples, reminding the two to rest early and not study too late before retiring to her room for the night. All right, now I will randomly name a few of the first 20 elements from the periodic table, and you shall recite their outermost electron configurations, atomic radii, and the periodicity of their main valences. Would you like to glance at the book first? Qin Song nodded, flipping open the textbook, only to furrow his brow and close it once again. Jiang Wanwan observed his expression and inquired, "What is wrong? Can't memorize them? Do you need me to teach you a few techniques?" Qin Song shook his head. "No, it's just that my periodic table is missing 6 elements." "How could that be?" Jiang Wanwan asked, flipping through his chemistry book, finding nothing amiss. "This is a perfectly normal periodic table." Qin Song pointed earnestly at the table in the book. "Look, my future magnesium, aluminum, rhodium, and polonium are here teaching me chemistry. And my zinc is right there as well. I even want to have potassium with her, so that makes 6 elements missing." At his words, Jiang Wanwan's face flushed a deep shade of peach. "You must not stray from the topic. Let us conclude our studies for today. I need to take a shower and sleep." With that, she hurriedly ushered Qin Song out of her room. Qin Song chuckled, scratching his nose as he returned to his room to grab a towel and a change of clothes before heading to the bathroom in the common area to shower. Jiang Wanwan had a small bathroom in her room, so she did not need to venture out. As she bathed, thoughts of Qin Song's remarks about conserving water drifted into her mind. Teachers had always emphasized the importance of water conservation, stating that using the same spoon could save numerous lives at risk due to water scarcity. What if they bathed together? A delicate blush crept on her cheeks, and she blinked her large eyes in disbelief, taking a deep breath and vigorously rubbing her face. "Jiang Wanwan, what on earth are you thinking? You're a minor, a high school student. Your focus should be on preparing for the college entrance exam, helping Qin Song study diligently so he can catch up and attend the same university as you, not pondering whether sharing a shower would save more water." After her shower, Jiang Wanwan lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. Foolish Qin Song. Foolish Qin Song. It's all your fault. She kicked the thin blanket off her stomach in frustration. Meanwhile, Qin Song lay in his room, sound asleep. The following morning, she stood by his bedside, calling out, "Foolish Qin Song, get up for breakfast and study." Qin Song groggily sat up, glancing at his phone to find it was only 7 in the morning. Get up. Get up. Grandma is making breakfast." Wearing only a tank top and baggy shorts, Qin Song didn't need to change. After rising, he grabbed his toothbrush and toothpaste and headed to the bathroom to wash up. As he was washing his face, Jiang Wanwan's grandmother brought in 3 bowls of simple home-cooked noodles, adding an extra fried egg to Qin Song's bowl. "Boys need to eat well. They're growing." She smiled at him. Seeing Qin Song gloat, Jiang Wanwan pouted, "Grandma, you're biased. I only have 1 fried egg, and Qin Song has 2. Jiang Wanwan's grandmother looked at her granddaughter, who at 17 still resembled a child, and smiled indulgently. "I just don't want you to waste food. If you want, I can fry you 2 more right now. With 2 more added to the 1 I already have, that would be 3. Then I'd have 1 more fried egg than Qin Song." But she didn't want her grandmother to fry more, knowing she wouldn't finish them. "No need, Grandma. If you fry me 2 more, I'd have 3 fried eggs, which would be too much for me. I'm not like some people who can eat so much." She shot a teasing glance at Qin Song and made a face. Qin Song found the scene amusing, having never seen Jiang Wanwan quite like this before. After they finished breakfast, Jiang Wanwan's grandmother went back to work, leaving Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan at home together. Looking at Jiang Wanwan, who was sitting on a stool rubbing her stomach, Qin Song suggested, "How about we study this afternoon instead? The weather is so lovely this morning, with a gentle breeze, and it's not too hot. Would you take me out to explore? It's my first time here." After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Wanwan nodded, All right, we can have some fun in the morning and study in the afternoon and evening. Chapter 16. Qin Song, I miss Dad. With Jiang Wanwan's agreement, Qin Song hurried to his room to change into a fresh outfit. He donned a white short-sleeved shirt paired with gray shorts and breathable black and white sneakers, exuding youthful charm. When he emerged, Jiang Wanwan also stepped out of her bedroom. She wore a loose-fitting white short-sleeve top with light blue denim shorts, and her pristine white shoes were complemented by a pair of pale yellow long socks, adding a touch of flair. Her slender, smooth legs glowed like cream, momentarily captivating Qin Song's gaze. Noticing Qin Song's intense stare, Jiang Wanwan instinctively tried to cover her legs with her hands, but they were too long and her hands too small to conceal them entirely. "You big pervert, don't look, don't look," Jiang Wanwan exclaimed. Her cheeks puffed with indignation. Qin Song reluctantly shifted his gaze, defending himself. "I'm not a pervert. I'm merely appreciating beauty. Everyone has an innate appreciation for beauty. It is only because I trust you that I do not conceal my nature in your presence." Jiang Wanwan shot him a glare. "Spare me. You are simply unabashedly lecherous." Once Qin Song ceased his scrutiny, Jiang Wanwan dropped her hands, her voice brimming with excitement. "Let us go. I'll take you to a wonderful place, my secret base." As Qin Song followed Jiang Wanwan's lead, they traversed a stretch of countryside concrete path until they arrived at a grassy slope. Upon cresting the hill, they continued along a rural path for a while longer until a series of stone steps came into view. Ascending the stone steps, a small creek soon appeared before Qin Song's eyes. Jiang Wanwan dashed ahead, swiftly locating two flat stones jutting out from the creek bank. "Qin Song, come sit." Qin Song approached and took a seat beside Jiang Wanwan. The young girl deftly removed her shoes and placed them aside, peeling off her socks to reveal her fair, delicate feet, which glimmered with a hint of pink under the sunlight. Her toenails were neatly trimmed, and her playful toes swayed in the air, charmingly petite and exquisitely cute, reminiscent of tender new buds or drooping willow branches, evoking an irresistible desire to touch and kiss them. Jiang Wanwan first dipped her left foot into the stream, followed by the back of her right foot, ensuring the water was at a comfortable temperature before gradually submerging both feet. "Qin Song, you should join me. This feels wonderful." Not hearing a response, she turned her head and found Qin Song staring intently at her toes. "Qin Song, what are you looking at? You big pervert." Snapped back to reality, Qin Song chuckled. "The stream is so clear. Your feet are so pristine." To punish this brazen pervert, Jiang Wanwan splashed her dainty feet on the water surface, drenching Qin Song's face. Not one to back down, Qin Song reached for her feet, attempting to seize them. Jiang Wanwan dodged left and right, but ultimately, her feet fell into Qin Song's clutches. "Ha, that tickles." "Qin Song, I was wrong, please let go." Upon hearing her pleas, Qin Song reluctantly released her. Jiang Wanwan immediately sat up straight, hiding her feet beneath her clothing. "Wait a minute. He was the one who stole glances at my feet. Why am I the one apologizing?" She mused inwardly. Could it be that Qin Song has a fondness for my legs and feet? Otherwise, why would he keep sneaking looks? What do they call it online? Foot fetish. Surely he doesn't have such a quirk? It would be one thing to admire my legs, but to take an interest in my feet and even touch them. After wrestling with her thoughts for a while, Jiang Wanwan suddenly realized, no matter which part of me Qin Song admires, I ascend at all a form of affection. With this thought, she cast aside her shyness, and, under Qin Song's gaze, revealed her feet from beneath her clothing, submerging them once more in the stream. Her expression one of pure enjoyment. Seeing this, Qin Song followed suit, removing his shoes and socks before placing his feet into the water. The stream flowed gently, each movement seeming to caress Qin Song's feet in a soothing embrace. It was a moment of both physical and spiritual cleansing and relaxation, and he cherished this rare moment of joy with Jiang Wanwan. Suddenly, a soft sobbing sound broke the tranquility. Qin Song turned sharply to find Jiang Wanwan hunched over, burying her head in her clothing, her shoulders trembling. "Wanwan, what is wrong?" he asked urgently. "If you don't like me looking at your feet, I won't do it anymore. Just please don't cry." At the sound of his voice, Jiang Wanwan lifted her head, her doe-like eyes shimmering with unshed tears, ready to spill over at any moment. "Qin Song, I miss my dad." Qin Song knew little about her father, only that he had passed away when Jiang Wanwan was 6 years old. Since then, he had made a conscious effort to avoid provoking her, and instead had taken on the role of protector in her life. Her father must have brought her to this place many times, allowing her to bask in the breeze and soak her feet. It seemed this girl was overcome with memories. At that moment, Qin Song could no longer concern himself with whether Jiang Wanwan would feel embarrassed. Seeing her cry stirred an indescribable ache within him. He took her hand, guiding her head to rest on his shoulder. "You miss your dad? Then let us go see him." "Is it far?" Qin Song asked, uncertain of where Jiang Wanwan's father was laid to rest. After a brief moment of sobbing in Qin Song's embrace, she replied, "My dad is buried at the Martyrs Cemetery on the outskirts of the city, about 10 kilometers from here." The Martyrs Cemetery? Upon hearing this, Qin Song promptly dried his feet, donned his socks and shoes, and stood up. "Let us go see Dad." "But that's nearly 10 kilometers. We don't have a vehicle," she protested. "Who says we don't?" Qin Song quietly dried Jiang Wanwan's feet with his clothing, helped her into her socks and shoes, and took her hand to head home. Once they arrived, Qin Song immediately wheeled out an old bicycle. "See, this is our ride. Just over 10 kilometers, we can cycle there. I'll ride, and you can sit in the back. We'll get there in under an hour." "But the sun will be blazing soon," Jiang Wanwan fretted, glancing at the increasingly bright sunlight. Though she longed to visit her father, she felt uneasy about making Qin Song ride in the scorching heat for an hour. In response, Qin Song retrieved 2 sun-blocking jackets from a box he had prepared. He had brought them for himself and Jiang Wanwan, anticipating they would help with farm work at her grandmother's house, thus protecting them from sunburn. Little did he know they would prove useful for this journey instead. "With these sun-blocking jackets, we won't have to worry about the heat." Jiang Wanwan took the jacket from Qin Song, her skepticism evident. "Really? Well, it may still be hot, but at least we won't get burned." Understanding her reluctance to allow him such hardship, Qin Song offered a different reason. "I also want to visit your uncle. We've known each other for so long, yet I've never been to see him. Wanwan, will you accompany me?" With that, Qin Song playfully patted the back seat and declared, "Princess, please hop on." Upon hearing Qin Song's playful invitation, Jiang Wanwan no longer hesitated and nodded in agreement. "Today, let us make this guy work hard. I can always repay him later." "But how? What is Qin Song like?" As she recalled their earlier antics by the stream, a thought suddenly surfaced in her mind. "What if I show him my legs, or let him touch my feet?" No, that wouldn't he do. Qin Song wouldn't he be that shallow. Perhaps it would be better to teach him some study problems instead. "The thermos at home is empty. I'll go boil some water to fill it for us to drink on the way," Jiang Wanwan mentioned to Qin Song. He nodded in response. He too needed to perform some maintenance on the old bicycle. Though it was durable, it still required care. At the very least, he needed to lubricate the chain with some oil. However, after searching for a while, Qin Song found no oil in Jiang Wanwan's grandmother's house. He figured they wouldn't keep such supplies there, as the bicycle was seldom used. Reluctantly, he settled for using cooking oil as a substitute. It was acceptable to use cooking oil occasionally to lubricate the bicycle chain. Qin Song grabbed a disposable cup from the kitchen and poured some cooking oil into it, then took 2 disposable cotton swabs from the living room. Kneeling in front of the bicycle, he dipped the cotton swabs into the oil and evenly applied it to the chain, completing the task. Finally, Qin Song made his way back to the kitchen to check on Jiang Wanwan's progress. At this moment, Jiang Wanwan was crouching on the ground, pouring the nearly cooled water into a prepared thermos. The girl, engrossed in her task, was entirely oblivious to the arrival of Qin Song. As she bent forward, the loose white short-sleeve shirt slipped down from her collarbone due to the pull of gravity. Qin Song, standing before her, inadvertently caught a glimpse of the delicate scenery revealed beneath her shirt. She wore a charming little white tank top adorned with a petite lace bow. Jiang Wanwan was currently in a squatting position, and the pressure from her knees nearly caused her pristine form to spill out of her top. Although this was somewhat due to the constriction of her posture, it was undeniable that her figure possessed an extraordinary allure. A thought surged uncontrollably within Qin Song's mind. How has Wanwan developed so splendidly? Suddenly, Qin Song felt a warmth rising in his nose, followed by a rush of blood escaping from his nostrils. Realizing something was amiss, he hastily covered his nose, but it was already too late. Drip! The fresh blood fell to the ground. Noticing the blood, Jiang Wanwan looked up and saw Qin Song clutching his nose, his gaze inadvertently landing on her exposed collar. Lowering her head, she was mortified to discover that she had inadvertently bared herself. She quickly stood up, covering her clothes, her face flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, "Qin Song, you big pervert, you letcher." Despite her words, the tender-hearted Jiang Wanwan immediately took Qin Song to the wash basin. Fortunately, his nosebleed had only been a slight trickle and soon ceased. Otherwise, their destination would not have been the Martyrs Cemetery, but rather a rural clinic. Observing Qin Song's evasive gaze and disheveled appearance, Jiang Wanwan could not help but chuckle. "Ha! Serves you right for peeking." Hearing her words, Qin Song felt a twinge of guilt and muttered softly, "You wouldn't let me look openly anyway." However, his voice, though barely above a whisper, reached Jiang Wanwan's ears in the quiet environment. Qin Song, consequently, his left ear turned bright red within 10 seconds. Indeed, it was Jiang Wanwan who was responsible for this embarrassment. "Ahem, I'm going to change into something else in the bedroom," Qin Song said, noting that his t-shirt had inevitably borne some blood. As Qin Song stepped out, Jiang Wanwan first locked the kitchen door before continuing to fill the thermos with water. Once filled, she sprinkled a handful of salt into the water before sealing the lid. By the way, remember to call Grandma and tell her you're visiting Dad. Otherwise, she'll worry about what we're up to. Qin Song reminded her before they set off. Jiang Wanwan nodded. Of course I will. She then took out her phone and dialed. Moments later, she hung up, relaying, Grandma said we can go, but we must return before 6 in the afternoon. Qin Song nodded in agreement, relieved as long as they weren't back during the midday hours when the sun was at its fiercest. The two set off. The sun at 8 in the morning was not overly harsh, and Qin Song rode along the country path, occasionally feeling a refreshing breeze. Exiting the village, they arrived at a smooth cement road. To reach their destination sooner, Qin Song began to pedal faster. At this point, Jiang Wanwan, seated on the back, was not wearing a skirt, allowing her to sit comfortably. Even as the bicycle accelerated, she could firmly grasp the small handlebar in front of her. Can this little handle really keep me steady? Jiang Wanwan pondered. What if I lose my grip and fall? If I fall, Qin Song will fall too. And then we have to go to the hospital. If we go to the hospital, there will be medications, injections, and surgeries. What dire consequences. My goodness. The repercussions of not holding on to Qin Song are so grave. Thus, her delicate hands gradually wrapped around the boy's waist, her head gently resting against his back. The rhythmic beating of his heart resonating in her ears. Despite Qin Song's best efforts to speed up, he could not outpace the rising sun. The refreshing morning breeze gradually transformed into a scorching heat. Although his sun-protective clothing blocked some UV rays, it was still an extra layer. All Qin Song could feel was heat. Suddenly, he spotted a stream not far down the left diverging path, accompanied by a pavilion and several stone benches and tables. Qin Song turned into the path and parked under the pavilion, intending to wash his face in the stream, but Jiang Wanwan called out to him. Sensing his intent, her serious little face admonished, "You can't wash immediately. You might catch a cold. First, rest and hydrate with some salt water, then wash your face." She unscrewed the thermos and handed it to Qin Song. He took the cup and gulped down the contents. After a few swigs, he returned the thermos to Jiang Wanwan. Chapter 18. Before the Grave. Jiang Wanwan took the cup from Qin Song's hand. Her expression conflicted as she gazed at the cup's rim. This fool actually shared his mouth with me. How can I drink from it now? She glanced at the stream. But I can't drink raw water. Well, we've both used the same spoon, so using the same cup shouldn't be a problem, right? Yes, it's fine. Resolving this in her mind, Jiang Wanwan brought the cup to her lips and drank. After a couple of sips, she smacked her lips. Isn't this supposed to be salt water? Why does it taste a bit sweet? At that moment, eager to wash his face in the stream, Qin Song was lifting the hem of his shirt to fan himself, attempting to cool off. When Jiang Wanwan finished drinking and tightened the cap, preparing to place the cup on the stone table, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of the contents beneath Qin Song's shirt. Jiang Wanwan swore she wasn't doing it on purpose. Beads of sweat glistened atop his defined abs. I wish I could help wipe the sweat off Qin Song. The thought unexpectedly leapt into her mind, shocking her. Oh no. Why do I feel like I've turned into a lecherous girl? She thought. No, I can't look. I mustn't look. One last glance, just a glance. 2 glances. 3 glances. 4. Suddenly, the girl felt a warmth in her nose. In an instant, she realized what was to come. Without delay, she sprang to her feet and dashed toward the stream. Qin Song was startled. Wanwan, what's wrong? Jiang Wanwan bent down and shouted, I'm hot. I need to wash my face. Wait until I'm done, then it's your turn, and you mustn't come over. As Qin Song watched Jiang Wanwan crouch down to wash her face, he assumed it was because of the earlier incident in the kitchen that made her shy. He thought nothing of getting closer to her. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan was splashing the stream water onto her face, blood trickling from her nose. Fortunately, it stopped after a few drops. How embarrassing. I peeked at Qin Song's abs and ended up with a nosebleed. Just like when he caught me looking and I mocked him for it. Fortunately, I was not discovered by Qin Song. Otherwise, he would certainly mock me, Jiang Wanwan mused. After ensuring that there were no traces of a nosebleed on her face, she returned to the pavilion. Upon seeing her return, Qin Song eagerly approached the creek and bent down to wash his face. After a brief moment of refreshing himself, he resumed their journey with Jiang Wanwan, determined to reach their destination promptly. This urgency was not solely for Jiang Wanwan's sake, but also to avoid the scorching sun. As time passed and noon approached, the sun would only intensify. In just 5 minutes, Qin Song pedaled his bicycle away from the rural cement roads and onto the county road. If we continue along this path, we will arrive shortly, Jiang Wanwan remarked. Qin Song nodded, leaning forward to pedal with vigor. Gradually, the destination, the Martyrs' Cemetery, came into view. Let us ride a bit further, Jiang Wanwan instructed. Following her directions, 2 minutes later, Qin Song arrived at a modest bungalow. He secured his bicycle next to a large tree and followed Jiang Wanwan toward the house. Jiang Wanwan knocked on the door, calling, "Aunt Huang, are you home?" A woman's voice replied from within, "Who is it?" "Aunt Huang, it's Wanwan." Moments later, the door opened to reveal a gentle woman clad in a cotton and linen dress. Upon seeing Jiang Wanwan, Aunt Huang smiled and said, "Wanwan, you've come." "Oh dear, I didn't recognize your voice at first. Please don't hold it against me." Turning her gaze to Qin Song, Aunt Huang inquired of Jiang Wanwan, "Who is this young man?" Jiang Wanwan explained, "This is my classmate. He accompanied me here." Aunt Huang regarded Qin Song with a discerning look and nodded. She welcomed them inside and poured 2 glasses of water. "Aunt Huang, do you have any white chrysanthemums?" Jiang Wanwan asked. Aunt Huang responded with a smile, "Yes, just a moment. I'll go fetch some." Immediately, Qin Song interjected, "Aunt Huang, could you please bring me a bouquet of yellow chrysanthemums?" Aunt Huang nodded and then departed with the keys to her electric bike and her helmet. When she was gone, Jiang Wanwan elaborated, "My father was a firefighter who sacrificed his life during a mission when I was 6. He is buried here. The woman I just referred to as Aunt Huang lost her husband in the same mission, and she voluntarily became the caretaker of the cemetery. We cannot burn paper or incense during the memorials here. Aunt Huang's sister owns a flower shop a couple of kilometers away. I always buy a bouquet from her when I come to visit my father and rest there." Listening to Jiang Wanwan's account, Qin Song nodded in understanding. Approximately 20 minutes later, Aunt Huang returned, carrying 2 bouquets of fresh flowers, 1 white chrysanthemum and 1 yellow chrysanthemum. She handed the white bouquet to Jiang Wanwan and the yellow one to Qin Song. Aunt Huang looked at Jiang Wanwan and remarked, "If your father knew about your excellent achievements and that you brought such a considerate young man to see him, he would surely be delighted. You don't need to pay for these flowers. Consider them a token of Annie's affection." Jiang Wanwan nodded, pretending not to notice Aunt Huang's slip of the tongue. "Aunt Huang, I'm going to visit my father now." Aunt Huang nodded in agreement, saying, "Go ahead. You can have lunch here. I've already prepared the dishes." She lifted a transparent plastic bag from the ground, which contained a piece of cured meat, some garlic sprouts and chilies, a few tomatoes, eggs, and a handful of vegetables. Jiang Wanwan and Qin Song both expressed their gratitude to Aunt Huang as they stepped out and headed towards the cemetery, navigating the familiar paths. Jiang Wanwan skillfully avoided the main roads, taking shortcuts to reach her father's gravestone in the shortest time possible. It seemed as though she had traversed this small path countless times, her familiarity evoking a sense of tenderness in Qin Song. Placing the flowers before the gravestone, Jiang Wanwan knelt and bowed 3 times. Uncle Jiang, Qin Song had previously referred to Jiang Wanwan's father in this manner, but he had not uttered it since she was 6 until this moment. "Uncle Jiang, I've come to visit you with Wanwan." After bowing, Qin Song expected Jiang Wanwan to break down in tears or share her innermost thoughts with her father. However, she remained silent, simply taking out a handkerchief to wipe the dust off the gravestone before resting her head against it, her face pressed against the stone, eyes closed, uttering not a word. "Qin Song, do you think my father loves me?" Jiang Wanwan suddenly inquired. "Of course he loves you. That goes without saying," Qin Song promptly replied. "But why hasn't he come to me in my dreams even once?" Qin Song was momentarily taken aback by her words. Just as he was preparing to find the right words to comfort Jiang Wanwan, he noticed she had fallen asleep. Chapter 19. "Do you think I am heavy?" She rested against the gravestone, her arms serving as a pillow, remnants of tears still visible on her face. The cemetery boasted lush greenery and a flat, expansive terrain. Each gravestone was surrounded by verdant plants. Consequently, the breeze here was considerably stronger than in other places, and the temperature was slightly cooler. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing the branches of a small tree to bend downward, while the leaves gently caressed the girl's head like a warm hand. When the wind subsided, the shadows of the trees replaced the leaves, continuing their comforting gesture. Out of nowhere, a fresh, tender leaf fell from the branch that had just brushed against the girl's head, landing softly in Qin Song's palm. He gazed at the leaf in his hand before looking up at the tree beside the gravestone, deep in thought. Silently, Qin Song lifted Jiang Wanwan in a princess carry. The journey back was not long, but to avoid waking her, he slowed his pace considerably. As they made their way back, Qin Song continually questioned himself. Undoubtedly, in that fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of tenderness for the girl cradled in his arms. Was it pity? He repeatedly interrogated himself, then shook his head vehemently. No, it was not pity. Jiang Wanwan did not need pity. If it wasn't pity, then what was it? He pondered. Perhaps it was affection. Perhaps love? No, it was just perhaps. It was certain. In his previous life, Qin Song had indeed harbored feelings for Jiang Wanwan. He simply felt that their familiarity was so profound that it rendered him shy to make a move. After all, even a rabbit would not eat the grass near its burrow. Jiang Wanwan was undeniably remarkable. Exceptional individuals never lacked admirers. Wealthy second-generation heirs, third-generation tycoons, children of officials, and so on. Even first-generation affluent individuals and officials were in the mix. Yet, he had been an ordinary person, utterly unremarkable. And how could he possibly compare? As a straight man and an idealistic romantic, Qin Song found himself gradually corroded by the realities of life after entering society, eroding the fortress of youthful ideals he had once constructed. In his previous life, he believed that discussing romance without material concerns was a bygone era. Nevertheless, even so, he still held on a hope and fantasy regarding pure love. Otherwise, he would not have remained a virgin at the age of 27, with his most intimate interactions with girls limited to holding hands and hugs. Truly a naive soul. His past university girlfriends had all fled upon learning that Qin Song dated with the intention of marriage. In the prime of youth, how could one stumble over a single tree? Upon graduating, the individuals introduced to Qin Song from matchmaking resembled police officers conducting a household registration check. Their intentions solely focused on finding a partner for the sake of practicality and social status. Qin Song held little interest in this, leading to a series of failed matchmaking attempts, ultimately resulting in him being blacklisted by certain matchmakers. For a time, he believed that if he were to truly be with Jiang Wanwan, it would be impossible to sustain a lifelong relationship solely based on their youthful memories together. His feelings of inferiority and the familiarity between them led Qin Song to repeatedly reinforce the notion within himself that they were merely friends, childhood companions, or close buddies. Over time, he began to accept this perception as truth. Now, as he introspects, he questions whether he and Jiang Wanwan are truly just childhood friends, mere acquaintances, or indeed something more profound. Is that truly the case? The answer is an emphatic no. At this moment, a singular thought occupies his mind. Why has fate intertwined their lives so closely? It must be a divine arrangement, designed to place him in a position to seize the opportunity. If he hesitates to act, would he not be betraying the benevolence of the universe? What? You dare suggest that he is not Jiang Wanwan's ideal choice? That his actions are selfish? To hell with that. Love is inherently selfish. It denies the other the right to love anyone else. Even if Jiang Wanwan were to subsist on pickled vegetables in the future, they would be one she had personally prepared. Moreover, how could he possibly allow her to eat such fare? How can one know the joy of a fish if one is not a fish? Qin Song scooped Jiang Wanwan into his arms and returned to Aunt Huang's home. Observing Aunt Huang's inquiring gaze, he explained, Wanwan fell asleep by her father's gravestone, and I feared she might catch a chill, so I brought her back. Aunt Huang, could you please find a bed for Wanwan to lie down for a while? Aunt Huang nodded vigorously and led Qin Song to the bedroom. This is where I usually sleep. You can let Wanwan rest here. Previously, when Wanwan visited her father with her grandmother, she occasionally took a short nap here. Qin Song nodded, placing Jiang Wanwan gently on the bed. Aunt Huang, would you mind removing Wanwan's shoes and socks? As a young man, I find it somewhat awkward. With that, Qin Song conscientiously exited the room. Aunt Huang watched his retreating figure, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. She carefully removed Jiang Wanwan's shoes and socks, covering her with a light blanket, and adjusted the air conditioning to a comfortable 26 degrees before quietly exiting the room and closing the door behind her. Sitting beside Qin Song in the living room, Aunt Huang asked, "What is your relationship with Wanwan?" Qin Song rubbed his nose, replying, "We are classmates and deskmates." Aunt Huang revealed a cryptic smile. "Is that all?" "Well, we are childhood sweethearts," he added. "Anything else?" "No, that's about it." Aunt Huang shook her head with a chuckle. "Young man, put in a bit more effort. I have faith in you. Don't be deceived by Wanwan's carefree demeanor. She harbors a delicate heart." Qin Song nodded awkwardly upon hearing Aunt Huang's words. "Is it really that obvious? People seem to say this wherever he goes. Sit tight. It's almost 11. I'll head to the kitchen to prepare lunch." Qin Song nodded and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Aunt Huang." She waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing. I have a fondness for that girl." Qin Song offered to help in the kitchen, but Aunt Huang insisted he leave. Though the kitchen was equipped with a range hood, the delightful aromas of the dishes wafted into the living room and bedroom. In her dreams, Jiang Wanwan caught a whiff of the enticing scents, causing her stomach to grumble. She stirred awake, surveying her surroundings and quickly deducing she was in Aunt Huang's bedroom. Upon entering the living room, she discovered Qin Song had dozed off with his head resting on the table. Aunt Huang emerged from the kitchen with the last dish of stir-fried greens. Signaling Jiang Wanwan to be quiet, she whispered, "Your classmate brought you here on his bicycle and carried you back while you were asleep. He must be exhausted. If you're hungry, go ahead and eat. Let him rest a bit longer." Before Jiang Wanwan could respond, Qin Song stirred awake. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he apologized to Aunt Huang. "I'm sorry, Aunt Huang, I accidentally fell asleep." Aunt Huang waved her hand nonchalantly. As long as you can eat and sleep. That's what matters for good health. Now that you're awake, wash your hands and join us for lunch. Wan, you two, hurry and wash your hands. The two nodded and obediently made their way to the kitchen to wash up. Jiang Wan tucked her hair behind her ear. I heard from Aunt Huang that you carry me back. Qin Song nodded. Yes, what's on your mind? May I ask you a question? Do you think I'm heavy? Noticing that he had tired her out, he replied, I saw you were so tired you fell asleep on the table. Seeing Jiang Wan's shy demeanor, he realized she had begun to move past her sorrow. Chapter 20. Do you prefer boys or girls? He nodded and joked. Heavy? Absolutely. You're immensely heavy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan's gaze dropped, her mood slightly dampened. Is he implying I'm overweight? Should I consider losing weight? You are my entire world. How could you not be heavy? Qin Song smiled gently. His well-timed words struck a chord within her. She remained silent, hastily rinsing the soap off her hands before swiftly exiting the kitchen. Qin Song soon followed. As they finished washing their hands and took their seats, Aunt Huang chimed in with a smile. We have a small stir-fried pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and some sautéed vegetables. Although it may not be lavish, considering we are in the countryside, it's the best I can do. Qin Song and Jiang Wan both shook their heads vigorously. How can we complain? The aroma alone is delightful. Qin Song took a bite of the pork. Delicious. Aunt Huang, it's a loss for the people of Jiangsheng that you haven't opened a restaurant. Jiang Wan nodded in agreement. Aunt Huang's cooking is the best. I must learn from you when I have the time. Aunt Huang chuckled. It's not that exaggerated. You two have such sweet tongues. With that, she used her unused chopsticks to serve each of them a portion of pork. Enjoy it. Feel free to eat as much as you like. Treat this as your home. Qin Song and Jiang Wan exchanged a knowing glance, then quickly averted their eyes, as if jolted. Aunt Huang sensed the unique atmosphere at the table, but chose not to address it. After finishing her meal, she smiled at them. Take your time eating once you're done. Just leave the dishes in the kitchen. I'll take a walk around the cemetery and can wash up when I return. With that, Aunt Huang stepped outside with her son Umbrella, leaving the two of them to share a moment of silent contemplation. Unbeknownst to Qin Song, his simple remark in the kitchen had ignited a whirlwind of emotions within Jiang Wan's heart. Amidst the enchanting atmosphere, she found herself blushing inexplicably. Observing the beautiful scene before him, Qin Song couldn't help but inquire, Wan, do you know why it feels like summer now? Upon hearing his question, Jiang Wan tilted her head in confusion. Is it because of the heat or the sun? Qin Song shook his head, a smile curling at his lips. He chuckled. Because my world has blushed, summer has arrived. Qin Song adored summer, for it meant wearing less and embracing a lighter load, devoid of the feeling of bulkiness. Jiang Wan also cherished summer, as it provided her the perfect excuse to attribute her flushed cheeks to the sweltering heat when she encountered someone she fancied. Qin Song, do you feel hot? I feel so hot. Look at my face, it's all red. Qin Song replied, it's indeed hot. After the two had a simple meal, Qin Song proactively tidied the table and ventured into the kitchen to wash the pots and pans, even taking the time to wipe down the kitchen countertop. Qin Song certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to wait for Aunt Huang to return home just to let her do the dishes. He and Jiang Wan were not royalty. After all, they couldn't simply indulge in others' hospitality without offering assistance. Jiang Wan intended to help Qin Song with the dishes, but was gently pushed out by him. With no choice left, she moved a stool to the kitchen door and sat patiently, waiting for Qin Song to finish washing the dishes. Once Qin Song had completed his task and settled on a stool in the living room, Jiang Wan naturally handed him a glass of water. Qin Song adeptly accepted the water and gulped it down, only for both to find themselves staring at each other, uncertain of what to discuss next. The atmosphere grew suddenly intimate. Jiang Wan pondered what to converse about with Qin Song. This was a rare opportunity for them to be alone together. She silently encouraged herself. Qin Song had previously mentioned wanting to adopt a cat. I could ask him whether he prefers male or female cats. The young girl organized her thoughts, took a deep breath to calm her nerves, and with her big, blinking eyes, ventured, Qin Song, do you prefer boys or girls? As soon as the words left her lips, Jiang Wan realized her blunder. No, that's not what I meant. You mentioned wanting to raise a cat, right? I actually wanted to ask whether you prefer male or female cats. I misspoke. Qin Song grinned widely. I understand. He feigned deep thought, and after a moment declared, girls, I suppose. It said that daughters are their father's little cotton-padded jackets. Upon saying this, Qin Song hurriedly waved his hands. Oh wait, no, I meant female cats. I misspoke again. It said that female cats are the little cotton-padded jackets of their litter box attendants. Seeing Qin Song's meaningful smile, Jiang Wan puffed up her cheeks. So, you Qin Song, How dare you tease me? The girl extended her delicate hand towards Qin Song's waist, ready to teach this mischievous boy a lesson. But Qin Song, naturally, would sit idly by. As Jiang Wanwan launched her playful attack, Qin Song dodged. However, in an unforeseen twist, he inadvertently grasped the strap of Jiang Wanwan's shoulder. With a sharp sound, a crisp snap echoed through the air. Jiang Wanwan turned crimson as she glared at Qin Song. You big pervert. Why did you pull my strap? Qin Song quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. I swear it was unintentional. Do you believe me? I believe you, you big-headed liar. You're deliberately taking advantage of me. Thus, the two were soon embroiled in yet another playful skirmish. In this battle, however, the self-aware Qin Song found himself retreating at every turn. Just as Jiang Wanwan seemed on the verge of victory, the sound of a small electric scooter traversing the gravel path reached their ears. Jiang Wanwan swiftly withdrew her hand from Qin Song's waist, sitting upright on the stool. Qin Song also hastily straightened his clothes, sitting still, feeling as though they were caught in the act of a budding romance. Moments later, Aunt Huang entered, carrying a watermelon in her left hand and a small paint bucket in her right. Observing the two seated together, she inquired, "What are these two children doing? Just sitting here? Come, Aunt Huang brought you a watermelon. Let us enjoy it." Qin Song snapped back to reality and quickly took the items from Aunt Huang's hands. She handed over the watermelon, saying, "Here, you two eat first. The fruit knife is in the kitchen. I'll go fetch it for you." Qin Song stood. Aunt Huang. "I'll get it. I saw the knife when Wan and I were washing dishes. I know where it is." Aunt Huang chuckled. "Oh, you dear child. I told you I de-washed the dishes when I got back. Why are you being so polite? If my son had even half your diligence, I'd be forever grateful." Qin Song returned from the kitchen with the fruit knife and cutting board. Aunt Huang took the knife from him. "Let me handle this." She retrieved 3 large bowls from the kitchen and divided the watermelon in half. After sealing one half with cling film and placing it in the refrigerator, she began to work on the other half. In a display of skill, Aunt Huang adeptly divided the remaining watermelon into 3 equal parts. Then, as if performing a magic trick, she made several swift cuts on the surface of one piece. Once the last cut was made, she tilted the watermelon slightly, and the juicy flesh fell into the bowls below. The process was repeated for the remaining pieces. Aunt Huang inserted toothpicks into each bowl of watermelon, handing 2 bowls to Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan. "My son prefers to eat watermelon this way. He says young people like it this way and not in long, rectangular slices. Try the sweetness of the watermelon Aunt Huang picked." Jiang Wanwan eagerly took a piece and popped it in her mouth. "Sweet." Aunt Huang smiled. "As long as it's sweet, that's good. Qin Song, you should eat too. Don't just sit there. We each have a bowl. So there's enough for everyone." Well, Qin Song's perspective shifted. Watermelon does possess a certain soul when eaten by scooping it out of halves. But it seems that eating it in bite-sized pieces with a fork isn't too shabby either. After they finished the watermelon, Qin Song took the initiative to rinse the 3 bowls in the kitchen and then place them in the sterilizer. Jiang Wanwan glanced curiously at the small paint bucket on the floor and asked, "Aunt Huang, what is this for?" Aunt Huang chuckled as she explained, "Some of the gold paint on the martyrs' tombstones has faded and chipped away. I'm preparing to touch it up." Qin Song inquired with curiosity, "Why not go in the morning when the sun isn't so strong?" Aunt Huang explained, "I initially planned to go in the morning, but I discovered that the leftover paint had dried out, so I bought new paint at noon. I heard a tour group is coming tomorrow to pay their respects, so I need to touch up those tombstones before nightfall." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan raised her hand. "Aunt Huang, I want to help too." Qin Song chimed in. "Aunt Huang, so do I." This rare opportunity to participate in the meaningful act of gilding the martyrs' tombstones was not something Qin Song wished to miss. Aunt Huang looked at the blazing sun outside. "You two should rest inside. It's too hot out. You don't want to get sunburned." Qin Song stood up. "Aunt Huang, this counts as doing public service. With so many tombstones, how long would it take you to do it all by yourself? Every additional pair of hands adds strength." "Exactly." Jiang Wanwan chimed in. "Aunt Huang, please let us go." Seeing the sincerity in their eyes, Aunt Huang ultimately nodded. It was indeed commendable to have a passion for public service. She couldn't extinguish their enthusiasm. Although this task was relatively straightforward, the workload was substantial, and having 2 extra helpers would expedite the process. In fact, it's quite simple, akin to tracing characters. The areas that require gilding are all recessed. You just need to take this fine brush and follow the indented characters to paint. Although the task at hand is not particularly arduous, it requires a measure of patience. One must be cautious not to allow the gilded paint to stray onto other parts of the gravestone, for that would be a profound disrespect to the martyrs. This must be remembered. The two nodded gravely in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Aunt Huang led them to the nearest gravestone, where she demonstrated the process for them. The brush in Aunt Huang's hand seemed to possess a spirit of its own, as the gold paint was deftly inscribed into the grooves of the weathered inscriptions on the gravestone, where the gilding had faded and chipped away. It is essential to gild not merely the letters where the paint has worn off. If a single character on a gravestone has lost its luster, then every character must be re-gilded. This is to prevent discrepancies in color on the same gravestone. Isn't it? Qin Song inquired. Aunt Huang nodded in affirmation. The cemetery comprises 5 sections, 2 of which I have already gilded recently, leaving 3 remaining for us to tackle. The gravestones in the last 3 areas are relatively few. We aim to complete the task within 3 hours, 1 for each of us. The inscriptions on the gravestones are uniformly sized. If you find some strokes too intricate to manage, feel free to leave that gravestone for me to handle. After both nodded in agreement, they took the gold paint and brushes given by Aunt Huang, donned their sun protective clothing, and set off. Aunt Huang first guided Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan to the 2 relatively smaller sections of the cemetery, before finally arriving at the sole larger section. Qin Song did not rush to gild, but instead examined each gravestone in turn. Aside from the names of the martyrs and their dates of birth, each stone bore the reasons for their sacrifice. Qin Song silently counted. There were a total of 51 martyrs resting here, all of whom perished while bravely combating fires and disasters. Among these 51 martyrs, there were not only firefighters but also ordinary citizens. Qin Song resolved that regardless of whether the gold paint on these gravestones had faded, he would reapply gilding to each one. For beneath these stones lie the most heroic and admirable individuals in the world. Approaching the first gravestone, Qin Song held the brush laden with gold paint. Uncertain of how to begin, he feared that pressing too hard might disturb the spirits of the martyrs. Yet he also worried that being too gentle would fail to capture their remarkable legacy. After taking a deep breath, Qin Song commenced the gilding of the first gravestone. Each inscription was brief, a mere handful of words encapsulating a martyr's life. Initially, Qin Song was somewhat clumsy, ensuring precision and avoiding any overflow of paint. It took him 7 to 8 minutes to gild a single gravestone. As he grew more adept, he managed to complete one in merely 3 to 4 minutes without any spillage. Qin Song naively believed that, at this pace, he could finish before 4:30 p.m. within the 3 hours Aunt Huang had stipulated. However, he soon realized his optimism was misplaced. Despite the strong winds and the shade of greenery offering some respite from the sun, the heat remained relentless. The repetitive nature of the work, combined with the scorching wind, gradually wore him down, causing his gilding speed to diminish. By 4:30 p.m., nearly 20 gravestones still awaited gilding. Ultimately, it was Aunt Huang and Jiang Wanwan who came to assist him, enabling them to complete the gilding of all 51 gravestones before 5 p.m. Wanwan, how did you finish so quickly? Qin Song asked. Jiang Wanwan replied somewhat sheepishly. Aunt Huang came to help me after she finished her section. I still had many left to do at that point. Qin Song glanced over to where Aunt Huang was stationed, astonished to see her complete the gilding of a martyr's gravestone in just 3 minutes. Her speed was nothing short of remarkable. Once the trio finished gilding the remaining gravestones, Aunt Huang suddenly laughed and asked, "Did you two conspire?" In response to Aunt Huang's seemingly nonsensical question, both were left bewildered. Observing their puzzled expressions, Aunt Huang teased, "You two truly share an unspoken understanding. I checked the gravestones you were responsible for gilding and found that you both did the same thing. Regardless of whether the paint had faded, you re-gilded every single one. I had planned to wait until tomorrow, after the tourist group had paid their respects, to take the time to gild those that you hadn't. But you both worked harmoniously to gild all of them, saving me quite a bit of effort." Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan exchanged glances, fully comprehending one another without the need for words. Such an endeavor should be approached with equality. How could one differentiate? Upon returning to Aunt Huang's home, the two took a brief rest before declining her invitation to stay for dinner, citing their promise to Zhang's grandmother to return home before 6 o'clock. And it was already past 5. Aunt Huang readily accepted this rationale. They approached their bicycles, unlocking them and placing them in the front basket. As they prepared to depart, Qin Song glanced back at the cemetery. Bathed in the glow of the evening sky, it radiated a majestic beauty, evoking a sense of peace and stability. Qin Song suddenly recalled how, in his previous life, some individuals had hesitated to purchase properties near a martyr cemetery, even fearing the specter of ghosts haunting them at night. How absurd! Could those who sacrifice themselves for you ever wish you harm and death? Reluctantly, Qin Song turned back and mounted his bicycle. Jiang Wanwan naturally wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head gently against his back, even before the bicycle had begun to move. Aunt Huang stood at the door, watching the scene unfold with a satisfied smile. The return journey was far easier than the outbound one. not only because the sun was setting, but also because the girl's heart had been unburdened during their earlier nap. The breeze that greeted them was no longer scorching, but carried a hint of sweetness. Their hearts drew closer with each passing moment of their shared experience. "Oh no, Qin Song, I forgot to pay Aunt Huang," Jiang Wanwan exclaimed. Qin Song smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I left 200 yuan under the cutting board in the kitchen. Aunt Huang will surely find it when she cleans up," although Aunt Huang insisted they need not pay. It felt improper to accept a meal and not contribute in some way, especially considering it was flowers for Zhang's father. Finally, before 6 o'clock, they returned to Zhang's grandmother's home. Zhang's grandmother awaited their arrival at the door. "You're back. Come wash your hands and eat. Dinner is ready." Zhang's grandmother did not question why Jiang Wanwan had suddenly wished to visit her father, for the longing to see a parent transcends the notion of suddenness. If one wishes to see and misses someone, they simply go. Qin Song immediately noticed that dinner consisted of freshly prepared dishes rather than leftovers from lunch. This indicated that Zhang's grandmother had only made a light meal to satisfy her hunger while they were away. Perhaps 2 ears of corn, 2 steamed sweet potatoes, or a bowl of noodles. In the absence of children, the elderly often adopt a mindset of making do with whatever is available, saving up little by little for a future where they can sustain themselves in a city of moderate size. After dinner, Qin Song eagerly volunteered to wash the dishes. And this time, Zhang's grandmother did not refuse. Qin Song felt elated, for it signified that Zhang's grandmother no longer regarded him as an outsider. People often reserve their worst tempers for those closest to them, and troublesome matters are no exception. Sometimes, being treated with excessive politeness indicates a certain distance in the relationship with the host. After washing the dishes, Qin Song discovered that Jiang Wanwan had already left the house to dance in the village square. Jiang Wanwan sat on a stool, glancing towards her room and subtly signaling to Qin Song. Qin Song understood her unspoken words. Having not studied all day, evening naturally brought about the time for learning. Yet Qin Song genuinely felt disinclined to engage, both physically and mentally. "Can we study tomorrow instead? I'm so tired today." Qin Song feigned exhaustion, rubbing his waist and legs. Jiang Wanwan huffed, pulling Qin Song up from the stool. "Didn't you play basketball every day at school? How can you be so worn out after just riding a bicycle for a while?" Naturally, Jiang Wanwan was skeptical, believing Qin Song simply wished to shirk his responsibilities. Observing Qin Song's remarkable comprehension of his studies the previous night, she was determined not to allow him to continue neglecting his education as he had before. In truth, Qin Song did indeed seek to avoid his studies. Although he had spent over an hour cycling, half of that time was under the sun, and he had also walked a considerable distance alongside Jiang Wanwan. Nevertheless, being a young man accustomed to playing basketball, Qin Song felt merely sweaty and sticky otherwise. He was fine. However, the evening breeze of summer inevitably induced a sense of drowsiness, leaving Qin Song yearning for a shower and a still repose in bed. "How about this? I'll give you a massage, but you must study with me for at least 2 hours, Jiang Wanwan insisted. "We both?" Qin Song queried, surprised at the prospect of bathing together. Just as he spoke, an article of clothing flew towards him. Upon inspection, he realized it was the sun protective jacket he had given Jiang Wanwan that morning. "What are you thinking? Of course we'll wash separately," Jiang Wanwan retorted, snatching the garment back. "I'll wash your clothes and return them to you." With that, she entered her room and shut the door. Qin Song chuckled and shook his head, then retrieved a change of clothes and a towel from his suitcase, heading to the bathroom in the living room for a shower. After his shower, he toweled off his damp hair and sat in the living room for a while before knocking on Jiang Wanwan's door. "Wanwan, are you done?" Upon hearing an affirmative sound from inside, he opened the door. Jiang Wanwan was seated at her desk, drying her hair with a hairdryer. Silently, Qin Song approached her and took the hairdryer from her hands. "Let me help you with that. How long do you plan to take?" "I want to finish studying and get to bed early." With that, he began to dry her hair, disregarding her consent. Assisting a girl with her hair is indeed an intimate act, comparable to helping her with her socks or shoes. Perhaps Qin Song's clumsy reasoning managed to persuade Jiang Wanwan's heart. The girl surprisingly enjoyed his ministrations, even as Qin Song took 15 minutes to dry hair that usually required only 5. Chapter 23, Buying a Phone. Qin Song's technique was not lacking. He merely had the hairdryer set to the lowest temperature, hence the prolonged drying time. Once Jiang Wanwan's hair was dry, Qin Song stretched lazily, ready to sit beside her on the stool for their study session. "Let us go to your room. You can lie on the bed while I massage your legs." Jiang Wanwan spoke softly and quickly. Qin Song rubbed his ears, unable to believe what he had just heard. "You want to massage my legs?" At his incredulity, Jiang Wanwan nodded shyly. "If you don't want it, then forget it. Of course I want it." But Qin Song suddenly lay down on Jiang Wanwan's bed. "I do prefer to do it on your bed. Is that all right?" I feel too exhausted to even walk. Watching Qin Song's poor acting, Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but laugh in annoyance. Fine, as long as you're not afraid of my grandmother suddenly coming back. At the mention of Jiang's grandmother, Qin Song sprang up from the pink bed. The memory of her authoritative and intimidating gaze sent a shiver down his spine. Let's go to my room instead. Jiang Wanwan chuckled. You coward. No, wait, a lecherous coward. In Qin Song's room, he lay on the bed while Jiang Wanwan removed her slippers and sat beside him, gently massaging his calves. Both cherished this rare moment of leisure, the time shared only between the two of them. In 2 days, they would return home, leaving Jiang's grandmother's house and returning to their respective homes. The rigors of their senior year awaited them, and they needed to prepare in advance. Perhaps their next visit to Jiang's grandmother's house would be during the summer break of their senior year. As Qin Song felt the delightful relief coursing through his calves from the massage, the lactic acid built up from cycling began to dissipate under her touch. Gradually, his eyelids grew heavy, and he unknowingly drifted into slumber. It was only when he began to snore softly that Jiang Wanwan noticed. Quietly, she covered Qin Song with a blanket and adjusted the fan to its lowest setting, allowing it to sway gently before she left the room. Back at her room, Jiang Wanwan lay on her bed, eyes closed, reflecting on the day's events. It felt real, yet surreal. Qin Song had accompanied her to see her father. The day's journey undoubtedly provided Jiang Wanwan with a cathartic experience. Qin Song's gentle actions soothed her fragile, sensitive, and nascent notions of love. The tactile sensations from the gravestone and the warm sunlight of the cemetery comforted her heart, which longed for her father. The following morning, after sharing breakfast together, they entered their study mode. That morning, Jiang Wanwan retrieved past exam papers and completed them in front of Qin Song, explaining her reasoning as she went along. She briefly outlined the overall structure of the Chinese and English essays without writing anything down. After finishing, she took out the answer key, meticulously correcting her work while Qin Song listened attentively. Qin Song, do you know? I dreamt about my dad last night. Jiang Wanwan suddenly spoke. Qin Song nodded. See, I told you. Your dad must love you. By the way, Wanwan, have you discussed with your grandmother about moving her to Jiangsheng, to Happiness Community? Jiang Wanwan nodded, replying. My mom and I have mentioned it to her, but she refused. She fears being too far from my dad and not being able to visit him often, lest she no longer dreams of him at night. Qin Song, do you think it's because I'm too far from my dad and don't visit him often that I can't dream of him? Qin Song shook his head. No, love does not diminish with distance. Whether in romantic or familial love, they are oblivious to the miles that separate them. They only recognize the depth of emotion. As long as you hold your father in your heart, he is always by your side, watching over you and protecting you. Seeing the conviction in Qin Song's eyes, Jiang Wanwan's heart softened and felt at ease. Yes, my dad is always with me, watching over me and protecting me. After the two completed the grading of the examination papers, they were astonished to discover that, when merely considering the base scores, Jiang Wanwan's results had remarkably reached a new high compared to her previous examinations, even though this was a real college entrance examination paper. Although Qin Song occasionally interjected during the problem-solving process and proposed alternative approaches that helped Jiang Wanwan navigate the complexities of the questions, it was undeniable that both Jiang Wanwan and Qin Song were making progress. Time slipped away unnoticed through the cracks of their pens, and before they knew it, it was noon. Following their customary lunch, Jiang's grandmother retired for her afternoon nap. Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan indulged in watermelon. Qin Song inquired, Wanwan, I notice your grandmother's phone is a basic model. Doesn't she use a smartphone? Jiang Wanwan shook her head, explaining that her grandmother was not adept with technology. Her mother had previously intended to purchase a smartphone for her grandmother, but it had been declined. She argued that the device was both expensive and fragile, with a faint sound, requiring daily charging, and she simply wouldn't know how to use it. It couldn't compare to her current basic phone, which was loud, had ample battery life, and could even serve as a flashlight. Qin Song pondered for a moment, realizing that smartphones possess a singular advantage that outweighs all their drawbacks. What advantage? He asked. No matter the distance, as long as there is internet, one can converse with loved ones, even engage in video calls via WeChat, clearly seeing each other blink, breathe, and smile. Upon concluding, Qin Song took Jiang Wanwan's hand and said, Let us go buy one for your grandmother. Now? She asked. Indeed. Qin Song nodded emphatically. This time, they need not travel far. A shop selling phones was merely 3 to 4 kilometers away in the town. Just like yesterday, they rode their bicycles under the blazing sun. Qin Song calculated the remaining funds in his possession, which amounted to about 1,800, combining the 2,000 given by his parents with his leftover pocket money, sufficient to purchase a standard smartphone. The town's mobile phone stores were not as diverse as those in the county or city, consisting only of 2 or 3 small shops that sold mobile phones, accessories, and offered repair services. The prices inside were quite reasonable. The pair entered one of these phone shops, where the displays predominantly showcased basic models. With only a few smartphones at the counter, priced between $600 to $1,500. Upon seeing them, the shopkeeper quickly approached. "Welcome. Are you here to repair or purchase a phone?" Qin Song replied, "We wish to buy a phone for our elderly relative to facilitate video calls on WeChat. Do you have any recommendations?" Chapter 24. A Meeting, More Encounters. The shopkeeper's face brightened at Qin Song's words. Those who expressed such intentions were likely to make a purchase. However, he had no intention of overcharging them, as current phone prices were transparent and easily checked online. If he were to deliberately inflate the price by a few hundred, they would undoubtedly opt to wait for a delivery. How about this model? It has a large battery capacity, a sturdy build, and is affordable. The shopkeeper presented a phone priced at $799. Qin Song instantly recognized it as a sub-brand of a prominent company that specialized in budget-friendly models. This phone was last year's model, hence its reduced price, which was comparable to online listings. After examining the demonstration unit, Qin Song nodded in approval. "I'll take this model. I also need to connect to your store's Wi-Fi to download the necessary apps for my grandmother." The shopkeeper nodded, assuring him it would not be a problem. The phones in the shop were low-cost models sourced from major suppliers, and while the profit from each sale was modest, there was still profit to be made. "Please wait. I'll fetch the phone from the storeroom." Qin Song nodded. The display unit shown earlier could not be sold as a brand new device. He turned to Jiang Wanwan and asked, "Wanwan, does your grandmother's phone card include a data plan? Should we get her a new card?" Jiang Wanwan replied, "No need. Her SIM card is a secondary card for my mother. When my mother selected the plan, she ensured it included unlimited data. My grandmother has consistently refused our offers to buy her a smartphone, which is why it has been delayed. But her card plan has never changed." Qin Song nodded, relieved that simplifies things significantly. Once we purchase the phone, we just need to teach John's grandmother how to use it. After the shopkeeper retrieved the phone, Qin Song preemptively paid before Jiang Wanwan could. After providing the Wi-Fi password, the shopkeeper also gifted Qin Song several phone accessories. With a hint of surprise, Qin Song listened as the shopkeeper explained. "Seeing you willing to buy a smartphone for your elderly relative brings me joy. It's not just about spending money. It's about your willingness to teach them how to use it." Qin Song accepted the accessories with a smile, stating, "Our elders have toiled for us throughout their lives. This is merely our duty." The shopkeeper nodded in agreement. "When we were young, our parents patiently taught us how to use chopsticks. As we grew, how could we lack patience when teaching them how to use smartphones?" Both Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan nodded in acknowledgement of the shopkeeper's sentiments. While downloading the apps, the shopkeeper handed them 2 bottles of water. Lighting a cigarette, he stepped outside, taking a few deep puffs before discarding the nearly burnt-out stub on the ground, extinguishing it beneath his foot. Upon re-entering, he self-deprecatingly remarked, "I hope you don't find me ridiculous, but I was once that person who lost patience with my parents. I was so consumed by work that I never found the time to visit them. One year during the new year, my mother suddenly asked me to teach her how to use a smartphone. At that moment, I lacked patience. After a few attempts without success, I stopped trying. This led to her only knowing how to use the camera feature. Every time I returned home, she would point the phone at me to take pictures, and I would often annoyingly shield my face, telling her to stop, while she would awkwardly laugh and promise not to take any more, yet she would sneakily continue. Then one day, a sudden car accident took my mother and father away. Only then did I realize that it was my mother who used her phone to record memories of me, even if her attempts were clumsy. I eventually quit my job, returned home with my savings, and opened this shop, merely to be closer to where they lived. You are still young. Do not follow in my footsteps." After hearing this story, both Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan nodded thoughtfully, falling into silence. Qin Song picked up the phone with the downloaded apps, glanced back at the shopkeeper smoking in the chair, greeted him, and left the store. On the way back, Jiang Wanwan's arms were once again wrapped around Qin Song's waist, her head resting against his back. She suddenly asked, "Qin Song, how many more times do you think my grandmother and I will see each other? After this parting, when we meet again?" After the summer vacation of senior year, the inevitable transition to university loomed, followed by the pursuit of a career post-graduation. Suddenly, I found myself less enamored with the idea of growing up. Qin Song steadied the dragon head with his left hand and gently squeezed the waist of the young girl beside him with his right. "Lanlan, do you know? In this world, it's not about eating one bowl or missing another, but rather about meeting one person and then another. We should come back when we have the chance, and after teaching Grandma how to use a smartphone, we can even video chat with her on WeChat." The girl responded with a soft and leaned against Qin Song's back, falling silent. As Qin Song gazed at the bustling crowd, he was struck by a sudden realization. It seemed that regret was the prevailing theme of life. Without it, one could hardly be deemed a true human, merely a soulless being existing within an ivory tower. Qin Song shared this sentiment, yet he hoped that his future regrets would be of a tender nature. Perhaps having kissed Jiang Wanwan a little less today, or having missed saying I love you to her tomorrow, or waking up the day after and forgetting to offer her a morning kiss. But such thoughts were for the future. The present demanded focus on the impending college entrance exams and ultimately on maturing into adulthood and graduating first. Upon returning home, Jiang Wanwan, undeterred by Qin Song's objections, insisted on giving him 800 yuan, asserting that he should not pay for the phone. It was only after Qin Song insisted multiple times that this was his way of honoring Grandma Jiang that she reluctantly agreed to take back 400 yuan, stating that splitting the cost was only fair. With no other choice, Qin Song accepted the 400, knowing full well that Jiang Wanwan would go to great lengths to ensure he received it. Suddenly, Qin Song proposed an idea. Lan, what do you think about creating a hand-drawn guide for using smartphones to make WeChat video calls? Although we plan to teach Grandma tonight, it's wise to leave her a reference, just in case she forgets and feels too embarrassed to ask us. Upon hearing Qin Song's words, Jiang Wanwan nodded enthusiastically. Of course, even though Grandma's memory isn't bad, her age does make it a bit challenging. Seeing Jiang Wanwan support his idea, Qin Song replied, "Let us get started right away. We don't need to create a lengthy guide, just the essential steps for making a video call." He reassured her that if Grandma wanted to learn more later, they could always replicate the process. Sounds good. Chapter 25, Cultivating Skills. Without hesitation, they set to work. They gathered some sheets of blank paper and sketched the likeness of the WeChat app icon, annotating it with explanatory text below. After completing several drawings, they bound them together with a stapler, creating a concise guide for WeChat video chatting on a smartphone. Although Grandma Jiang had not yet registered an account or added Jiang Wanwan and her mother as friends, a simple note with names or nicknames sufficed. Daughter, granddaughter. Click here, then hit the plus sign, and finally tap on video call. While Grandma Jiang might not have been familiar with the elder phone, she was a retired teacher, adept at embracing new technologies. Qin Song understood that Grandma often voiced her reluctance towards smartphones simply to save money and avoid burdening her children. If she were truly handed one and shown how to use it, realizing she could see her daughter and granddaughter in real time, she would embrace it with joy. Once everything was prepared, Grandma Jiang returned home. Qin Song stepped forward to take the vegetables from her hands. These vegetables were freshly plucked, still adorned with moist soil. The meat in the refrigerator had long been thawed. He lifted the vegetables and said, "Grandma, Wanwan and I will be leaving our hometown tomorrow. So today I'll showcase my culinary skills for you." Although Grandma Jiang was already aware that they were only visiting for 3 days, her heart sank upon hearing they were leaving. Yet, she understood. Eagles must always spread their wings to soar. Jiang Wanwan exclaimed in surprise. "You can cook? I had no idea." Qin Song raised an eyebrow. "There's much you don't know. I'll handle the cooking, and while I'm busy, you should swap Grandma's SIM card into the smartphone and teach her how to make video calls." Hearing their conversation, Grandma Jiang looked at Jiang Wanwan with curiosity. Jiang Wanwan then pulled a smartphone from her bag. "Tajda, Grandma, I bought you a smartphone. Do you like it?" Grandma Jiang examined the device in Jiang Wanwan's hands. Though it was a low-end model, it was leagues ahead of the elder phone. "Don't waste money on this. I can manage with the elder phone." Grandma Jiang frowned. Jiang Wanwan pouted, "But with this phone, we can video chat anytime, even when I'm back from school or on vacation. Don't you want to see your lovely granddaughter?" Jiang Wanwan struggled to comprehend why Grandma, despite receiving a pension every month and not lacking in funds, was so resistant to using a smartphone. Was it a desire to avoid burdening her children, or simply a reluctance to spend money on such things? Determined to persuade Grandma to accept the phone, Jiang Wanwan decided to resort to tears. She gulped, her eyes reddening, and tears streamed down her cheeks. "Oh dear, fine. I'll accept it." Grandma Jiang, witnessing Jiang Wanwan's tears, felt her heart ache. "Why are you crying, my dear?" Upon Grandma's reluctant agreement, Jiang Wanwan swiftly transformed her expression, beaming as she took Grandma's elder phone and promptly swapped the SIM card into the smartphone. Observing this, Grandma Jiang realized she had been outmaneuvered, yet she smiled, for it was a trick she was willing to fall for. While Qin Song cooked, Jiang Wanwan patiently instructed Grandma Jiang in using the smartphone. After a brief introduction, Jiang Wanwan discovered that both she and Qin Song had overestimated the challenge. Within moments, Grandma Jiang was adeptly navigating basic functions. Jiang Wanwan had already accepted Grandma's friend request, though her mother had not yet responded, likely due to overlooking it or a potential issue with the note. "I'm your mother, please accept." Allicht. Looks like the note was the issue. They would have to wait until Jiang Wanwan returned home to inform her mother before she could accept the request. Jiang Wanwan still handed the guide to Grandma Jiang, saying, "Grandma, this is a manual I wrote with Qin Song. If you forget how to video chat with me, just refer to it. It contains all the steps." Grandma Jiang accepted it, carefully flipping through the pages, treating it like a treasured possession and nodding with a smile. All right, your filial piety is well received, but how much did this phone cost? Don't try to deceive me. I'm not foolish. It's 799 yuan. Qin Song and I each contributed half, Jiang Wanwan replied. Grandma Jiang nodded knowingly. Dinner is ready, Qin Song called as he pushed the kitchen door open with his hip, balancing a bowl of dishes in each hand. He indeed could cook, though his repertoire was limited to home-style dishes, which he felt embodied the essence of home. The meal consisted of 2 meat dishes, a vegetable dish, and a soup. During the meal, Grandma Jiang praised Qin Song's culinary skills, remarking on how commendable it was that young men could cook. Although Jiang Wanwan said little, her smacking lips betrayed her delight. After finishing their meal, Jiang's grandmother firmly declined Qin Song's request to wash the dishes. Subsequently, he was pulled into the bedroom by Jiang Wanwan, where he endeavored to study diligently. Jiang Wanwan found an inexplicable sense of accomplishment in teaching Qin Song. Although she was aware that his ability to solve problems after just 1 or 2 explanations was largely due to his high comprehension, her role as an instructor was indispensable. This nurturing style of teaching had become somewhat addictive for Jiang Wanwan. Don't look at me, focus on the problems, she said, frowning and blushing as she noticed Qin Song gazing at her. I have no answers on my face. Do you still wish to achieve good grades? Qin Song nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at rice. Yes. What do you want? Jiang Wanwan inquired. I want you, he replied, stretching out the last syllable until her face turned an even deeper shade of red. He continued, I want you to teach me how to solve these problems, and I want to achieve good grades. After giving him a stern look, Jiang Wanwan nodded in satisfaction. That is more like it. From now on, you shall call me Teacher Jiang, understood? Seeing the girl's feigned seriousness and her flushed cheeks, Qin Song chuckled. Got it, Teacher Jiang Wanwan. No, it's Teacher Jiang. All right, Teacher Jiang. In a relaxed atmosphere of learning, the two of them unknowingly studied until 9:30. Noticing that Jiang's grandmother had not yet retired for the night, they decided to initiate a video call from a bedroom. Thanks to Jiang Wanwan's patient teaching earlier that evening, Jiang's grandmother skillfully answered the video call and even promptly activated the speakerphone. Clearly, age was not a barrier for elders learning new things. Rather, it was the impatience of the younger generation that posed the challenge. After exchanging goodnights, Qin Song headed to the bathroom in the living room to freshen up. He felt the memories of high school knowledge gradually becoming clearer in his mind. If the recollection of high school topics upon his rebirth was at 480p, then now it was at 720p, steadily approaching 1080p. Chapter 26. Mutual Flirtation. After washing up and returning to the bedroom, Qin Song lay on the bed, enjoying the cool breeze from the fan. He murmured to himself, I wonder if my parents will be home tomorrow. The delivery schedule for his parents was unpredictable. When they had work, they would leave that very day if pressed for time, while during slow periods, they could stay home for an entire week. Qin Song hoped his parents would be home, as that would mean no more takeout meals. He picked up his phone to send a WeChat message inquiring about their whereabouts, but received no reply after a considerable wait. Sitting up, he retrieved his headphones from his suitcase, donned them, and lay back on the bed. He opened his music app, scrolling through his playlist until he found the song he had longed to listen to, April Encounter. This song was Jiang Wanwan's favorite, since its release on April 8, 2018. She listened to it daily whenever she had free time. He recalled that in his past life, a popular youth drama had featured this song as a soundtrack, causing it to gain sudden fame, with the number of comments skyrocketing from 999 to 10,000, and likes increasing from 10,000 to 100,000. At that time, she had been like a petulant child, exclaiming that such a wonderful song gaining popularity would surely attract criticism and trolls. Yet she also felt that it was only right for such a beautiful song to finally receive its due recognition. Caught in this internal struggle, she had insisted on listening to the song repeatedly. At that time, he had not understood why she was so adamant about sharing it with him, as it was his first time hearing it. Only later did he realize that the lyrics were precisely the words she had longed to convey to him. I was so flustered when I first met you, I couldn't find anything to say. You approached me, extending your hand, and held it tightly. I didn't let go. With this thought in mind, he sat up and approached Jiang Wanwan's bedroom door, knocking lightly. Is Wanwan asleep? No, the door is unlocked. Just turn the knob, came her voice from inside. Qin Song opened the door and walked in to find Jiang Wanwan reclining on her bed, wearing headphones and gazing at him. Is there something you need? She asked, a hint of nervousness in her voice as she noticed his sudden entry. Without hesitation, Qin Song stepped forward, removed one of her headphones, and placed it over his own ears. Then, he put the matching headphone on her. I want to listen to music with you. As expected, the song playing in both their headphones was the same. Hearing the familiar melody, Jiang Wanwan exclaimed in delight. You like this song too? This song had only been out for less than 3 months, and the artist was relatively unknown, making it somewhat obscure. Jiang Wanwan was surprised that Qin Song shared her taste in music. Indeed, I like it, Qin Song nodded. Which lyric do you like the most? Jiang Wanwan asked excitedly. I adore the chorus. Qin Song placed his finger gently on her lips, silencing her. He then rewound the song to the beginning and said softly, let us listen to the song first. As the prelude began to play, the headphones felt like the cheapest of vessels, the bed the smallest of arks. Dreams the most convenient channels for exploring the cosmos, and these 3 minutes and 28 seconds were uniquely theirs, a moment of romance. Jiang Wanwan realized that she could hardly hear the lyrics over the sound of her racing heartbeat. With Qin Song so close, her inner devil kept urging her, kiss him, kiss him. The rational little voice within her held out for only a brief moment before succumbing. After a moment of hesitation, her lips, glistening and translucent, slowly moved forward, poised to touch his soft ones. Just as they were about to connect, the music abruptly stopped. The heavy sound of their breaths filled the silence, replacing the melody. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Wanwan pushed Qin Song away. Her face and neck flushed crimson, her eyes shimmering like water, filled with confusion and desire. In simpler terms, she was overwhelmed, utterly unable to cope. Qin Song, unable to withstand her gaze, knew that this was not the appropriate moment for mischief. Wait until we're adults, until the college entrance examinations are over, he repeatedly chanted to himself, taking deep breaths to suppress the fire within. How could he have been so flustered by her? This simply would not do. He needed to flirt back. Gazing tenderly at Jiang Wanwan, his eyes brimming with affection, he thought, a shared gaze is a spiritual kiss devoid of lust. Seizing the moment before she could react, Qin Song gently removed the headphone from her ear, leaned forward, and brought their faces closer together. Jiang Wanwan, observing him inching closer, felt a mix of nervousness, anticipation, and confusion. Is he going to kiss me again? Should I resist or accept? Her thoughts were in disarray. Leaning close to her ear, Qin Song whispered, you asked me which lyric I liked the most, didn't you? Like you, I adore the chorus. But more than the lyrics, I cherish the person who loves to listen to this song. Upon finishing his words, he exhaled gently into the girl's ear, causing a delightful shiver to race through both her ears and her heart. Good night, sweet dreams. With that, Qin Song returned to his own bedroom. The warm air he exhaled lingered around Jiang Wanwan's ear, and that simple farewell sent her heartbeat into a frenzied rhythm. I prefer listening to the person who loves this song rather than the lyrics themselves, she repeated to herself, and after a moment's reflection, it dawned on her that the person Qin Song referred to was indeed herself. Could it be that Qin Song was confessing his feelings, burrowing herself under the covers? She vigorously shook her head, yet that phrase good night continued to float through her mind. The dichotomy of yes and no echoed incessantly in her ears. Was it a confession, or was it not? Those two questions reverberated within the depths of her heart countless times. Ultimately, the heavy weight of sleep quelled her inner turmoil. In another room, Qin Song lay on his bed, taking several deep breaths to regain his composure. Despite having lived 2 lives, he remained an innocent novice in matters of love, a fact that was indisputable. Ding dong. He glanced at his phone to see a reply from his mother. Both his parents were at home and had informed him that they wished to discuss something with him upon his return the next day. After receiving the message, Qin Song lay in bed, reflecting on the events that had just transpired. Was his earlier remark to Jiang Wanwan a confession? Yes, yet also no. To Qin Song, a confession should be a triumphant anthem, not merely a clarion call. On the day following the college entrance examination, he would surely profess his feelings to Jiang Wanwan in a most formal manner. At that moment, however, he simply wanted to reassure her and convey his feelings. Naturally, there was a touch of retaliatory sentiment mixed in. After all, she often flirted with him and then left him helpless. It was only fair that he flirt back. Flirting without responsibility was mere insincerity, while responsible flirting was a display of charm. Who wouldn't appreciate a partner with a sense of allure? Chapter 27. The dreams of adolescence. The night passed without further incident. The next day, Jiang Wanwan rose early to rouse Qin Song. This time, she had no intention of taking a taxi. Instead, she planned to take a bus. The taxi fare, after negotiation, would still amount to 120, while the bus ticket was only 60. Whether she paid herself or Qin Song did, Jiang Wanwan was reluctant to spend unnecessary money, especially since they were not pressed for time. There was a bus station nearby, but the buses departed as soon as they were filled with no fixed schedule. To ensure they caught an early ride, the pair needed to arrive at the station promptly. You're so slow to get up. Now your noodles are a clump, Jiang Wanwan remarked, observing Qin Song poking at the mass of congealed noodles with his chopsticks. Shall I cook you another bowl? This one could feed the chickens. Seeing her sharp tongue, yet tender heart, Qin Song chuckled and shook his head. No need. We mustn't waste food, or Grandpa Yuan will be displeased. The noodles were indeed far too clumped together, forcing Qin Song to poke them apart, eating the dish as one might consume steam buns. It was not that he intended to dawdle. Rather, after their playful exchange the previous night, he had fallen asleep shortly after returning to his room. Consequently, he dreamt of the whimsical fantasies that plague adolescent boys, resulting in an untimely incident. In his drowsy state, he mistook his surroundings for home, carelessly discarding his underwear before slipping into a fresh pair and returning to slumber. It was only upon waking that he realized his predicament and hurriedly packed everything away in a plastic bag to stow it in the compartment of his suitcase, which caused his delay. After finishing his meal, Qin Song quickly gathered his belongings and bid farewell to Jiang Wanwan's grandmother before setting off for the bus station. The walk was not far, taking just over 10 minutes to arrive. They approached the bus destined for Jiang City and purchased their tickets. Truth be told, Qin Song rather enjoyed the slower pace of life at his grandmother's home. While the conditions were not as favorable as in the city, they allowed for a sense of mental tranquility. He believed that a visit to one's hometown was far more beneficial than a session with a therapist. The winds of one's homeland provided a unique psychological solace. Some detest the simplicity of life, while others find themselves entranced by it, unable to extricate themselves. To each their own. Some prefer lavish feasts, while others find contentment in plain fare. Neither choice is inherently right or wrong, merely different. As the bus filled with passengers, the driver boarded, and once the bus was at capacity, it slowly departed from the station. The scent inside the bus carried a rustic charm, with colorful sacks piled in every corner. Urea, Stanley, Twins, various well-known brands were present. The bus was crowded, with both seated and standing passengers, their shoes a motley assortment, each prepared to embark on different paths and live diverse lives. Noticing Jiang Wanwan lost in thought, Qin Song understood her melancholy stemmed from leaving her grandmother behind. Don't be sad. Once we're home, you can video call your grandmother, he reassured her, and in the future, I can accompany you to visit her whenever you like. Jiang Wanwan blinked her large eyes, her face lighting up with delight. Really? Facing her hopeful gaze, Qin Song met her eyes without flinching. He took her hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. Of course, it's true. Jiang Wanwan beamed. Qin Song, you are so kind to me. Why are you so good to me? Qin Song tenderly ruffled her hair, smiling, because you are worth it. Upon hearing those words, Jiang Wanwan felt an abundance of pink bubbles rising above her head, the rosy hue spreading across her cheeks like climbing ivy. In a dramatic twist of fate, Jiang Wanwan had not slept well the previous night. As the bus journeyed onward, feeling drowsy, she leaned against Qin Song's shoulder and fell asleep. Along the way, she even drooled in her slumber. Observing her occasionally silly smiles, Qin Song helplessly pulled a napkin from his pocket to place on his shoulder. Thankfully, she wasn't resting her head on his lap. Otherwise, onlookers might have thought she had had an accident. As the bus pulled into the station, Qin Song couldn't resist giving the girl a gentle rub on the head. We've arrived. It's time to get off. Unexpectedly, she shook her head and whimpered, No, I want to sleep a little longer. Qin Song poked her cheek and pinched her nose, but when she remained unresponsive, he had no choice but to lift her up in his arms. He descended the bus amidst the astonished gazes of the other passengers. Does this count as an unexpected skill in princess carrying? Qin Song mused to himself. Upon reaching the station entrance, he hailed a taxi. After placing Jiang Wanwan in the back seat, he sat beside her, using his thigh as a pillow for her head, and informed the driver of their destination. The driver hesitated before finally speaking. Young man, I need to confirm your relationship with this girl. Qin Song was somewhat perplexed but explained, We are friends. She didn't sleep well last night, so she's deeply asleep. He then pulled out his phone to show the driver pictures of the two of them taken during their 3 days at Jiang Wanwan's grandmother's house. Once the driver grasped the situation, he expressed his apologies. I'm sorry. A significant incident occurred in the city recently, and I have to follow protocol. Qin Song shook his head, indicating it was no trouble at all. You're merely being cautious. I appreciate your concern. However, what you refer to as significant matters. What are they? The driver paused and replied, There's a bar in the city named Enjoy Life. A couple of days ago, a woman got intoxicated there and was subsequently taken away by someone. Upon saying this, the driver ceased to speak further. He felt that Qin Song, being a student, might not grasp the gravity of the situation if it were explained too plainly. Yet, he was unaware that Qin Song was, in fact, perceptive enough to understand the implications of his words. A corpse was taken? What has transpired? Did they report it to the authorities? The driver choked momentarily, thinking, Today's youth are far too precocious. I'm not certain of what occurred, but it is said that the girl held a rather unique status. The city has even issued notices to us taxi drivers, stating that when a man and a woman enter a cab, if the woman is unconscious, we must ascertain the situation clearly, or else we cannot take them as passengers. Although they say this, if the woman is genuinely inebriated, a man could easily fabricate a story, claiming she is a friend, and with a little extra cash, wouldn't he that be turning a blind eye? Who wouldn't he wish to take on more passengers and earn a bit more for their family? Qin Song silently nodded, recalling a timeless adage. Not all girls who frequent bars are of ill repute. Indeed, a girl's virtue cannot be judged solely by her choice to visit a bar. However, no one wishes to sift through filth in search of gold or to forage for sweetness amid shards of glass. The morning subway is fraught with peril, while the bar at dawn feels like home. Qin Song could accept a quiet bar, yet he found it utterly intolerable to step into one filled with dazzling lights, loud music, and frenetic dancing as an idealistic champion of pure love. Both genders, when they visit bars, get tattoos, and engage in unconventional activities, must be prepared to endure the scrutiny of others. This is not a matter of discrimination, but rather the norm of society. Chapter 28. Administering Medicine. On the road, Qin Song received a message from his parents, stating that they had some matters to attend to outside and would return home only in the evening. They advised him to prepare something to eat for himself at noon. Indeed, once the exams are over, one's worth diminishes. Qin Song pinched Jiang Wanwan's small face, noticing she was still asleep, so he refrained from disturbing her further. After all, with his parents absent, it wouldn't be an issue to carry her back and let her rest in his bed. Alternatively, he could take her to the breakfast shop below Zhang's mother's building. The taxi arrived at the destination, Happy Community. After retrieving his suitcase from the trunk, Qin Song made his way to the back seat. Hearing Jiang Wanwan emit a soft sound, Qin Song inquired, Wanwan, are you awake? If you are, come on down. We've arrived home. Wanwan seemed to comprehend, shaking her head, and then clung to Qin Song like a koala, her legs wrapped around his waist, arms around his shoulders, her head resting snugly against his neck. Helpless, Qin Song had no choice but to grasp the suitcase with one hand while supporting her waist with the other. Upon reaching the ground floor, he discovered that Zhang's mother's breakfast shop was inexplicably closed. Perhaps she had an unexpected matter to attend to. Qin Song did not dwell on it. After taking the elevator, he arrived at Jiang Wanwan's door and knocked, only to discover no one answered. Is Annie not home? Initially, Qin Song was reluctant to bring Jiang Wanwan back to his own home, especially since his parents were away, and the two of them alone might lead to misunderstandings if discovered. However, he found himself left with no alternative. Although the key to her house might be in her backpack, the residence was typically occupied by two women, Zhang's mother and Wanwan. As a child, he frequently visited, but now, entering without anyone's permission felt inappropriate. Arriving at his own front door, Qin Song opened it and swiftly pushed the suitcase inside. He then placed Jiang Wanwan on the sofa before changing into his slippers. After retrieving a thin blanket from his bedroom to cover Jiang Wanwan's belly, he intended to head to the bathroom to wash his face. Standing before the mirror, Qin Song noticed a dark red stain on his clothing, a metallic scent wafting through the air. Blood? Wet he scraped his skin. Qin Song removed his shirt, turning in front of the mirror, but could not ascertain any injury. Wait, surely not. He quickly donned his shirt and rushed back to the sofa, examining the bloodstain on Jiang Wanwan's pants. Confirming it was indeed the same, he shook her shoulder gently. Wanwan, wake up. Jiang Wanwan swatted his hand away, furrowing her brow in discomfort. Qin Song, stop messing around. Let me sleep a bit more. Observing the girl's flushed cheeks, Qin Song cautiously touched her forehead. Ouch, so hot. Is this a fever combined with her menstrual cycle? Doubling up on symptoms? Without hesitation, Qin Song rushed to the bathroom, wetting a towel and wringing it out before placing it on Jiang Wanwan's forehead. Wanwan, you have a fever. Just lie still. I'm going to get some medicine. Upon hearing Qin Song's words, Jiang Wanwan relaxed her brow slightly, then cradled her abdomen and weakly said, Qin Song, it hurts. Qin Song rubbed his palms together until they warmed, then gently placed his hands on the girl's abdomen, massaging it softly. Once her brow unfurrowed, Qin Song said, I'm going to buy some medicine. You stay here and wait for me. With that, he hurriedly descended the stairs without even changing his shoes, grabbing his keys as he hurriedly exited. There was medicine at home, but Qin Song was unsure of its location and wouldn't be able to find it in time. It was more efficient to simply buy some, especially since a pharmacy was conveniently located at the community entrance. Upon arriving at the pharmacy, Qin Song requested a box of fever-reducing medicine from the clerk and also bought a box of heating pads. After paying, he hesitated momentarily in front of a convenience store, then resolutely stepped inside. In a secluded corner, He gazed at the myriad of colorful packages before him. Daily use, night use, sleep pants, sanitary pads. What on earth does this length signify? With so many brands, what are the differences? Damn it. Never mind. Qin Song grabbed a pack of each brand for both day and night use, as well as a pack of every type of sleep pants and sanitary pads. Thus, his shopping basket overflowed. At the checkout, the cashier gazed at the vibrant array spread across the counter with a peculiar expression. Are you starting a collection? My girlfriend got her period, and I'm not sure what she usually uses, so I'm buying one of everything. Can we hurry up? I'm pressed for time. Qin Song explained in a flurry. Oh, you're quite a good boyfriend. The cashier nodded, swiftly scanning the items. Do you have a membership? I can give you a discount, or you can sign up for one. No, thank you. Qin Song replied quickly, snatching the black bag she handed him, and hurried home while contemplating whether he had the ingredients for ginger soup. There seemed to be red dates in the kitchen cabinets, and he also had ginger and goji berries at home. Qin Song mentally cataloged these items. Upon returning home, he set the items down and felt Jiang Wanwan's forehead again. Fortunately, it wasn't as hot as it had been initially. He re-wet the towel, wrung it out, and placed it back on the girl's forehead. Then, he prepared a dose of fever-reducing medicine for her to take. The bitter taste caused Jiang Wanwan to spit out, covering Qin Song in the process. What the heck? A water cannon? He quickly grabbed some tissues to wipe off his clothes, dipping his tongue into the cup to taste the residue. He found the ibuprofen wasn't bitter at all. He prepared another dose of fever medicine and gently propped Jiang Wanwan up, eventually persuading her to finish it. In the kitchen, Qin Song first boiled water in a small pot, then peeled the ginger. To brew ginger tea for warding off the cold, it is essential to peel the ginger, as the skin possesses a cooling nature. Additionally, the pits of the red dates must be removed. On the first day of her menstrual cycle, Jiang Wanwan experienced a considerable flow, making it inadvisable to add brown sugar. Brown sugar water is known to invigorate blood circulation and dispel stasis. Consuming it during heavy flow could exacerbate the situation, potentially prolonging her period and hindering recovery afterwards. However, red dates and goji berries pose no issue. Once the ginger tea infused with red dates and goji berries was ready, Qin Song thoughtfully extracted the ingredients, leaving only the broth. Approaching Jiang Wanwan, he gently touched her forehead. Fortunately, she was only slightly warm, and the fever had begun to subside. He helped her sit up, and, after cooling the tea to a suitable temperature, brought the spoon to her lips for her to sip. The pungent flavor immediately made Jiang Wanwan feel nauseous. Qin Song quickly tore off several tissues to catch any spills, lest her clothing become damp. If her clothes were wet, he would be unable to change them for her. Come now, let us drink the ginger tea. Once you finish, a good rest will make you feel better. Wanwan, you've been so good, just one more sip. He allowed the girl to lean against his shoulder, soothing her softly while feeding her the ginger tea. Perhaps driven by thirst, or perhaps by his sweet words, the tea soon lost its spiciness, and the small bowl was emptied in no time. Chapitre 29, Surprise? No, soak. Observing the girl leaning heavily against him in slumber, Qin Song could not help but smile wryly. What a predicament! He had intended for her to finish the ginger tea and then head to the bathroom to change her sanitary pad herself. But now, that seemed impossible. He could only hope Jiang Wanwan would awaken, feeling unwell, and take care of it herself. At this moment, Qin Song finally found a chance to breathe. Since getting off the bus, he had not rested. With Jiang Wanwan draped over him like a koala, he had no choice but to lean back against the sofa to avoid waking her. He tore open a heating pad, placing it on the blanket and covering her lower abdomen with it. Picking up his phone, he sent a message and called his parents, but there was no response. Gradually, fatigue crept in, and before long, he succumbed to sleep. At 4 in the afternoon, downstairs in the residential complex, Lu Yu and Su Chaoling walked side by side, with Qin Ong trailing behind, burdened with a variety of bags. Why must you two women drag me along for shopping? Qin unlamented. Lu Yu shot him a glance. If I were to take another man shopping, would you be willing? I need someone to carry bags while I shop with Su Mei. It's only once or twice a month. When you go fishing with your friends and leave me at home, I don't complain. At this, Qin Ong could only manage a bitter smile, rendered speechless. From 10 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon, they had been shopping nonstop, with lunch taking less than an hour. Qin Ong could not fathom how such small frames could harbor such immense energy. While he, as a man, could hardly keep up, the two women remained lively, laughing and chatting without a hint of exhaustion. Had it not been for Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan returning today, they would likely have continued shopping even after dinner. Yet, Qin Ong understood and willingly played the role of the pack horse, not least because of the sweet, intimate moments he had recently shared with Lu Yu. Su Chaoling's family had known Qin Ang's family for nearly 20 years, long before their children were born. After Jiang Zi's passing during a mission, Su Chaoling single-handedly bore the weight of her household. Financially, she fared well, as Jiangzi was a martyr, having been a squad leader in the fire brigade at the time of his sacrifice. Besides the one-time compensation, the monthly allowances were substantial. The buns sold in her shop were not made by her own hands, but were supplied by a comrade of Jiangzi's from the central kitchen. This comrade had started a breakfast chain, allowing others to franchise it. Su Qiaoling was one such franchisee, but her contract differed from those of other chains. The factory price was lower than that of others. She had greater pricing flexibility, and her protective radius was doubled. While typical franchises could not have a second shop within a 1-kilometer radius, hers extended to 2 kilometers. Not only did Su Qiaoling benefit from this contract, but also other families of martyrs she knew, turning it into a charitable endeavor. Although the profit margins were significant, Su Qiaoling opted to set her prices slightly below market value. As she put it, those who purchase breakfast from such shops are often ordinary folks. Earning a little less was acceptable to her. She simply hoped that those individuals would not go hungry over a few coins. The larger protective radius meant that lowering prices did not disrupt the market. While it was not particularly arduous work, it did require time. As she spent her days in the shop, the social dynamics were straightforward, yet her spiritual world felt rather empty, lacking in social interactions. After Lu Yu recognized this, she often dragged Su Qiaoling out for shopping and dining. Lu Yu, being a few months older, had become known as Sister Lu to Su Qiaoling. While Lu Yu referred to her as Sister Su, there's still fresh meat and vegetables in the fridge. Let us have dinner at our place. The kids are coming back today, right? You should call Wan down. She is probably at home now. My husband and I are often away for work. Yet we've known each other for nearly 20 years. We rarely get the chance to dine together. You mustn't refuse this time. Lu Yu remarked. That rascal Qin Song has caused quite a bit of trouble for your Wan lately, needing her help for a standardized test, truly. In the elevator, Lu Yu turned to Su Qiaoling. Call Wan now. If she is free, let her come down to sit for a bit. The dishes aren't complicated and one tea take long. Su Qiaoling nodded in agreement and pulled out her phone to dial. Inside, Qin Song, who had been dozing on the sofa with Jiang Wan in his arms, was roused by the ringing of his phone. Groggily, he picked up the phone, pressing the answer button. Hello, Wan, where are you? He mumbled, struggling to open his eyes, only to find them stubbornly shut. Recognizing the voice, but unable to place it, he replied, she is asleep. With that, he groggily hung up the phone. At that moment, the three at the door listened to the beeping from the phone on speaker. Lost in thought, was that Qin Song's voice? Lu Yu asked uncertainly. Su Qiaoling checked the call log, confirming it was indeed a call for Wan. Yet Qin Song's voice was unmistakably present. Confused, she dialed back. Just as Qin was opening the door, he rubbed his ears, wondering why he heard an echo from inside the house. As the door swung open, a cacophony of cell phone ringtones erupted from the vicinity of the living room sofa. The trio stepped inside, only to find Qin Song staring blankly at them, his phone in hand. Mom, Auntie, Dad, he exclaimed, glancing at Jiang Wan, who was clinging to him like a koala, and realizing that no explanation would suffice. The astonished Su Qiaoling's gaze fell upon the black plastic bag on the coffee table, containing sanitary pads and fever-reducing medication. After mentally calculating the days, her heart settled. Lu Yu, being a woman herself, grasped the situation to a large extent, while Qin remained blissfully unaware. However, there was no need for him to catch up. He had already been dispatched to the kitchen by Lu Yu. She approached Jiang Wan, gently touching her forehead, and inquired of Qin Song, have you administered the fever medication? Qin Song nodded mechanically. Su Qiaoling tugged at Jiang Wan's arm, saying, Wan, let us go home and change clothes with Mom. No, I'm comfortable like this. Jiang Wan protested lazily, spreading her arms wide. Suddenly, a sense of familiarity washed over her as she looked into Qin Song's face. Turning her head, she was met with 3 pairs of eyes fixed upon her. Mom, Auntie, Uncle. With a start, Jiang Wan leapt from Qin Song's embrace, stammering, Mom, you have to listen. I'm not him. Woo. It dawned on her that no matter how she tried to explain, words failed her. So yiding, risusurete. Mom understands. Let us head home to change clothes, and later, we'll come down to have dinner with your Uncle Qin. Jiang Wan buried her face in her hands. At that moment, she became acutely aware of her discomfort, especially the damp clothes clinging to her back, creating an unbearable sensation. Her forearms were sticky with sweat, though she no longer felt feverish. Qin Song handed her a blanket and suggested, here, wrap this around yourself. Jiang Wan glanced at the bloodstains on her pants, lowered her head, and silently wrapped herself up. Auntie, this large bandage on the table. I'm not sure what it's for, but I bought some. You can take it. It's of no use to me. Su Qiaoling rummaged through the contents of the bag and smiled. How thoughtful. With that, she picked up the bag and cradled Jiang Wan as they departed. Once the two had left, Lu Yu placed her hands on her hips. While she had a general understanding of the situation, she felt it necessary to give Qin Song a stern talking to. You can take care of someone, but don't let your guard down and end up in bed with them. As much as I long for grandchildren, now is not the time. Now, tell me, what exactly happened? With a sense of righteousness, Qin Song recounted the events in detail, even showcasing the bloodstains and smudges on his clothes. Lu Yu pressed. What about the rest? Qin Song replied. She wouldn't let go of me, so I had no choice but to lie down beside her. I sat through a long ride, carried her the entire way, bought medicine, made ginger soup, and then fell asleep. He wore an innocent expression, Mom. What did you expect us to do? Go surfing? Lu Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. Go take your shower. Qin Song chuckled. Don't forget to mop the floor. Some medication spilled, and the sofa cushions are dirty too. Needs changing. With that, he headed off to the shower. After a long day, both Jiang Wanwan and Qin Song felt uncomfortable in their own skin, sticky and disheveled. After showering and scrubbing the stains from his clothes, he found that dinner was prepared. Su Qiaoling and Jiang Wanwan returned downstairs, and the two families gathered at the table for a meal. The dining table was rectangular, with Qin Ong and Lu Yu sitting together, while Su Qiaoling and Jiang Wanwan occupied the opposite side, leaving Qin Song alone in an outer seat. During dinner, the three adults deliberately avoided mentioning the earlier incident, engrossed in their own conversations. Lu Yu began, Old Qin, how are the stock performing lately? Have they risen or fallen? Qin Ong responded, the recent surge is quite promising, but I sense it may be nearing its peak. After a while, it's safer to withdraw the money and invest in funds. Su Qiaoling interjected, I heard Aunt Wang from the neighboring building has a son who just got married. The woman also brought a child. Lu Yu exclaimed, oh, really? Tell me more. I'm always out and about. I'm missing out on all the gossip. Lu Yu urged. Sure. Qin Song thought to himself, wow, is it really that scandalous? The conversation meandered from stocks to gossip, and eventually to the academic pursuits of Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan. They discussed everything except the earlier events, which left Qin Song feeling somewhat uneasy. He had just shared a bed with someone else's daughter. Although it was under exceptional circumstances and nothing untoward occurred, it felt strange that it wasn't even mentioned. After all, he had taken advantage of the situation. Throughout the meal, Jiang Wanwan kept her head down, focused on her food and silent. Once dinner concluded, Qin Ong headed to wash the dishes, while Lu Yu, after reminding Qin Song to study with Jiang Wanwan, dragged Su Qiaoling into the bedroom. Qin Song's room was stocked with exercise books and paper, so there was no need for Jiang Wanwan to fetch anything from home. Initially, the atmosphere was a bit awkward, but as they began to debate a challenging physics problem, the tension eased. After completing the physics exercise, Jiang Wanwan intertwined her fingers and said, Qin Song, thank you. You still enjoy helping others. Taken aback by her sudden gratitude, Qin Song chuckled. Thank me for what? For accompanying you to see your grandmother, for carrying you home while you were asleep, for feeding you medicine and making ginger soup, or for buying? Jiang Wanwan looked at him, realizing there were many reasons for her gratitude beyond those. Qin Song tousled her hair and added, well, you'd better teach me how to solve problems well. When I was back home, Grandma mentioned that I should work hard so we can get into the same university. Huh? What did she say that? When you're washing dishes? The implication of Grandma's words was unmistakable. She recognized their feelings and seemed to support them. Qin Song continued, you've got one piece of logic wrong. I didn't help you because I enjoy helping others. It's not that I like helping for the sake of it. It's because you were the one who needed help. You were the key element. If you weren't involved, nothing would matter. All right, let us continue studying. I want to attend the same university as you. Jiang Wanwan nodded, reflecting on Qin Song's words and silently encouraging herself. Then let us keep studying. I will ensure you learn well. By the way, why haven't you touched this math exercise book? Come on, right? This book is full of fundamental problems. Practicing these will reinforce your knowledge. It's not difficult. A whole book. Dozens of pages. Qin Song scratched his head. What about you? Jiang Wanwan waved her vocabulary list. I'm memorizing words. Qin Song responded. Math is impressive. Fine, it is impressive. In a master bedroom, Lu Yu pulled Su Qiaoling to sit at the desk, fiddling with her tablet. Lu Yu opened a hidden app on the tablet, and after a few clicks, a live feed from the living room surveillance appeared. Surveillance footage? Su Qiaoling's eyes widened. You've installed that in your home? Sure. Keep it down. Lu Yu replied. Qin Song often stays home alone. So I was worried and installed the camera in the living room. Old Qin doesn't know about it. I'm hoping it'll help me find some of his secret stash. Just don't let it slip. She found the footage and began to play it. Starting from the moment Qin Song carried Jiang Wanwan through the door. Let's together observe what this young lad, Qin Song, has done to Wanwan. Should he have engaged in any inappropriate behavior, do not be surprised if I were to break his legs. Su Qiaoling clearly noted that the playback count displayed was 1, indicating that Lu Yu had certainly not previewed the footage in advance. She insisted on watching it herself, seeking reassurance. In Chapter 31, the conversation flowed smoothly. After all, these two children had shared a cozy sleep, and the girl bore the brunt of it. An explanation was warranted. Su Qiaoling was certain that had Qin Song behaved in a lewd manner within the footage, he would undoubtedly face a severe reprimand that very night. And she would need to intervene to prevent Lu Yu from being overly harsh. With the temperaments of Lu Yu and Qin Ong, it mattered little if Qin Song struggled academically. However, if he were to exhibit any moral failings, it could very well lead to a broken bone. Fortunately, the surveillance footage revealed no such indiscretions on Qin Song's part. Rather, he attended to Jiang Wanwan with meticulous care, even checking to see if she had choked before addressing the matter of his own clothes being soiled. The endearing words he spoke while administering medicine to Jiang Wanwan elicited fond smiles from the two observers. How perfectly matched these children seem, Su Qiaoling remarked with a chuckle. Lu Yu laughed, adding, if old Jiang were to discover that his daughter had been courted by Qin Song, he would likely unleash a water gun upon him. With a sigh, she continued, by the way, are you really not considering finding someone else? Su Qiaoling sighed in return, shaking her head. I shall not seek another. In life, I am his, and in death, I am his ghost. Finding another, I fear, would cause Wanwan distress. And I cannot surmount the emotional hurdle within my heart. Since his departure, I have felt as though a piece of me is missing. My heart is perpetually vacant. To pursue another would be unfair to him. So after much contemplation, I have resolved not to. Lu Jia, do you recall our family's first picnic together, when we jokingly arranged a betrothal for these two? Lu Yu laughed. Of course, I remember. Back then, seeing the two children play so well together, we thought it would be amusing to arrange a match for them. However, upon reflection, we are no longer in a feudal society where parental arrangements dictate such matters. The notion seems rather absurd now. Su Qiaoling smiled. I actually think these two children are quite delightful. Just before Wanwan took a bath, she asked for my approval to add a WeChat friend, claiming it was my mother who wished to connect. Once I granted permission, my mother initiated a video call, which initially puzzled me given her archaic phone. It turned out that Qin Song and Wanwan had purchased her a smartphone and taught her how to video call. Moreover, Qin Song accompanied Wanwan to the cemetery to visit old Jiang, cycling under the blazing sun. Lu Yu gasped, is that so? Why didn't that rascal mention it over dinner? Su Qiaoling responded, if he had, it would have seemed like he was seeking praise. It's better this way. We know he has a good heart. I genuinely believe Qin Song is a fine young man, responsible, considerate, and filial. In light of these virtues, his poor grades pale in comparison. Besides, isn't he striving to improve? Indeed, I too find Wanwan to be a fine child, Lu Yu replied. Su Qiaoling paused before saying, these two have played together since childhood. When they were younger, children do not harbor ulterior motives. Their feelings are pure, simply enjoying each other's company as friends. As they mature, should they wish to explore a romantic relationship, I see no issue. Recently, however, I noticed that they haven't spent much time together, leading me to believe they may have discerned the difference between platonic and romantic affection. Yet, during their recent trip to the countryside, hints of their chemistry resurfaced. As they reach an appropriate age, pursuing a relationship is not problematic. It would be wonderful if they could attend the same university. However, if fate leads them to different institutions, long distance may indeed pose challenges. If they endure, I would have no objection to them marrying once they reach the legal age. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback by her reasoning, only to realize its validity. You are surprisingly open-minded. One might think you have a son on your side, and I, a daughter on mine. Nonetheless, I do hope these two can attend the same university. Ideally, Qin Song would strive for excellence. I fear Wanwan might compromise her own prospects for his sake. If that were to happen, you must counsel her, for I shall not agree. Su Qiaoling nodded. Long-distance relationships truly test one's heart. I recall my own courtship with old Jiang. We endured a lengthy period apart. During that time, many pursued me, and old Jiang often called to profess his loyalty. Fearing I might stray, I reassured him that I would not seek another parent or best friend simply because of distance. If we were to part, the reason would not be geographical, but rather a lack of a steadfast commitment to one another. If that were the case, we would have parted regardless of distance, as our resolve was insufficient. I also conveyed to him my unwavering commitment. We agreed that as long as one of us did not give up, the other must remain steadfast as well. Eventually, we married. If these two children attend the same university, for years could nurture their bond. Should they find themselves at different institutions, that time would reveal whether they are indeed meant for one another. Thus, whether or not they are at the same university matters little, as long as they eventually unite. A challenging journey is not a deterrent. After all, even the pursuit of the scriptures faced trials and tribulations. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Yu remained silent for a moment, then nodded. Regardless, I think Wanwan is wonderful. If these two end up together, and Qin Song dares to wrong her, I shall surely break his legs, at which point you must restrain me. Sukiaoling Chakith. Covering her mouth. I cannot hold you back. You must seek your husband, old Qin, for that. This was no mere pleasantry. In the realm of long-haul trucking, one harbors the constant worry of encountering fuel thieves. A large truck's fuel tank holds a significant amount, and if one falls victim to thieves, the entire trip may be for naught. Should one disembark in pursuit of these rascals, they might even face injury. In the trucking community, there are frequent tales of those who have faced misfortune while attempting to confront fuel thieves. For safety and to prevent theft, both Qin and Lu Yu have taken classes in self-defense. If Lu Yu were truly infuriated and caught Qin Song, Su Qiaoling doubted she could physically intervene should Qin not be present. By the way, once school begins, if both of you are off driving, let Qin Song come here for dinner. As seniors, we cannot let them subsist on takeout. It is neither nutritious nor healthy. Lu Yu pondered for a moment. We shall see. Qin Song is rather wild and may not agree. I discussed it with old Qin. During this senior year, he will be on the road while I stay home to care for Qin Song. Su Qiaoling proposed, how about we have a meal together tomorrow to discuss it? She added, I will bring some gifts to express my gratitude for Qin Song teaching my mother how to video call. You must not refuse. My mother insists on this. You know her temperament. She values etiquette highly. Lu Yu nodded. All right, let us continue our excursion tomorrow. Today was not enough. By the way, want to your breakfast shop, need someone to fill in tomorrow? Su Qiaoling nodded. I found 2 university students on summer break to work temporarily. They are quite diligent. Is everything all right on your side with old Qin? I hope he doesn't decide to throw in the towel tomorrow. Lu Yu clenched her fist. He wouldn't dare. Though she spoke thus, her heart brimmed with joy. After all, having a husband who is willing to spend money on her and accompany her while shopping is a blessing. However, over the past month, he has been somewhat reclusive, spending his leisure time at home watching sports or going fishing, neglecting his physical fitness unlike before. Although he does not possess a beer belly, she senses that Qin stamina has diminished compared to the past. It is essential to purchase some supplements for him. A life of happiness should not be delayed. At that moment, while seated on the sofa watching a match, Qin sneezed, feeling a shiver run through him. How is it that, in the midst of summer, he felt slightly cold? Chapter 32. The grand shopping expedition. The following morning, Qin Song was still languishing in bed, scratching his backside and dozing, when Lu Yu roused him. Come on, it's a holiday. Can't I get a little more sleep? He protested. Lu Yu drew the curtains, allowing blinding sunlight to flood the room, instantly banishing any remnants of sleep from Qin Song. Aunt Su and Wan have arrived with gifts. How can you still be asleep? She exclaimed. And about the money you and Wan pooled together to buy a phone for her grandmother. You've kept that quite secret, haven't you? If Aunt Su hadn't mentioned it last night, I wouldn't have known. Qin Song scratched his head and chuckled. Isn't it only right to show respect to the elders? With both families being so familiar with each other, why maintain such formality? Lu Yu replied. It was Wan's grandmother's request to uphold the propriety. Otherwise, Aunt Su wouldn't have wanted to proceed like this, creating a rift between our families. All right, get up and freshen up quickly. We're taking both families to the mall soon. Upon hearing this, Qin Song leaped out of bed. Going to the mall was secondary. His primary desire was to spend time with Jiang Wan and not for academic purposes. Although he was about to enter his senior year with the college entrance examination looming, he felt that it was essential to relax during the holiday rather than remain overly tense. After they finished washing up and had a simple breakfast together, both families drove to the largest commercial building in Jiang City, the Shimi. The term large referred to its scale. Unlike those luxury boutiques found in SKP and IFC, Shimi primarily dealt in small luxury brands, with only a tiny section dedicated to high-end products. As selling handbags worth tens of thousands of yuan in a city like Jiang City, which lies between second and third-tier status, posed considerable challenges. He had anticipated accompanying his mother and Aunt Su as they browsed through bags, but with Qin as his father, he could easily concoct a reason to sneak away with Jiang Wan and reconvene during mealtimes. However, Qin Song soon realized that the situation was far more complicated than he had envisioned, for Jiang Wan had also joined them. She rarely accompanied her mother on shopping excursions, let alone to a commercial building. Far from being shy in the face of novelty, she exhibited a keen interest, eager to try everything. Wan, that little white dress looks stunning on you. Annie will buy it for you. Without a second thought for the price, Lu Yu produced her card and proceeded to the cashier. This seamless transaction left both Qin Song and his father utterly astonished. Was this really the same Lu Yu who would haggle for ages over vegetables at the market? Qin Song discreetly glanced at the price tag behind Jiang Wan. It read 699 yuan. However, the quality seemed commendable, with no loose threads in sight. The dress was modest, with a neckline just above the collarbone and a knee-length hem that accentuated her fair legs, exuding youthful vitality. As Jiang Wan approached the cashier to pay, she seemed somewhat flustered. After glancing at her mother, who nodded in approval, she felt reassured. Wan lifted the hem of her dress, twirled in front of Qin Song, and asked, "What do you think? Does the dress look good?" With her high ponytail swaying gently in the breeze, the scent of her hair wafted into Qin Song's nostrils, causing him to lose himself momentarily. "You look beautiful. It is you who is charming, not the dress. You would look stunning in anything." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan's cheeks flushed crimson. Jiang City No. 2 High School did not mandate uniforms, so since Qin Song found her attractive, she resolved to wear lovely outfits for him in the future. Subsequently, the group wandered through other stores. Both the Qin and Jiang families adhered to a principle: to save where they could and spend where it was necessary. If they could acquire the same items at a lower price, why waste money? Conversely, since they had ventured out for leisure, they aimed to indulge and enjoy themselves. For what was the point of earning otherwise? Both Lu Yu and Su Qiaoling purchased elegant kipayos and a set of cosmetics. Lu Yu also acquired a pair of jade bangles, while Su Qiaoling bought a watch. Simultaneously, they procured several outfits and 2 pairs of shoes for Qin Song and Jiang Wan, including both sporty and casual styles. Interestingly, among their purchases was a matching set of Puma sportswear, identical in everything but color, along with matching Puma shoes, effectively making them a couple S set. Yet, neither Lu Yu nor Su Qiaoling found anything amiss. On the contrary, they praised the ensemble, leaving Qin Song and Jiang Wan bewildered. What was going on with these two? Even Qin Ong received a gift during this shopping trip: a state-of-the-art fishing box with a seat, capable of supporting a fishing rod and even featuring an umbrella holder. He also acquired a fishing reel priced over 1,000 yuan and a jersey identical to that worn by Cristiano Ronaldo, which delighted him immensely. After placing their purchases in a temporary storage locker at the mall, Su Qiaoling led the way to a private dining establishment for lunch, thanks to a prior reservation. Their meals arrived shortly after they were seated. In a casual dining style, they ordered 6 dishes along with a pot of fruit tea. "Qin Song, I want to thank you for purchasing the phone for my grandmother and for taking care of Wan yesterday," Su Qiaoling said, rising to toast. She never felt embarrassed about expressing gratitude to her juniors. Every individual is an independent entity deserving of respect, regardless of age, gender, or familial hierarchy. When a younger person performs a good deed, they should be acknowledged. Qin Song hastily stood up, adopting a humble demeanor. "Auntie, our families have known each other for so long. It's only right. Besides, Wan has helped me considerably with my studies. You're being too polite." With that, he downed the drink in his glass. Su Qiaoling smiled and finished her drink as well, then approached, presenting the watch to Qin Song. "Auntie's gift for you. Take good care of it. No need to be modest." At that moment, Lu Yu also stood and approached Jiang Wan, sliding the recently purchased bangles onto her wrist. "Wan, thank you for your support in Qin Song's studies during this time." Qin Song and Jiang Wan exchanged bewildered glances. What was happening? Although they were unsure of the circumstances, they accepted the gifts, recognizing the importance of respecting their elders. Throughout the meal, they refrained from engaging with their phones, instead enjoying lively conversation. Midway through lunch, Lu Yu inquired, "Qin Song, I plan to stay home to care for you during your senior year while your father is away driving. However, Aunt Su suggested you dine at her house. What are your thoughts?" Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Song replied, "Of course, I'll eat at Aunt Su's house." His immediate response left everyone staring at him in astonishment. "Mom, if my dad is out driving alone, it must be exhausting, and he has to watch out for gas thieves. I went to Aunt Su's for dinner, and after finishing the meal, it would be just perfect to study with Jiang Wan. Mom, I'm truly doing this for my studies." Chapter 33, The Revelation. Lu Yu pondered for a moment, finding some merit in Qin Song's argument. It is indeed strenuous for one to drive alone, in the rush to save time. One might neglect to eat regularly and risk developing gastric ailments, not to mention the dangers posed by reckless drivers. If Qin Song dined at Su Qiaoling's, it would certainly be beneficial for his studies, although it might impose on others. He could simply contribute to the meal expenses monthly or treat Jiang Wan to something nice. That could work, but whether you study or not is of no concern. Just ensure that you do not disrupt Wan's learning, or else. Qin Song wore a defiant expression. "Mom, am I really that unreliable?" Lu Yu shot him a disapproving glance. "What do you think? In your first semester of high school, when you saw a local thug bullying a student, you tried to reason with him and ended up getting a black eye. That thug later became your follower. Then, in your sophomore year, you began to gather your little gang and occasionally intimidated other students outside the school, scaring them into skipping classes. In the second semester of your freshman year, You deceived me over the phone, claiming you had a fever and wanted a rest at home, only to sneak off to an internet cafe with your friends, where you were caught by the police. In your sophomore year, you outdid yourself by bringing firecrackers to school and hiding them under the English teacher's car. The teacher thought he had a flat tire until the surveillance footage revealed the truth. Mom, enough. Qin Song hastily interrupted his mother's expose. Reflecting on it, he realized that since entering high school, he had only genuinely applied himself for the past month in preparation for the academic proficiency exam. Otherwise, he had merely coasted along. His recent behavior likely stemmed from a fleeting burst of motivation. Lu Yu's concerns were valid. She feared that once his enthusiasm waned, he would revert to his old ways, negatively impacting Jiang Wanwan's studies. Mom, you needn't worry. I am not one to lose interest so quickly. With my senior year approaching, I wouldn't squander this pivotal year on frivolity. I will strive to gain admission to Jiangxing University and bring pride to our family. When that day comes, you must throw me a proper celebration. Hearing her son's earnest vows, Lu Yu smiled. All right. If you manage to get into Jiangxing University, it will indeed be a triumph for the Qin family. I will buy you a car outright to drive to college. Qin Song chuckled. Mom, let us make that a promise. Lu Yu shot him a knowing glance. Do you think I could deceive you? Qin Song added, but Mom, could you perhaps buy me an electric bike first for commuting to school? Lu Yu queried. What do you need an electric bike for? Isn't there public transportation? Qin Song sighed. Once school starts, I'll have evening study sessions, and after that, the buses stop running. Yesterday, while taking a taxi home, the driver mentioned that there have been incidents of people being harassed by thugs around here after visiting bars. It's quite dangerous. An electric bike would make it easier for me and Wan to commute together, and the extra time would allow me to memorize more vocabulary. Qin Song exaggerated his reasons, all to convince her to get him an electric bike. Waiting for the bus could be quite tedious, and having an electric bike would facilitate his studies. Ahem. Lu Yu paused, then nodded. Fine, but the keys must go to Wan. I've seen the news. Recently, many young men suffered serious injuries or even fatalities due to reckless motorcycle riding. Wan will hold the keys. You cannot ride without her consent or supervision. Jiang Wan pointed to herself. Me? Lu Yu smiled and nodded. Yes, indeed you. Auntie and your uncle are often away. I'm entrusting Qin Song's oversight to you. Monitor his studies. Ensure he eats properly. You may manage him as you see fit. If he misbehaves, twist his ear. If he dares retaliate, just let me know, and I will handle him upon my return. Jiang Wan promptly agreed, genuinely hoping that both she and Qin Song could attend the same university. Just moments ago, Qin Song expressed his desire to attend Jiangxing University, which was also her aspiration. The entrance score for Jiangxing University is quite high. Mere effort may not suffice, especially for someone who is careless. Don't worry, Annie. If Qin Song misbehaves, I'll call you to report. Lu Yu laughed. That sounds splendid. Wan, let us exchange WeChat and keep in touch. Annie has watched you grow up. I don't even have your phone number. Jiang Wan nodded and shared her number. Lu Yu, recognizing the familiar digits, added her on WeChat, and once Wan confirmed, she saved the contact. Opening her messages, she reviewed the notes from over the past month. Auntie, today Qin Song slept through math class and snuck snacks. Auntie, today during self-study, Qin Song secretly read a novel and bought junk food. Auntie, today in class, Qin Song was passing notes to girls. Auntie, today Qin Song. Well, it turns out the one reporting him previously was that little rascal, Wan. Realizing this, Jiang Wan suddenly felt exposed. Stealing a glance at Lu Yu, she was met with an encouraging smile, easing her worries. Lu Auntie, well done Wan, keep it up. Wan, sure thing, Annie. Observing the two engrossed in their phones, Qin Song felt a foreboding sense of dread. The private dining experience was quite pleasant. After their meal, the table was cleared and desserts and fruits were served. It was midday. Although the shopping mall was shielded from the sun, the staff still needed to take their meals. Thus, the group decided to linger for a while to chat before resuming their shopping. Isn't your 18th birthday coming up soon? Qin Song? Sukiaoling sadenitimarkt. Is it? Qin Song pondered. Today is June 19th, the 6th day of the 5th lunar month, while my birthday falls on the 10th day of the 5th lunar month. June 23rd. It seems I indeed forgot about my own birthday. Lu Yu felt a pang of guilt. Son, I know your birthday is approaching, but a business acquaintance asked your father and me to deliver a batch of urgent goods, and we must leave tomorrow. We might not return in time. We've already purchased your gift, and it should arrive in a couple of days. If we can't make it back, you can celebrate with Aunt Sue. I promise we will make it up to you when we return. Chapter 34. A cup of hot milk tea. Qinan also sighed. With his son's coming-of-age ceremony approaching, he too was reluctant to take on this job. However, the employer had previously done him a favor, and this order was crucial for him, with a generous payment offered. There was but one requirement. The goods had to be delivered within a specified time frame. necessitating a driver capable of enduring long hours on the road. Qin Song and Liu Yu had always valued their reputation in the trucking community. Once they committed to a deadline, they ensured timely delivery without increasing prices mid-journey, which was why that employer sought them out. Mother, I'm perfectly fine. My birthday coincides with the day of my mother's tribulation, yet it is not of paramount importance. Please, you and Dad must not hasten back recklessly, risking fatigue and speeding. Safety should always come first. In my previous life, Qin Song had promised Liu Yu that she could stay to care for him, while Qin Song ventured out alone to race. Naturally, Qin Song would not accept a task requiring a relay between the two. Now, having not given such an assurance, the ensuing events will not unfold as they did in the past. Although the vehicle is comprehensively insured, no one would dare to take risks simply because of that assurance. Liu Yu expressed her relief, remarking that her son has grown up and is now concerned for his parents. Rest assured, we will prioritize safety and return as soon as we can. Qin Song, feeling a sudden curiosity, inquired, Mother, why are all my classmates still 17? While I'm on the verge of turning 18. I recall that Wan's birthday is approaching as well, and she too will soon be 18. Liu Yu, puzzled, asked, Is there something you do not remember? Qin Song shook his head, stating, I only remember starting elementary school at the age of 8, but the reasons elude me. Liu Yu turned to Jiang Wan, narrowing her eyes with a smile. What about you, Wan? Do you remember? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan nodded earnestly, her gaze never leaving Qin Song. Auntie, I remember. Qin Song turned in surprise to Jiang Wan, who recounted the year I was about to enter elementary school. My father passed away, plunging my family into an abyss of grief. I resisted going to school, preferring to remain at home, confined to my bedroom. Eventually, my mother consented to let me delay my schooling by a year, but during that time, I was withdrawn, unwilling to interact with anyone except my mother and grandmother. That year, for reasons unknown, Qin Song also did not attend school, but instead, he came to play with me every day. If I stayed in my bedroom, he would too. If I went to the park, he followed. Whatever I wished to eat, he would procure for me, and even when I accidentally fell into the mud, he would deliberately join me, hoping to elicit a smile. Gradually, I emerged from the sorrow of losing my father, and under your guidance, Auntie, my mother too began to heal. Thank you, Auntie, and thank you, Qin Song. I know it was you who brought him to keep me company. Listening to Jiang Wan's narrative, the once fuzzy memories in Qin Song's mind began to crystallize. He recalled the reluctance to start school, and how, unexpectedly, Liu Yu had permitted him to stay home for a year, even providing him with pocket money, with the stipulation that he entertain Jiang Wan. The joy of not having to attend school and receiving an allowance was exhilarating. As long as he didn't have to study, he was happy to play with anyone. Their friendship had solidified during that time. Mother, Qin Song began, but hesitated, unsure of how to continue. It dawned on him that his mother had paved the way for him long before. After that year, he could never fathom Jiang Wan developing affection for any man other than himself. This was not merely a matter of owing gratitude. Rather, it was a bond that had grown unbreakable through time, a complex amalgamation of reliance, friendship, kinship, and love. At that moment, Jiang Wan was overcome with emotion. Mother, I understand why you refrained from accompanying me back to our hometown to visit Grandma and Dad, fearing you might lose control of your emotions in my presence, causing me distress. I'm also aware that sometimes, after I leave for school, you drive back home to see Grandma and Dad, returning before I get back, pretending as if nothing has happened. Mother, I have grown up and become more understanding. You do not need to be so strong. You do not always have to play the role of the strong one. Feel free to cry when you need to, and laugh when you wish. You need not guard that shop daily, nor should you view it as a substitute for Dad. You deserve to rest. Su Qiaoling was moved to tears by Jiang Wan's words. Indeed, for all these years, she had donned a mantle of strength, striving to conceal the fact that life had become untenable without a man in the house. Jiang Wan had been called a wild child without a father at the age of 8. This was her first and only request for those two wretched boys to apologize and transfer schools. Yet, no matter how strong she tried to be, the absence of a pillar in the family left a void. No woman wishes to be without the support of her husband, and no man desires to be without the means to provide for his family. Wan, I promise I will hire someone to manage the breakfast shop going forward, and I will spend more time with you. I will definitely take you back home next time. Jiang Wan sobbed as she threw herself into Su Qiaoling's embrace, finding solace in each other. Liu Yu's eyes were also red-rimmed. As a woman, she fully empathized with the hardships Su Qiaoling had faced over the years. She nestled into Qin Song's arms, holding him tightly. Some things should not be cherished only after they are lost, lest one be left with regret. When flowers bloom, they must be plucked. Do not wait until there are no flowers left to regret the empty branches. Qin Song silently rose and went to the milk tea shop to buy 5 cups of milk tea, along with some ice and 3 plastic bags. Upon returning to the private room, the atmosphere had returned to a semblance of normalcy, the sorrow slightly alleviated. Su Qiaoling, having released her pent-up emotions through tears, appeared significantly rejuvenated, her inner turmoil dissipated. Had Qin Song not noticed the still slightly red eyes of the 3 who had just cried, he might have thought everything that transpired was but a dream. The internet suggests that consuming something sweet can alleviate a sour mood. The ice could also help reduce any swelling around the eyes. Mother, these 5 cups of milk tea cost me quite a bit. You must reimburse me. Qin Song placed the milk tea and ice on the table, beaming at Lu Yu. By the way, one of these cups is warm, especially for Wan Wan. Chapter 35, Me Too. He had not forgotten that Jiang Wan Wan was still in a delicate phase. Qin Song arranged the straws in the milk teas and placed them in front of everyone, placing the bag of ice in front of the 3 who had just wept. Rest assured, ladies, all your milk teas are lightly sweetened, so no need to worry about gaining weight, Qin Song jested. Lu Yu shot him a playful glare, the corners of her mouth betraying a smile. This boy has suddenly become so considerate and thoughtful. How wonderful. You've made your mother proud. Jiang Wan Wan's eyes sparkled upon learning that 1 cup of warm milk tea was prepared just for her, her gaze fixed on Qin Song. Seeing this, Lu Yu attempted to lighten the mood with a cheeky comment. Oh dear. If the man who arranged a marriage for me knew how caring and considerate my son has become, he would surely be delighted. Jiang Wan Wan turned, puzzled. Marriage? What marriage? Qin Song wore a similarly bewildered expression. Lu Yu waved her hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing. When Qin Song was little, his father and I arranged a betrothal for him. What? A betrothal? Qin Song and Jiang Wan Wan exclaimed in unison. Mother, when was this betrothal arranged? Why was I not informed? Qin Song asked somewhat urgently. It is the 21st century. Even pet dogs are not bred for mating. Advocating for free love. Why should we still adhere to arranged marriages? Dad, you must persuade Mom. Such futile thoughts are outdated. We must discard the dross and retain the essence. Upon hearing this, Qin Ong cast a knowing glance at Lu Yu, instantly grasping her intentions. Feigning helplessness, he shrugged and with a pained expression remarked, Son, as you are aware, our household has always been governed by women, both inside and out. The men have never had much say in matters. I cannot make this decision. You must consult your mother. Observing the anxious countenance of Qin Song, Lu Yu stifled a chuckle and turned to Jiang Wan Wan, inquiring, Wan Wan, do you believe it is appropriate for Annie to arrange a betrothal for Qin Song? At this moment, Jiang Wan Wan was equally distressed. What do you mean someone has already promised? Before I even had a chance to make a move. Annie, I believe that in this new era, we ought to champion the concept of love freely chosen. Arranged marriages are a relic of the past that ought to be discarded. Many who enter into arranged unions find themselves unhappy, she asserted earnestly. Lu Yu blinked and smiled, nodding in agreement, and he shares the same sentiment. Which is why we helped Qin Song annul his betrothal when he was young. After all, we live in a new age. While there may be a generational gap, we can still communicate. With that, both sighed in relief. Qin Song then asked, Mom, who was the child I was betrothed to? I've never heard you mention this before. Lu Yu replied without hesitation. After the betrothal was established, our 2 families discussed it and decided that arranged marriages were not advisable, so we canceled it. Since it was annulled, you naturally wouldn't know. As for the child, it was Wan Wan. What? Jiang Wan Wan glanced at Su Qiaoling, who nodded indeed. Our families had deliberated on this matter, but later deemed arranged marriages to be unsuitable and thus canceled it. While I acknowledge that arranged marriages may not be ideal, I still think it's important to heed our parents' advice, Jiang Wan Wan stammered. Qin Song feigned agreement, me too. The moment the words left his mouth, everyone erupted in laughter, the atmosphere lightening considerably. Now, he understood that his parents and Aunt Sue were reveling in the spectacle. Both families held progressive views, which led them to openly discuss such matters in front of him and Jiang Wan Wan. In more conventional households, discussions regarding early romantic relationships would never occur in the presence of their teenage children. Yet these 2 families were decidedly different, willing to bring everything into the open. Their thoughts and family values were quite enlightened. Qin Song found himself quite fond of this arrangement. As they exited the private dining establishment, they returned to the mall. Having completed most of their shopping in the morning, they had no intention of browsing extensively in the afternoon. Lu Yu and Su Qiaoling each purchased a pair of high heels and a long skirt before abandoning further shopping pursuits. Much to the relief of Qin Song and Qin Ong, shall we go get our hair done? Su Qiaoling suggested. Lu Yu glanced at Qin Song, whose bangs were nearly obscuring his eyes, and nodded. Qin Song, this time you must have your hair cut. Don't leave those side bangs that make you look so nonconformist. Qin Song glanced at his reflection in the ubiquitous glass of the mall and nodded. He had also contemplated a haircut. Since the opportunity arose today, he might as well take the plunge. Rather than the side bangs and the messy look, he was more suited to a hairstyle that revealed his forehead, akin to an American crew cut. His hairline was not high. The hair was thick and of medium hardness, with sharp brows and bright eyes. Exposing his forehead would make him appear more refreshed and spirited. After all, a man's most vital attribute is his vitality. Arriving at a regular hair salon, Lu Yu unapologetically selected 2 perm and dye packages priced at $798 for herself and Su Qiaoling. Whether running a large vehicle or a breakfast shop, manicures tend to be cumbersome, so they rarely indulged in such luxuries. To compensate for this, they decided to invest more in their hair. We'll have perms and dyes. Opting for the trendy large waves, and let's dye it a cool brown, which is flattering, Lu Yu suggested to Su Qiaoling. She nodded in agreement. Sounds good. Lu Yu then pointed to Qin Song. Just give him a trim to maintain his current style, and a treatment to suppress those few rebellious gray hairs. A package for $198 should suffice. And this sweet girl, Lu Yu gestured towards Jiang Wanwan. You shall have her hair styled long and straight, with some care. But no perm or dye since she is still a student. Make sure the director takes care of her, and afterward, let her have a wash with mugwort. The stylist nodded in acknowledgement, and him? He gestured towards Qin Song. Lu Yu assessed him, stating, make it look as spirited as possible. Feel free to be creative. Just go with the cheapest option for $35. Qin Song thought to himself. Confirmed, this truly is my mother. Afterward, Lu Yu produced a membership card, with the payment deducted from it. Very well, the stylist accepted the card and began to arrange the requests Lu Yu had specified. Qin Song was the first to finish. Since he required neither a perm nor a treatment, he merely had his hair washed and cut, and within half an hour, he was done. Although it was the lowest price of $35, he was still able to make requests. Qin Song expressed his desire for a hairstyle that blended the advantages of both an American crew cut and a textured top. The stylist assessed Qin Song's hair quality and hairline, realizing that this style would indeed suit him, and proceeded accordingly. Chapter 36. Play While You Can. Qin Song tousled his freshly dried hair and approached Lu Yu. Mom, how does this hairstyle look? Lu Yu, sporting a somewhat bull-like hairstyle herself, glanced at him and her eyes brightened. This hairstyle is quite nice. It looks spirited, far superior to those side bangs. From now on, stick with this style. The one you had before resembled the nonconformist styles of a decade ago, obscuring your eyes and giving you the inclination to flick your hair while walking, thinking you looked cool, when in fact it was rather foolish. As she spoke, Lu Yu recalled those incomprehensible texts on photo booth strips from 10 years ago. At least you two are fortunate. You haven't resorted to those strange characters like those nonconformists. Emperor Qin Shi Huang had a hard time unifying the script. Had he known about that historical episode of linguistic chaos, he would have emerged from his tomb to slap a few of them. The 20-something stylist thought to himself, I sense she might be referring to me, but alas, I have no evidence. Following Qin Song was Qin Song, whose hair, initially interspersed with strands of gray, became dark and lustrous after treatment. Qin Song was not lacking in attractiveness himself, standing at 175 centimeters with a well-defined physique and straight legs. To maintain his health, he often exercised outside of driving a sport car, embodying the type that looks slender in clothes, yet muscular when undressed. After his hair treatment, the stylist styled it with wax and even tidied up his stubble. He wore a polo shirt, which hung naturally rather than tucked in like those middle-aged men with protruding bellies, paired with black trousers that accentuated his already long legs. Qin Song, in his current appearance, could be aptly described as a mature gentleman. With a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, he would transform into a refined rogue. Lu Yu observed her husband, her eyes sparkling. Since their marriage, he had never taken such care in his appearance. Lu Yu had thought his days of charm were behind him, but it seemed he still had some allure left. Seeing Lu Yu's sparkling eyes, Qin Song feigned seriousness. Sitting upright in his chair, waiting for the unfinished Lu Yu, though internally, he was bursting with joy. Half an hour later, the procedures over at Jiang Wanwan's side were also completed. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, the fragrance emanating from her strands causing Qin Song's heart to flutter uncontrollably. The white knee-length dress accentuated the girl's ethereal beauty, reminiscent of moonlight. The long, straight black hair paired with the white dress made her slender legs, smooth as jade, even more enticing against the backdrop of her white stockings. Suddenly, a thought crossed Qin Song's mind. He wanted to take a bite. Truly, she possessed a pair of perfectly straight long legs, and he had a mouth. What a coincidence. Wanwan, smile for me, Qin Song said. Jiang Wanwan, somewhat puzzled, complied, and offered a shy smile. Qin Song thought to himself, ah, sweet girl. All right, put that smile away. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan retracted her smile, adopting a serious expression. Qin Song mused internally, wow, a goddess. So sweet and regal, I might just perish. Jiang Wanwan shot Qin Song a playful glare, noticing his drooling gaze. Qin Song understood it was all in jest, meant to tease him. Yet he pretended to wipe his mouth. Oh, you dare to tease me. Watch me tickle you. In the hair salon, they were the only patrons, and with ample space. A bit of playful banter wouldn't disturb anyone else. The design director who had just styled Jiang Wanwan's hair chuckled. You two must be a couple, right? You look so well-matched. Jiang Wanwan blushed, steam practically rising from her head. Not at all. Qin Song leaned in. No, we aren't just a couple. She is my fiancée. We were engaged since childhood, and now we're just waiting for the wedding, right? You two are childhood sweethearts. The design director exclaimed, surprised. You truly are well-suited for each other, both handsome and beautiful. He was unaware of their talents, but they certainly were easy on the eyes. Jiang Wanwan shot Qin Song a glare. You and your big mouth. She turned to Lu Yu. Andy, look at him, speaking nonsense. Lu Yu pretended to glare at Qin Song. Don't say such things about matters that aren't even settled yet. Yet inwardly, she was already elated. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at these two kids. Even their quarrels are so delightful. Su Qiaoling nodded in agreement. Although these two youngsters hadn't yet reached adulthood by lunar calendar standards. Their identification cards indicated otherwise, based on the solar calendar. Qin Song's ID stated he was born on May 10th, 2000, while Jiang Wanwan's was June 18th, 2000. Legally, they were both considered adults. As adults, they should be granted the freedom to express themselves. Over an hour later, Lu Yu and Su Qiaoling finished their hair as well. Their wavy locks draped over their shoulders, the cool brown hue enhancing their fair complexions. Both had given birth at the age of 20, and now at the most, they were only 38, with naturally attractive appearances and proper maintenance, coupled with Qin Ang's care for his wife. He usually let her drive during the day while he took the night shift. Su Qiaoling had little to worry about in her breakfast shop, remaining calm and composed. After their new hairstyles, they appeared several years younger, reminiscent of freshly ripened peaches, retaining their charm. The design director approached at just the right moment. Ladies, our total expenditure today has exceeded $1,500. Our makeup artist can offer you a complimentary, full makeup session if you are interested. Rest assured, we only use high-end international brands. No inferior products here. Absolutely. Lu Yu readily agreed. She and Su Qiaoling had only applied a base makeup today, and they were eager to see how they would look with a full face. Neither of us has any allergies to cosmetics. Bring it on. Su Qiaoling laughed. They were then ushered into the makeup room at the back. Qin Song waved his hand in front of his father. Dad, your eyes are about to pop out. You better support them. Qin Song swatted his hand away. I'm just admiring my wife. What is it to you, you single dog? Go play. With that, he stood up and walked outside. Where are you going? Qin Song inquired. Without looking back, Qin Song replied, to buy a suit. Qin Song glanced at the bags in the resting area, filled with the high heels and long dresses that Lu Yu and Su Qiaoling had bought that afternoon. Knowing his mother, once fully made up, she would undoubtedly want to don her new attire. TSK, TSK, TSK. Seems like Dad feels a sense of urgency. Chapter 37. A Change of Heart? Jiang Wanwan turned to Qin Song and asked sweetly, do you think I should also get my makeup done? Qin Song shook his head vigorously. No, you look stunning just as you are. No need for makeup. Half an hour later, Qin Song predictably received a phone call. Hello, Song, have Wanwan bring the dress and shoes we bought this afternoon to the makeup room. I need them too. All right. Qin Song hung up and relayed the message to Jiang Wanwan. She nodded obediently and took the items over. Moments later, two striking figures emerged from the makeup room. Upon seeing them, Qin Song rushed over, wrapping his arms around Lu Yu. Sister, you look absolutely beautiful today. He then turned to Su Qiaoling. Sister Su, you're out shopping today too? Your sister is over there sitting. Qin Song pointed at Jiang Wanwan, eliciting a soft giggle from Su Qiaoling. Lu Yu's eyes sparkled as she glanced at him. Who is your sister? I'm your mother. Qin Song continued to flatter. How could such a young and beautiful woman be my mother? Clearly, you're my sister. Sister, when are you going to buy that electric scooter you promised me? Lu Yu rolled her eyes at Qin Song. I knew you had an agenda. We'll go buy it after we get home. There's a specialty store nearby. By the way, where's your dad? Lu Yu was eager. She needed Qin Song to see that even at 38, with a little adornment, she could still blossom. Oh, my dad. He right at the door. At the entrance of the salon, Qin Song, dressed in a fitted suit, his hair styled back appropriately, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuded a subtle scent of perfume. He approached Lu Yu with measured steps, extending his right hand, revealing a bouquet of vibrant roses. Lu Yu blushed and accepted the roses, leaving a lipstick mark on Qin Ang's cheek. Mom, Jiang Wanwan and I are still here. Qin Song lamented. No need to flaunt your affection like that. Lu Yu shot him a glance. Now you recognize me as your mother? Just a moment ago, you were calling me sister. Qinan chuckled. Come on, my good son. Call me brother-in-law. Nearby, Su Qiaoling and Jiang Wanwan stifled their laughter, enjoying the amusing scene. Passers-by outside the salon, witnessing the charming display, felt compelled to indulge themselves, one after another stepping inside. This spectacle left the salon staff beaming with joy. Their commissions depended on the number of customers, and the more patrons, the higher their earnings. Lu Yu checked the time. It was nearly 5 in the afternoon. She proposed, how about we go for barbecue tonight? Su Qiaoling spoke with a hint of regret. I have an official gathering this evening concerning the allocation of additional examination points for the descendants of martyrs and addressing the living difficulties faced by their families. The Jiang City authorities organize several gatherings each year, aimed at alleviating the hardships encountered by the families of martyrs and assisting in the application for examination point policies for the children of these heroes. Previously, families were required to prepare their own documentation to submit to the Education Bureau for applications. However, in a bid to enhance the sense of happiness and belonging among the descendants of martyrs, Jiang City has taken it upon themselves to streamline this process. Addressing living difficulties, in simpler terms, entails allowing the families of martyrs to voice the challenges and injustices they face in their daily lives, with the authorities striving to provide solutions. Should one want to accompany you? If not, you can either prepare something to eat at home or dine out, Qin decided promptly. Let Qin Song take Wanwan out to eat. Lu Yu and I must set out tomorrow, and after a simple meal home tonight, we need to pack our luggage, so I'd rather not cook. Lu Yu nodded in agreement. I'll buy you an electric bike on the way home. I remember you can ride one. There's a food fair at Shidi Plaza with plenty of snacks. Your mother will send you some money. You can take Wanwan there to explore. Qin Song scratched his head in confusion. What was going on with these two? They usually disliked eating out, especially from street vendors. Why were they suddenly so accommodating today? 500 yuan has been credited to your Alipay. This melodious notification caused Qin Song to immediately cast aside his earlier thoughts. All right, that is settled. Upon returning home, Lu Yu adhered to their agreement and purchased an Iamea brand electric bike from a nearby specialty store. Excuse me, could you please lock the speed at 25 km/h for this bike? The shopkeeper scratched his head. The new national standard hasn't been issued yet. Electric bikes don't require locking at 25 km/h. Besides, this one can't go that fast. The maximum is only about 60 km/h. Lu Yu tapped the 2 complimentary helmets. It's fine. I'm worried my child might speed. Please help me lock it. And could you provide 2 better helmets? I'd like to know how much you could deduct for these 2 free ones. Upon hearing Lu Yu's request for 2 additional helmets, the shopkeeper generously valued the 2 free helmets at 30 yuan and locked the bike at speed accordingly. Mom, what can this 25 km/h bike even do? Qin Song lamented. At 25 km/h, even a standing athlete on a mountain bike would outpace it. The shopkeeper chuckled. Although locked at 25 km/h, if you twist the throttle, it can reach 28 or 29 km/h. And if the back seat is unoccupied, it can go up to 31 or 32 km/h. Going downhill, it gets even faster. Qin Song, what difference does that make? He received 2 keys, one for Jiang Wanwan and another for her as well, leaving Qin Song with none. Mom, are you really worried I'll fall off this 25 km/h bike? Qin Song asked helplessly. Lu Yu tapped his forehead. As long as you wear a helmet and follow traffic rules, I'm not concerned about falls. My real worry is you gallivanting around on this bike. So anyone want to keep an eye on you. Ding dong. A WeChat notification chimed. Lu Yu glanced at her phone, a slight smile gracing her lips. Alahite, Song. I have to go home now. You and Wanwan enjoy yourselves, but be back by 10 p.m. After settling the payment for the bike and helmets, she departed with the sound of her heels clicking away. Mom, I want to shower first. I just got a haircut and have loose hair on my neck that is a bit itchy. Shower? You won't want to just wait around? You can wash up when you get home after having fun. Lu Yu looked back, her voice ringing out loudly. Qin Song scratched his head, not dwelling on it. The bike was in hand, money in pocket. He could always shower later. Chapter 38, an odd sound. Qin Song took the keys from Jiang Wanwan and inquired, what do you feel like eating tonight? Jiang Wanwan smacked her lips. Didn't Tian say there's a food fair at Shidi Plaza? Let's go eat there. It was only a little past 5. Food fairs generally became lively in the evening, and they couldn't just have snack for dinner, could they? Jiang Wanwan rubbed her stomach. I'm not hungry yet. Qin Song checked his phone, and his eyes lit up. How about we catch a movie first? A movie? The classic date spot for couples? Yay! Let us watch a movie, then go to Shidi Plaza for snacks afterward. But what movie should we watch? Upon hearing Jiang Wanwan's question, Qin Song replied without hesitation. Of course, Jurassic World 2. A die-hard fan of the Jurassic series, he had seen the film more than once, but but he had never watched it in a theater. No way. I refuse to see dinosaurs in the cinema. Jiang Wanwan pouted. I want to watch a romance or horror film. How could Qin Song be so oblivious as to invite a girl to a movie without choosing a romance or horror film? A romance film would allow her to lean on his shoulder and cry after being moved, while a horror film would provide the chance to clutch his arm unfrightened. How could he miss these opportunities? Hearing her, Qin Song scrolled through his phone, but there were truly no appealing romance or horror films showing recently. Reluctantly, he took Jiang Wanwan to a private cinema and selected a relatively popular film they hadn't yet seen, Us. He hadn't watched it, but had seen snippets of it on Douyin. The private cinema was located on the third floor of a street-side shop, with each room being independent. Qin Song chose a two-person room. The space was neither overly spacious nor cramped, featuring a sofa, a coffee table, a screen, a projector, and an air conditioner, everything included. As they sat together, the sofa sank in the middle, causing them to unconsciously draw closer. Initially, the atmosphere was quite romantic, but as the film progressed, they became engrossed, until Jiang Wanwan suddenly asked, Qin Song, do you hear any strange sounds? She rubbed her ears. Qin Song picked up the remote and lowered the movie volume, and indeed, he heard peculiar noises. The sounds were emanating from the adjacent room. Qin Song recognized the source but could not divulge it. It seems to be coming from next door. It's probably just sounds from their movie, he said dismissively. Jiang Wanwan rubbed her ears again and stood against the wall. No, this is definitely a human sound, and it sounds like a woman. Why is there also a sound of someone patting a belly? Qin Song quickly pulled her back to the sofa. That is probably them watching a horror film. The woman must have been scared and started crying. The guy is likely trying to cheer her up by patting her belly. Jiang Wanwan was puzzled. But why does the woman cry every time he pats her belly? Maybe because he has a beer belly and she is horrified by it. At this point, Qin Song only hoped that the couple next door would finish soon. He was truly at a loss for words. Finally, after a series of rapid belly pats and a long wail from the woman, the ordeal concluded. Qin Song regretted ever choosing to come to the private cinema and lamented his choice of film. At this moment in the film, the female protagonist lies on the bed, listening to the sounds emanating from the adjacent room. With her feet, she kicks the wall and gasps, oh my God, oh my God, what are you doing? The male lead sits up, exclaiming, are you out of your mind? The scene transitions to a couple in the neighboring room. Startled by the exclamations, exchange bewildered glances towards the source of the noise. No matter how innocent Jiang Wanwan is, she has come to understand the implications of the earlier cries and the rhythmic thumping. Through the dim light, Qin Song clearly observes Jiang Wanwan's face and neck flush a vibrant crimson, rendering her akin to a ripe tomato. She clasps her legs together, burying her face in a pillow, remaining motionless until she eventually lifts her head. The silence that follows weighs heavily in the air. At a loss for what to say or do, Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan share a tacit understanding, maintaining their silence as they watch the film until its conclusion. That movie was quite good. Qin Song stammers as he stands to turn on the lights. It was decent, Jiang Wanwan replies, her gaze downcast. They exit the private cinema, and a refreshing breeze alleviates the tension. Let us go. Starving. To West Square. Qin Song hands Jiang Wanwan one of the helmets. She rubs her stomach, acknowledging her own hunger. They ride their bikes to West Square, located approximately 5 kilometers from the city center. A newly developed residential area designed to divert some of the foot traffic from downtown. Canopies are set up throughout the square, spaced apart to allow 3 people to walk side by side. Advertised as a street food festival, it resembles a gathering of local food vendors. Qin Song recalls that 2 years later, a designated area was established for these mobile food stalls, eventually transforming into a vibrant night market. Coupled with the newly developed commercial district nearby, this place has become a successful case of alleviating congestion in Jiang City's downtown. The aroma of carbohydrates and sugary oils wafts through the air. A glance around reveals an array of delectable offerings: stinky tofu, spicy hot pot, lamb skewers, gluten, and various fried delicacies. In one corner, a vendor is frying rice and noodles, flames leaping high as the smoky scent envelopes them, calming the restlessness that had lingered from their time in the private cinema. Qin Song, they also have main dishes here. Let us just have our dinner and supper here. Jiang Wanwan exclaims excitedly, her hunger palpable. The enticing aromas have stirred her appetite. Qin Song nods in agreement, suggesting they buy everything they wish to eat and then enjoy their feast on a nearby bench. Chapter 39. The Taste of Happiness in the Square. A designated area features tables and benches for patrons to rest and dine, sheltered beneath a canopy, with several powerful industrial fans providing a refreshing breeze. After perusing the stalls, they find the vendors maintain a commendable level of cleanliness, the oil used by the fried food stalls appearing clear and inviting, unlike the murky concoctions from unscrupulous establishments. Qin Song reflects that, since this food festival is officially organized, the vendors must adhere to health standards, as failing to do so would tarnish the event's reputation. They don't purchase much, just a serving of wontons, a beef fried rice, some fried skewers, lamb skewers, a portion of grilled cold noodles, and 2 cups of freshly squeezed watermelon juice, one chilled and the other at room temperature. Qin Song arranges the items on the table, opening the disposable packaging to release an enticing aroma that makes them both swallow in anticipation. Let's dig in. Qin Song places the wontons in front of Jiang Wanwan, while he himself savors the beef fried rice. Given Jiang Wanwan's current dietary restrictions, he ensures that the fried skewers and lamb are prepared without chili. Qin Song takes a disposable cup filled with chili sauce, prepared solely for his own indulgence. He has always been a lover of spice, believing that heat transcends mere taste to evoke sensations of pleasure and pain, a paradox that captivates him. Qin Song, what do you think happiness is? Jiang Wanwan inquires, taking a bite of a wonton and glancing sideways. Following her gaze, Qin Song observes a small mobile cart, where a thin cotton blanket and a mat have been laid inside. A 4 or 5-year-old boy is sprawled on the mat, engrossed with a cartoon-shaped learning device. Beside the cart sits a woman on a folding stool. When customers approach, she rises to introduce her homemade pastries, but when alone, her attention remains fixated on the boy, fanning him gently, while occasionally reminding him to hold the screen further away and checking if he is too hot or hungry. Qin Song swallows his mouthful of rice and muses. Each person has a unique definition of happiness. In the adult world, he may seem unhappy, confined within this small cart, limited to this inexpensive learning device, devoid of a prosperous family or an enviable background. Yet in his eyes, he is happy at this moment because his mother loves him dearly and cares for him, willing to take him wherever she goes. To adults, that small cart may seem like a cage, but to him, it is his secret haven. The thin blanket beneath him, the USB lamp plugged into a power bank, and the fan in his hand all symbolize his mother's love. Qin Song gazes at the boy, his eyes filled with envy. Honestly, I envy him. As a child, when my parents were out driving, I often wished they could take me along. In the back of the truck's cabin, there was a small bed where I would play, and that was my secret base. He sighs deeply, returning to his meal. As his words linger, Jiang Wanwan contemplates for a moment, her eyes lighting up with inspiration. Wait a moment. She rises and hands the still untouched grilled cold noodles to the boy. In Qin Song's view, she engages in cheerful conversation with the woman for a while, then pulls out her phone to scan a payment code. The woman retrieves 2 boxes of pastries, distinctly different in color from those on the table, and hands them to Jiang Wanwan. Upon returning, Jiang Wanwan presents the pastries to Qin Song with a radiant smile. Here, these are special pastries made by that lady for her son. I exchange a bowl of grilled cold noodles for these 2 boxes. Now you can taste the flavor of happiness. Bathed in moonlight, Jiang Wanwan radiates a warmth that transports Qin Song back to his 3rd year of university. The year his parents passed away, he recalls feeling lost, taking a month-long leave from his counselor, isolating himself at home, ordering takeout whenever hunger struck, and indulging in smoke and drink. During that time, Jiang Wanwan also sought a month-long leave, coming to his home daily to encourage him and care for him, soothing his furrowed brow from nightmares. While alcohol was manageable, his tolerance was low, and he would quickly lose consciousness, feeling relief after a few hangover pills. Smoking was a different beast. One cigarette after another, it became an addiction that took a toll on his health. When Jiang Wanwan couldn't sway him, she began to smoke alongside him. For every cigarette he took, she followed suit, coughing yet undeterred. Eventually, Qin Song ceased smoking and drinking, gradually emerging from the depths of despair, emerging from the shadows. He had contemplated confessing his feelings to Jiang Wanwan, yet the sorrow of losing his parents and the self-deprecation of being alone stifled that notion. His grandparents passed away when he was quite young, and his parent siblings were all rather self-serving. Although they shared blood ties, they were hardly better than strangers. At least strangers wouldn't kick you when you were down. With this thought, Qin Song exhaled deeply, vigorously shook his head, and accepted the box, carefully unwrapping it. Before him lay an assortment of mung bean cakes adorned with cheerful faces, each uniquely shaped. He opened another box, revealing red bean cakes similarly decorated. He discerned their contents from the delightful aroma wafting from the pastries. Qin Song donned disposable gloves, pinched a piece of red bean cake, and brought it to Jiang Wanwan's lips. Open up. Let us savor the taste of happiness together. Jiang Wanwan momentarily froze, her delicate lips parting slightly as she took a gentle bite. Without hesitation, Qin Song consumed the remainder she left behind. How is it? Delicious? He inquired. Jiang Wanwan squinted her crescent-shaped eyes and nodded with a smile. Sweet. After they finished all the other food on the table, they strolled along the railing by the river in West Park. In the shadows away from the streetlights, the moonlight cascaded down, and Qin Song gazed at the shadows on the ground. One is mine, and the other is also mine. How wonderful. Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan asked, by the way, Qin Song, is it true what Annie said this afternoon? Did you really block someone at the school gate and bully a classmate? Qin Song had anticipated this question from Jiang Wanwan and was not at all surprised. She had always been quite concerned about his affairs. He shook his head. There is nothing to it. During the first semester of my freshman year, I saw some thugs bullying students by the roadside, so I rushed over and confronted them, asking why they were picking on the kids. The thug later explained that he was warning a student who had been harassing his sister to stay away. I felt a bit guilty for having beaten him up without understanding the situation. So I took him out for some barbecue and gave him 200 yuan as compensation for his medical expenses. He was quite forgiving and even said I had principles. And then we became friends. The people we confronted weren't good folks. They bullied classmates at school, but when faced with those from the streets, they wouldn't dare utter a word. After warning them not to bully students anymore, we let them go without resorting to violence. As for skipping class to go to an internet cafe, that part is true. At that time, there was an event in the game I was playing that required me to be online at a specific time in the afternoon. Later, my mom set up a computer at home, so I stopped skipping class. Chapter 40 Qin Song, my hands are cold. What about the incident with the English teacher in the second semester? Why did you place firecrackers under his car tire? Jiang Wanwan continued to inquire. Upon hearing her mention this matter, Qin Song's expression darkened. That scoundrel. I've never liked him. Several times during class, he openly praised foreign genes, claiming their moon was rounder and their air fresher. He even suggested that it was an honor for a Chinese person to marry a foreigner because they could improve our inferior genes. What utter nonsense! With over 5,000 years of Chinese culture, which surname has produced extraordinary individuals. Otherwise, we would have long been extinct. He even had the audacity to declare in class that drugs were a good thing, saying, if they weren't good, why would so many people try them? He even expressed a desire to experiment with them himself. After that class, I immediately reported him to the Education Bureau, and he was dismissed. Ha ha ha, that scoundrel. Qin Song didn't wish to use vulgar language in front of Jiang Wanwan, but he couldn't help it. That English teacher was utterly unworthy of his role. Jiang Wanwan's small face displayed surprise. So that's why we suddenly have a new English teacher. But aren't you afraid of being targeted for making that report? Qin Song scoffed. If the school punishes me for this, then it's not worth staying there. One must know when to stand firm and when to compromise. I believe this matter is more significant than attending school. I didn't realize you had such a sense of justice. Of course, the values of the Qin family are impeccable. The two walked side by side along a narrow corridor, their inner arms occasionally brushing against one another. Each gentle contact was a test for Qin Song, who silently reminded himself that a man should take the initiative. He prepared to grasp Jiang Wanwan's hand during the next brush. However, reality proved more challenging than expectation. Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan looked up at the sky, noticing the moon taking on a perfectly crescent shape. Truly beautiful. Qin Song, hurry. Take a picture, Jiang Wanwan said, hurrying ahead and striking a peace sign with her fingers. With his plan thwarted, Qin Song merely nodded, taking out his phone to capture a moment where the moon and the girl beneath it coexisted in harmony. Once Qin Song finished taking the picture, Jiang Wanwan leaned in to examine it on his phone, her eyes sparkling. How is it? Isn't the moon beautiful tonight? Qin Song smiled, glancing at the photo, and nodded. Indeed, the moonlight tonight is truly enchanting. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan puffed out her cheeks. Shouldn't you say the moon is beautiful, but the person is even more beautiful? The phrase the moonlight tonight is truly enchanting had become popular in mid-July, and Jiang Wanwan was unaware of the deeper implication behind it. Feigning mystery, Qin Song remarked, in a month, you'll understand that you actually prefer my words. Seeing Qin Song's cryptic demeanor, Jiang Wanwan pouted, appearing to sulk while secretly feeling excited. The two continued their stroll. Suddenly a soft, delicate hand slipped into Qin Song's palm. Qin Song, my hands are cold. Jiang Wanwan lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Qin Song chuckled joyfully. My hands are cold too. Let us warm them together. Okay. Thus, two individuals who would have cold hands in June naturally walked hand in hand through the park. Before they knew it, it was nearly 9 o'clock in the evening, and they were preparing to head home, spotting a middle-aged couple snuggled together on a bench. Qin Song was abruptly reminded of the glimmer in his parents' eyes when they saw each other's transformed appearances at the hair salon. Now he understood why his mother had unusually insisted that he take Jiang Wanwan out for snacks, even refusing to let him go home for a shower, generously giving him 500 yuan, indicating it was fine for him to come home late. Qin Song, Why don't you ask uncle and auntie if they're hungry or if they'd like something to eat? Jiang Wanwan suggested. With so many snacks around, there must be something they like. Qin Song shook his head. They should be asleep by now. Really? Do uncle and auntie go to bed this early every day? Qin Song shook his head again. No, today is an exception. Have you asked Aunt Sue what she wants to eat? We should buy something for her. Jiang Wanwan nodded. My mom said she'd like to have freshly squeezed orange juice and just a sticky rice dumpling to take home. Qin Song nodded. Then let us go buy it now. The two purchased a cup of chilled, freshly squeezed orange juice and a serving of glutinous rice before cycling home. They parked their electric bike in the designated charging area beneath their residential building, which, although not complimentary, required a quick scan to recharge. There was no need to worry about theft, as removing the charger would automatically terminate the connection. Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan took the same elevator, and upon entering their home, they were greeted by the scent of laundry detergent. Only the small night light in the living room cast a glow, while their parents' bedroom had long since succumbed to darkness. Qin Song took a quick shower and, clad in a tank top, sat down at his computer to begin typing. According to the birth date on his ID card, Qin Song was already of age, and with his real name bank card, he was eligible to enter into contracts with online platforms. Indeed, over the past few days, he had managed to write a total of 20,000 words and had secured a contract. He had been diligently working on a novel titled The 10 Days of Demise. Unsurprisingly, his signing editor was the robotic entity Fan. This was anticipated, considering he was merely a novice, and it was entirely reasonable not to have garnered any attention yet. As a keyboard wizard, Qin Song followed the outline he had previously drafted alongside memories from his past life, managing to produce another 20,000 words in just 3 hours. He did not hesitate to send it all at once. With ample free time in the evenings, he aspired to reach 100,000 words for his debut, which would allow him to earn some income and secure full attendance for the following month. Although he had not achieved any significant milestones yet as a newcomer, he was fortunate that the current full attendance requirement was merely 100 listens and reads per month. Writing 4,000 words daily was within his reach, given that he had the outline and a rough plot already mapped out. Now, he could only hope that this tale would soon be discovered, enabling him to earn enough to study diligently alongside Jiang Wanwan. Chapter 41. You are different from us. Checking the time on his phone, he realized it was already past midnight. There were 2 unread messages on WeChat. One was a goodnight wish from Jiang Wanwan, while the other was from He Shun, requesting to meet at their usual spot the following morning at 10 o'clock to discuss something important. Qin Song first replied to Jiang Wanwan with a sweet goodnight and pleasant dreams before staring at He Shun's message, lost in thought for a moment before responding with an affirmative. What was meant to happen would inevitably come to pass. He had botched this situation in his past life. But not this time. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Qin Song awoke to find that Qin Ong and Lu Yu had already left to make deliveries, leaving the room and living area eerily vacant. Upon checking his phone, he discovered that Lu Yu had transferred 2,000 yuan to him, urging him to buy whatever he desired in anticipation of his birthday, insisting he should not skimp on himself. Jiang Wanwan also messaged him, inquiring if he wished to study together. Qin Song replied that he had matters to attend to today, quickly freshened up, and stepped outside. After a quick bite of bread at home, he made his way to the agreed-upon location with He Shun, a billiards hall. The billiards hall was not far from the happiness community, so he did not need to ride his electric bike or take a bus. The previous night, Jiang Wanwan had given him a spare key to the bike, expressing her trust in him not to squander it. It was still before 10 o'clock that morning. Although the hall was open, only one table was in use due to the early hour. He Shun, along with 2 other young men, was engaged in a game of billiards, while a girl in the resting area was bent over her homework, appearing out of place in the setting. Ho Yi Xin, Deyun, Xiao Jun, and Xiao Rong. Qin Song called out their names. He Shun was Qin Song's classmate, while Xiao Jun, De Jun, and Xiao Rong were siblings. Xiao Jun was the one Qin Song had once beaten, only to later discover he had wronged him, resulting in an invitation to barbecue and a 200 yuan compensation. It was safe to say that their friendship began with a fight. De Jun and Xiao Jun were fraternal twins, aside from their tall and slender builds. They bore little resemblance to each other. The girl working on her homework was their younger sister, soon to enter her 2nd year of high school after the summer break. Qin Song took out a pack of cigarettes he had just purchased and tossed it to them. De Jun caught it, opened the pack, and shared one with Xiao Jun. The two lit their cigarettes, taking deep drags before Qin Song arrived and took a seat. "We need to talk to you, Qin Song," He Shun began. Qin Song glanced at him, nodded, and said, "Go ahead, I'm listening." He Shun awkwardly took a cigarette, struggled to light it, and coughed after inhaling, yet remained silent for a long moment. Observing this, De Jun stepped forward and stated bluntly, "Qin Song, we shouldn't hang out anymore. You are different from us." Indeed, it was the same sentiment as before. In his past life, They had summoned him only to leave him with those very words before departing to work in Guangshan. At that time, Qin Song had been furious and, after several fruitless inquiries, severed ties with them, even blocking their contact information. It wasn't until their parents' funeral during their 3rd year of university that he saw them again, prompting him to finally ask why. It turned out the Qin brothers had initially assumed Qin Song was like them, someone who struggled academically. It was only during the month he dedicated himself to studying that they recognized his true talent. Consequently, the 3 of them had secretly conspired to distance themselves from him, hoping to allow Qin Song to focus on his studies during his final year. The Qin brothers were already 18 and prepared to work, while He Shun was only 17. He Shun's decision to work stemmed from financial difficulties at home. He had never met his parents, having been picked up by his grandmother from the roadside as a child. With his grandmother's health deteriorating, He Shun contemplated dropping out of school to earn money for her medical expenses. He had heard that some factories in Guangshan hired individuals over 16 for assembly line work, so he intended to join the Qin brothers. His visits to internet cafes were also straightforward. He was making money by boosting others' gaming accounts due to his exceptional skills. Just recently, he had received an additional reward for his work on a Yasuo skin. Enough about that. Let's play a couple of rounds. Qin Song interjected, refusing to engage further. He picked up a cue stick from the rack nearby. He Shun and I will team up. You 2 brothers will be on one side. Let's play Black 8. Seeing Qin Song's reluctance to continue the conversation, Dejun resumed the game. At 15 yuan per hour, they certainly couldn't let the time go to waste. Their tickets were already purchased, and they would be leaving in a couple of days. While Dejun and Xiao Jun had more experience with billiards than Qin Song, he had the advantage of having lived a past life. During his university days, he had not neglected his billiard skills, and while he wouldn't say he overshadowed them, he certainly could hold his own. He Shun, possessing a strong learning ability despite his shorter exposure to the game, excelled at calculating angles and executing tricky shots. Though he sometimes miscalculated, inadvertently leaving the opponent in a prime position for a shot. In the first match, the players were somewhat unpracticed. It was only after the Chan brothers scored 3 balls that they managed to sink their own. The second match, however, was a complete rout, as they failed to score a single ball. In the third match, Qin Song allowed the opposing team to break, only for them to inexplicably pot the Black 8 during the break, which, according to local rules in Jiang City, resulted in an immediate victory for Qin Song. Observing Qin Song's nonchalant demeanor, both Dejun and Xiao Jun were momentarily taken aback. Qin Song glanced at his phone and noted that it was just 11 o'clock. Let us go. Call Xiao Rong. I'll treat, he declared, placing his cue back and brushing the chalk dust from his hands. Noticing the hesitant expressions on the faces of the 3, he added with a touch of irritation, We've known each other for 2 years. Surely we ought to have a farewell meal if we're parting ways. Following this, Chun Dejun went to the resting area to summon Chun Xiaorong, who was still engrossed in her homework. The group made their way to a modest eatery near the school, aptly named Huimin Restaurant. Its unpretentious nature belied its commitment to serving the community. The prices were reasonable, and the food was quite satisfactory. Siu Song, Siu Xin, Deyun, Siu Yun, Siu Long. Welcome, greeted the restaurant owner, Zhao Hui, cheerfully calling out their nicknames. Is there a private room available upstairs, Huijia? Qin Song inquired with a smile. Of course. Zhao Hui responded, leading them upstairs. The owner, Zhao Hui, and her husband, Deng Min, had combined their names to christen the establishment. In Chapter 42, titled The Hidden Academic Prodigy, it is revealed that Zhao Hui has a son, Deng Yi, who attends Jiang City No. 2 middle school and will be entering the 3rd year of junior high after the summer break. During Qin Song's first year of high school, he inadvertently discovered that Deng Yi was being bullied by classmates. He, along with Chun Dejun and Chun Xiaojun, confronted the bully in Deng Yi's class on several occasions, intimidating him to the point of causing an accident. Consequently, no one dared to bully Deng Yi thereafter. A week later, while passing by the restaurant, Deng Yi recognized them and invited them inside. It was during this visit that Zhao Hui learned of her son's plight. Having been bullied since entering junior high, his pens deliberately broken, papers ruined, and backpack tossed into the trash. She tearfully questioned why he had not confided in her and his father, to which Deng Yi, with tears in his eyes, explained that he did not want to burden them, especially when they were already struggling, nor did he wish to jeopardize the restaurant business. In gratitude, Zhao Hui treated them to a meal, promising that they could dine there for free in the future. Since then, Qin Song frequented Huimin Restaurant, where Zhao Hui would refuse payment, but Qin Song insisted otherwise. If you don't accept payment, I won't dare come here again. I'll just eat at the restaurant across the street to spite you, he jested. Only then would Zhao Hui accept his money, though she always ensured generous portions for their meals. As their friendship deepened, Qin Song began to refer to her as Huijia, believing it to be a more youthful and intimate address. Zhao Hui, amused, accepted this change, complimenting him on his sweet tongue. Huijia, you know our usual fare. Let us have another case of beer, Qin Song said. Zhao Hui assessed the group and replied, 8 bottles should suffice, 2 for each, except for Xiao Rong, who will have coconut juice. Qin Song cheerfully agreed, all right, 8 bottles it is. The restaurant was bustling, but the dishes for their table arrived particularly swiftly, a testament to Zhao Hui's special attention. Once the food was laid out, she cheerfully remarked that they should call for her whenever needed and then went downstairs to attend to other patrons. Qin Song opened the beers and filled the glasses of the 4 friends, and they toasted, downing their drinks in one go. Qin Song, let us be honest. We should be associate anymore. We don't belong to the same world, Chun Dejun stated seriously after finishing his drink. Qin Song, undeterred, confronted him directly. All right, I understand your concerns. You're worried I might coast through senior year as I did in the first 2 years, which is why you want to distance yourself from me, right? Chun Dejun looked astonished at Qin Song's insight, turning to Hishan, who quickly shook his head. I didn't say anything. Well, it doesn't matter who said it. Dejun, I ask you, how are we not from the same world? Do I possess an extra eye or ear? Chun Dejun shook his head. Neither. I see your potential to excel in your studies, but we are different. Xiu Yun, Xiao Rong, and I lost our father at a young age, and our mother remarried. Hishan, well, our lives are set in stone. You, on the other hand, have the ability. Why would you squander it? Why choose the path of mediocrity? Qin Song, perplexed, responded, when did I ever say I intended to waste my senior year? Hishan, didn't he mention it to you? I haven't been to the internet cafe these past few days. I've been studying, he added. At this, Chun Dejun was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Hishan, who averted his gaze, swallowing hard. Dejun, you didn't ask me, he mumbled. Tian Yun sighed deeply. He had intended to make their parting definitive, while Qin Song might not accept it immediately. He believed that enduring the pain briefly was preferable to prolonged suffering. After this phase, Qin Song would naturally redirect his focus towards his studies. Chun Dejun was aware that Qin Song had a childhood friend who excelled academically. He believed this girl would undoubtedly help Qin Song channel his energy in a positive direction. However, he did not anticipate that Qin Song would so openly express his intentions, inadvertently shattering the somber atmosphere they had created. Now they were caught in a dilemma. Fine, that is indeed our sentiment, Chun Dejun confessed. Xiao Jun and I have purchased tickets to Guangshan. Focus on your studies for senior year and refrain from thinking solely about leisure. Qin Song nodded. You and Xiao Jun can go. I have no objections, but Hishan cannot accompany you. Why can't I go? Hishan queried, confused. I will pose 2 questions. If you can answer them, then you may go, Qin Song stated. First, what does it mean to conceal your true abilities during exams? Is it to deliberately underperform in order to alleviate any subsequent regret over dropping out? Second, what will happen to your grandmother if you go to Guangshan? Are you truly willing to leave her alone at home? Qin Song had learned about Hishan's academic concealment during a past conversation with his deceased parents over drinks. Hishan could be considered a good student. He attentively participated in class, never skipping or arriving late, and submitted his assignments on time. He would swiftly complete his tasks and then spend his time at the internet cafe. He consistently kept his grades at a mediocre level, believing that as long as he understood the material, he could avoid the correct answers and thus control his scores. Upon discovering this, Chun Dejun had felt immense regret for having brought Hishan to Guangshan to work, fearing it would hinder his future. What? Conceal your abilities? You deliberately write the wrong answers during exams? Chun Dejun exclaimed in astonishment, staring at Hishan. Hishan hesitated for a long time before finally speaking up. The family simply lacked the financial means to support my education. I do not wish for my grandmother to endure such hardship, nor do I want her to feel guilty for being unable to afford my schooling. As for my grandmother, I have discussed with Dejun that Xiao Rong will reside with her from now on, providing companionship for both. Hishan is aware of his origins. His grandmother has not concealed the truth from him. Since Dejun and Xiao Jun's grandfather passed away in the 3rd year of junior high, they both dropped out of school. They sought odd jobs outside, and aside from their daily living expenses, their sole expenditure was to support their sister, Chen Xiaorong, in her studies. They resided in the old house left behind by their grandfather. Meanwhile, Qin Song, Tian Deyun, Tian Xiyun, and Chen Xiaorong frequently visited Hishan's home, occasionally bringing fruits and lending a hand with cleaning. In grandma's eyes, these 5 individuals are all her beloved grandchildren. What is your actual score? Tian Deyun suddenly inquired. I just casually studied and scored around 600. I attempted a set of last year's provincial college entrance examination papers and found them not too difficult. Hishan responded somewhat bashfully. Chapter 43, Decision. Chun Dejun shot him a glare. Casually studying and you still managed 600? You shouldn't go. Focus on your studies. I will refund your ticket on my phone shortly. Just 600? Is that something a person can say? After Xiao Jun and I dropped out of school, our combined exam scores never reached 600, let alone a college entrance examination paper. Upon hearing that Chun Jun refused to let him go, He-shun grew anxious. No. My grandmother is still waiting for money for her treatment. Chun Jun, frustrated, thumped He-shun on the shoulder. Are you out of your mind about money? With your foundation, you could easily gain admission to Tsinghua or Beida. Why would you want to work in a factory with us? For your grandmother's medical expenses. Xiao Jun and I will send you money later. You just need to focus on your studies and take care of Xiao Rong and Grandma. Chun Jun made a firm decision. However, Qin Song did not view the situation as optimistically. Elderly illnesses cannot be delayed by the time you send the money back. The difficulty of treatment may increase. Grandma's illness is a common ailment among the elderly. Although it is not severe, a minor surgery is still required. He-shun, do you know how much money is needed for your grandmother's surgery? Qin Song asked. He-shun thought for a moment. When I took Grandma to the hospital last time, I asked the doctor. The surgery and post-operative care would cost around 40,000 yuan. And the doctor also mentioned that after the surgery, she would need to rest and avoid overexertion. Did the doctor say when the optimal date for the surgery is? The doctor suggested it should be done before the 15th of next month, He-shun replied. Qin Song nodded. In that case, I will find a way to arrange this money. Jun and Xiao Jun, you can go to Guangshan in a couple of days. I have no objections. He-shun, you must stay. Focus on your studies and take care of Xiao Rong and Grandma. Where would you get so much money? Don't do anything illegal. Tian Deyun exclaimed anxiously. Though they mingled in society, they never engaged in immoral activities. Their friendship with Qin Song stemmed from his understanding and loyalty. I'll borrow from my parents. What is wrong with that? Qin Song replied with irritation. That is a significant amount of money. It's not appropriate to burden uncle and aunt. He-shun remarked. Qin Song waved his hand dismissively. I'll find time to video call my parents and explain the entire situation. I believe they will understand and be willing to help. He was uncertain whether his parents would agree to provide the money, but it was worth trying, just not now. His parents were busy making deliveries and should not be distracted by this matter. Qin Song planned to speak with his parents in a couple of days, calculating that they would have finished their deliveries by then. If they were unwilling, he would have to think of other solutions. Though Qin Song had only known He-shun for 2 years, he recognized his character and held great affection for Grandma. Willing to lend a hand. Past events had already shown that He-shun was a reliable friend, a brother worthy of trust. After dinner, Chun Jun insisted on settling the bill. The group conversed a bit longer, finalizing the outcome of today as discussions. Jun and Xiao Jun would head to Guangshan, canceling their rented accommodation in the city. He-shun's home had 3 rooms, one for Grandma He, one for He-shun, and one vacant. Xiao Rong, who had no one to care for her, would move into the empty room, looking after Grandma He whenever He-shun was away. He-shun would continue his studies while Qin Song assured him not to worry about the university tuition. If he could achieve the provincial top scorer, not only would prestigious schools waive tuition fees, but they would also award scholarships, with local authorities offering additional incentives. Even if he did not score high enough, there were interest-free student loans available, and he could work part-time during university to support himself. As for Grandma He's medical expenses, Qin Song would see if he could borrow from his parents, believing the chances were quite favorable. Jun and Xiao Jun also planned to look for jobs, after which they would see if they could advance some of their wages, gathering what they could. Afterward, the group discussed their plans and decided against continuing their outing in the afternoon. Instead, they purchased some vegetables, fruits, and meat to visit Grandma He. Grandma He owned a modest apartment in an old neighborhood built in the late 1980s to early 1990s, located not far from the school. Each building had 6 floors and no elevator, with Grandma He residing on the 2nd floor. Ascending the stairs, He-shun took out his key and unlocked the door, revealing the layout of the apartment. The foyer had no partition. To the left upon entering was a small dining area with 4 stools and a square table, directly facing the bathroom. To the left of the dining area was a secondary balcony, adjacent to the kitchen. On the right side of the entrance was the living room, from which 3 rooms branched off, 1 master bedroom and 2 secondary bedrooms, with the master bedroom featuring its own balcony. The apartment was not large, totaling less than 100 square meters, yet it was well equipped. The only drawback was the absence of a natural gas line, necessitating the use of a gas cylinder connected to a gas stove for cooking, though this was not a significant issue. He-shun mentioned he had suggested selling the house to fund Grandma's treatment, but she adamantly refused. Rumor had it that the area was slated for redevelopment in the future, making it difficult to sell now without knowing the reliability of that information. Grandma He had 2 more reasons for not wanting to sell. First, to retain a cherished memory. After all, one cannot simply grow old without a home, resorting to renting. Second, She wished to leave something behind for He-shun after her passing, not wanting to pour money into the endless pit of a hospital. As an elderly woman, it is perfectly normal to face aging, illness, and death. Why waste money unnecessarily? Were Grandma, He-'s exact words. Upon seeing her grandson arrive with Qin Song and the others, Grandma He immediately rose from her recliner. "Oh dear, everyone is here," she exclaimed, heading straight for the kitchen to retrieve the green bean soup she had made that morning. "Quick, have a taste," she insisted, followed by bringing out some fruits, pastries, and nuts. This was her routine. Whenever Qin Song and his companions visited, she would bring out all the delicious treats and urge them to eat. "Grandma, please rest. I can get it myself," He-shun hurriedly interjected, guiding Grandma He back to her recliner. Although her complexion appeared somewhat pale, her spirit seemed quite good. Though the ailment was not particularly severe, the occasional sharp pangs would still cause Grandma He to furrow her brow in discomfort. Typically, she relied on her own efforts to prepare and sell snacks by the roadside to earn a living. Her offerings, being both clean and affordable, garnered considerable popularity. However, this also meant that every step required her personal involvement, translating her labor into meager earnings. Recently, due to her declining health, He-shun had to persuade her to cease her activities and take some time to rest at home. Nevertheless, the family's savings were steadily dwindling, prompting He-shun to contemplate dropping out of school to earn money for his grandmother's medical expenses. After a group of them indulged in some mung bean paste and pastries in front of Grandma He, they collectively tidied up both the interior and exterior of her home. As dinner approached, they remained at her house to enjoy a meal prepared by He-shun and engaged in light-hearted conversation. When Grandma He learned that Dejun and Xiaojun were venturing out into the world, her face reflected a poignant reluctance. Over the course of the past 2 years, she had come to regard them as her own grandsons. She reiterated her concerns for their safety and urged them not to overexert themselves. Regardless of circumstances, her home would always remain a sanctuary for them. He-shun also shared the news of Xiao Rong moving in, which brought her immense joy, as she had a fondness for the diligent girl who was eager to absorb her wisdom. After chatting a little longer, the group bid farewell to Grandma He as night fell, and Qin Song finally returned home. It was already 7 in the evening when he arrived, and after a quick shower, he finished typing up the 20,000 words he had written that day. Upon glancing at his phone, he realized it was nearly 10 o'clock. Jiang Wanwan had sent a message, wielding the metaphorical sword of inquiry bestowed by Lu Yu. "Jiang Wanwan, did you neglect your studies today?" Following that, she sent a cute cat emoji questioning his dedication. Qin Song scratched his head, acknowledging his slight lapse in diligence, after sending a playful emoji of a hero pleading for mercy in response. He chatted with Jiang Wanwan for a while and agreed to study at her home the following day. After exchanging goodnights, he prepared for bed. In his mind, he reflected on his actions since his rebirth. In terms of familial bonds, he vowed not to let the tragic scene of his past life unfold again, evoking the regret of unfulfilled filial duty. In matters of love, he and Jiang Wanwan shared a profound understanding, maintaining boundaries before the college entrance examination while silently acknowledging their feelings for each other. Both sets of parents were open-minded and supportive of their relationship. Regarding friendships, the fates of Chun Dajun, Chun Xiaojun, and He-shun had been settled. Dejun and Xiaojun were off to explore Guangshan, while He-shun focused on his studies in his senior year. As for career and material aspirations, Qin Song firmly believed that the book 10 Days to the End would offer him a satisfactory resolution, with its previous success serving as the best testament. At that moment, Qin Song silently murmured an apology to the renowned exterminator. His only concern now was the 40,000 yuan required for Grandma He's medical treatment. However, he was confident that he could resolve this matter within the month leading up to her surgery. The following morning at 8 o'clock, after a quick wash-up, Qin Song was just about to head upstairs to Jiang Wanwan's home when the doorbell rang, revealing the delivery man. It turned out to be a birthday gift from his parents. Upon opening it, he discovered, as expected, the latest model of the chrysanthemum brand mobile phone. The same gift had been presented to him on his 18th birthday in his previous life. After setting up the new phone, he sent a message to Lu Yu. "Qin Song, Mom, I received the birthday gift, and I absolutely love it. Thank you, Mom and Dad." To his surprise, his mother replied almost immediately, "Lu Yu, I'm glad you like it. I have good news. Your boss has temporarily changed the delivery location to a closer spot. So your dad and I will definitely make it back for your birthday." Today was June 20th, and his 18th birthday was just 3 days away on June 23rd. Knowing his parents would be home, Qin Song decided to postpone discussing the loan until his birthday, as it would increase his chances of success. He texted back, "Qin Song, great. Drive safely and remember to take a break every 4 hours." After waiting for a response and receiving none, he assumed Lu Yu was likely on the road. After putting on the phone case that came with the phone, Qin Song took his keys and headed to Jiang Wanwan's residence. Knock, knock, knock. As he rapped on the door, Jiang Wanwan peeked through the peephole and, upon recognizing him, opened the door to reveal her head adorned with a hairband. Qin Song, don't come in just yet. My mom asked me to go downstairs to get breakfast. Could you please fetch on your way up? She said, blinking her large eyes and gesturing a pleading demeanor. Qin Song readily nodded, smiling in agreement before stepping into the elevator and pressing the button. As the elevator descended, he soon arrived at Aunt Sue's breakfast shop. The bustling city of Jiang typically saw employees clocking in by 9 in the morning, and it was currently 8:30. The breakfast crowd was thick, with a long line of people eager to grab their meals as they rushed to work. Everyone wore expressions tinged with sleepiness, yet their eyes sparkled with anticipation for the new day. Jiang City embraced each morning with a relaxed demeanor, and its citizens mirrored that laid-back spirit. Among the throng, Qin Song observed a variety of figures, some clad in formal business attire, clutching folders or laptops, while others donned casual, comfortable clothing, perhaps having just finished exercising or preparing to enjoy a rare holiday. As patrons waited for their breakfast, they exchanged casual banter with strangers, creating an atmosphere that infused the morning with vibrancy and life. Standing amidst the crowd, Qin Song prepared to queue patiently. Yet just then, Su Qiaoling's gaze pierced through the throng like lightning, landing squarely on him. Qin Song, come here, she called. Responding to Su Qiaoling's voice, he approached. This girl, Wanwan, asked you to come down for breakfast? She could have come herself, she remarked, handing him a pre-prepared thermos and 2 steaming cups of fragrant soy milk. It's all right, Aunt Sue. I was coming down anyway. It's good for Wanwan to rest a bit longer. Getting a free breakfast and running an errand is worth it, he replied. You really spoil that girl. Su Qiaoling chuckled as she conversed with Qin Song while simultaneously taking care of several customers. After bidding farewell to Aunt Sue, he took the elevator to the 13A floor and knocked once more on Jiang Wanwan's door. Upon hearing the knock, Jiang Wanwan sprang from the couch and hurried to the door, gently twisting the doorknob. With a soft creak, the door opened slightly, and upon seeing Qin Song standing there, her lips curled into a subtle smile. She opened the door wider, accepting the thermos and soy milk from his hands. There are new slippers at the entrance. Just change into them, she instructed. The second layer of the container was slightly deeper than the first, filled to the brim with 4 meat buns, a glutinous rice chicken, and 2 eggs. Qin Song gazed at the overflowing warming box and chuckled. Annie, are you feeding me like a pig? Jiang Wanwan burst into laughter. My mom just worries you won't have enough to eat. After a simple breakfast, Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan retreated to the bedroom to commence their study for the day. Once seated, Jiang Wanwan promptly produced a set of examination papers and placed them before Qin Song. Noticing his puzzled expression, she elaborated. This set of papers has been meticulously curated by me. While the requisite knowledge points are not particularly profound and the questions relatively simple, there are a few intricacies that require attention. Today, I want you to work on these papers, and afterwards, I shall guide you through them. As she spoke, she unveiled another set of papers, saying, Here, this is my own set. In our final year of high school, we no longer have new lessons. Instead, we focus on solving problems and discussing them. As long as you grasp the core knowledge points and remain diligent while avoiding pitfalls, achieving a place in an undergraduate program should be quite manageable. By the way, there's no need to write essays for Chinese and English, nor for the English listening section. Qin Song nodded, picked up his pen, and began to work. He was genuinely curious about his current academic standing. Jiang Wanwan, observing Qin Song immersed in the questions, nodded in satisfaction. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting golden patches of light across a corner of the room. After completing the fundamental questions in Chinese, Qin Song turned to Jiang Wanwan, who was nibbling on a pen cap while scrutinizing a complex math problem. Qin Song gently removed the pen cap from her mouth, exclaiming, No nibbling on pen caps. They're teeming with germs. Oh, Jiang Wanwan pouted in response, secretly delighted. Qin Song actually cares about me. Hee. With such thoughts in mind, her accuracy in solving problems noticeably improved. Before long, noon arrived, and the two, engrossed in their studies, were oblivious to the return of Su Qiaoling until the delightful aroma wafted from the dining room, reminding them that it was lunchtime. Jiang Wanwan had completed her tasks swiftly, finishing her Chinese, math, and English exercises, leaving only the comprehensive science section, while Qin Song had only half of his English work done. They exited the bedroom, drawn by the tantalizing scents emanating from the dining area. In the kitchen, Su Qiaoling, donned in an apron, was presenting the final vegetable dish. Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan gathered around the dining table, their eyes brimming with anticipation. The table was adorned with a variety of vibrant and enticing dishes. Qin Song's family relished spicy food, primarily favoring fragrant and spicy flavors, while Jiang Wanwan's family also enjoyed spicy cuisine, but with a preference for sour and spicy. Regardless of the style, as long as it was spicy, Qin Song was enamored. The feast included a plate of sour and spicy chicken giblets, stir-fried pork with smoked bamboo shoots, scallion pancakes, a vegetable dish, and a large pot of fish head tofu soup. Su Qiaoling, having removed her apron and washed her hands in the kitchen, sat at the dining table, smiling warmly at the two, her eyes radiating tenderness. Qin Song, please make yourself at home, she said with a smile, using her chopsticks to place some chicken giblets in a Qin Song's bowl. Qin Song nodded appreciatively, picking up his already filled bowl of rice, and began to eat without a hint of reluctance. Although he wasn't particularly hungry, the tantalizing sour and spicy aroma quickly ignited his appetite. Beside him, Jiang Wanwan pouted, "Mom, what about mine? I want you to serve me too." Su Qiaoling chakid, Oldait. All right, Wanwan wants some too. She then added a generous serving of vegetables into Jiang Wanwan's bowl. Jiang Wanwan glanced at the chicken giblets in Qin Song's bowl, then at the vegetables in her own, her lips curling in discontent. "Mom, you're biased. Why did you give Qin Song the chicken giblets and only vegetables to me?" Looking at her mischievous daughter, Su Qiaoling gently tapped her forehead with her chopsticks. "Have you forgotten that you can't eat spicy food right now?" She then fetched a small bowl and ladled some soup for Jiang Wanwan. "Here, don't say I'm biased. Fish head tofu soup is good for the brain. You should drink more of it. Although I graduated from university, I've forgotten much over the years. I may not be able to help you with your studies, but in other matters, I can still lend a hand." Receiving the bowl of soup, Jiang Wanwan took a small sip, her eyes closing in contentment as she savored the flavor, glancing over at Qin Song with a hint of pride. Qin Song couldn't help but smile indulgently, a sight captured by Su Qiaoling's observant gaze. He retrieved a small bowl from the sterilizer and served himself some soup, mimicking Jiang Wanwan's earlier actions, which earned him an eye roll from her. The breakfast shop was not merely open for the morning hours, but remained operational until 6 in the evening. After finishing her meal, Su Qiaoling reminded them to study diligently before heading out. She was in the process of hiring 2 people to assist in the shop, but had yet to find anyone. Even if she did find help, they would require training, so for now, Su Qiaoling still needed to oversee the shop herself. In contrast to Su Qiaoling's brisk pace, Jiang Wanwan was somewhat slower. Qin Song had already finished his meal, washed the dishes, and was enjoying half a melon from the fridge while Jiang Wanwan was still sipping her soup in small gulps. The soup was kept in a pot with thermal insulation, ensuring it remained warm and flavorful despite the passage of time. She was experiencing some discomfort in her abdomen, and drinking the soup alleviated her unease, prompting her to continue sipping delicately. Thus, the chilled watermelon was not in her immediate plans. Once she had finished her soup and felt satisfied, Jiang Wanwan patted her small belly and turned to find Qin Song sitting on the sofa, happily munching on the watermelon her mother had set aside for her. "That was left for me," Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, launching herself toward Qin Song in a mock pounce, attempting to snatch the watermelon from his hands. Without even turning his head, Qin Song effortlessly used his right hand to hold her head in place. "You're in a special period. Do you think Annie would leave the chilled watermelon for you? It's clearly meant for me." Jiang Wanwan pushed forward with all her might, only to find herself unable to reach the watermelon. Watching it diminish under Qin Song's enthusiastic eating, she decided to feign distress, exclaiming, "Oh no, my stomach hurts." She slumped onto the sofa, clutching her abdomen and wearing a pained expression, managing to squeeze out a few tears. Qin Song, witnessing her impressive performance, was taken in by her act. In a flurry of concern, he set down the watermelon, wiped his hands on his shirt, and scooted closer to her side. "What's wrong? Did you hurt your abdomen?" Seeing Jiang Wanwan remain silent, still clutching her stomach, Qin Song became even more anxious. He felt a sense of guilt. Although he was unsure how she had hurt herself, he nonetheless took the blame upon himself. "I'm so sorry, Wanwan. It wasn't my intention. Let's go to the hospital right now." Qin Song recalled having seen a TikTok video about how girls might suffer from ruptured corpus luteum during delicate times with even the slightest bump. He wasn't sure if that was the case now, but going to the hospital seemed like the right decision. Just as he prepared to scoop Jiang Wanwan up in a princess carry and head out, she slipped from his grasp like a slippery eel, seizing the half watermelon from the table and taking a few hearty bites. "Silly Qin Song, you fell for it, didn't you? Hee hee hee." Noticing that Qin Song had yet to respond, Jiang Wanwan continued to devour the watermelon until it was entirely gone, before stealthily inching closer to him. Qin Song, you're not angry, are you? Please don't be mad. We could buy another watermelon later. No, 2 watermelons. How does that sound? I'll let you have them both." Upon noticing Qin Song turn his head, with his eyes rimmed in red, Jiang Wanwan realized that perhaps she had gone too far. "Do you have any idea how frightening you were just now?" I saw on Douyin that some girls experience ruptured cysts and severe bleeding from the slightest touch. Some even needing surgery. Jiang Wanwan's fingers were nervously poking each other. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to. I just want to have some icy watermelon. These past few days, I've been forbidden from eating anything cold or spicy, and it's almost suffocating me. Qin Song remained silent, the redness around his eyes subsiding. Yet he maintained a cold demeanor as he sat on the sofa. Jiang Wanwan, deciding to be bolder, leaped into Qin Song's embrace, wrapping her legs around his waist and encircling his neck with her arms, nuzzling her face against his chest. Please don't be angry. I didn't mean it. I just wanted ice-cold watermelon. How could I have known you would overthink it? Please don't be mad. Pretty please. As she cooed and snuggled, she remained blissfully unaware of the overwhelming effect her actions had on the innocent Qin Song. Qin Song felt as if flames were igniting within him, his blood racing, a nameless fire surging in his lower abdomen, and his breathing gradually becoming heavier. Jiang Wanwan felt enveloped in a warm furnace, utterly comfortable and relaxed. Qin Song, what do you have in your pocket that feels so hard and warm? Upon hearing this, Qin Song promptly set Jiang Wanwan down from his body. His phone, he had forgotten to lock the screen, was heating up. Oh, Jiang Wanwan thought little of it, still relishing the sensation of being nestled in Qin Song's arms. Let us go buy some snacks to satisfy our cravings, lest you become tempted by ice or spicy food, Qin Song suggested, rising to his feet. Aren't we supposed to study? The test paper isn't finished yet, Jiang Wanwan queried, perplexed. Study? In this atmosphere, if we were to be in the bedroom, studying alone, I truly fear I might lose control. He conceded to himself that he wasn't that reckless. He merely sought to collect his thoughts, to dissipate the enchanting ambience before returning to study. Qin Song resolved to take Jiang Wanwan out for a stroll, allowing himself to breathe fresh air and cool off. It wouldn't be too late to study after they returned. All right. Hearing Qin Song's words, Jiang Wanwan cheerfully agreed, noting that they were out of food at home, and she also wished to replenish their snack supplies. But you mustn't be angry, Jiang Wanwan tested. Qin Song shot her a glare. Have you forgotten how you behaved at my house a few days ago? During a special time with a fever. I had no idea where I found the courage to go downstairs to the convenience store to buy sanitary pads. You wouldn't believe the look the cashier gave me. Jiang Wanwan chuckled. You were the one who brought a whole bunch to the checkout, with every kind imaginable. Spotting Qin Song's exasperated expression, she stuck out her tongue playfully. Okay, I won't mention it anymore. She wrapped her arms around Qin Song's, shaking playfully. You're the best. You treat me the best. Right? If you don't speak, I'll take it as a yes. It seemed that her earlier antics on the sofa had led Jiang Wanwan to a newfound realization. If being cute worked, why bother with other strategies? With this singular approach, she resolved to charm her way through. The pair arrived at a nearby snack shop, with Jiang Wanwan leading the way in selecting treats, while Qin Song followed behind with a basket. She turned, holding up a bag of snacks to Qin Song. Upon closer inspection, it was doting fishtails. No, he declared. Jiang Wanwan let out a disappointed sound and picked up another bag, doting fish fillets. No, Qin Song reiterated. Is there any difference? They're both spicy enough to make one salivate. There's a difference. The fish fillet isn't as spicy, she argued passionately. Qin Song shrugged. You can buy them, but I'll be the one eating them, not you. All right, what about this? Jiang Wanwan held up a bag of toothless vegetarian beef tripe. Qin Song glanced at her helplessly, realizing she was deliberately choosing spicy items. He shook his head and picked up a bag of sweet and spicy chicken wings. This is more suitable for you at the moment. He then grabbed a pack of cumin-flavored pork jerky and a stack of calcium snacks. These two also complement each other well. But I want something spicy. Anything spicy or sour will do, Jiang Wanwan pleaded, casting a pitiful gaze at Qin Song, attempting to unleash her charm once more. Qin Song shook his head, unyielding. No, you can only have these until your special time is over. Or he paused, picking up a pack of wafers and a bag of lollipops. You can have something sweet. Upon hearing the word sweet, Jiang Wanwan shook her head vigorously. She came to the snack shop specifically for something spicy. They had plenty of sweet treats at home. But seeing the resolute look in Qin Song's eyes, she ultimately relented. In a show of rebellion, she grabbed several bags of pork jerky and chicken wings, mixed in with a few packs of spicy little fish. Qin Song noticed, but chose not to call her out on it. A small amount of spice would be permissible, but the events of the past few days had made Qin Song apprehensive, hence his strictness regarding Jiang Wanwan's dietary choices during her special time. In truth, he too suffered. Glancing at those spicy snacks made him yearn to indulge, but the thought of Jiang Wanwan watching him with those pleading eyes stirred his conscience. For those who relish spicy food, It's no exaggeration to say that the sensation of yearning for spice while being deprived is akin to ants crawling all over one's body, leaving one utterly uncomfortable. Chapter 47. The little girl is jealous. The two returned home after their snack shopping to continue their test papers. Jiang Wanwan took out her comprehensive science exam to work on, while Qin Song focused on the second reading comprehension of his English paper. The article he was reading was about an elderly man named Zhou who, in an effort to save money, kept his illness a secret from his family, only for his attentive grandson to discover it, leading him to seek treatment and ultimately recover. This brought Qin Song to reflect on Grandma He. Had she perhaps already conferred with the doctor to conceal her condition? With this thought, Qin Song shook his head. It was unlikely, as when he visited her yesterday, she appeared to be in relatively good health. Jiang Wanwan noticed Qin Song's furrowed brow, initially thinking he was contemplating the questions. She soon realized his gaze was not focused on the test paper. She set down her pen and waved her hand in front of his eyes. But Qin Song remained unresponsive. Leaning slightly forward to meet his gaze, Jiang Wanwan caught a glimpse of worry and concern within his eyes. Qin Song, what's wrong? What are you thinking about? She asked. At the sound of Jiang Wanwan's voice, Qin Song snapped back to reality, shaking his head. After a moment, he replied, It's nothing. Let us continue with the test paper. Jiang Wanwan observed Qin Song, struggling to articulate his thoughts for quite some time. Presuming he was meticulously crafting his words to convey something to her. To her astonishment, he ultimately blurted out a rather unexpected remark. With a stern expression etched upon her face, it was unmistakably clear that she was displeased. Qin Song, noticing her demeanor, attempted to deflect the situation, saying, Oh, it's nothing significant. Let us continue with the exam paper. After we finish, you still need to explain the mistakes to me. Jiang Wanwan pouted. You are undoubtedly concealing something from me. Is it that girl from class 4 who has been in contact with you again? The girl from class 4? What girl from class 4? Qin Song racked his brain for a moment before finally recalling the individual in question. The Chun brothers, Jun and Xiao Jun, were known for their loyalty and toughness, earning them a modicum of respect among the local youth and street thugs. The girl from class 4 was named Wan Yi. She sported long, dyed yellow hair with curled ends, adorned with multiple ear piercings. Her school uniform jacket was perpetually unbuttoned, revealing a crop top and low-rise jeans beneath. Her makeup was meticulously applied, with heavy eyeshadow and extended eyeliner, presenting the quintessential image of a spirited young lady. Over 2 months prior, during an evening outing with Jun, Xiao Jun, and he shunned to indulge in barbecue, a group of lively youths approached to greet them. That day, her parents had embarked on a long-distance trip, leaving behind a generous allowance for meals. Seizing the opportunity, she invited her friends to enjoy a barbecue feast. Upon the arrival of the lively group, they were surprisingly polite, and recalling a saying that mingling with such youths could lead to dire consequences. Qin Song felt a pang of sympathy and invited them to join. They readily accepted, but opted for the more economical choices, ordering large portions of fried noodles, hot dogs, and tofu products, eschewing the pricier items like shrimp and beef. At that time, Wan Yi was also present, accompanied by her spirited girlfriends. Perhaps intrigued by Qin Song's generosity, she took a liking to him. Unbeknownst to Qin Song, in the following weeks, as he dined with Jun and the others, he encountered the lively youths again, and he extended another invitation to them. They expressed their gratitude, offering to assist him with any issues and even shared their contact information, including Wan Yi's. As time passed, Wan Yi, possibly enamored by Qin Song's apparent affluence or his elevated status among the group, began to approach him sporadically, slipping him love letters. Jiang Wanwan, upon discovering this, felt a twinge of jealousy. However, during that period, Qin Song was deeply engrossed in his studies in preparation for the academic proficiency examinations, thus failing to pay much attention to the matter, delegating the handling of the love letters to Jiang Wanwan. To her surprise, the girl had managed to cling to these feelings until now. Rest assured, it's not the girl from class 4. I've deleted her number. Qin Song replied with a wry smile, offering his phone to Jiang Wanwan. Go ahead and verify for yourself. By the way, this phone was a birthday gift from my parents for my 18th. It just arrived this morning. I transferred everything using the migration feature, so all the message records are intact. You can check them one by one. Qin Song was indeed telling the truth about having deleted Wan Yi's contact. He had done so on the very first night after his rebirth while tinkering with his phone. He held no genuine interest in a spirited girl like her. Yet he had not deleted the lively youths, holding a favorable impression of them. He recalled a night spent with Jun and the others enjoying cold noodles when he encountered the lively group again. He had offered to treat them to a bowl each, but they declined, citing the exorbitant prices of the fruit and coconut milk toppings that doubled the cost. Not wanting to burden Qin Song with expenses. Qin Song chuckled, assuring them it was no trouble, but they still politely declined. Qin Song learned about the backgrounds of these youths. Despite their streetwise demeanor, they had not engaged in any malicious activities. Their decisions to drop out of school were primarily due to familial circumstances. Some had parents who were divorced, viewing their children as burdens, while others came from financially strained households that could only afford one child's education, leading the elder siblings to make sacrifices. Of course, some still attended school, like Wang Yi, but such cases were the exception rather than the rule. Qin Song chose not to delve deeper into their circumstances, nor did he wish to. Jiang Wanwan, pushing his phone back towards him, retorted, "I'm not your keeper. Why would I check your phone? That is your privacy." While her response was assertive, the delight evident in her eyes was unmistakable. Qin Song's assurance of having deleted the girl suggested to her that he held no interest in her, which brought her joy. Hee, I'm so happy. Shouldn't you tell me what you were just thinking? Perhaps I could be of assistance. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Song decided to divulge the details of his recent endeavors to Jiang Wanwan. She ought to be aware of his social circle. He had no desire to keep secrets from her. He took 15 minutes to explain what he had been up to the previous day, detailing the Chun siblings and He Shun's efforts to ensure he could focus on his studies during their final year of high school. He also described his relationship with the Chun siblings and He Shun, mentioning He Shun's grandmother's illness, though he refrained from specifying the costs involved. Lastly, he brought up He Shun's impressive academic performance. What? He Shun can already score 600 points now? Jiang Wanwan was astounded by He Shun's achievements. Although she consistently ranked within the top 10 in her grade, she had yet to reach that score, especially since they had only recently returned to school for their final year. The educational resources in Jiang City were not particularly commendable, rendering even the top scores modest. Jiang City was located in Nanjiang Province, where the capital, fucking city, boasted abundant educational resources, particularly within its 4 prestigious institutions, which had a staggering undergraduate acceptance rate of 99 and a first-tier university admission rate of 98. Consequently, there were frequent proposals for the 4 prestigious schools to be treated as a separate province with their own examination papers, illustrating their profound influence. Qin Song nodded, acknowledging, indeed, He Shun possesses an unparalleled aptitude for learning. If he dedicates himself this year, he may very well surpass the 4 prestigious schools single-handedly. Jiang Wanwan nodded in agreement, her expression reflecting envy. In comparison to those blessed with extraordinary talent, all she could do was strive diligently. After all, if those more gifted than herself were working hard, well, why did she have to be complacent? How much does Grandma He's treatment cost? Jiang Wanwan inquired. At least 40,000 yuan. Moreover, the doctor mentioned she would require recuperation after the surgery, rendering her unable to earn any income. Considering He Shun's expenses for his final year, we would need at least 50,000 yuan to ensure he can concentrate on his studies without distraction. Are you and He Shun good friends? Jiang Wanwan asked again. Upon hearing this, Qin Song recalled a previous altercation that had been nothing more than a verbal sparring match, where they exchanged harsh words, only to be interrupted by a mediator who pointed out mutual acquaintances, leading to a peaceful resolution. Despite the tense atmosphere, neither side had shown any intent to escalate the conflict, merely putting on a show for appearances, as they were all navigating the same social landscape and had reached the age of 14. If matters had escalated, they would have faced serious legal consequences. Unexpectedly, a person, seemingly possessed by a sudden whim, rushed towards Qin Song, brandishing a fruit knife. Observing this, He Shun immediately pulled Qin Song aside, yet his own arm was grazed by the blade. Although the injury was not severe, the incident lingered in Qin Song's mind. After the passing of his parents in his previous life, He Shun never inquired whether he needed financial assistance. Upon returning from Guangshan, he unceremoniously handed Qin Song 100,000 yuan, stating that the money was a condolence gift from Jun, Xiao Rong, and himself for their uncle and aunt. True friendship is not determined by quantity. In life, having 2 or 3 confidants is sufficient. Qin Song nodded vigorously, affirming that indeed, He Shun was a great friend. He then recounted the incident where He Shun had sustained an injury while protecting him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan immediately stood up, anxiously circling around Qin Song, lifting his shirt and tousling his hair. Qin Song gently patted her hand and smiled, assuring her, "I am fine." After a thorough inspection, Jiang Wanwan let out a satisfied hum, her eyes sparkling with mystery. "Let us quickly finish the exam paper. Once we're done, I have a surprise for you." Although Qin Song was unaware of the nature of her surprise, he knew the exam still needed to be completed. Jiang Wanwan, having only the comprehensive science paper left, began to correct her answers after finishing the entire set. By the time she completed her corrections, Qin Song had also finished his paper, handing his exam to her. He stood up and stretched. "How did you do?" he inquired. Jiang Wanwan beamed. If we consider the listening and writing sections of English, as well as the Chinese composition, I'm close to 580 points. In reality, she consistently scored above passing marks in listening and the two written sections, which would total around 600 points. The girl, thrilled with her exceptional performance, picked up her phone to capture the moment. Although the subjective questions might not have been graded uniformly, this was, after all, her first time being so close to 600 points, and she had tackled questions of the Gaokao difficulty. This signified she was one step closer to her dream university, Jiangqing University. All right, enough with the photos. I've completed my exam and handed it to you. Where's my reward? Qin Song extended his hand, palm facing up, towards Jiang Wanwan. The playful girl rested her chin atop his hand. How about this? Are you satisfied with your reward? Qin Song raised an eyebrow at the girl who had presented herself so willingly. Are you certain? He leaned in closer, their proximity diminishing. The warmth of their breaths brushed against Jiang Wanwan's face, painting her cheeks with a youthful blush. Uncertain, uncertain, she exclaimed, springing up like a startled rabbit. I'll go get your reward. Watching her leave, Qin Song chuckled softly. Truly, such a playful spirit. Jiang Wanwan approached the wardrobe, opening the lowest drawer to retrieve a small piggy bank from the back. After rummaging through it, she produced a small iron box. Qin Song looked perplexed at the two items laid out on the desk. This is the reward? He asked. Jiang Wanwan nodded. The piggy bank was square, composed of plastic and metal, easily disassembled without the need for breaking it. As she unfastened the clasps, the penultimate clasp sprang open, causing the bank to explode like Pandora's box, with colorful bills scattering everywhere. Oh no, I forgot there was so much money inside. I should have covered it with a blanket. Jiang Wanwan gently tapped her forehead, muttering to herself. Where did you get all this money? Qin Song asked in astonishment. I saved it. I rarely spend money. I only buy clothes and snacks, and occasionally spend a little on study materials. Every year, Uncle Qin and Aunt Lu give me a big red envelope, and my mother also gives me one. I save all my New Year's money and pocket money. And now here it is. Hearing Jiang Wanwan's words, Qin Song felt a bit embarrassed. His parents would give Jiang Wanwan New Year's money, while Aunt Su would also provide him with some. Due to their more open-minded approach, he was allowed to keep his pocket money for personal use. While Jiang Wanwan saved her annual funds, he had squandered his. Back when he enjoyed spending time outside, he often had to borrow money from Jiang Wanwan when his funds were depleted. It was truly disheartening to compare oneself to others. Oh, stop asking and let us gather the money. We need to count how much there is. Jiang Wanwan started picking up the bills strewn across the floor. Didn't you keep track of how much there was? Qin Song inquired. Jiang Wanwan shook her head. No, there were too many, so I didn't bother. Qin Song sighed. All right, money does spoil one. Once they gathered all the money and counted it, they discovered it amounted to over 50,000, nearly 60,000. Jiang Wanwan then opened the small iron box, revealing several tiny glass jars, each sealed with wooden stoppers, containing small golden beans. She poured them out, counting a total of 60, each weighing 1 gram, summing to 60 grams. The current gold price was approximately 350 yuan per gram, making the total value of these golden beans about 21,000 yuan. Combined with the cash, they had nearly 80,000 yuan in total. What a little rich girl. Qin Song thought to himself. I've been buying these little gold beans from the jewelry store every year on my birthday since I was 10. Sometimes I buy more, sometimes less, and now I have this many. Chapter 49, The First Kiss. She pushed the stack of cash and golden beans towards Qin Song. Here, it's all yours. For me. Jiang Wanwan nodded. Doesn't your friend's grandmother need surgery? It's better to have some extra money as insurance. Qin Song waved his hands in refusal. My parents will be back on my birthday. I'll ask them for some then. They should understand. But should the old lady's illness be treated as soon as possible? Jiang Wanwan's voice trailed off as she spoke. After all, it's just borrowing. It doesn't make a difference whether you borrow from me or not. It's still for. As she continued, her voice became increasingly quiet, and Qin Song could barely hear her. Oh, just take it. However, she quickly added, but you must promise me one condition. This money is not being lent out of mere obligation to your friend. A significant part of the reason is because of you, as it's for your good friend as elder. And of course, there is also the fact that our friends are genuinely concerned about your future. I'll lend you the money, but you must agree to one condition. With the matter laid out so plainly, Qin Song found it difficult to refuse, especially since this was a matter of life and death. He pushed the golden beans back and took out 50,000 yuan from the cash. 50,000 will suffice. Now, tell me, what is your condition? I can agree to anything you propose. The girl placed her right index finger on her lips, pondering for a moment before stating. For the coming year, you must study diligently and get into the same university as me. Qin Song smiled and nodded. All right, I promise you. I was planning on that anyway. Then write a guarantee. Sure. Qin Song tore a blank page from a nearby notepad and quickly wrote down. Guarantee. Qin Song promises Jiang Wanwan that during the senior year, he will study diligently and strive to get into the same university as Jiang Wanwan, with no intention of reneging, and it shall take effect immediately. Guarantor, Qin Song, guarantee date, June 20th, 2018. Upon completing the document, Qin Song handed the guarantee letter to Jiang Wanwan. As she gazed upon the words teacher, Jiang Wanwan inscribed on the paper, a smile involuntarily graced her lips, revealing her charming little canine teeth. With utmost care, she folded the guarantee letter and placed it into a small iron box that housed her precious golden beans, subsequently returning the box to the innermost part of the bottom drawer of her wardrobe. Noticing Qin Song's persistent, cheerful gaze upon her, Jiang Wanwan felt compelled to clarify. Don't misunderstand. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to uphold the expectations of uncle and aunt. Qin Song stifled a chuckle. I understand. You have no other intentions. It is I who has misinterpreted. Is that satisfactory? Jiang Wanwan appreciatively patted Qin Song's shoulder. Indeed, a teachable spirit. She then added, all right. The money has been received. You may go now. With this, the young woman lowered her gaze. Hearing her words, Qin Song hesitated. He had indeed intended to leave. Now that he had received the funds, his immediate thought was to rush to Grandma He's house and take her to the hospital. Surgery cannot be performed at a whim. It requires appointments, preoperative preparations, and necessary precautions. Yet, Jiang Wanwan's statement made him feel as if he were a scoundrel, having taken what he needed and fled. I have finished my comprehensive science paper. Would you mind grading it for me first? I can leave after we discuss the mistakes, he proposed. Jiang Wanwan shook her head. No, it's fine. To be honest, I intended to give you the money before you began your paper, but I wanted you to stay a bit longer, primarily to allow for more study time. Hence, I waited until you completed the exam. Now that you have the money, hurry along. You should ideally have the surgery during the remaining days of the holiday. Otherwise, if it is postponed until after school starts, you will undoubtedly want to take leave, which will impact your studies, she advised, extending her finger to enumerate the benefits of an early surgery. Observing her earnest, yet slightly disappointed demeanor, Qin Song suddenly inquired, Wanwan, if I recall correctly, your birthday is on the 18th day of the 6th lunar month, correct? Jiang Wanwan nodded, yes. Why do you ask? Qin Song continued. I remember that, like me, the date on your ID reflects the lunar date. My ID states May 10th, 2000, while yours states June 18th, 2000. Am I right? She continued to nod. Yes, what of it? What is today's date? Upon hearing Qin Song's question, Jiang Wanwan pressed the power button on her phone. Today is June 20th. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? So, legally, we are both adults now, correct? Jiang Wanwan momentarily froze, then exclaimed in astonishment. It seems so. I can't believe we've inadvertently turned into adults. Although my birthday hasn't arrived yet still. Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Song seized the moment and kissed her. In that instant, a strange yet gentle sensation enveloped Qin Song's lips, a softness that defied description, akin to the delicate caress of a breeze gliding over flower petals. Simultaneously, a rich, sweet fragrance filled the air, flowing into his nostrils like a clear spring, intoxicating him completely. Before Jiang Wanwan could process what was happening, the boy's cunning plan had succeeded, and she found herself closing her eyes, fully engrossed in this unique experience. As time flowed on, the sweetness intensified, reminiscent of blooming flowers exuding an enchanting aroma. The young woman wished to push the boy away, but found herself utterly powerless, her hands and legs feeling as if they were made of jelly. Even her fists, which she had intended to pound against his chest, transformed into gentle caresses due to the lack of strength. She felt as if she were struggling to breathe. Despite only her mouth being obstructed, she could not control her breathing through her nose. Noticing her unusual state, Qin Song reluctantly pulled away. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan resembled a pink steam spirit, her face flushed crimson, as if pink bubbles were rising above her head. How do you like your coming-of-age gift? Qin Song asked, gazing into her eyes. The young woman pouted, seemingly displeased with the boy's sudden advance. Not really. Before she could finish her protest, her lips were once again enveloped by warmth. The softness brushed against her lips like a feather, imparting an extraordinary sensation. Her eyes widened in astonishment. This unexpected kiss rendered her mind blank, leaving her at a loss for words. After a long moment, their lips parted. So, do you like it? Qin Song inquired again, his gaze akin to that of a wolf fixated on a little white rabbit, as if the mere utterance of a no from Jiang Wanwan would result in him pouncing once more. I like it. Since you like it, should we do it again? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan's mind instantly conjured the scene of their recent kiss, and she inadvertently uttered a yes. However, she quickly shook her head, no. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Qin Song decisively leaned down, his fervent lips swiftly finding hers once more. Without any forewarning or opportunity for resistance or explanation, she widened her eyes, shock evident on her face, but was soon overwhelmed by an irresistible force that enveloped her, leading her to lose herself completely. She had wanted to say something, yet all her words became trapped in her throat, transforming into faint, muffled sighs. Her body grew soft, instinctively leaning closer to Qin Song, her hands gripping his clothing tightly, as if seeking additional support. This time, Jiang Wanwan finally learned to breathe through her nose while kissing. The softness continued to audaciously invade her territory, while the girl began to grow bolder, her tongue eagerly responding. This unexpected kiss lingered for what felt like an eternity, until both were breathless and gradually parted. Her cheeks flushed with shyness, she gazed at Qin Song with a dazed expression, her heart brimming with a complex mixture of surprise, joy, and a hint of inexplicable fear. Qin Song, in turn, silently observed her, his eyes shimmering with a blend of determination and tenderness. Qin Song's first kiss in 2 lifetimes had finally met another first kiss. This extraordinary sensation transformed into an invisible force, permeating deep within. He gently caressed her face, chuckling softly, "This is the price of your contradictory words. By the way, this was my first kiss. You've taken it from me, and you must be responsible for me forever, teacher Jiang." Upon hearing Qin Song's playful accusation, Jiang Wanwan grew indignant. "It was you who kissed me first. Besides, this is my first kiss as well." Qin Song remained silent, his gaze fixated on her lips. He realized that this was truly addictive. The flavor of her lips, a delightful blend of strawberry and lychee, rendered him unable to resist. "The condition you proposed earlier was something I intended to do anyway, so it doesn't count. You can propose another condition." Jiang Wanwan noticed Qin Song's eyes lingering on her lips and took a slight step back. After having kissed 3 times today, her legs felt weak. She could not endure another kiss, fearing she might collapse. I've made up my mind. Just go to Grandma's house." Qin Song nodded, pocketing the money from the table. "Teacher Jiang, remember to correct my papers, okay? I'll be home for dinner tonight, and after I eat, you must explain the mistakes to me." Upon hearing Qin Song mention his return for dinner, Jiang Wanwan smiled sweetly. "All right." Watching Qin Song's departing figure, she instinctively licked her lips, savoring the long-missed taste that she would finally experience again. Holding the small electric scooter key that Jiang Wanwan had handed him before leaving, Qin Song rode down to He-shun's house. At that moment, he was napping, while He-shun was studying in the living room. When he heard a knock at the door, He-shun rose and, peering through the peephole, welcomed Qin Song inside upon recognizing him. "Studying hard, I see," Qin Song remarked with a grin, observing the papers and books strewn across the table. He-shun scratched his head sheepishly, admitting, "I used to split my time between studying and playing, but now I need to put in more effort to catch up. After all, I promised you all that I would study diligently and not waste my potential. I even hope to achieve the top score in the province to make Grandma happy." Qin Song nodded with a smile and patted his pocket. "I brought you a little morale booster." In He-shun's puzzled gaze, Qin Song pulled out a stack of cash, leaving He-shun utterly astonished. "Qin Song, did you rob a bank?" Qin Song shot him an annoyed glance. "You must be the one who robbed a bank. I borrowed this. But should you have used WeChat or Alipay to borrow from your parents? Why cash?" He-shun inquired, perplexed. "Who said I borrowed from my parents?" "This is from Jiang Wanwan. She inadvertently learned about Grandma's situation and lent me her savings from the past years. I had to pay quite a price for it." "Indeed, quite a price. 3 kisses to be exact." Seeing He-shun's hesitance, Qin Song kicked him playfully. "What's the difference between asking someone for a loan? Hurry up and take Grandma to the hospital. Who knows how long the surgery wait might be. Preoperative checks are necessary too. Quit dawdling like a woman." With a resolute bite of his lip, He-shun decided without further hesitation. Just then, he emerged from the bedroom into the living room. He immediately took her hand and explained that he would take her to the hospital for surgery. Upon inquiring about the source of the money, He-shun honestly replied that it was borrowed, but he refused to accept it. "I'm just an old woman. Why waste money on me? Save it for your college education. I know my health isn't an issue. Those doctors are just trying to swindle you young boys out of your money." No matter how he pleaded, he remained adamant about refusing the surgery, deeming it a waste of funds. At that moment, He-shun fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "Grandma, I beg you, just go with me. When I was little and had a fever, you were always worried and wanted to take me to the hospital. Why won't you do the same for yourself now that you need surgery?" With her weathered hand, he gently stroked He-shun's head, sighing, silly child, it's different. It's different. It's the same. How can it be different? ISNT, your body, still a body? Grandma, don't you want to see me get into a good university, find a decent job, and eventually marry and have children? I'm looking forward to the day I have kids, and you can help take care of them. Noticing a flicker of change in Grandma, his expression, Qin Song seized the moment to press on. Grandma, please go. He-shin told me that if your health continues to decline, he prepare to drop out of school to take care of you. What? Drop out? No way, no way. Upon hearing the term drop out, Grandma, he became visibly agitated. In her eyes, education was the path to knowledge, the hallmark of distinction. The thought of her grandson abandoning his studies due to her health was unbearable. Chapter 51. Qin Song, I want strawberry cake. Elders are often indifferent to their own affairs, yet they are meticulous and deeply concerned for their descendants. Then you should at least see a doctor. If they recommend surgery, then do it. There are only a few days left before school starts. So let us see if we can get the surgery done within these 2 days to avoid impacting He-shun's studies. Grandma, you don't know, but He-shun's grades are excellent. I believe he can achieve the top score. Grandma, he was not adept with smartphones and hadn't joined any parent groups. So her understanding of He-shun's academic performance was solely based on his verbal recounts. Hearing Qin Song praise He-shun's grades and realizing her health could affect his studies, she became more proactive than anyone else. All right, as long as his grades are good, getting into university and contributing to the nation, that's what young people should aspire to do. Grandma will go see a doctor. It won't affect your studies. Qin Song patted Grandma, his hand. You needn't worry about the money, Grandma. Just focus on taking care of yourself. Trust us, your younger generation can handle these matters. I've never had a grandmother. When I have a son one day, I want him to call you great-grandma. Grandma, he smiled, her thoughts seemingly drifting to a delightful vision of little ones calling her grandma, eagerly awaiting her treats. She resolved that, if necessary, she would sell this house. It was unacceptable to let her obsession cause her grandchildren to suffer. Seeing Grandma, he-s smile, both Qin Song and He-shun felt a weight lifted from their hearts. In truth, the tens of thousands of dollars were not the most challenging aspect. Despite the old state of the house, it could still fetch a decent price in this new first-tier city. After all, the land itself was worth that much. The real challenge lay in convincing the elderly woman to cooperate. The house was under her name, and without her agreement to sell, there was little that could be done. Even with funds available, if she refused treatment out of reluctance to spend, nothing could change. The best approach was to instill hope for the future in Grandma, fostering a positive outlook that would encourage her to cooperate with the treatment and aid in a quicker recovery. Since they only had one small electric scooter, the trio opted for a taxi to the hospital. Upon arrival, He-shun directly approached the doctor who had previously treated Grandma, avoiding the registration fee. After confirming they were prepared to pay and could proceed with the surgery at any time, the doctor provided He-shun with a bill for payment and arranged for a nurse to escort Grandma, for preoperative checks. The total cost for the surgery, hospital stay, and medications approached 30,000 yuan. After settling the bill, He-shun discovered that Qin Song had lent him 50,000 in total. As they sat in the waiting area, He-shun intended to return the remaining 20,000 to Qin Song, but he was met with a firm pushback. Grandma will need money for recovery after the surgery. She certainly won't be able to sell snacks afterward, so we should buy her some nutritious food to help her regain her strength. And you still need money for living expenses this year in your senior year. I know Grandma has some hidden savings, but having extra money is never a disadvantage. He-shun accepted the money and placed it in his pocket, nodding appreciatively. Qin Song, thank you. I truly appreciate it. Observing He-shun's earnest expression, Qin Song chuckled. No need for thanks. Just call me Dad. This money is actually from Jiang Wanwan. I borrowed it from her, so you should thank her too. Well, you might as well call her Mom. He-shun, exasperated, punched Qin Song's shoulder playfully. Get lost. You are taking advantage of me. The two exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Between brothers, there exists no need for excessive expressions of gratitude. Everything is conveyed in silence. You are younger than Dejun and Xiao Jun, yet older than me and Xiao Rong. How about I call you Sangu from now on? He-shun proposed. Sangu. The name evoked memories of a certain individual and some unpleasant events in Qin Song's mind. Never mind. The title of Sangu sounds rather peculiar. You may simply refer to me as Qin Song or Old Qin. He-shun nodded. Then I shall call you Old Qin from now on. Half an hour later, the announcement called for Granny He. The results of the preoperative examination were in, and the surgery was scheduled for tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning. Granny He had already been assigned a hospital bed. He-shun needed to stay at the hospital to care for her, while Qin Song prepared to return. For Jiang Wanwan was waiting for him. By the way, remember to inform Dejun and Xiao Jun that we have secured the surgery fee, so they need not worry. Qin Song reminded. Qin nodded. I will tell them shortly. The doctor mentioned that eating is prohibited for 8 hours prior to the surgery. I plan to buy some nutritious soup and millet porridge for Granny. I initially intended to make it myself, but fresh ribs are hard to come by now. Would you care to join me for a bite? Qin Song shook his head. No need. By the way, Xiao Jun and June have a train at 8:30 tomorrow morning, right? I will come to pick you up. We can send them off and then head to the hospital, just in time for the surgery. All right, just come to the hospital to collect me. I will stay with Granny tonight, and the nurse has already arranged for a companion bed. After their conversation, Qin Song parted ways with Yishun and had just stepped out of the hospital when a WeChat message popped up on his phone. Jiang Wanwan, Qin Song, I want to eat strawberry cake. Naturally, Qin Song readily agreed to such a request. Qin Song, no problem, I will go buy it now and then head home. Jiang Wanwan, all right. Seeing the emoticon attached to the message, Qin Song couldn't help but smile indulgently. This girl, after being kissed, has become bold and adorable even in her messages. I must kiss her more when I get back. There happened to be a cake shop diagonally across from the east entrance of the hospital. Qin Song entered and selected a 4-inch strawberry cake. He glanced at the person sitting on a bench at the hospital entrance, contemplated for a moment, and decided to get another one. Please pack them separately. Thank you. Additionally, could I have a birthday hat and a pack of small candles? Seeing you bought 2 cakes, do you only require 1 set? Yes, 1 set will suffice. Thank you. The server nodded gently, packaged the 2 cakes separately, and tucked a still unfolded birthday hat and a pack of candles into one of the boxes, along with a small box of matches. Then, she glanced outside and retrieved a slice of tiramisu from beneath the counter, placing it into the bag with the birthday hat and candles. That will be 78 yuan for the 2 cakes. The tiramisu is complimentary, no charge. Qin Song accepted the cakes, presented his payment code, and after the server scanned it, he expressed his gratitude and departed. Chapter 52. We all have someone we love very much. He approached the bench and smiled at the little girl nestled in the embrace of the middle-aged woman. Little sister, I heard today is your birthday, and I brought you a cake. Just moments earlier, Qin Song had inadvertently overheard the conversation between the mother and daughter. Today was the little girl's birthday, and her mother had asked her why they did not buy cake when they visited the cake shop, only purchasing a small bag of warm milk. The little girl shook her head with a smile, expressing her disinterest in cake, though her gaze occasionally drifted towards the cake shop. Her mother noticed this, but appeared somewhat despondent. The little girl turned her head to look at the small cake in Qin Song's hands, her eyes filled with surprise, but she hesitated and said softly, Thank you, brother. But I cannot accept your cake. Mommy says I cannot accept gift from strangers. Qin Song knelt down, gazing into the little girl's eyes, and asked, What did you just call me? The little girl blinked, replying, Brother. Qin Song smiled. That's right, you just call me brother. So doesn't that make you my little sister? Then we are no longer strangers. You can ask your mother if you don't believe me. The little girl looked at the middle-aged woman, who nodded in affirmation, and with joy, she accepted the cake, exclaiming, Mommy, there is also your favorite tiramisu inside. Brother, is this also a gift for me? Qin Song paused for a moment before everything clicked into place. It seemed that when the middle-aged woman had taken the little girl to the cake shop, the girl had inadvertently mentioned that her mother loved tiramisu, and the mother had inquired about the price of the strawberry cake. However, in the end, they bought neither, only a bag of warm milk. The server must have realized that one of the strawberry cakes was meant for the little girl, hence she included a slice of tiramisu, presumably having paid for it herself rather than it being a free gift. Turning back towards the cake shop, he saw the server smiling and waving at him through the window before continuing to assist other customers. Yes, this is also a gift from your brother. Do you like it? The little girl nodded eagerly. I like it. Thank you, big brother. Then, should there be some form of acknowledgement? Qin Song pointed to his cheek. She had just leaned in to give Qin Song a kiss on the cheek before immediately retracting. I'm sorry, big brother. The doctor said I cannot kiss other people's faces. At that moment, the middle-aged woman explained, Wan has acute leukemia. The doctor advised her to minimize contact with outsiders to avoid unfamiliar bacteria. Qin Song was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the adorable little girl before him was afflicted with such a challenging illness. He longed to ruffle her hair, but remembering the earlier words, he quickly withdrew his hand. It's all right. You can kiss the cake your brother bought, and that counts as kissing your brother, okay? Kiss the cake. How do you kiss a cake? The little girl looked at Qin Song with a curious expression. The middle-aged woman affectionately pinched the little girl's nose, asking, Wan, if you think about it, what do you want to do after kissing the cake? The little girl furrowed her brow in thought, then raised her hand. I know. Kissing the cake means eating the cake. Correct. Wan is so clever. As Qin Song praised the little girl, he began to unwrap the cake. He initially had not planned to insert candles, fearing they might harbor bacteria, but after consulting with the middle-aged woman and receiving her reassurance, he placed 6 candles atop the cake, as today marked the little girl's sixth birthday. He folded the birthday hat and placed it on the little girl's head. After making a wish, she took a breath and blew out all the candles at once, hoping her wish would come true. Qin Song smiled at the little girl. Really? The little girl's eyes sparkled. She closed her eyes and clasped her hands together. Wan hopes to eat cake with mommy every year on her birthday, and she wishes Big Brother to always be happy and never be sick. After saying this, she and her mother simultaneously blew out all the candles. Once the wish was made, she picked up the cake knife that the middle-aged woman handed her, sliced a piece of cake, placed it on a plate, and offered it to Qin Song. Big Brother, eat cake. Qin Song raised the other strawberry cake in his hand, but Big Brother has cake too. Is it alright if Wan keeps this one for herself? The elder brother still needs to return home for dinner. If his mother discovers that he indulged in cake before the meal, he might find himself in a rather uncomfortable situation. Upon hearing Qin Song's words, the little girl stifled a giggle, amused that such a grown boy could still face such consequences. Wan, on the other hand, was always obedient to her mother and had never faced such punishment. She then cut a piece of cake and offered it to her mother. Mom, have some cake. The middle-aged woman accepted the slice with gratitude, thanking Wan. The little girl gently replied, "No need to thank me," and then flashed a sweet smile. She noticed a girl nearby, clad in a hospital gown, who was about her age and gazing longingly at the cake in her hands. Mom, may I give a piece of cake to that little sister? The middle-aged woman nodded gently, of course, but remember to ask her parents if she can have some cake. Got it. The little girl hopped down and hurried toward the other child, cake in hand. After Wan had wandered several meters away, the middle-aged woman turned to Qin Song and said, "Thank you. I wanted to buy a cake for Wan, but with the cost of the bone marrow transplant being substantial." Qin Song nodded in understanding. Was the matching successful? The woman confirmed with a nod, stating that her father's bone marrow match had been successful. Recently, a charitable foundation had reached out, offering to cover the surgical expenses. Although the financial burden had been alleviated, both she and Wan's father agreed that it was wise to save whenever possible. After all, the next child in need might require the very funds they could conserve, right? Hearing this, Qin Song felt a wave of emotion. Just then, the little girl returned, beaming. Mom, the sister's mother said she can eat. Turning around, they saw the other girl happily nibbling on the cake while her accompanying woman waved at Qin Song with a gesture of thanks. The middle-aged woman gently ruffled her daughter's hair, praising, "A child who understands sharing is a good child. Wan is such a good girl." The little girl proudly accepted her mother's commendation. She gazed at the cake in Qin Song's hands and asked, "Is the big brother a good child too? Who will he share his cake with?" Upon hearing her question, Qin Song's mind instantly conjured the image of Jiang Wan. With a warm smile, he replied, "The big brother will share this cake with someone he loves very much." The little girl, in a moment of inspiration, turned to her mother. "Am I someone whom Mom loves very much?" The middle-aged woman chuckled and nodded. "Of course, you are someone whom Mom loves dearly. Then can Mom let Wan have a taste of the tiramisu? After all, I shared the strawberry cake with you." Chapter 53, A 3-Minute Reward. Listening to Wan's greedy little plea, both of them shared a knowing smile. Of course, Mom will let Wan have some tiramisu. Moments latte. Qin Song bid farewell to the two and rode his electric scooter to Jiang Wan's home, knocking on the door. It was still not yet 5 o'clock, and Su Qiaoling had not yet returned home. Jiang Wan opened the door and, upon seeing the strawberry cake in Qin Song's hands, reached for it, only to have Qin Song deftly evade her grasp. "Not yet. We'll eat it after dinner." Qin Song slipped into his slippers and placed the cake in the refrigerator under Jiang Wan's watchful gaze, ensuring the animal cream did not spoil at room temperature, preserving its texture and freshness. Seeing Jiang Wan pout, Qin Song chuckled and ruffled her hair. "All right, we'll enjoy it after dinner. The strawberries can even serve as dessert." They then entered the bedroom, where Jiang Wan had already graded Qin Song's test papers. "I calculated your scores. If we consider your Chinese and English essays and listening scores as passing, you've already surpassed the second-tier university threshold. You're making quite rapid progress," Jiang Wan exclaimed. "At this rate, you might just catch up to me." Qin Song looked at her and smiled. "Well, that is all thanks to Teacher Jiang's excellent teaching. Since I've improved so much, does Teacher Jiang have any rewards for me?" "Rewards? What do you wish for?" "Well, after an extensive 3-minute exchange of saliva, they resumed their studies. Although it was termed studying, it primarily involved Jiang Wan explaining the incorrect answers to Qin Song. During his absence, Jiang Wan had already revisited her own mistakes. For this question, first eliminate option A, then B cannot be correct either, and option D is too absolute. So you should choose C. Do you understand? Qin Song nodded. Did you truly comprehend it? Jiang Wan inquired. Qin Song nodded again. He genuinely grasped the concept. In truth, he should not have made a mistake on that question. It was merely due to carelessness in misreading the prompt. That's good. Now, let us move on to the next question. For this large question, your auxiliary lines are incorrect. It should be BD, not CD. At that moment, Su Qiaoling returned, busying herself in the kitchen preparing dinner. Typically, when she and Jiang Wanwan dined at home, they only needed to reheat the dishes from lunch. However, with Qin Song joining for dinner, and considering the appetites of two teenagers, they prepared fresh dishes for every meal. Of course, any leftovers were not wasted and were reheated for later consumption. Jiang Wanwan had just completed explaining all of Qin Song's incorrect answers when Su Qiaoling called from the dining room. Wanwan, Song, come wash your hand for dinner. The two stood up, stretching in unison. Qin Song padded over in his slippers, filled his bowl with rice from the kitchen, and began to eat heartily. Jiang Wanwan, initially not hungry, suddenly felt an appetite upon seeing Qin Song devour his meal and joined him in eating. Auntie Su's dishes are as delicious as ever. Qin Song mumbled with his mouth full. Mom's cooking is the best. If it's good, eat more, but don't overdo it. Su Qiaoling chuckled, watching the two with warmth. There's a secret to 3 meals a day. Breakfast should be hearty, lunch should be filling, and dinner should be light. To lessen the burden on the stomach during sleep, dinner is generally sufficient at 8/10 full, which is why Su Qiaoling had tea prepared as much rice as for lunch. Qin Song ladled all the rice from the rice cooker into a large bowl containing the leftover spicy chicken dish, mixing them thoroughly before greedily devouring it with gusto, letting out a satisfied burp. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan consumed the remaining melon and pork soup at the table. Thus, the clean plate campaign was successfully completed. Qin Song's carefree attitude, treating himself as family rather than a guest, was endearing to Su Qiaoling. Boys should be more open and relaxed. Even if they make a few minor mistakes, it's preferable to being timid and constrained. Observing Qin Song slumped in his chair, Su Qiaoling inquired with concern. You're not too full, are you? No, Auntie Su, I'm just 8/10 full. Qin Song shook his head. Su Qiaoling nodded with a smile. That's good. I'll go wash the dishes, and you two can take a break before studying again. On his first day at home, enjoying 3 meals together, Qin Song felt quite content. Regardless of his academic performance, his attitude was unmistakably positive. Thus, Qin Song reclined on the sofa, remote in hand, flipping through channels. The Children's channel, Bears in Trouble. Springtime matchup, it shall be you. Bear Big, here I come. Upon hearing the sounds emanating from the television, Jiang Wanwan, who was in the process of retrieving the cake from the refrigerator, cast a perplexed glance at Qin Song. How childish. Qin Song, however, paid her no heed, engrossed in watching Bunny Bears. Indeed, the adage holds true. A man remains a boy at heart until his dying day. Sitting on the sofa post-meal, indulging in Bunny Bears, is the most delightful way to aid digestion. There's a saying that if one wishes to learn how to appease a man, studying child psychology will suffice. The methods employed to soothe children are equally effective for men. This is an undeniable truth. Jiang Wanwan placed the cake on the coffee table, her gaze fixating on the vibrant red strawberries atop it, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. Strawberry cake. Oh, the delight of strawberry cake. Yet, before she could proceed to indulge, Qin Song's voice interrupted from beside her. Not permissible. The optimal time for dessert is 1 to 2 hours post-meal. Consuming sweets immediately after a meal not only risks elevating blood sugar levels, but also promotes fat accumulation, which is detrimental to the digestive system. Oh. Listening to Qin Song's earnest lecture, Jiang Wanwan reluctantly returned the cake to the refrigerator. Blood sugar levels did not concern her. After all, she was still young. Moreover, she didn't indulge in sweets daily. However, the thought of fat accumulation did weigh heavily on her mind. In truth, she was already satiated but simply craved the taste of the cake. Yet, for the sake of her figure, she resisted. She could not afford to develop a little belly, lest Qin Song start calling her little chubby girl. Moments later, Su Qiaoling emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of sliced cantaloupe, which she placed upon the coffee table. Here, have some cantaloupe. It's the perfect post-meal fruit. You two should take a break before resuming your studies. If you're fatigued, feel free to play on your phones. But remember to balance work and rest. Sure thing, Annie. Okay, Mom. Qin Song, picking up a toothpick, began to savor the cantaloupe, while Jiang Wanwan did the same, indulging in small bites. Bear, trouble's afoot. Bal Chong is back to chop down trees. Damn that little bear, return my saw. Gradually, the two became engrossed in the whimsical world of Bear Mountain, only resuming their studies when the Children's channel switched to another program. Chapter 54, Rub the Belly. Jiang Wanwan recalled her earlier behavior and felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Initially, she had mocked Qin Song for being childish. Yet she had laughed even louder than him while watching Bunny Bears. How utterly mortifying. Thankfully, Qin Song refrained from mocking her. Otherwise, she would have sought revenge in kind. Here, this is the study plan I've devised for you. with several days remaining before school resumes. This will be your academic arrangement for the coming days. Jiang Wanwan handed Qin Song a sheet of paper filled with meticulously organized study schedules. Upon reviewing it, Qin Song noted that his study hours were well structured. His performance in the 3 core subjects during the afternoon assessment had been commendable, though he struggled with English spelling, frequently missing or misplacing letters. As for physics, chemistry, and biology, he found them rather challenging. He had difficulty recalling the necessary molecular formulas and equations, leading to frequent errors. Thus, the study plan outlined a morning dedicated to memorizing various formulas and classical poetry, followed by practice exercises. The afternoon would focus on intensive problem solving, while the evening would be more relaxed, involving vocabulary memorization and dictation, making for a well-rounded day. As Qin Song read the final line on the paper, which stated, "If classmate Qin completes his study tasks on time each day, he will receive a mysterious reward before bedtime." He felt a flicker of anticipation. A reward? What kind of reward? Qin Song's curiosity piqued. "Do you truly wish to know?" Jiang Wanwan raised an eyebrow. Yes. Qin Song nodded eagerly, much like a chick pecking at grains. "Well, just think about it. Since you did not complete your study tasks this afternoon, there is no reward for you today." Qin Song. "By the way, I need to go to the station tomorrow morning to send off to June and Xiao Jun. And then I'll be at the hospital with Grandma, for her surgery at 10 o'clock. I'll return after the operation, just in time for lunch." Upon hearing Qin Song's remarks, Jiang Wanwan nodded in understanding. Compared to these matters, studying seemed far less significant. Given that you have serious commitments. As long as you adhere to the study plan tomorrow afternoon and evening, you will qualify for the reward. But I had serious matters to attend to this afternoon too. I don't care. Following this, Qin Song continued to memorize vocabulary, even taking a moment to retrieve the cake from the refrigerator to warm it up, ensuring that Jiang Wanwan wouldn't end up with a chilled stomach when she indulged later. Given that her special period hadn't yet concluded, she was uncertain if she could indulge freely on her birthday. Otherwise, she would have to exercise restraint on many delicious treats that day. "All right, you've memorized enough for now. It's time for me to test your English vocabulary," Jiang Wanwan announced, glancing at Qin Song. "But don't worry, I'll start with the easier ones." Qin Song nodded, eager to gauge his progress in spelling. He tore off a piece of draft paper and readied his pen. Jiang Wanwan, holding a copy of New Vocabulary for High School English 3000 to 5000, began to softly pronounce the first word in Chinese. Balance. Indeed, quite simple balance. Change. Yes. Change next. Basketball. Chicken. Wait. Something feels amiss. Were it not for the fact that the chicken meme had yet to emerge, Qin Song might have suspected Jiang Wanwan of being a little black fan, perhaps even a fragrant essence frying fish. Glancing at the 3 letters he had unwittingly scribbled on the draft paper, he silently crossed them out and correctly wrote the English word for chicken. Subsequently, Jiang Wanwan read aloud over 10 commonly used high school English words, and once Qin Song completed his dictation, she took the paper for correction. Every answer is correct. Evidently, basic vocabulary poses no challenge for you. Now, let us move on to intermediate vocabulary. However, you must remember chicken, it does not contain the letter X. I notice you corrected it only after realizing your initial mistake. It signifies both the bird and the meat, and when used as an adjective, it conveys the notion of cowardice or timidity. Qin Song nodded silently. He wasn't incapable of spelling the word. Rather, he had been reminded of a departed friend, causing his hand to falter. "So, can we eat the cake now? I noticed you took it out to warm it up." Jiang Wanwan gazed at the electronic clock on the desk, her anticipation palpable. As soon as Qin Song nodded, Jiang Wanwan dashed out of the room, bringing the cake back in. Su Qiaoling didn't partake in cake, so they opted not to ask her. The young woman unwrapped the cake, slicing the first piece to hand to Qin Song. As she cut a second piece and prepared to eat, she was halted by Qin Song. He scooped a bit of cream from the piece in Jiang Wanwan's hand and tasted its temperature. With a look of confusion from Jiang Wanwan, he then checked the cake's base temperature and sampled the strawberry. The cream and cake were fine to eat, but the strawberry still needed time as it was slightly cold. Given that you are still in your special period, and with it being evening now, it's best to avoid cold foods. Otherwise, you may experience discomfort in your lower abdomen while sleeping. As he spoke, he deftly used a fork to extract the strawberries adorning the cake, transferring them to a new plate. Hearing this, Jiang Wanwan blinked at him, obediently refraining from any rebuttal. She scooped a small spoonful of cream in her mouth, her face lighting up with a sweet, satisfied smile. Qin Song observed her, a tender smile playing on his lips. After wiping the cream from the corner of her mouth with a tissue, he too began to indulge in the cake. Unbeknownst to him, the young girl's heart raced for a considerable time following this gesture, although they had already shared a kiss. The fluttering of her heart for someone she cherished did not wane with the progression of their feelings. Burp. The girl let out a contented belch, sprawling across the bed in a starfish-like manner. Qin Song, with a hint of exasperation, rose to pull her up, wiping away the cream that lingered at the corner of her mouth once more. It was unwise to lie down right after eating. It could lead to gastric ulcers and indigestion. But I'm so full. Jiang Wanwan gazed at him with a pitiful expression. Could you rub my belly? She hesitated for a moment before nodding. Is it okay to do it over my clothes? Sure. After nearly 10 minutes of gentle rubbing, she finally called a halt. All right. I feel much better now, she exclaimed, revealing her small canine teeth as she resumed her studies, rifling through the English vocabulary on her desk. After a while, upon hearing Qin Song say that the strawberries were now fair game, she eagerly stuffed them into her mouth, causing juice to dribble down as she chewed. Chapter 55. This world lacks no adults. Qin Song shot her an exasperated glance, extracting a tissue to clean her up, then wiping the strawberry juice that had dripped onto the table. Be careful not to choke. Jiang Wanwan swallowed the strawberries and replied, I know, before sticking out her tongue at him. After completing this series of antics, she suddenly froze. Why did she find herself acting so childishly in front of Qin Song? As if she were a mere child? Jiang Wanwan pondered. Would Qin Song think she was immature? Concerned, she directly posed the question. Qin Song, do you think I'm a bit childish? Like how I just laughed louder than you at the cartoon bears can't dance, or how I got cream all over my mouth while eating cake, or when I made that silly face. A wave of fear unexpectedly washed over her. When Qin Song had kissed her unexpectedly that afternoon, alongside her surprise and delight, there lingered a trace of inexplicable fear. Initially, she didn't comprehend the source of that fear, but now she understood. She feared that for some reason, Qin Song might cease to like her. She worried that he would lose interest, just as he did with his studies during exam preparations, only to suddenly be kind to her out of whimsy. Everything that had transpired recently felt surreal, akin to a dream. The adolescent girl began to spiral into anxious thoughts. People often feel the most happiness when they are on the brink of it. Now that she had attained it, she became plagued by insecurity. If someone she deeply cared for, someone she loved, were to suddenly depart, she would find it unbearable. Wouldn't she? Jiang Wanwan contemplated, recalling the loss of her father when she was 6. Gradually, her eyes began to redden, tears welling up, seemingly on the verge of spilling over. Perhaps it was the sensitivity of this particular moment, or maybe her vulnerability stemming from her family background that made her feel unstable and even fearful. Qin Song leaned closer, cradling her face in his hands, gently rubbing his cheek against the tears cascading down her face. No, I don't think you're childish. You know, it's only in front of someone you like that you inadvertently reveal your childish side, which only proves how much you care for me. Let us not be sad anymore, all right? Upon hearing Qin Song's words and looking into his sincere eyes, Jiang Wanwan nodded earnestly, though the tears continued to flow unabated. Qin Song leaned in and pressed a soft kiss to her cheek. The salty tears brought him an unexpected taste of happiness. In the realm of intimacy, the act of shedding tears face to face holds profound significance. It is the purest manifestation of emotional depth and trust between two individuals, as they allow their tears to flow without reservation. This is not a display of weakness, but rather an exhibition of the most genuine and tender aspects of the soul. It tests the capacity for empathy and understanding in both parties. When one cries, the other must provide ample space and comfort, rather than hastily seeking solutions or evading reality. Only within an atmosphere of mutual support and affection can these tears transform into a deeper connection and growth. They reveal the fragility and authenticity of humanity, while also witnessing the resilience and strength of love. Each tear serves as an act of cleansing for their shared feelings, fostering a greater appreciation for one another as they navigate life as storms together. Go ahead, cried out. Release all that has been pent up in your heart for so many years. You were so lively and clever as a child. Why had you grown up to be less expressive of your emotions? Aunt Sue felt a tightness in her chest, wishing not to let Jiang Wanwan see her concern. Surely, she too was harboring something within, wasn't she? Taking a deep breath, Qin Song gently kneaded the girl's face. Wanwan, do you know? You can take your time growing up. There's no rush at all, because this world is not lacking in adults. You can become whoever you wish to be and pursue whatever you desire at any time. I will always be by your side. I don't want to be your mere support. I want to face everything alongside you, for even the strongest support is still just that, support. Upon hearing this, the girl lifted her head, her previously dim eyes now shining with clarity. Like a mountain spring, joy, delight, relief, and affection flowed within her, pure and untainted. She nestled into Qin Song's embrace, nuzzling against his chest, her voice trembling slightly as she asked, "Can I not grow up? Can I remain your little one? Solely yours, your only child?" This heartfelt declaration struck Qin Song like an arrow, piercing his very soul and leaving him utterly breathless. This bullet did not require gunpowder, but rather the sincerity of the purest emotions. Qin Song could not help but pinch her little cheek. "Of course you can. Actually, the teachers have also taught us about love." The political science teacher said, "Some choices may not be wrong, but they simply aren't suitable." The English teacher said, "If you don't know, just take a guess. Who knows, it might be right." The math teacher said, "If the process is flawed, the result will be too." The Chinese teacher said, "It's better to be wrong than to leave it blank." The biology teacher said, "There is no absolute fairness in this world. Even human hearts lean to one side." The history teacher said, "What you care about has already become history." The geography teacher said, "It's not easy to meet someone in this vast world." Even the physical education teacher would say, "Don't just walk, okay?" Qin Song felt that all these statements held truth, but they required 3 fundamental conditions. Those conditions were sincerity, and once more, sincerity. For it is sincerity that serves as the ultimate weapon. Never abandon what you love for any reason. Can a shrimp of the sea and a fish of the river yield a result? Simply place them in a pot, and there you have it. Once cooked, the outcome is not only assured but also delectably enhanced. 1. Do you realize? At your tender age, it's perfectly acceptable to be a tad immature. You ought to be spirited, youthful, mischievous, and a bit rebellious. At this stage of life, such traits are entirely normal and should not be suppressed. Above all identities, you should remain true to yourself. Qin Song gently wiped the tears from her face with a few tissues and placed a tender kiss on her forehead. Noticing her emotions gradually stabilizing, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He truly lacked experience when it came to comforting girls. Chapter 56, Of Course I Like You. Jiang Wanwan's demeanor is more at ease with those she knows well, yet she becomes somewhat reserved around strangers. This is precisely why she writes in her diary, to articulate her thoughts and feelings. In class, she excels academically and is favored by her teachers, but to the vast majority of her classmates, she is merely labeled as the top student. Aside from Qin Song, her only friend is Chun Cece, another academic high achiever, but their conversations predominantly revolve around studies. Thus, in reality, she has few friends. Qin Song is her sole companion. It is precisely for this reason that Qin Song wishes for her to be a bit more playful and lively. Humans are social creatures, and lacking friends can be quite daunting, especially during one's school years. While those superficial acquaintances in adult life are somewhat dispensable, the bonds formed in school are often the purest. Frequently, friendships from this period can last a lifetime. After absorbing Qin Song's words, Jiang Wanwan, once she regained her composure, suddenly felt a rush of embarrassment. How could she have just cried in Qin Song's embrace? This was not how she should have conducted herself. Yet, she found herself unable to hold back her tears. Moments later, she unexpectedly inquired, "Qin Song, do you like me?" Taken aback, Qin Song was momentarily speechless. He was unsure why Jiang Wanwan had posed such a question, but he nodded affirmatively. "Of course, I like you." The girl widened her eyes in surprise. "Why did you answer so straightforwardly?" Qin Song shrugged. "Liking someone is not something to be ashamed of. On the contrary, it's an act of bravery. Why should I not acknowledge it? Liking someone is perfectly fine, is it not?" Jiang Wanwan's cheeks flushed crimson as she covered her face, and after a while, she stood up and playfully shoved Qin Song, exclaiming, "All right, it's getting late. I need a shower and go to bed. You should head home and do the same." With that, she pushed him out the door and closed it with a decisive snap. Once Qin Song was outside her room, Jiang Wanwan flung herself onto her bed and rolled around several times. He said he likes me," she squealed in delight. Hearing the commotion from the room, Qin Song shook his head with a fond smile. This girl certainly left him at a loss. The shift in her emotions was astonishing. Just moments ago, she had been nestled in his arms, weeping, and now she was shoving him out the door. He approached Su Qiaoling's room and knocked lightly. It was only polite to inform her before heading home, especially since he would not be around in the morning. Su Qiaoling would certainly message him to inquire, and it was the perfect opportunity to explain. "Aunt Su, I've wrapped up my studies for today. I'm heading home to wash up and sleep. Tomorrow morning, I need to accompany my friend whose grandmother is undergoing surgery, but I'll be back for lunch." As soon as he finished speaking, a muffled voice responded from within the room. "All right, I understand. If you have any preferences for lunch, just message me, and I'll prepare it for you." Just then, in the room, Su Qiaoling stood quietly, clutching an exquisite photo frame. Her gaze was fixed upon the photograph within, as if transcending time to connect with the person captured in it. The man in the frame wore a vibrant firefighter's uniform, exuding valor and a gentle demeanor. He stood tall, radiating a brilliant smile towards the camera, saluting with a perfect military salute. In that moment, his eyes shone with determination and confidence, as though declaring to the world his unwavering commitment to duty and mission. The light reflected off the photo, causing his uniform to shimmer with a golden glow, illuminating the tears glistening in Su Qiaoling's eyes. She gently traced the edges of the frame, feeling the warmth and strength that emanated from a distant time. Each touch was a connection to the past, allowing her to revisit the beautiful moments they had once shared. The redness around her eyes and the tear stains on her cheeks revealed that she had recently cried. Su Qiaoling had overheard the conversation between Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan, though not intentionally. Initially, she had intended to ask if they would like some juice or milk. As she approached Jiang Wanwan's door to knock, she inadvertently heard her sobs. Without fully understanding the circumstances, Su Qiaoling refrained from entering the room and remained silent, listening intently to the sounds coming from within. It was only when Jiang Wanwan pushed Qin Song away that she returned to her own room. With a tender smile, Su Qiaoling caressed the cheek of the man in the photograph, saying, "Darling, your judgment was indeed wise. Though Qin Song is still young, you had already betrothed him to our 2 children, intending for him to be your son-in-law. It is a pity that the engagement was later called off. However, it may be for the best. Allowing the 2 children to pursue their own love is not a bad idea. But with your discerning eye, why did you rush into that burning building when you knew it would collapse? You saved your 2 comrades, yet you could never return to us. I once blamed you for not considering us during your mission, but I no longer hold it against you. After all, every child is the apple of their parent's eye. Now that Wanwan has found a good home, I shall find peace when these 2 marry and start a family of their own. You know, old Qin and his wife said that if Qin Song and Wanwan marry, their firstborn son will carry the Jiang surname, so as not to let the Jiang lineage die out. They claim that your family has only one heir, while the Qin family has siblings aplenty. I am quite agreeable to this, as the 2-child policy is now fully implemented, and by the time they marry, the 3-child policy may very well be in effect. The more children, the merrier, for they shall have companionship. When that time comes, I shall take your grandchildren to visit you at the cemetery. You must wait for me and not wander off." Upon returning home, Qin Song took a quick shower and sat down at his computer to write. As was his custom, he first checked the data on his work, surprised to find that over 100 people had already viewed it. The engagement from readers was encouraging, and he even received his first review and segment feedback. Given that his novel was only 60,000 words long, and he hadn't even entered the verification phase, these numbers were quite promising for a newcomer on this platform. Many writers remain solitary until they reach 80,000 words. Qin Song liked each review and feedback, then flipped through the notes he had tucked in the pages of his book. You can't add chicken essence to fried noodles, otherwise it will explode. What are you doing? Oh dear. As Qin Song gazed at the timeless trending topics from his previous life, a sense of emptiness enveloped him. He longed for the emergence of Brother G, yearning for him to become the ambassador of the NBA sooner, thereby allowing him to interact with his fellow readers. Alas, another day of JQN had begun. With this thought in mind, Qin Song commenced typing, determined to complete today's 20,000 words ahead of schedule. For he had to rise early the next morning to see off to June and Xiao Jun at the train station. Chapter 57. The Strategist Qin Song. Meanwhile, in Jiang Wanwan's room, having just emerged from a shower, she found herself pondering a rather perplexing question. What exactly was her relationship with Qin Song at this moment? It was an indisputable fact that romantic relationships were to be engaged in only after the college entrance examination. If that were the case, then she and Qin Song could not be considered a couple. Thus, they remained friends, childhood companions. However, what kind of friends exchanged kisses so readily and engaged in salivary exchanges? Ah, how vexing! Jiang Wanwan scratched her head, feeling as if her brain might overheat. Unable to resolve her confusion, she decided to seek external assistance. Consequently, she fiddled with her phone and sent a message. At that very moment, in another room, Qin Song, seated at her desk, was engrossed in solving math problems when she heard her phone ding. Upon checking, she discovered a message from Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan, CC, are you there? I have a question for you. A smile crept across Qin Song's face upon reading Jiang Wanwan's message. Scholars often find themselves in solitude, and the socially inept ones even more so. Jiang Wanwan, due to her family background, tended to be less expressive in front of outsiders, while Qin Song was simply a pure introvert, decidedly an I person. Aside from her conversations with Jiang Wanwan, she avoided interactions with others altogether. In class, Jiang Wanwan had Qin Song as her childhood friend and Qin Song as her sole companion, while Qin Song had only Jiang Wanwan as her friend. Thus, when she saw Jiang Wanwan's message, she felt a surge of happiness. Qin Song, Go on, is it physics, chemistry, or biology? Qin Sisi excelled in physics and chemistry, while Jiang Wanwan outperformed her in mathematics and English, leading them to frequently assist one another in their studies. Jiang Wanwan, I kissed a very good male friend. What is our relationship now? Qin Sisi, oh, I thought something serious had happened. Qin Sisi noticed that Jiang Wanwan's query had nothing to do with academics and casually replied, wait, it seems something peculiar had slipped in. Qin Sisi retracted a message. Qin Sisi, wait, you kissed. Her aloof, academically gifted friend had actually kissed a boy. At that moment, Qin Sisi's inner gossip flame ignited, transforming her demeanor into one of curiosity. No, she had to uncover the truth behind this incident. Qin Sisi, did you use your tongue? Jiang Wanwan, that is not the main point, okay? Ooh, ew. Qin Sisi, wait, you've learned to use emoticons? What exactly did he do to you? Jiang Wanwan, that's not the focus. The key issue is, what is our relationship now? Qin Sisi, so are you two together? Jiang Wanwan, what are you thinking? We're still in high school. How can we be in a relationship? Jiang Wanwan, besides, if we were together, would this question even arise? Qin Sisi, seems like you're right. Let me think about your relationship. Qin Sisi lay on her bed, tossing and turning, but after much contemplation, she found no answer. Thus, she resorted to using a search engine. After an exhaustive search, Qin Sisi synthesized responses from numerous netizens and finally arrived at a conclusion. Qin Sisi, you and he, at present, should be in a state of lip friendship, meaning your friendship has deepened through kissing, which differs from mine with you. Qin Sisi, are you familiar with platonic love? It is a pursuit of the spiritual while rejecting the physical. Given the nature of your relationship, you should be experiencing a non-platonic friendship. Qin Sisi, your relationship is simultaneously above friendship yet below romance. My suggestion is to maintain this dynamic and occasionally exchange kisses to further strengthen your bond. After much deliberation, Qin Sisi sent these 3 messages. Although she had never been in love or had feelings for boys, surely the wisdom of the internet and netizens could not be misleading. If that were the case, perhaps she was performing quite well in her role as a strategist. Inadvertently excelling yet again. Jiang Wanwan read Qin Sisi's messages, blinking in surprise. Lip friendship, non-platonic friendship, kissing to deepen friendship? Why did it all seem slightly off? However, it sounded rather appealing. Qin Sisi, by the way, the person you kissed must be Qin Song, right? Startled by Qin Sisi's message, Jiang Wanwan's heart skipped a beat. Jiang Wanwan, how did you know? Qin Sisi, you only converse with Qin Song in class. Who else could it be? Besides, you two are childhood companions. Qin Sisi, by the way, what does kissing feel like? Jiang Wanwan pondered Qin Sisi's question, secretly reminiscing about the sensations from her 2 kisses with Qin Song. At that time, she had felt nothing but nervousness, failing to savor the taste of Qin Song's tongue. A twinge of disappointment settled within her. Jiang Wanwan, I don't know. I was too nervous. My mind went blank. Qin Sisi, well, you should kiss him again tomorrow and remember to tell me how it feels. You're currently ahead of me in this subject, so you must keep me updated. Otherwise, I'll be left in the dark later. Upon receiving the message, Jiang Wanwan blinked, her large eyes filled with confusion. Can this even be studied together? Jiang Wanwan, all right, but you have to help me out when I have questions in the future. Qin Sisi, no problem. I am quite competent as your strategist and will certainly help you keep Qin Song firmly under your control. A breeze to manage. JPG. Jiang Wanwan, please do. JPG. After a while, Qin Sisi sent another message. Qin Sisi, by the way, isn't Qin Song's academic performance a bit lacking? If you both can't attend the same university, wouldn't that mean a long-distance relationship? Jiang Wanwan, he is studying diligently every day. He completed a practice test today and reached the 2nd-tier score. I believe in him. Qin Sisi, all right then, your ideal university is Jiangxi University. What about him? Which school are you both planning to apply to? Jiang Wanwan, he is also aiming for Jiangxi University. We plan to apply together. Qin Sisi, well, it won't be easy for him to catch up academically. There is still significant room for improvement, so he should strive to boost his scores quickly. Once the room for improvement narrows, it will be challenging to raise his grades. Qin Sisi, my performance in physics, chemistry, and biology surpasses yours, so tell him that after school starts, if he has any questions in those subjects, he can come to me. We will teach him together, and he will progress more swiftly. Reading Qin Sisi's message, Jiang Wanwan felt a surge of gratitude. Jiang Wanwan, I will keep you updated on his progress, and I promise not to leave you in the dark later. Chapter 58, Farewell. After engaging in conversation for a while longer, the two concluded their chat. Jiang Wanwan, after extinguishing the light, lay in bed, her mind wandering to the future life she envisioned with Qin Song. Graduating high school falling in love, completing college, marrying, and then having children. Just the thought of it filled her with happiness. However, she inadvertently considered the possibility that, should they have a child, that little one might vie for Qin Song's affection. After all, Qin Song had promised her that she would be his only child. Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan found herself amused by her own jealousy over the potential child she might have with Qin Song. Had there ever been a mother so possessive? She resolved that if the child dared to compete for her affection, she would inundate him with endless homework, leaving him no time to vie for her love. If he were still an infant, she would wean him off his milk. Her thoughts spiraled further. What if the grandchildren began to contest for her love? She would simply confiscate all their lollipops. After all, she was their elder. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Jiang Wanwan gradually succumbed to the embrace of slumber, forgetting even to send a good-night message to Qin Song. At that moment, Qin Song had just finished coding a 20,000-word manuscript and clicked the button to begin its recommendation on the platform. Stretching his body, he heard a series of pops and cracks as he loosened his muscles. Upon checking his phone, he noticed the absence of a message from Jiang Wanwan. He promptly typed a message, "Idiot Wanwan, good night. See you in your dreams." After sending the message, he plugged in his phone to charge, turned off the lights, and lay down under the covers, a smile gracing his lips. He wondered what she might dream of. The following morning, at 7 o'clock, the alarm rang punctually. Qin Song arose to silence it, freshened up, and rode his electric scooter to the hospital. Today was of particular importance. So he had given Jiang Wanwan the car keys. At that moment, He-shun was already waiting at the hospital entrance, appearing as though he had been drained of all vitality. As Qin Song approached, he noted the prominent dark circles under He-shun's eyes and teased. "You're really not afraid of dying from exhaustion, are you?" He-shun sighed in resignation, admitting, "I honestly couldn't sleep. It feels like my heart has been suspended in mid-air all night. To be honest, I've never felt this tense, even when facing a 1v5 situation." Qin Song patted him on the shoulder, reassuringly stating, "Didn't the doctor say it's a minor procedure? It'll be over by 11, and the surgeon is experienced. There's nothing to worry about." He-shun raked his fingers through his disheveled hair. "I know, but I can't help but feel anxious." "You don't think the anesthetist would mistakenly inject the anesthetic into the surgeon's backside, do you?" Qin Song looked at He-shun as if he were daft. "Relax. You should be more worried about yourself in this state. If you go in to sign the consent form looking like that, your grandmother might get concerned. Let us go get some noodles first, then we'll drop off to June and Xiaojun before heading back to the hospital." In Jiang City, breakfast primarily consists of various noodle dishes. Lean meat noodles, 3 delicacy noodles, hanging liver noodles, fish noodles, beef offal noodles, braised beef noodles, pig-killing noodles, braised noodles, and stir-fried noodles. An extensive assortment to satisfy even the pickiest of eaters. The two arrived at a decade-old establishment and ordered 2 bowls of freshly made beef noodles. To help He-shun awaken, Qin Song stealthily added a generous dollop of spicy oil to his broth. "What the heck? I only asked for a spoonful of chili. Why is the soup all red?" He-shun slurped down the steaming, spicy noodles, alternating between agony and delight. After finishing their meal, Qin Song stopped by a nearby fruit shop to purchase some seasonal fruits and a pack of cigarettes favored by Dejun and Xiaojun before heading to the train station. Due to the need for ID verification and ticket purchase to enter the waiting area of the train station, Dejun and Xiaojun remained outside, awaiting Qin Song and He-shun. Thankfully, a small supermarket outside the station provided a spacious area for incoming and outgoing travelers to rest, allowing them to sit and wait. At that moment, Chun Xiaorong tugged at Chun Dajun's sleeve, her eyes red and filled with reluctance. Naturally shy, she had seldom received attention from her parents. Growing up under the care of her 2 older brothers, Dejun and Xiaojun, the bond with them was profound, as they were her only family in the world, making her emotions particularly intense. As for her mother, who had remarried, Chun Xiaorong had never intended to acknowledge her. A woman who abandoned 3 helpless children to run off with another man could hardly be called a mother. He-shun spoke to me about Grandma, He-'s situation. "Thank you, Qin Song, and thank you, Jiang Wanwan," Chun Dajun said earnestly, looking at Qin Song. Qin Song playfully punched his shoulder. "Grandma, he isn't just yours. You don't need to be so polite. If you really want to thank me, just call me Dad." Chun Dajun retorted. "You." After a brief moment, he added, "The fund for Grandma He-'s surgery are all gathered now. So, Xiaojun and I have to go to that wretched factory. That agency is truly disgusting. I asked about the conditions for an advance on wages, and not only do they take 10%, but they also require another 10% as a kickback. If you advance $100, you end up with only 80. Qin Song tossed him a pack of cigarettes and handed some fruit to Chun Xiaojun, inquiring, "So where are you 2 planning to go?" Chun Dajun opened the cigarette pack, placed one in his mouth, and was about to light it when he noticed the no smoking sign nearby and put the lighter away. Xiao Jun and I found a place to apprentice. It'll be tough, but we'll learn something. You and He Shun need to hit the books hard. The college entrance examination is a pivotal moment in life. I need to work hard too. One day, when I'm the boss, I might even hire some graduates from prestigious schools. He laughed. Chun Xiao Jun, usually quiet, stepped forward to hand Qin Song a rolled-up bundle of cash. Knowing that your 18th birthday is the day after tomorrow, and that grandma, he will have her surgery today. He Shun and Xiaorong will be busy caring for her, and you have your own family and plans. We for one T accompany you in your celebrations. We're all men, and none of us know what gift to buy. So here is some money, 1,431 yuan. It may not be much, but it's a token of our sincerity. Without waiting for Qin Song to respond, Chun Xiaojun pressed the money into his hands. Qin Song glanced down at the colorful bundle of cash, noting the mixture of denominations. It could be 1,000 yuan or 2,000, but could not possibly be 1,431 yuan. Chapter 59, A Headache. Qin Song forced a smile. All right, I understand. Then, Chun Dajuan turned to Chun Xiaorong. Xiaorong, from now on, you'll stay at your brother Shun's house. If you need anything, just call me. Or you can talk to your brother, He Shun or Qin Song. Chun Xiaorong nodded, but continued to cling tightly to his sleeve. Chun Dajuan affectionately stroked her head, embraced her, and then checked the time on his phone. It's about time. Let us head in. Take care of yourselves. With that, the two dragged their luggage into the station. Chun Xiaorong stood rooted to the spot, gazing at the retreating figures of the two men, tears ultimately streaming down her cheeks. This parting would likely mean that their next encounter would be during the New Year celebrations. After bidding farewell to Dajuan and Xiaojun, the two of them escorted Chun Xiaorong back to He Shun's residence. The previous day, Dajuan and Xiaojun had already returned the rented apartment and moved the belongings to He Shun's home, leaving Chun Xiaorong with little to take. She could settle indirectly. Qin Song and He Shun had no intention of taking Chun Xiaorong to the hospital with them. While such places were not strictly forbidden, it was best to avoid them, particularly the surgical wards. Upon arriving at the hospital, they first visited Grandma He's ward. Grandma He appeared to be in relatively good spirits and health. Upon seeing Qin Song and He Shun, she insisted on peeling an apple from the table for them to enjoy. He Shun quickly intervened, saying, Grandma, please don't trouble yourself with that. You need to rest before your surgery. Grandma He gently patted his hand and replied with a smile, I'm resting quite well. Just a little hungry and thirsty. That is not a problem, is it? You must refrain from food for 8 hours before surgery and 4 hours without any drink. Your hunger is perfectly normal. Once the surgery is completed, you can eat according to the doctor's orders, He Shun explained. Grandma He responded with a smile. That is good to hear. This will be my first surgery, so I admit I'm a bit anxious. It is natural for anyone to feel apprehensive and fearful when facing the unknown, irrespective of age. Qin Song spoke soothingly. Grandma, there is no need to worry. He Shun and I will wait for you right outside the operating room. We'll be here when you come out after the surgery. He told a white lie to comfort her, knowing that for a surgery like Grandma He's, anesthesia would certainly be administered, provided the anesthesiologist did not err. She would emerge from the operating room in a deep slumber. After a brief conversation with Grandma, medical personnel entered the room. A nurse approached Grandma He's bedside and addressed Qin Song and He Shun. Which of you is the family member of the patient in bed 3? Upon hearing this, He Shun raised his hand, saying, I am her grandson. The nurse nodded and continued. The patient's surgery is scheduled to commence in 1 hour. We need to take her to the preoperative waiting area for a series of checks. She handed over an A4 paper, saying, this is the consent form for the surgery. Please review it, and if all is well, sign it. Otherwise, we cannot proceed with the operation. She then produced a pen from her pocket, offering it to He Shun. He Shun quickly signed his name without further ado. Qin Song looked at the nurse and, in a gentle voice, inquired, Miss Nightingale, could you kindly inform us which operating room this surgery will take place in? We would like to wait in the adjacent corridor. The nurse covered her mouth with a smile, remarking, you have quite the sweet tongue, little brother. The surgery is scheduled in operating room 5, which is on the 3rd floor of the adjacent building. Just follow the directional signs, and you'll find it easily. With that, she and 2 other nurses began wheeling Grandma He's bed away, chatting amiably with her to alleviate her anxiety. As the preoperative waiting area and the operating room were not in the same location, Qin Song and He Shun did not follow, but instead proceeded directly to the 3rd floor of the main building. No sooner had Qin Song stepped onto the 3rd floor staircase than a sharp, acrid scent assaulted his senses, akin to a tsunami crashing over him. Unlike the place they had just left, this area was imbued with a distinctive odor, a peculiar blend of hospital disinfectants and cleaning agents. This fragrance seemed to possess an intangible power, penetrating his nasal passages and burrowing deep within, prompting him to furrow his brow. The stark white lights and an array of white fixtures conjured an indescribable feeling deep within him. It bore a refreshing cleanliness, yet simultaneously exuded an unspoken sense of oppression and heaviness, much like the unique atmosphere that emanated from the hospital itself, rendering it impossible to ignore. Qin Song detested this scent, to put mildly. Whenever he inhaled it and caught sight of the illuminated sign above Operating Room 2, memories from a past life he wished to forget surged forth like a tidal wave. When his parents passed away, he had visited the morgue, where the same pungent scent of disinfectant lingered. In a previous life, when Jiang Wanwan succumbed to cancer, he could not escape this odor during his visits to the hospital. The scent transformed into countless sharp needles within his nostrils, piercing his olfactory nerves deeply. With every breath, it was as if he were being devoured by a swarm of ants, rendering him nearly unable to endure the pain. Yet, this was not the worst of it. The indescribable discomfort surged within him like an unrelenting tide, swiftly spreading to every corner of his being. He attempted to cover his nose with his hand, but the potent odor infiltrated through the gaps between his fingers. Qin Song felt his heart racing uncontrollably, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His torment seemed endless, pushing him to the brink of endurance. In the next moment, he suddenly collapsed onto a chair in the corridor beside Operating Room 5. Startling He-shun. He-shun looked at the beads of sweat on his forehead and his pallid complexion, anxiously asking, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Qin Song forced a smile, replying, "I'm fine. Just a sudden stomach ache, probably from the spicy breakfast. I'll step outside for some fresh air. You stay here. If anything happens, just message me." He-shun nodded repeatedly, assisting him into the elevator and accompanying him downstairs. Upon reaching the outside, Qin Song sat on a bench by the roadside, inhaling the fragrance of osmanthus wafting in the breeze, allowing the sharp pain in his mind to subside slightly. He suddenly recalled a thought. The memories of the deceased are attacking me. Chapter 60, Shaolin Kung Fu. Observing the gradual return of color to Qin Song's pale face, He-shun finally let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps the disinfectant smell upstairs made you uncomfortable. You should rest here. I can handle things upstairs on my own. Noticing a small garden indicated on the sign, he added, "Once you feel better, take a walk over there. I'll message you if anything arises." Qin Song nodded, slowly rising to his feet. "Do you need me to assist you?" He-shun inquired. Qin Song shook his head. "No need. I feel much better now. You should head back upstairs. If Grandma, he doesn't TC you before entering the operating room, she might worry." "I'm sorry for causing you concern," Qin Song added. In response, He-shun's tone turned serious and earnest. "What are you saying? Do we need to exchange such pleasantries between us?" Then, with genuine concern, he said, "All right then, I'll head up. Message me if you need anything." Qin Song nodded. "Yes, go ahead." After He-shun took the elevator upstairs, Qin Song followed the directional signs and strolled towards the nearby small park. The melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers gradually eased his mood, filling him with a sense of joy. At this moment, the sun had just risen, and it was barely 9:15 in the morning. The gentle and warm sunlight spilled across the earth, bestowing a touch of comforting warmth to all. This soft glow enveloped him, imparting a sense of indescribable comfort and contentment. The park was abuzz with activity, teeming with individuals clad predominantly in hospital gowns. A pathway, meticulously laid with bluestone slabs, meandered through the area, facilitating accessibility for those constrained to wheelchairs, allowing them to partake in the beauty of this moment. The sun at 9 in the morning cast its warm glow over the fragrant blossoms and lush grass, while koi gracefully glided through the pond, and birds chirped softly from the branches above. Everything exuded an invigorating vitality. Yet, upon observing the elderly, most of whom were silver-haired and adorned in hospital attire, Qin Song felt a poignant sense of beauty tinged with melancholy, reminiscent of the splendor of a sunset, yet forebodingly nearing dusk. As he took a few steps forward, he noticed an elder, alone and struggling to free a blade of grass caught in the small wheels of his wheelchair. Qin Song hastened to assist him, swiftly extracting the obstruction. The elder expressed his gratitude, and Qin Song then pushed him around the park for a few laps. Moments later, the elder's nurse arrived, calling him back for his medication and treatment. After bidding farewell to the elder, Qin Song settled into a quaint pavilion within the park, observing a family of 3 not far off. The father, in his hospital gown, walked alongside his young son, who appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, gripping his father's hand with one hand and his mother's with the other, as they approached the pavilion together. Once seated, the father produced a tablet, placing it on the stone table, where an animated series, Jackie Chan Adventures, began to play. Gradually, The boy became engrossed in the animated world, his face lighting up with joy as he watched the protagonist deftly overcome the villains. Jackie Chan is amazing. His martial arts are fantastic, the boy exclaimed, clapping his hands and looking at his father. To this, the father seized the moment, asking, son, how would you feel if daddy learned martial arts? Shaolin Kung Fu. ISNT that cool? The boy leaped off the wooden bench, his eyes wide with excitement. Really? Is daddy really going to learn Shaolin Kung Fu? When will you start? The father affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, replying, tomorrow I'll begin my training. I'll have to shave my head completely. Do you know why? The boy eagerly raised his hand, exclaiming, I know, because there are only monks at the Shaolin Temple, and they can't have hair. The father smiled, planting a kiss on his son's forehead. That's right. My son is so clever. Daddy, you must study hard and teach me when you return. I want to be as formidable as Jackie Chan. The boy gazed at his father with admiration. In response, the father's expression turned resolute as he said, absolutely. I will study diligently. If I learn quickly, I'll be home soon, but if it takes longer, it may take a bit more time. But you must promise me to listen to your mother while I'm away, all right? When I come back, I'll teach you everything I've learned, okay? He extended his pinky finger. Let's make a pact. A promise must be kept. The boy nodded earnestly, linking his pinky with his father's. At that moment, the mother, standing nearby, fought back tears, blinking rapidly to maintain her composure as she watched her husband and son. You're such a good boy. Come here. Let mommy give you a kiss. The little boy leaned in, and his mother planted a kiss on his cheek. Moo, I'll kiss mommy too. Upon witnessing this, the father feigned a pout, playfully lamenting that his son only kissed his mother and not him, questioning if he was unloved. The boy quickly retorted, of course not, and then gave his father a kiss on the cheek. The family shared a moment of blissful smiles before preparing to leave. As the father stood, his sleeve slightly pulled back, revealing a wristband that should have been concealed. Qin Song focused his gaze on the glaring inscription, malignant brain tumor. He glanced back at the family, then lifted his eyes to the distant sky, his heart a tumult of emotions. After lingering for a while longer, Qin Song finally rose to depart. Time being a factor, he calculated that Grandma's surgery would soon be concluding. On his way back, Qin Song stumbled upon an amusing scene. A man, appearing to be of a similar age to his father, was adamantly refusing to take his medication, grimacing at its bitterness, despite his wife's coaxing. Consequently, she resorted to calling the man's mother, who arrived promptly, clutching a lollipop. With that, the man willingly swallowed his medicine and began to enjoy the sweet treat. It was evident that, regardless of age, one always remained a child in the eyes of their parents. Upon reaching the ground floor of the comprehensive building, Qin Song refrained from immediately ascending. Instead, he purchased an N95 mask from the pharmacy on the first floor. After donning it and ensuring that most unpleasant odors were kept at bay, he proceeded to the third floor via the elevator. Stepping out, he immediately sensed a stark contrast in atmosphere compared to the park. The expansive corridor was filled with a dozen or so individuals seated in silence, the air outside the operating room heavy and almost suffocating. Each face betrayed a narrative of anxiety and concern. Time ticked by agonizingly slowly, every moment stretching into eternity as a tense atmosphere enveloped the space. Occasionally, faint sighs or whispered prayers punctuated the silence, only to be swiftly swallowed by the stillness. Qin Song approached, seating himself beside Yishun, casting a questioning glance in his direction. Yishun shook his head, whispering, "It's normal. The surgery hasn't reached the expected duration yet, so don't worry." He then inquired, "What's wrong? Are you okay? Why the mask?" Qin Song replied, shaking his head, "I'm fine. I just find the smell of the disinfectant in hospitals a bit overwhelming, so I got a mask." Not far from them, an elder was seen kneeling on the floor, bowing in reverence towards the surgical room. This sight transported Qin Song back to the elderly man who had bowed before the Garen statue at the internet cafe. In his previous life, Qin Song had initially dismissed such acts as superstitious folly. However, a series of subsequent events had led him to adopt similar gestures of respect towards statues crafted from metal and stone. In truth, the walls outside hospital operating rooms have borne witness to more fervent prayers than those heard in temples. And train stations and airports have witnessed more sincere kisses than those exchanged in wedding halls. The elderly, approaching their twilight years, donned hospital gowns that perhaps were the newest garments they had ever worn. Rising, Qin Song made his way to the balcony on the third floor. Gazing down at the low rooftops below, adorned with a tapestry of yellow and white leaves. Noticing cigarette butts scattered about, he instinctively reached for his pocket, only to remember that he no longer smoked. Even the addiction he had acquired after his parents' passing had been overcome with Jiang Wanwan's assistance. Suddenly, a wave of longing for Wanwan washed over him. Qin Song murmured to himself, craving not just the sweet taste of cigarettes, but, more importantly, the shared moments of learning together. After indulging in a brief moment of nostalgia, he took out his phone to capture a photograph of the earthly leaves on the rooftop before returning to sit beside He-shun, continuing to wait. Jiang Wanwan gazed at the physics problem set before her, feeling utterly perplexed. Each character, each letter was familiar to her, yet when strung together, their meaning eluded her grasp. She scratched her head, exchanging it for a chemistry workbook, and commenced with the multiple-choice questions. However, as she worked, her thoughts drifted back to the conversation she had with Qin Song that fateful night, regarding the 6 missing elements from the periodic table. Ah, how frustrating. She couldn't focus on her studies at all. Illuminating her phone screen, she unlocked it and checked WeChat, only to discover that Qin Song had not sent her a morning greeting. Although she hadn't initiated the exchange either, it was expected that he would take the lead. After pondering for a moment, she deftly tapped on the screen. Jiang Wanwan, good morning. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed. As no response materialized, a sense of irritation began to brew within her, disrupting her concentration on studying. Taking a few deep breaths, she retrieved her strongest subjects, mathematics and English, hoping to find solace within their pages. After tackling a few questions, her phone suddenly chimed, prompting her to pick it up, only to find it was a news notification from a browser. In a fit of annoyance, she uninstalled the browser and returned to her studies, though her eyes would occasionally dart back to the screen. Once, twice, thrice. The young woman paused, intertwining her fingers, her gaze vacant, lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, her expression shifted to one of resolve. She finally made up her mind. With determination, she seized her phone and sent a message. Jiang Wanwan, Qin Song, I miss you. Upon dispatching this message, a faint blush crept across her cheeks as she tossed her phone onto the bed and flopped down, kicking off her slippers. Her delicate feet swung in the air, their neatly trimmed nails and rosy toes resembling freshly unwrapped pudding, tempting enough to elicit an urge to savor them. The weight of gravity caused her nightgown to slip down to her waist, exposing her fair, smooth calves to the air, which filled the room with an enchanting fragrance. At that moment, the young woman remained oblivious to how captivating this scene was. She picked up her phone, paused in thought, then rapidly tapped several times on the screen. Jiang Wanwan, I just want to study with you, nothing more. Ding. This time, the response was instantaneous. Qin Song, is that true? Jiang Wanwan replied without delay. Jiang Wanwan, of course it's true. Qin Song, I meant, do you really just want to study with me and nothing else? Is that true or false? The girl stared at the message, momentarily at a loss for words. This incorrigible rascal, having taken liberties with her twice yesterday, dared to pursue her again today? Although she harbored fond feelings for him and the thought of a kiss brought her joy, they were, after all, 2 innocent childhood friends. How could they indulge in such liberties? While Qin Song's suggestion of kissing to strengthen their friendship was indeed appealing, was it not a tad peculiar? In a split second, Jiang Wanwan resolutely shook her head, dismissing the thought. What was so strange about a mutual expression of affection? It was merely a kiss, after all, not a grave matter. Besides, it was Qin Song, not someone else. They were innocent and above reproach. There was nothing wrong with that. Moreover, she had promised Qin Song to share the experience of kissing. She could not go back on her word. Yes, it was imperative not to break her promise. Jiang Wanwan, I also want to try the taste of your lip balm. Is that okay? As she read her own message, she felt steam rising within her, her cheeks flushed. She couldn't fathom how she had typed such embarrassing words. The mere thought of it was enough to make her feel utterly mortified. Finally, she gathered her courage and clicked the send button. The next moment, her phone chimed with a reply. Qin Song, open the door, I'm at the entrance. Taken aback by the message, Jiang Wanwan quickly slipped on her shoes and dashed to the door, opening it without a moment's hesitation. A familiar figure stood before her. Jiang Wanwan slightly parted her lips, about to utter something, when she was enveloped in Qin Song's embrace. Chapter 62. A warm embrace for rejuvenation. As Qin Song guided her further into the room, he closed the door behind them. Let's not talk just yet. Allow me to hold you for a moment. I need to recharge. I'm running low on energy. He gently buried his head in her silky hair, inhaling the faint, sweet fragrance that wafted from her, drawing a deep breath involuntarily. Outside the operating room, despite wearing a mask, the overwhelming scent still penetrated the protective barrier, invading his senses and pricking his sensitive nerves. He found it far more unbearable than the sound of nails scraping against the chalkboard. Qin Song had forced himself to return. Grandma, he had just undergone surgery. It had gone smoothly, and she had been transferred to a regular ward 15 minutes earlier than expected. He didn't want to disturb He-shun, who finally had a chance to rest on the caregiver's bed, fearing it would worry him. After inquiring with the nurse about Grandma, he has dietary restrictions. He messaged Chun Xiaorong to prepare a meal for the hospital, along with he Shun's share. Chun Xiaorong was quite understanding and an excellent cook, readily agreeing to help. While there were nutritious soups and various congee available near the hospital, Qin Song felt more at ease with homemade food for grandma, he after her surgery. Jiang Wanwan, noticing his somber demeanor, gently patted his back and asked softly, "What's wrong? Did the surgery not go well?" Taking a deep breath, Qin Song replied quietly, "No. The surgery went very smoothly. I just wanted to hold you a little longer. Is that all right?" Seeing Qin Song display such vulnerability before her was a rarity, and it piqued her curiosity, yet she felt more concern. "Then let us hold each other a little longer. After we embrace, will you tell me what happened?" Qin Song nodded, then inquired, "Has Aunt Sue not returned home yet?" "I don't hear any cooking sounds from the kitchen. It was already 11 o'clock, and logically, Aunt Sue should have been home by now." Jiang Wanwan shook her head and softly explained, "Mom said there are inspectors from the Market Supervision Administration coming for an unannounced check today. All the vendors selling raw and cooked meats in our neighborhood must undergo hygiene inspections for food and storage conditions. She might be home a bit later, so she told us to snack on some treats to tide us over." Qin Song nodded slightly. Jiang City placed great importance on food safety, a sentiment he wholeheartedly endorsed. For food is fundamental to life. After a moment, he took another deep breath before reluctantly releasing the girl in his arms. Jiang Wanwan stepped back a couple of paces to see Qin Song's face more clearly. Upon noticing the faint marks on his face and the bloodshot in his eyes, she tenderly touched his cheek, her heart aching as she whispered, "What happened to you?" Qin Song gently ruffled Jiang Wanwan's hair and, with a somewhat stiff smile, remarked, "I simply cannot abide the scent of disinfectant in hospitals. Perhaps it is the overall atmosphere of the place that irks me. The moment I catch a whiff of it, my head begins to throb, but it subsides after a while." After taking the girl's hand and settling onto the sofa beside her, he continued, "Grandma, he surgery was very successful. He Shin couldn't sleep a wink last night. He just now lay down on the accompanying bed and fell asleep. After I had Chun Xiaorong, sister to Chun Dajun and Chun Xiaojun, bring them some food, I returned." Jiang Wanwan, feeling a pang of sympathy, smoothed out the wrinkles in Qin Song's shirt, which still bore the unmistakable scent of hospital disinfectant. "One might think you hardly slept a wink last night." Qin Song chuckled softly, stifled a yawn, stretched, and then reclined on the sofa. "I'm utterly exhausted. I must rest for a while." Jiang Wanwan tugged at the hem of his shirt. "You won't be comfortable sleeping here on the sofa. You should rest in my bedroom where you can sleep better and avoid waking up with a stiff neck." At that moment, Qin Song was already feeling drowsy. He nodded, stood up, and, with Jiang Wanwan's support, staggered toward her bedroom. Noticing Qin Song's habitual inclination to remove his clothing, Jiang Wanwan quickly interjected, "There's no need to undress. I can change the sheets and duvet after you wake up. I do that weekly anyway, and it's due for a change today." The bedroom was equipped with air conditioning, so no cooling mat was laid on Jiang Wanwan's bed. Upon hearing this, Qin Song promptly flopped onto the bed, kicked off his shoes, and nestled beneath the air-conditioned blanket. Inhaling the faint yet soothing fragrance emanating from the sheets and duvet, he felt the lingering scent of disinfectant dissipate, replaced by a comforting aroma. This was the fastest he had ever drifted into slumber. Within less than a minute, his consciousness slipped away into dreams. At the hour of the rat, the sounds of cicadas and birdsong wafted in from outside. Qin Song felt as if he were cradled in a warm embrace. A gentle breeze caressed the hair of the person in his arms, the strands dancing like sprites between his fingers, leaving behind a delicate fragrance. Unable to resist, he pulled her closer, and the figure nestled against him let out a soft sigh, her delicate hand playfully thumping against his chest, as if tickling him. Qin Song inhaled greedily, savoring the scent of the person in his arms, wishing to etch this fragrance into his memory forever. However, a shadow suddenly pried his hand away, and the figure he held was whisked away by that same shadow. He chased after them, following the shadow into a circle of white light. As he focused intently, the scene before him materialized into an operating room, and the person he had just held was lying on the operating table, subject to the whims of a spectral figure wielding a scalpel. Gauze, tweezers, needle holders, sutures, and an array of scissors and tweezers flitted through the ghostly figure's hands. Ultimately, the beeping of the ECG echoed, and the pulses of the defibrillator failed to revive her. With a sigh from the spectral figure, the person on the operating table was covered with a white cloth, marking her separation from this world. Qin Song wanted to scream, to weep, but found himself voiceless. He longed to see her, to grasp her hand, to caress her face. Yet no matter how he moved, he could not approach her. At last, a piercing pain surged through his mind, making even breathing difficult. He jolted awake, gasping for air, and after a few seconds of bewilderment, He realized it had all been a dream. Turning his head, he saw Jiang Wanwan sitting by the desk, nibbling on a pen cap, deep in thought. The warm, radiant sunlight, streaming through the window, enveloped her petite figure like a golden veil. In that moment, everything appeared so vividly real and beautiful to Qin Song. A stark contrast to the hellish scene he had just escaped, as if he had returned from darkness to light. Chapter 63. Eyes Far Away. Hearing the noise, Jiang Wanwan turned her head and noticed that Qin Song had awakened. She stood up and approached him, observing the beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, and asked curiously, "I turned on the air conditioning. Why are you still sweating so much? Did you have a nightmare? Are you feeling unwell?" As Jiang Wanwan reached out to touch his forehead, Qin Song grasped her hand, pulling her into his warm embrace. She felt as if she had fallen into a comforting cocoon, a sense of inexplicable reassurance washing over her. "Are you still not fully charged?" the girl asked in her soft, melodic voice. "Not yet," he replied. "By the way, what time is it now?" Qin Song tilted his head toward the blazing sun outside. Given the intensity of the sunlight, it was likely well past noon. He must have slept so soundly that he hadn't awakened for lunch. "It's about 2:30 in the afternoon. I figured you were sleeping so deeply that I didn't want to wake you for lunch, hoping you'd rest a bit longer. I left some food on the table. You can heat it up in the microwave if you like." Qin Song nodded and held her a moment longer before releasing her. Jiang Wanwan tucked her hair behind her ear and said, "You should lie down a bit longer. I'll go heat up the food." Qin Song shook his head. "I want to take a shower first." Even now, he felt the lingering scent of disinfectant clinging to him, making him feel physically unwell. "Okay, then go ahead," she responded. "I'll heat up the food. You can come eat once you're done showering." Qin Song shook his head again. "No, I want you to accompany me." After the events of the morning and the unsettling dream, he truly did not wish to be apart from Jiang Wanwan. While it was impractical to stay together every moment, he wanted to savor this time without separation. Feigning a headache, he furrowed his brow and pleaded, "My head still hurts a bit, and I feel a little dizzy. Could you help me back to my place? Just wait for me in the living room. Once I finish showering, we can come back together. Is that all right?" Upon hearing Qin Song suggest that she wait in the living room, Jiang Wanwan sighed in relief. Showering together? That would mean being completely exposed. Absolutely not. But waiting for him in the living room was acceptable. After all, she had been to his home before. As Jiang Wanwan pondered this, Qin Song added, "To be honest, I'm mostly worried that I might faint in the shower, and if no one finds me, it would be disastrous. Just wait in the living room. If you hear a thud, you can come save me." Upon hearing his words, Jiang Wanwan found some merit in his reasoning and nodded. "All right then, let us go downstairs together, and I'll wait for you in the living room." It was not that Qin Song was lying. He genuinely felt a bit dizzy, a symptom of waking up without sufficient rest. Generally, a warm shower would alleviate this feeling. Regardless of the season, he had never been one to take cold showers, as he felt that cold water never truly cleansed him. Upon returning home, he found Jiang Wanwan expertly switching the Wi-Fi on her phone while seated on the sofa, absorbed in her device. He then retreated to his bedroom, prepared a change of clothes, and headed to the bathroom for a shower. In truth, Jiang Wanwan, who appeared calm and composed, became somewhat flustered the moment she heard the sound of running water in the bathroom. She pondered whether she should rush to save Qin Song if he happened to fall in the shower. She contemplated how she would go about doing that. If I were to push open the bathroom door and walk straight in, wouldn't that mean I would see him in his entirety? However, if I were to enter with my eyes covered, it would be rather inconvenient. Perhaps it's best to just see him completely. After all, safety is paramount. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but swallow hard. Yet she maintained her composure, not daring to cast even a glance towards the bathroom, only listening intently to the sounds emanating from within. In truth, she belonged to the category of those who harbor lustful thoughts but lack the courage to act on them. A giant in imagination but a dwarf in action. Merely one to boast without substance. If it were truly presented to her, she would likely feel too bashful to even steal a glance, overwhelmed with embarrassment. A classic case of being inexperienced yet playful. Gradually, she ceased fiddling with her phone, her gaze fixated on a distant point, lost in her own reverie. Meanwhile, at a service area along a highway in a neighboring province, Lu Yu parked the heavy truck within the designated lines and, upon taking her seat in the passenger side, her husband Qin Ong immediately asked her, "What would you like to eat? I can prepare something for you, or we could buy something from the service area." They had spent years traversing the country delivering goods, establishing a network of acquaintances along the way, in various service areas within their province and nearby ones. They had familiar faces. Occasionally, when they stopped, they would borrow the kitchen facilities to whip up a meal, paying for the ingredients used. Lu Yu glanced at the name of the service area and remarked, "The water-fried buns here are quite good. I do like some of those. And let us also boil some dumplings, I remember there's a bag in the fridge. The truck was equipped with a small refrigerator capable of freezing. Qin nodded, first retrieving a compact electric hot pot to boil water before making his way towards the stall selling water-fried buns. Seeing this, Lu Yu stepped out of the vehicle to stretch her limbs, grabbing a cloth to wipe clean the family reunion notices that had been obscured by dust beneath the truck. Noticing that Qin Ong hadn't returned yet, she tossed the dumplings into the pot of boiling water. Afterward, she returned to the truck, feeling somewhat bored, and took out her tablet. Upon activating the hotspot on her phone, the tablet seamlessly connected to the internet. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Warning: the camera you placed in the living room has detected an unfamiliar person entering the electronic fence. Please confirm promptly. What friend has that rascal Qin Song brought home this time? Lu Yu muttered, promptly accessing the live feed from the surveillance camera. Wan, why is she wearing a nightgown at our home? She exclaimed as she observed Qin Song stepping towards the bathroom, followed by the sound of water splashing. What on earth is he thinking, bringing Wan home to take a shower? And she's in a nightgown? The camera's clarity was impressive, allowing Lu Yu to discern the look of anxiety etched across Jiang Wanwan's face. Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Yu. Could it be? Chapter 64. Need a charge? The kind of hand-holding. At that moment, Lu Yu felt an overwhelming urge to fly home and give Qin Song a piece of her mind. Although she wholeheartedly supported this union, the two were still in high school. Was Qin Song really attempting to seduce the girl into his bed? Wasn't he that inhumane? After taking several deep breaths to calm herself, she reassured her thoughts. That's the worst-case scenario. Perhaps there's another explanation, right? The camera had a two-way audio function. If it truly came to that, a few coughs through the microphone would suffice to intervene. Lu Yu was not ready to be a grandmother just yet. The camera could pick up sound, but aside from the splashing water, there was an unsettling silence in the living room. Lu Yu continued to watch intently, prepared for any sudden developments. Just then, Qinong's voice called out from outside the car. Honey, I brought back the water-fried buns. And I've also cooked the dumplings. Let us eat. Startled by his voice, Lu Yu panicked. She couldn't let him discover that the living room was equipped with surveillance. She was counting on a camera to help her uncover some of his hidden stash of money. However, going downstairs to eat while leaving the tablet in the car was not an option. What if those two kids lost control? They were in the throes of adolescence. And with a lone boy and girl together, it could spell trouble. If anything were to happen, there would be no need for Su Qiaoling to intervene. Just Qin Ong alone would ensure that Qin Song understood why flowers bloom so red. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Yu leaned out of the car window to retrieve the water-fried buns. Dear, I just remembered, I also want some delicacies from the food shop. Please give me the duck intestines, duck tongues, and duck frames. Qin Ong looked at the food shop, approximately 300 meters away, and replied with a hint of annoyance. You just said you wanted the water-fried buns. Now that I bought them, you're asking for more? I'll have to make another trip. Upon hearing his complaint, Lu Yu quickly unleashed her secret weapon. Please, dear, just go get them for me. I really want to eat them. You are the best husband ever. So please, I'm begging you. The art of charming persuasion worked wonders. Lu Yu's standing in the household was greatly enhanced by her ability to be endearing and to recognize the power of gentle coaxing. A marriage requires mutual effort. If only one party gives, it cannot last long. Listening to his wife's irresistible pleas, Qin Ong found himself unable to resist. Who could say no to a charming and affectionate wife? Certainly not him. Thus, he hurried off to procure the delicacies. Watching his retreating figure through the car window, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile with happiness. Once Qin Ong was out of sight, she resumed her watch over the footage until she saw Qin Song emerge from his room, clad in a tank top and shorts. He retrieved a few exercise books and left the living room with Jiang Wanwan. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. That boy needs Wanwan to accompany him even while showering. Really now, Lu Yu remarked with a smile. She set up a small folding table and 2 chairs outside the car, placing the water-fried buns and dumplings atop it. Then retrieved the dipping sauce she had prepared in advance from the fridge to accompany the dumplings. At that moment, Qin Ong returned with the food. Lu Yu accepted the bag from him, glancing at the receipt inside and exclaiming, for just this small bag of duck intestines and a small bag of duck tongues, along with 4 duck frames, it cost over 100. How outrageous. If I had known, I wouldn't have ordered it. That amount could have easily bought several pounds of ribs for a hearty stew. Qin Ong chuckled. It's no big deal. We earn more from this delivery than usual. It's okay to indulge a little now and then. Besides, as long as you enjoy it, no price is too high. Your happiness is priceless. He said this while placing a piece of duck tongue into Lu Yu's bowl. Looking at her husband, who wore a cheerful expression, Lu Yu tilted her head and smiled as she raised a piece of duck tongue. Mr. Qin, thank you for your love over the years. In response, Qin Ong picked up a piece of duck tongue and lightly tapped it against hers with a smile that radiated warmth. Mrs. Lu, it is my pleasure. Upon returning home, Jiang Wanwan first heated the rice and vegetables in the microwave. Seizing the moment, while Qin Song was occupied with his meal, she changed the bed linens and duvet cover in her room, placing the used items in the washing machine before finally making her way to the living room. Observing Qin Song devouring his meal with a large bowl typically reserved for soup, she couldn't help but marvel at the boy's hearty appetite. She had witnessed his earlier actions quite clearly. After finishing heating all the food, he retrieved a sizable bowl from the sterilizer, poured rice as a base, and then added all the leftover dishes, excluding the soup, creating a colossal bowl of mixed rice. Having only consumed a bowl of noodles for breakfast, which hardly sufficed, coupled with the mental exhaustion from his time at the hospital and a nap taken at noon, his appetite was now insatiable. Not only did he finish all the remaining dishes, but he also drank the soup to the last drop, leaving him so full that he felt a pressure in his abdomen even while seated. After switching the television from channel mode to network search mode, Qin Song selected one of his all-time favorite animated films from his previous life, Bear's New Year. He could confidently assert that if this film were to be released in theaters, even years after its initial screening, it would undoubtedly achieve remarkable box office success. Despite its brief runtime of merely 68 minutes, the film encapsulated the quintessential obsession of the Chinese people with returning home for the new year, evoking profound emotional resonance. It represented not only a sentiment, but also a spiritual refuge and a sense of belonging. The series of Bears films catered to audiences of all ages, with adults accompanying children to the cinema, where the enchantment would captivate not just the young ones, but the adults as well. Each viewer would derive their unique reflections from the experience. Seated beside Qin Song, Jiang Wanwan watched intently. Noticing her engrossed expression, Qin Song inquired, "Wanwan, have you never seen this before?" Jiang Wanwan shook her head, replying, "No, I seldom watch television. I usually spend my time either studying or reading. When I say reading, I mean extracurricular books of various genres, including history, gardening, and the migration of animals and nature, among others." In a gentle tone, Qin Song replied, "Then in the future, I shall accompany you and help you catch up on what you haven't seen." The girl tilted her head slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a lively light. Her gaze fell upon Qin Song, and a sweet smile involuntarily graced her lips. "Sounds good," she exclaimed, then playfully hooked her pinky around Qin Song's palm, softly asking, "Do you want to hold hands?" "Absolutely." Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Song responded, immediately taking her delicate hand in his and giving it a gentle squeeze. Soft, so soft. Truly, it was remarkably soft. Small, tender, smooth. What a marvel it was that such a delightful sensation could be found in a girl's hand. As he gazed at her delicate fingers, the only flaw he perceived was the slight callus from holding a pen, which he considered a testament to diligence rather than a defect. Her tiny hand was fragrant, almost tempting enough to elicit an urge to nibble at it. As he toyed with her hand, Qin Song couldn't help but ponder the notion that there existed individuals who had never even held a girl's hand. What a sorrowful existence that must be. Sighing, he felt a pang of sympathy for them for 3 seconds. The two continued their electrifying connection while watching Bears. Time slipped away unnoticed. Once the film concluded, Qin Song went to the kitchen to wash the dishes before joining Jiang Wanwan in her room to study. He felt it was only right to contribute after enjoying their meal and drink. He could not bear to let Jiang Wanwan wash the dishes with her soft, delicate hands, which deserved to be cherished, not immersed in soapy waters. As they diligently tackled problems and explanations, dinner time soon approached. Considering Qin Song had a late lunch, Su Qiaoling inquired about Jiang Wanwan's hunger and, upon learning she wasn't ravenous, decided to postpone dinner slightly. After the three finished their meal, Su Qiaoling returned to her room, while Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan continued their studies. Following the study plan Jiang Wanwan had devised for Qin Song, the evening was dedicated to memorizing English vocabulary and dictation, which was relatively light and required minimal cognitive exertion. Jiang Wanwan first had Qin Song review the word from the previous night before conducting a dictation check to ensure accuracy, after which they proceeded to learn new vocabulary followed by another dictation. The daily vocabulary load was not excessive, depending on the difficulty. It ranged from 30 simple words to 20 more challenging ones. Given Qin Song's proficiency in spoken English from his past life, conversing comfortably with foreigners, he found the task manageable. Already familiar with pronunciation and meanings, he only needed to focus on spelling. However, he recognized that he needed to strengthen his grammar, as his English tended towards colloquialism. In his previous life, while communicating with foreigners, he rarely adhered to the textbook's formalities, which often included an array of polite phrases followed by elaborate vocabulary. Instead, his exchanges were typically conversational, just as in his homeland. Many spoken phrases were grammatically flawed, yet did not hinder the intended message. Upon completing the vocabulary for the day, Qin Song tackled some multiple-choice questions and several reading comprehension exercises. After submitting them for Jiang Wanwan to correct, he expected a high accuracy rate, likely above 95%. With a bit more practice to refine his handwriting, achieving over 130 in the English section of the college entrance examination would be well within reach. Checking the time, he noted it was nearly 8:30. Qin Song had maintained a fairly regular routine lately, going to bed early and rising early, though he enjoyed lingering in bed. He attributed this to the alluring comfort of his blankets, asserting that it was not due to laziness. Standing up, he stretched and exhaled, signaling the end of today's study session. Jiang Wanwan remained seated at her desk, engrossed in her exercises. Teacher Jiang Wanwan, have you perhaps forgotten something? Qin Song teased. The girl turned to him, innocently blinking her large eyes. Forgotten? What do you mean? I don't recall anything. Classmate Qin Song, it's time for you to head home. Don't linger in the classroom. He pretended to glare at her. Teacher Jiang, have you mastered the art of feigning amnesia? If you don't give it to me, I might just have to take it myself. Shall I remind you? Someone mentioned wanting to taste the flavor of my lip balm. Also, the reward for today's study session has yet to be bestowed upon me. At his words, a blush crept across her cheeks, reaching even to the tips of her ears. No, then you close your eyes. Don't peek, or the reward will vanish, she added hastily. Obediently, Qin Song closed his eyes, refraining from sneaking a glance. After all, if she truly withheld the reward out of shyness, he would be at a significant loss. A soft rustling sound of plastic packaging being torn apart reached his ears, followed by the sound of a girl smacking her lips. In the next instant, two delicate, supple lips pressed firmly against one another. Immediately, a soft, fragrant tongue gently pried open Qin Song's tightly sealed mouth, swiftly slithering inside like a nimble serpent. Simultaneously, a rich aroma of mango wafted into his mouth, filling it entirely. Caught off guard by this unexpected tongue, Qin Song found himself quickly succumbing to its allure. The soft caress and sweet flavor caused his heart to race uncontrollably, provoking an involuntary and peculiar reaction within him. For a moment, he found himself at a loss as to where to place his hands. Letting them hang limply was not an option, yet wrapping them around her made him fear startling her. However, before Qin Song could fully savor this delightful moment, the fragrant tongue swiftly retreated, and the two soft lips parted. Just prior to this, a mango-flavored candy had been placed upon Qin Song's tongue. I remember you love mangoes, so before I kissed you, I had a mango-flavored candy. I wanted you to remember that my kiss is sweet and has a hint of mango, Jiang Wanwan said. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed intently at Qin Song, her eyes shimmering with a spring-like vitality. Upon hearing her words, Qin Song momentarily froze. His heart, which had just begun to calm, raced anew, and his breath quickened. He was astonished to find himself so thoroughly captivated by this young girl. Subsequently, he took a moment to savor the candy in his mouth. Indeed, it was quite sweet. Regaining his composure, Qin Song's gaze fixated on the girl's lips, and he swallowed, still yearning for more. Upon noticing his subtle actions, Jiang Wanwan wasted no time in ushering him out of the bedroom. Mustering the courage to initiate the kiss had already left her feeling bashful, and she feared that a repeat performance might lead her to combust from embarrassment. After locking the door, the young girl flopped on her bed and picked up her phone. Jiang Wanwan. Kissing felt sweet with a hint of mango. Shinsisi, what on earth? You can kiss and taste mango. Chapter 66. The healing plan shows initial results. Upon returning home, Qin Song savored the candy in his mouth, relishing its flavor. Mango. He reflected on Jiang Wanwan's recent behavior. Quite commendable, as she was willing to express her feelings in his presence. A significant improvement. The healing plan was progressing well. Initial results were promising, yet further efforts were necessary. After a quick shower, Qin Song first messaged Hishun to inquire about the situation, receiving confirmation that all was well. He then messaged to Jun and Xiao Jun, who reported that they had arrived at their apprenticeship location, signed contracts, and were assigned accommodation. They had just finished their meal and were currently shopping for daily necessities. Next, Qin Song sent a message to his mother. Qin Song, Mom, will you be home tomorrow? About what time? Lu Yu. Yes, tomorrow morning, around 7 or 8. After seeing the message, Qin Song responded with an okay gesture before lying down to scroll through Douyin. He came across an interesting video and opened the comment section, where he found the remarks to be exceptionally friendly. There was no online bullying, no insults or discrimination, and no overwhelming gender conflict. Only comfort and encouragement. Back then, Douyin was genuinely a platform for sharing life experiences, not a vent for life's frustrations. The viral videos of that time predominantly showcased talent rather than risque content, and there was no universal formula like the sugar girl inequality nor the bizarre term biological father. In his previous life, Qin Song had often encountered the nonsensical comments and outrageous statements in the comment section and the viral watermelon man, making it hard to believe that the individuals behind those comments and videos were indeed human. They were both foolish and malicious, boldly asserting themselves even when rebutted. Sometimes, he genuinely envied monkeys who had evolved halfway and then ceased to evolve, expertly balancing their existence without the burdens of school, work, or social obligations. When they found themselves with idle time, they would snatch food from tourists, occasionally delivering a slap or two, with the tourists too intimidated to retaliate, as monkeys were at least classified as second-tier protected animals. At this moment, listening to the song The Wind Rises, Qin Song felt as if he had been transported back to 2018. No, he had indeed returned to 2018. What did it mean to feel that way? Sometimes, he truly found himself astonished by his own foolishness. For instance, after spending half an hour on Douyin, he realized he had yet to write anything for the day. With this thought, Qin Song sprang from his bed, seated himself at his computer, and began typing, completing 4,000 words divided into 2 chapters for publication, then drafting additional words for future use. There was still time to write. Once school resumed, he would be busier, with less time for writing. He believed it more prudent to leave some material in reserve rather than ensure his readers were fully satisfied, as 2 chapters of 4,000 words a day constituted the standard update. Regardless, he had entered the verification period, and he was confident that he would reach 100,000 words before the end of the month, ensuring full attendance in the following month would not be an issue. Now, he merely hoped that this piece would be discovered sooner, allowing him to earn a greater fee. After finishing his writing, Qin Song gazed at the large L icon on his computer desktop, unable to resist double-clicking it. After a successful match, he swiftly selected Yasuo on the hero selection screen. Upon entering the Summoner's Rift, he promptly learned purchased a Doran's blade, and dashed towards the mid lane. As he played, he met an untimely demise at the hands of the Fishman Fizz's trident. Stuck, Qin Song typed in the game to explain. It wasn't the computer that was lagging. It was him. Having not played in so long, his hands had grown clumsy, and he lacked the familiar feel of the game. Eventually, under the leadership of the 31,720 Excellence Yasuo and the 3,049 Kill Kaisa, the team secured victory. Afterward, Qin Song quietly opened the hero damage statistics panel, observing Kaisa's nearly 100,000 damage compared to his meager 30,000. He promptly uninstalled the game. Well, he would rather play CSGO. At least if he performed poorly, he could still pass guns to his teammates with a simple moo. After sending Jiang Wanwan a good night, Qin Song collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep sleep. A night devoid of conversation. The following morning, Qin Song did not linger in bed, but instead rose early. After washing and hanging his laundry, he mopped the floor and wiped down the tables in the living room and his room. He did not venture into his parents' room. The Qin family adhered to an unwritten rule. Qin Song was not allowed to enter Qin Ong and Lu Yu's room without permission. Similarly, they could not enter his room without his consent. Regardless of their closeness, respect for each other's privacy was paramount. Qin Song was fortunate. Unlike parents who rummaged through their children's bags and diaries, Qin Ong and Lu Yu were exemplary guardians. They had never once rifled through his belongings and consistently respected his wishes. Even in his childhood, the only underwear Qin Song wore was adorned with Ultraman designs. It was only upon entering the first year of junior high that he deemed such patterns too juvenile and opted for solid colors instead. After completing his household chores, Qin Song took a refreshing shower and settled in the living room, observing the immaculate tiles and the neatly arranged sofa and coffee table. He felt a profound sense of accomplishment. His motivation for these efforts stemmed solely from a desire to create a more comfortable environment for his parents upon their return home after a long day. Click! The sound of a key turning in the lock echoed through the air, as if summoned by fate. Qin Ong and Lu Yu returned home after a few days of hectic work, having successfully completed their delivery tasks. Upon seeing the tidy home and Qin Song seated on the sofa, Qin Ang's face broke into a smile of contentment. His child had grown up, now taking the initiative to help with household chores, showing concern for his father. Indeed, it was typically Qin Ong who managed the household duties, while Lu Yu usually took on the role of supervisor. "Dad, Mom, you're back. Please go take a shower. What would you like to eat? I'll fetch something from Aunt Sue downstairs. After you finish, you should rest well. I have to go study in Jiang Wanwan's room later," Qin Song announced. Lu Yu looked at her son, certain he was indeed her child, yet sensing something had subtly shifted. She discreetly wiped her eyes and said with a smile, "Just grab whatever is easy, but don't get too much. If we eat too much, your father and I won't be able to sleep." At her words, Qin Song nodded and took the keys to head out. He had just sent Jiang Wanwan a good morning message and discovered she had only just woken up. It was the perfect opportunity to pick up her breakfast as well, so she could eat right after she finished brushing her teeth. Chapter 67. Happy Birthday. As is well known, eating immediately after brushing one's teeth can result in a peculiar taste, especially if one has just used mint toothpaste and then bites into an orange. It can be quite overwhelming. Arriving at the breakfast shop downstairs, Qin Song noted that there were not many people, as it was still some time before work commenced. Following the customary cue, he soon reached the counter. Ansu, I'm here to pick up breakfast for Wanwan and myself. My parents just got home, so I'll grab something for them too, he said. Sukiaoling Nadif, expertly preparing their meals while also pouring 2 cups of freshly made soy milk. She attentively selected breakfast items that suited Qin Ong and Lu Yu's preferences, avoiding those with overpowering spices, opting instead for vegetable buns and fresh meat buns. She also retrieved 2 bags of hot milk from the warming cabinet. As Qin Song instinctively reached for his phone to pay, Su Qiaoling shot him a disapproving glance. He reluctantly set his phone down, grinning sheepishly as he gathered the breakfast and returned home. Given the relationship between their families, it would likely upset Su Qiaoling if he paid. Well, perhaps marrying her daughter when I grow up could be seen as repaying her kindness? Qin Song mused, thinking of having a grandchild for her to dote on, and perhaps even alleviating Wanwan's menstrual discomfort, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After delivering his parents' breakfast back home, Qin Song knocked on the door of Jiang Wanwan's room with the breakfast he had procured for them. Once the two finished their meals, they commenced their studies for the day. For lunch and dinner, Qin Song continued to eat at Su Qiaoling's, while Qin Ong and Lu Yu enjoyed a relaxing day at home, snacking on whatever they could find or ordering takeout as hunger struck. Before long, evening arrived, and study time came to an end. To Qin Song's dismay, the reward for his diligent study today was merely a peck on the cheek, with no tasty treats to savor. The following day, June 23, 2018, on the 10th day of the 5th lunar month, marked Qin Song's 18th birthday. Since the birthday celebration was to be held at home, only Su Qiaoling and Jiang Wanwan were invited. It was a family affair, so the festivities were set for the evening while the day unfolded as usual. However, in the morning, Qin Ong made a special trip to the seafood market to buy a king crab, some black tiger shrimp, and a grouper, along with various meats and vegetables. Lu Yu also visited a renowned cake shop to order a birthday cake. That evening, at the Qin residence, after Qin Ong placed the last dish on the table, everyone took their seats. After some discussion, they decided to enjoy a bit of white wine. It was neither heavy like beer nor intoxicating like spirits, making it suitable for a light sip, especially to accompany seafood. Fortunately, Jiang Wanwan's special time had ended the previous day, or she would have missed out on this delightful meal. As Qin Song gazed at the array of exquisite dishes laid out before him, he found himself momentarily at a loss for how to begin. Son, start eating. What are you waiting for? Lu Yu playfully chided. Today you are the birthday star. You are the guest of honor. If you don't take the first bite, neither your father, nor Aunt Sue, nor I dare to serve ourselves. Looking at the faint lines of Lu Yu's smile, Qin Song took a deep breath and placed a shrimp in her bowl. Mom, a birthday is also a day of hardship for mothers. You've worked so hard all these years. Tears glistened in Lu Yu's eyes as she nodded gently, smiling. It was astonishing how quickly time had passed. Her child had grown into adulthood, both mentally and physically. How swiftly the years had flown. She could still vividly recall the moment he first called her mom, as if it had been just yesterday. Lu Yu glanced at the new strands of white hair that had emerged at Qin Ang's temples, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over her. Subsequently, Qin Song placed another shrimp in Qin Ong's bowl. Dad, don't feel left out. You have some too. At this, Qin Ong chuckled and teased, you little rascal. Do you think you can charm your old man like a child? Despite his teasing, the warmth in his eyes betrayed his affection. Gathering his courage, Qin Song picked up a third shrimp and placed it in Su Qiaoling's bowl. Aunt Sue, my parents are off and away, so you'll have to keep an eye on me from now on. I'm an adult now. I could even go to jail. For some reason, the words that Qin Song had meticulously prepared in his mind evaporated, and instead, he blurted out that statement, making it sound as though he were threatening to go on a rampage if left unattended. Recalling the moment he and Jiang Wanwan had been studying together in a room and had ended up kissing, with Su Qiaoling's room just next door, Qin Song felt a mix of thrill and a tinge of guilt. Seeing the bewildered expression on Su Qiaoling's face, Lu Yu took her hand in solidarity. Indeed, during these crucial final years of high school, I do appreciate your help in keeping an eye on him. You know how my husband and I are often out working. Treat him like your own son. If he misbehaves, feel free to discipline him without needing to inform me or Lao Qin. Just give him a little leeway. If he gets too unruly, just call me, and I'll come back to deal with it myself, no matter how far away I am. I can manage to return in about a day. Returning to the present, Su Qiaoling smiled and nodded. It's not as dire as you make it sound. Qin Song is quite well behaved. He has been studying with Wan Wan at home every day and always eats on time. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu regarded Qin Song with appreciation. He sheepishly scratched his nose and offered a harmless smile as he quietly placed a shrimp in Jiang Wan Wan's bowl. This meal is a family gathering, so there is no need for formality. Wan Wan, please help yourself to whatever you'd like, Lu Yu encouraged. Jiang Wan Wan shyly nodded in agreement. A family gathering, you say? That sounds delightful. Due to the abundance of dishes, they had cooked only a small amount of rice, with everyone receiving just a modest bowlful. The white wine was also consumed sparingly, with each person having only about 100 milliliters, as the bottle had been nearly empty after pouring for everyone. After dinner, a group of people sat languidly on the sofa, watching television and engaging in light conversation, thus avoiding the tedium of idleness. Jiang Wanwan produced a small wooden box and handed it to Qin Song, her voice soft and endearing. Qin Song, this is your birthday gift. Happy birthday. Upon hearing this, Qin Song gingerly accepted the box, a mixture of anticipation and bashfulness in his demeanor. Can I open it now? Once granted permission, he slowly lifted the lid, revealing a bracelet delicately laid within. The bracelet was braided from red and black threads, featuring 9 cartoonish dragon heads, each crafted from 3D hard gold. At the ends of the adjustable cords, 2 small red agate beads dangled. Upon seeing the bracelet, Qin Song found himself momentarily taken aback. On his 18th birthday in his previous life, Jiang Wanwan had also gifted him a bracelet, though it differed from this one in many respects. This new bracelet incorporated an additional black thread and increased the number of dragon heads from 6 to 9. Noticing Qin Song's days, Jiang Wanwan grew anxious and inquired, "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" She had painstakingly crafted it herself, and if it did not meet his approval, she would be disheartened for a long time. Moreover, it held a very special significance. In response, Qin Song shook his head with a smile. "No, I actually like it quite a bit." He donned the bracelet and raised his hand to admire it, noticing that the 9 cartoon dragon heads seemed to gaze at him with eyes full of mirth. "Why 9? Does it have a special meaning?" he queried. "Guess," Jiang Wanwan replied, tilting her head and smiling at him. Suddenly, a troubling thought crossed Qin Song's mind. He regarded the smiling dragon heads and murmured, 9 dragons play with pearls? The bracelet, adorned solely with the 9 dragon heads, clearly indicated his identity. He was the Pearl Pig. Jiang Wanwan immediately refuted this interpretation. "Of course not. I didn't mean to imply that you're a pig. The meaning behind it is exceptionally positive. It certainly doesn't refer to you." Lu Yu observed the bracelet on Qin Song's wrist with a knowing expression before eventually diverting her gaze. At that moment, Su Qiaoling placed 2 delivery boxes she had brought in on the coffee table. "And Su has also bought you a gift. I heard the young people discussing this lately, so I decided to get it. I don't know if you'll like it," she said. Qin Song instantly recognized the larger box as the packaging for shoes ordered from a website. He opened it to discover a pair of the currently trending AJ sneakers, in his size 425 and in a colorway he adored. "I love it, I really love it," Qin Song exclaimed. It wasn't merely the AJ sneakers he cherished, but rather the feeling of being valued and recognized. He then poked at the other delivery box, which felt oddly shaped and heavy, somewhat reminiscent of stacked books. "Ansu, what is this?" Qin Song inquired. "This is for both you and Wanwan. Just open it and you'll find out." Su Qiaoling chuckled. "Be careful when you unwrap it. Don't damage what's inside." Nodding, Qin Song took a small knife and carefully cut along the edges of the package. As he unveiled the contents, he was greeted by the sight that haunts every high school senior: 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation, commonly referred to as 5-3. 2 complete sets of science workbooks lay atop the coffee table, causing an immediate sense of dread. "Thank you, Aunt Su," Qin Song said, his face contorted in a grimace. Confronted by the mountain of exercise books and exam papers, he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Although he was keen to study diligently and willing to put in the effort, witnessing this spectacle made his resolve waver. If he were to write continuously, surely his wrist would break. Lu Yu had already gifted Qin Song the latest model of a smartphone days prior, which he had already begun to use. As for Qin Ong, he was utterly devoid of funds. The financial reins of the household had long been in Lu Yu's hands. After the last mishap with the truck, the 2,000 or 3,000 yuan he had were already spent by his wife. As for Qin Song, he was irrelevant. Historically, couples exchanged only a single gift. With Lu Yu having given her present, he naturally felt no obligation to reciprocate. As the group continued to sit and chat, easing their meals, they soon arrived at the cake time. Lu Yu retrieved the cake from the refrigerator, its appearance both diminutive and exquisite. A delicate 6-inch cake lay quietly on the plate, topped with a thick layer of rich chocolate shavings. The instant the cake box was opened, an intoxicating aroma of chocolate wafted into the nostrils of everyone present. Additionally, it was adorned with an array of colorful fruits, albeit with a price tag that was less than appealing. 499 yuan for a 6-inch cake. Lu Yu pulled 2 candles from a nearby bag, one shaped like the number 1 and the other like the number 8, placing them atop the cake. She dimmed the lights and lit the candles, placing a folded birthday hat on Qin Song's head, signaling the commencement of the birthday wish-making time. I've heard that wishes made on your 18th birthday are particularly potent. Have you thought about what you want to wish for? Jiang Wanwan asked. The flickering candlelight danced upon her complexion, smooth and white as mutton fat jade, bestowing her delicate features with an inexplicable allure. Simultaneously, the flame resembled starlight descending to earth. Resting upon the corners of her eyes, under the candlelight, the slight upturn of her lips revealed an almost imperceptible smile, akin to spring flowers blooming, exuding a subtle fragrance. Her eyes, resembling celestial bodies, held a deep well of tenderness and affection. In that moment, Qin Song felt that her gentle smile was more intoxicating than anything in the world. With unwavering confidence, he met her gaze and, with a slight smile, replied, I've already thought it through. Qin Song closed his eyes, hands clasped in prayer, silently whispering his wish. In this life, I seek neither wealth nor fame, nor anything at all. I only hope to live a simple life with those I love and who love me, free from illness, misfortune, and calamity. After completing his silent wish, he blew out all the candles in one breath, and the lights flickered back on. It was time to savor the flavor of the 498 yuan cake. Smack! Smack! To be frank, while the cake's price was somewhat exorbitant, its flavor was delightful. Thus, it earned the highest praise for a dessert, not overly sweet. A blend of chocolate mingled with hints of egg and milk filled the air, making it utterly unctuous, even enticing Su Qiaoling, who typically eschewed cake, to indulge in a small piece. Of course, the majority found its way into the stomachs of Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan. Qin Song found himself puzzled as to why Jiang Wanwan, during her period when she couldn't eat spicy foods, had an overwhelming craving for them, while at other times, she showed little desire for spicy dishes and instead preferred other flavors. For instance, tonight, the king crab was prepared in 2 styles, one spicy and one steamed with crab vinegar. Qin Song had assumed Jiang Wanwan would gravitate toward the spicy version, yet she relished the steamed crab with great delight. The beef brisket, which came with a spicy dip, was consumed by her in its plain form. After the cake was devoured, Su Qiaoling and Jiang Wanwan took their leave. Before departing, Qin Song remembered to ask Jiang Wanwan to take the set of 5-3 with her. She took the initiative, teaching herself, and the thought alone seemed quite delightful. While tidying up after dinner, Qin Song voluntarily took on the task of washing the dishes and pots, even though he was the birthday celebrant. As the saying goes, a birthday is akin to a mother's day of suffering. Rather than aspiring to be a hero admired by the world, he preferred to help his mother with the dishes. Anything that could bring joy to his mother, Qin Song was more than willing to do. Mom, are there really girls who like me in this world? Of course there are. When I first met you, I was only in my 20s. Chapter 69, The True Meaning. After finishing the dishes, just as Qin Song was about to sit on the sofa for a brief rest before heading to take a shower, Lu Yu called him over, and the two made their way to the study. Let me see the bracelet that Wanwan gave you, Lu Yu said with a serious expression, leaving Qin Song somewhat puzzled. Could it be something particularly valuable? He couldn't discern it, compared to the 9 dragon heads made of gold. What he valued more was that it was hand-woven by Jiang Wanwan. Qin Song could easily tell whether a bracelet was handmade or machine-made. The bracelet bore imperfections, which served as proof of its handcrafted nature. He removed the bracelet and handed it to Lu Yu, who began to sift through the woven threads, her expression shifting from serious to grave. At that moment, Qin Ong entered, and upon seeing Lu Yu's solemn demeanor, he inquired, "What is the matter? Why the frown on my son's birthday?" Lu Yu handed the bracelet to Qin Ong, stating, "This girl Wanwan has woven a strand of her hair into the bracelet for Qin Song." Hair? Upon hearing this, Qin Ang's expression grew grave as well. In that study, Qin Song felt like an outsider. Observing the two enigmatic figures, he said with irritation, "Mom, Dad, please don't speak in riddles. I genuinely don't understand the significance of incorporating hair into the bracelet." In response, Qin Ong cast a deep glance at Qin Song before leaving the study. Moments later, he returned holding a small box, similar in size to the one Jiang Wanwan had given Qin Song, albeit with a more classical design. After opening the box, Qin Ong handed it to Qin Song. Upon inspection, Qin Song found another bracelet inside, woven in black and red. But the embellishments were different from those on Jiang Wanwan's gift. Mimicking Lu Yu's earlier actions, he fiddled with the bracelet and indeed found hair within. However, the dark, Rust like specks on the hair puzzled him. Upon closer examination, he noticed similar specks elsewhere on the bracelet. This was given to me by your mother on our second anniversary. Qin Song explained, and those dark spots are bloodstains. Blood? Whose? Qin Song asked in astonishment. Mine. Yours. Qin Song carefully retrieved the bracelet, placing it back in the box, and continued, during the time your mother gave me this bracelet, I cherished it deeply. Aside from bathing, I wore it every day. Until one day, I had to travel to another province and chose to take a bus. While traversing the mountain highway, the bus driver fatigued, lost focus, and the vehicle tumbled down a cliff. We had just begun our journey on the mountain road, and although the cliff wasn't high, the bus rolled for quite a while before it finally came to a stop. There were 36 individuals on board, including the driver and ticket seller. 16 perished. 10 were severely injured, and 9 sustained minor injuries. I emerged unscathed, with only a minor abrasion on my forehead. The blood on the bracelet was from when I accidentally cut my arm on shattered glass while attempting to rescue others. You've never mentioned this before, Qin Song remarked. Qin Song waved his hand, halting Qin Song's intended questions, and continued, a few days after I returned, your mother suddenly developed acute appendicitis, severely complicated by various issues. Medical techniques were not as advanced then, but fortunately, the surgery was successful. After that incident, I found it particularly strange that I had escaped unscathed while my companions faced serious injuries. Shortly thereafter, your mother fell ill with appendicitis. Typically, such an ailment can be promptly treated with surgery, yet it nearly jeopardized her life. Lacking search engines at the time, I perused several books on such matters and even sought counsel from a master in the mountains. It was then that I learned your mother had shielded me from disaster. Listening to this tale, steeped in superstition and a touch of mysticism, Qin Song felt an urge to question it, but that thought was quickly suppressed. The notion of reincarnation having occurred in his own life made other superstitions seem less absurd. Presently, Qin Song found it hard to disbelieve anything. Even if someone added him on WeChat claiming to be Qin Shi Huang, he would be inclined to treat him to KFC, just to test the waters. And then? Qin Song inquired, what did the books and that master say? Qin Song cleared his throat, contemplating for a moment before responding. When a girl weaves a strand of her hair into a bracelet for someone she likes, it signifies her desire to dedicate her life to that person. Additionally, it carries a special meaning of protecting the other from misfortune. Even if you were to disappoint her, as long as you wear this bracelet, she will continue to shield you from calamity. Naturally, there exists another belief. If you accept the bracelet and later betray her, you will face dire consequences. Compared to that ominous notion, I prefer the idea of protection, as I have experienced it firsthand. Moreover, the dragon heads on the bracelet Wanwan gave you are 9 in number. 9, in ancient times, symbolizes the pinnacle of yang and sounds like long-lasting, implying longevity and health. Therefore, I can assure you that Wanwan harbors no ulterior motives. At this point, Qin Song paused. Perhaps you should return this bracelet to Wanwan tomorrow. The gift is too significant. Lu Yu shot Qin Song a disapproving glance. The girl has given your son a birthday gift for his 18th. You want him to return it? What are you thinking? Turning to Qin Song, she continued, your father suggests you take that story with a grain of salt, but it's better to believe than to dismiss it. I advise against wearing this bracelet. Keep it in the box, in the drawer of your bedroom desk. While those 3 interpretations may be recorded in non-mainstream historical texts, your father and I are not Wanwan. We cannot ascertain her true intentions. Perhaps she simply follows the trend of such gifts, right? Wanwan is so devoted to her studies that she likely doesn't have time to delve into those chaotic historical accounts. Chapter 70, Never Tiring. At Lu Yu's words, Qin Song paused, recalling that Jiang Wanwan had mentioned reading extracurricular books, some of which contained historical content. Since they were extracurricular, they would surely differ from traditional historical texts and might even delve into mysticism. He nodded gently. She must have read them. Qin Song firmly believed that Jiang Wanwan would never wish him harm, so the dire consequences interpretation would not even cross her mind. The meaning behind her weaving this bracelet must be her desire to dedicate her life to him, along with the aspect of protection. I'll simply not wear this bracelet. Keeping it in the drawer to admire daily will suffice, he said to Qin Song. Qin Song regarded him and nodded before exiting the study. After Qin Song left the study, Lu Yu looked at Qin Song and questioned, honestly, during the days your father and I were away, what else did you do in Wan's bedroom apart from studying? Qin Song was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of guilt, yet he retorted defiantly. It was nothing but studying. What else could it be? You and Dad have hidden it so well. When Wan's father passed away, he specifically asked me to take a year off school to be with her. What that year meant for a little girl, I don't need to elaborate, do I? To be frank, were you already contemplating bringing Jiang Wanwan into our family at that time? Lu Yu shook her head at that time. I truly didn't think that way. I simply felt sorry for Wanwan, and since you both are getting along so well, I thought it best to let you take a year off to accompany her. She continued, that being said, I support your relationship with Wan Wan, and so does your Aunt Sue, but you absolutely cannot engage in early romance. Your primary focus now is your studies. Once you graduate and take the college entrance examination, you may pursue your relationship freely, but for now, absolutely not. Lu Yu declared firmly. Qin Song nodded, smirking slightly. Don't worry, Mom, I understand that much. What family starts dating in their senior year? Lu Yu huffed. It's good that you know. I won't say more to avoid annoying you. By the way, Mom, was that story Dad mentioned earlier true? Qin Song asked curiously. Lu Yu cast him a resigned glance. Of course it's true. Your father and I are not so desperate as to concoct a tale to deceive you. Besides, where would we find such realistic props? Then tell me your thoughts after that incident. Qin Song's interest peaked. For some reason, he found himself quite fascinated by such mystical occurrences happening around him. My thoughts? Since you asked, I'm more than willing to share with you, Lu Yu replied. After my appendectomy, I proposed to your father. What? Qin Song exclaimed in shock. Mom, you proposed to Dad? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Did you mix that up? No, it was indeed I who proposed to him, Lu Yu said, her eyes curving into crescent shapes as she reminisced about the details of the proposal. When we first got together, your father pursued me, and when it came to marriage, I was the one to propose. Isn't that lovely? There's no law against a woman proposing to a man, right? Upon hearing this, Qin Song nodded silently. In a few years, the romantic views of some young people will become exceedingly distorted. Technology is advancing, human civilization is progressing, yet morals seem to be regressing. The older generation may hold more conservative views, but their sincerity in love is something today's youth cannot compare to. After that incident, I had only one thought. I wanted to marry your father. Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with the essence of happiness. I wanted to wake up with him every morning, linger in bed, and after breakfast, pursue our own tasks. In the evening, I would cook while he waited in the living room, and after dinner, he would wash the dishes. Then we would snuggle on the sofa, watching our favorite TV shows, and when it was time for bed, we would return to the bedroom and hold each other close while sleeping. A simple day, day after day, year after year, never growing tiresome. I don't seek great wealth. If we have money, we spend more, if not less. I know how to spend and save. Even if our home is small, being together makes it a complete family. Love, in essence, deepens through mutual compromise. Your father is willing to indulge my little whims, and I'm happy to let him splurge on fishing rods that we might only use a few times in 2 or 3 months. When he drives, I watch him. When I drive, he watches me. That's just fine. Hearing this, Qin Song felt a pang of melancholy. So you and Dad are true love. And I'm just an accident, right? Lu Yu laughed softly, covering her mouth. It's not quite like that. You are the fruit of our love. We love you dearly. If we had to choose one of us to sacrifice, your father and I would undoubtedly choose ourselves first. In both our eyes, you're someone we cherish deeply and would never consider letting go. Despite feeling that such questions were somewhat ominous, Qin Song couldn't help but ask, Mom, what if one day something happens to either you or Dad? Lu Yu shot him a stern look, but upon seeing the sorrow in his eyes, she spoke gently. Then you must live well on your own. When I say this, I do so with a smile, my tone far gentler than usual. If that day ever comes, you still have Wan Wan, right? You're grown up now. It's time I shared some truths with you. Letting go of someone you love is called growing up, while keeping someone you love is a skill. Dating is essentially a cycle of love, arguments, breakups, and reconciliations. The true meaning of love lies in who is willing to carry this cycle into old age. That is what a lifetime together means. Your father and I will embrace that cycle, and I hope you and your future partner will too. But Mom, what if Wan also Qin Song began, but was interrupted by Lu Yu, who gritted her teeth and said, You little rascal, thinking you can push your luck, huh? Don't think I want to discipline you just because it's your birthday today. Go wash up and sleep. Tomorrow morning, you better behave and study at Wan Wan's place. Your Aunt Sue bought you that workbook, and you need to start working on it. If I catch you playing games all night, after midnight, I'll come into your room with a hanger to remind you what it means to be disciplined. At her words, Qin Song cheekily laughed before darting out of the study. Chapter 71, Memories, Part 1. After showering and casually uploading 4,000 words of his manuscript, Qin Song lay in bed, memories of his past life flooding his mind. That year, he was 21, in his 3rd year of university. Compared to the first 2 years, the course load in the 3rd year was significant, particularly professional subjects. Qin Song distinctly remembered that it was afternoon, and he was attending a course on Marxist theory. Most universities offered this course in the 2nd semester of the sophomore year, but there's offered it in the 1st semester of the junior year. At that moment, he was attentively listening when he felt his phone vibrate. Upon checking, he saw an unfamiliar number calling. Without a second thought, he immediately hung up. Typically, He had foolishly shared his phone number for various discounts, leading to incessant telemarketing calls and advertisements. What was particularly infuriating was that this number persisted in calling back repeatedly after he hung up. However, just as Qin Song was about to block the number, a text message from it popped up. "Hello, I am a highway police officer. Your parents have been in a car accident on the highway, and both are deceased. I found this number in the glove compartment of your parents' car. Please reply to me as soon as you see this message." Before this, Qin Song and Lu Yu had jokingly teased Qin Ong about creating an acrylic business card for him, one that would bear his name, telephone number, and their relationship, to ensure that in the event of an accident, rescuers would not find it impossible to reach a contact. They recounted a story of a truck driver in their circle who had not even been able to see his loved ones for the last time, despite the fact that the tragedy was caused by fatigue driving. At that time, Qin Song had merely perceived it as jest. For both Lu Yu and Qin Ong were exemplary drivers, never exceeding speed limits or flouting traffic regulations. As a married couple, their mutual oversight rendered fatigue driving an impossibility. Upon receiving the news, however, Qin Song felt as though a weighty hammer had struck him, leaving him breathless. Trembling, he raised his hand to signal to the teacher that he needed to use the restroom. Once inside the stall, he clung to a flicker of hope and dialed a number, perhaps believing it could be a scam message. The number labeled Emperor was unreachable. The number labeled Empress was similarly out of service. Due to their line of work, they never turned off their phones while on the road. In that instant, Qin Song's heart plummeted into an abyss of despair. He stared, wide-eyed, at the call that disconnected due to failure to connect, overwhelmed by a sense of hopelessness and helplessness. The anticipation he had harbored vanished in an instant, leaving only an eerie silence and desolation, as if the entire world had distanced itself from him, plunging him into an unprecedented solitude. He redialed the unfamiliar number, and upon connection, he stammered, "Is what you said true? Why didn't you use my parents' phones to call me? Why are their phones off?" The voice on the other end seemed unfazed by Qin Song's illogical questions and patiently explained the accident scene was quite horrific and chaotic. The windshield of the driver's seat was shattered, and your parents' phones were lost in the commotion. Even if they were not lost, I cannot unlock them without the passwords. I understand this is hard for you to accept, but it would be best if you come quickly. They've already been taken to the hospital's morgue, and you need to come to identify the bodies. I will send you the hospital's address via text. With that, the call ended. Moments later, an address text arrived on Qin Song's phone, accompanied by several photographs. One photo depicted the wreckage of the truck, its windshield completely shattered. The interior is a scene of utter devastation, splattered with blood. A talisman hung from the rearview mirror, which Qin Song immediately recognized as one he had obtained during a summer hike with Jiang Wanwan at a temple, costing him a significant 299 yuan. As the monks did not speak of money, only of fate. The license plate number, color, and model of the truck matched the family vehicle in his memory, while the missing persons flyers plastered on the cabin confirmed that this was indeed the vehicle driven by Qin Ong and Lu Yu. Despite this, he shook his head in disbelief, unwilling to accept the reality. No, that master clearly said the talisman was very effective. This cannot be true. Perhaps I am merely dreaming. How does one prove whether this is a dream? Suddenly, Qin Song muttered to himself and forcefully slammed his head against the stall's wooden panel. Thud! A loud noise echoed in the restroom, followed by the irritated shouts of someone inside. All Qin Song felt was pain. A warm stream flowed from his forehead. He could sense that he had split the skin, the blood trailing down his cheek. He dared not wipe it away, stifling his cries of agony. If he wiped it away, it would confirm that he acknowledged the bleeding. If he uttered a sound, it would indicate that the impact had caused him pain. Pain and blood meant that this was indeed real, not a dream. Yet if this were true, he had no idea how to confront it. How could two perfectly fine individuals simply vanish? As he grappled with uncertainty, the sound of an incoming text message chimed again, still from that unfamiliar number. "Please arrive at the hospital as quickly as possible. My condolences." Upon reading this message, Qin Song finally regained his composure. He slapped himself hard and stumbled out of the restroom, racing towards the counselor's office. As he approached the open door, he prepared to rush in, but instinctively knocked first. The teacher inside looked up at the sound, and the nearest one quickly grabbed some tissues. "Student, what happened to you? Why is half your face covered in blood?" The female teacher raised her hand, ready to assist Qin Song, but hesitated, handing him the tissues instead. She was uncertain of where the injury lay. It would be unfortunate if she opened a recently healed wound. The counselor, sitting not far away, finally recognized the student after a moment of shock. He hurriedly helped Qin Song to a nearby chair. "Qin Song, what on earth happened? Should I take you to the infirmary?" Qin Song held the tissues the teacher had given him, opening his mouth to request leave, but unable to find the words. His stammering and vacant expression startled the counselor. "Come on, Let's get you to the infirmary, to the city center hospital. The counselor urged, alarmed by the sight of Qin Song's bloodied face. Chapter 72, Memories, Part 2. Qin Song stood frozen, dabbing at the coagulated blood on his face with the tissues, his voice hoarse as he said, "Counselor, I need to take leave. My parents died in a car accident." This time, it was the counselor who was taken aback. He opened his mouth, wanting to comfort the student before him, but found himself at a loss for words. "Do you want me to accompany you?" he asked softly. Qin Song shook his head. "Thank you, counselor, but I can go alone." The counselor nodded. "All right, take care of yourself. I will grant you a month of leave. You can handle the paperwork when you return. A month would be better. Half a month isn't enough." "Okay, it shall be a month." The counselor agreed gently. Watching Qin Song's retreating figure, he added, "First, go to the restroom and clean the blood from your forehead and face. Some things have already transpired. Since they cannot be changed, take care of yourself so as not to worry those who have passed." "Yes, I understand," Qin Song nodded in response. He first went to the restroom to wash his face and tend to the blood before returning to his dormitory. It was not that he needed to gather anything, but his identification was in the drawer of his desk. Though he was unsure if it would be necessary, it was better to have it. He also grabbed a suitcase with a few changes of clothes, as the location mentioned in the text was in another province. He sorted through his belongings slowly. The pretense of being slow was merely a facade, masking his inability to confront the reality. Clutching a 16-inch suitcase, he booked the earliest flight to the province online and took a taxi to the airport. Throughout the journey, he felt dazed, uncertain of his thoughts or what he should be thinking. The images of the driver's seat and passenger seat stained with blood haunted him, and he could only imagine the horrific scene that had unfolded. Fatigued yet reluctant to succumb to slumber, he persevered until boarding the flight, until the plane touched down, and until he arrived at the hospital. His eyes were bloodshot as he entered the hospital and dialed the designated number. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in a traffic police uniform approached and inquired, "Are you a relative of the victim?" The term victim sounded so foreign to Qin Song's ears. He nodded and presented his identification, stating, "I am the son of Qin Song and Lu Yu." "That couple?" The officer took the ID, verified it, and returned it, saying, "Follow me." As Qin Song trailed behind, he asked, "Are you the one who sent me the message?" The officer shook his head, replying, "I am not." The officer responsible for sending the notification came from the highway to assist. "Since the determination of fault in the accident has been assigned to our police department, we are now tasked with escorting the victims' families." They ascended in the elevator to the morgue on the basement level, and upon entering, the cold, oppressive air caused Qin Song to shiver involuntarily. "There are just these two body drawers. Do you wish to take a look?" The officer asked. "We have confirmed identities. Their IDs were found in the vehicle, and their appearances match as well, so there will be no mistakes. However, for precaution, you should take a glance." He paused, then added, "Although I know I shouldn't say this, I would advise against it. I mean no offense. It's just that the situation here is rather grim," he concluded. Falling silent, Qin Song nodded, and compared to the overwhelming sorrow he felt upon first receiving the news, he now seemed oddly numb. If one were to encapsulate his inner state with a phrase, it would be without a ripple. He felt calm, eerily so, as if it were unnatural. He was unsure if this was a normal reaction, nor could he control it. He wanted to cry, yet not a single tear would fall. "Let us forego the viewing for now. May I ask if you have any recommended funeral homes?" "I would prefer to wait until the mortician has prepared my parents' remains before viewing them," Qin Song requested. On his way to the hospital, he had researched the matter online. Those who perish in car accidents often bear grotesque and even horrific appearances, distorted faces, bones protruding through skin, limbs contorted at unnatural angles, and so forth. He was not afraid of these images. He simply wished to preserve the most beautiful memories of his parents in his heart. Surely, if they were to have any awareness in the afterlife, they would not want him to witness such sights. The officer nodded in understanding. He indeed knew several commendable funeral homes, both for the mortician's skill and the comprehensive procedures they followed. "There are 3. I will provide you with their contact numbers so you can reach out to them." Returning to the hospital's first floor, the officer borrowed a pen and paper from the consultation desk, writing down 3 phone numbers. After a brief pause, he continued, "By the way, they have branches in Jiang City, so you might want to arrange for the bodies to be transported there. This will facilitate both the memorial service and cremation." Having reviewed the identities of the couple and Qin Song, the officer was aware of their ties to Jiang City. Qin Song nodded in acknowledgement and expressed his gratitude. "Also, after handling the funeral arrangements, please remember to return to this police department. Due to the severity of this traffic accident and its implications, we can only guarantee that the accident responsibility report will be ready within 15 working days. However, rest assured, the cause of this accident is in no way related to your parents. They were merely innocent victims. Before long, all funeral arrangements had been completed. During that time, Qin Song felt as though he had suddenly matured. He personally notified each of his parents' relatives, handling communications and arrangements with the funeral home himself. Although he held disdain for those relatives motivated solely by greed, he felt compelled to invite them one by one, ensuring that all those who should attend the funeral were present. His grandparents had passed away long ago. Otherwise, they likely would not have been able to bear the shock of such an unexpected tragedy. After selecting 2 adjacent plots in a scenic cemetery for his parents' burial, Qin Song hurriedly made his way to the police department. The accident responsibility report had been finalized. The crash was caused by a sudden protrusion of a long slab of concrete on the highway, which led to the loss of control of the vehicle in front, consequently causing a series of tragic rollover collisions among the following cars. The road authority and maintenance were deemed entirely at fault, and with various compensations from the insurance company, the total amounted to a staggering $3 million. In a bid to swiftly resolve the aftermath of the accident, the funds were deposited into Qin Song's designated bank account within 3 working days. Chapter 73, The Past, Part 3. Having settled all affairs, Qin Song finally returned home. After a quick shower, he collapsed onto his bed, enveloped in his blankets, and fell into a deep slumber. Much later, he awoke at dusk, gazing out at the oppressive dark sky, feeling as though he had been abandoned by the world. Reluctant to venture outside, he rose and ordered takeout on his phone. After some consideration, he found a nearby restaurant specializing in Hunan cuisine. Selecting a few dishes to accompany his drinks and ordered a bottle of Fingio. After placing the order, he sent a private message to the delivery person, requesting 2 packs of Li Huan cigarettes and a cup of ice from a nearby milk tea shop. If he smoked, he would give him a pack. If not, it would be a 20 yuan fee for the errand. The delivery person readily agreed to this unexpected favor, as fetching cigarettes would take only a minute, and a bag of ice could be acquired for a mere yuan from the shop. At the funerals he had attended, the bereaved relatives would often wail heart-wrenchingly, drowning their sorrows in alcohol and cigarettes. During this period, he had refrained from drinking, as there was too much to handle. Becoming inebriated would only hinder his ability to manage affairs. However, after identifying his parents' remains at the hospital, he began smoking, consuming 2 packs a day, and was already starting to feel a dependency. Qin Song was perplexed by his inability to cry, even in the absence of sorrowful feelings. Yet he wanted to experiment, to see if alcohol and cigarettes could elicit some emotional release. His intuition told him he was not functioning normally and needed to vent. Otherwise, he would eventually combust from the pent-up emotions. Upon receiving the takeout, the delivery person revealed he did not smoke. Qin Song transferred 20 yuan to him via WeChat, and upon receiving the money, the delivery person thanked him with a cheerful demeanor and departed. Placing the items on the living room coffee table, Qin Song retrieved a cup from the sterilizer, poured some ice into it, and then added a measure of Fingio. The liquor was too harsh at room temperature. It needed to be chilled to be palatable. Initially, he had considered ordering beer, but it was too filling, which is why he opted for a bottle of white liquor instead. After consuming a few bites of food to settle his stomach, he finally lifted the cup to his lips once the liquor had cooled sufficiently. The chilled white liquor was less abrasive than when served warm. Savoring it revealed a fragrant and smooth aftertaste that was surprisingly agreeable. Having discarded his lighter before boarding the train, he had forgotten to ask the delivery person to bring one. Thus, he resorted to igniting a cigarette using the gas stove in the kitchen. Perhaps he drew the first puff too eagerly. It burned his throat, causing an uncomfortable prickling sensation, along with a noxious smoke lingering in his throat. Somehow, Qin Song inexplicably felt a tinge of exhilaration, prompting him to take another vigorous drag. The familiar sensation of smoke choking his throat returned, accompanied by a stinging pain and the acrid scent of burning tobacco. Yet, it still felt gratifying. During this period, his emotions had remained remarkably stable. Deep down, he believed that after the incident, the sky had fallen. Yet miraculously, he had managed to endure, concealing any semblance of sorrow from outsiders. Could pain truly elicit pleasure? After finishing this cigarette, Qin Song began to eat and drink, intending to test this theory after his meal. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of someone knocking at the door interrupted his thoughts. In a slightly tipsy state, Qin Song instinctively rose to answer it. As soon as he opened the door, a throng of relatives from his parents' side surged in, bearing gifts of various sizes. They expressed concern for Qin Song while assessing the decor of the living room. Upon seeing the bottle of baijiu on the table, his third aunt, with an expression of sympathy, exclaimed, "Oh dear, look at you, hiding away and drinking alone. If you wanted company, I could have sent your third cousin to join you. What sense is there in drinking alone without anyone to look after you?" Shaking his head, Qin Song took a deep breath to clear his mind and asked the unexpected guests, "What brings you here?" Hearing this, his maternal uncle's displeasure was evident. We are your elders, here to check on you. Your parents treated us well when they were alive. Is it not our duty to show concern for you? As soon as he finished speaking, the relatives chimed in agreement. Recognizing their intentions, Qin Song's expression softened slightly. He stood up and said, "Thank you, uncles and aunts, for your concern. However, my room lacks space for all of you. Given the late hour and the absence of returning buses to the county, might I suggest you find a hotel for the night? I would be delighted to treat you to a meal tomorrow. What do you think?" His third aunt replied with a smile, "That sounds good. Why don't you book us a hotel? I hear that newly opened 3-star hotel is quite nice." His maternal aunt shot her a disapproving glance and, smiling at Qin Song, continued, "Oh, little Song, there is no need for us to stay at a hotel. Let us save you some money. You have a spare room, after all. My husband and I can stay here." The third aunt, hearing this, became anxious. She was all too aware of the true purpose of their visit, and the thought of losing her chance infuriated her. "Oh dear, little Song, my husband passed away early. I can sleep on the sofa. It will save you money." Her smile was more of a grimace. With these two setting the tone, the others began to bicker. "I can sleep on the floor. I'm quite easygoing." "Hey, I'm your sister-in-law. You can't just take the space from me. Do you even understand manners? I'm your younger brother. Why aren't you giving me some consideration?" The room erupted into chaos as they argued over who would take the floor, tensions escalating to a near breaking point. Watching the scene unfold, Qin Song felt the effects of the alcohol creeping up, causing a headache. "Isn't there's still a room available? I can take that." Having failed to claim the sofa, the third aunt turned her attention to his parents' closed bedroom door. She began to approach it. "Stop! Don't enter that room." Qin Song's voice was cold as he commanded, "That is my parents' room." Challenged by a younger relative, the third aunt felt her dignity slipping. "Your parents have passed. What harm is there in me using their room? If I had wished to stay there while they were alive, they would have agreed. Is this how you speak to your elders?" Seeing that he could not deter her, Qin Song quickly stepped forward to block her path, pointing sternly at the open door. "You get out." The others turned their attention to the confrontation, and the third aunt, feeling humiliated, became furious. "I will enter that room today. I am your elder. How dare you speak to me like that? Your parents would have addressed me as sister-in-law." She pushed past Qin Song, striding defiantly toward the door. However, just as her hand was about to grasp the doorknob, a fruit knife flew through the air, embedding itself into the wooden wall beside the door. "If you dare touch that doorknob, you won't be going home today. You'll join my parents instead," Qin Song stated, his expression devoid of emotion. At this, the room fell silent, everyone too shocked to utter a word. The third aunt, her heart racing as she noticed the knife quivering just inches from her head, realized the gravity of her situation. Understanding that the facade of cordiality had been shattered, she decided to turn the tables. "So, no one's going to speak up, huh? Watching a younger generation bully their elders in silence? Don't think I'm unaware of your thoughts. You've seen the news and know this kid received a hefty compensation. You're all here to get a slice of the pie." The room buzzed with murmurs as the relatives exchanged glances. Finally, someone broke the silence. "Little Song, since we are all relatives of your parents, we believe we deserve a share of that money. Let us forego the house your parents left behind. Just give us the compensation, what do you say?" A maternal aunt proposed. Qin Song, observing the relatives as they revealed their true colors, couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. The first heirs to an estate are typically the spouse, children, and parents. As long as he was alive, this money would forever remain unrelated to these opportunistic relatives. "All right, the compensation is $3 million. This house is worth about $2 million. I might as well give you $5 million. How do you plan to divide it?" Upon hearing this, their expressions shifted to one of excitement. The maternal aunt grinned, "Just give us the money, and we'll divide it ourselves." Qin Song counted the number of people in the room, smiling as he said, "There are 10 of you, which makes 50,000 per person. Not too steep. Wait here. I'll fetch the money from the kitchen." Upon hearing Qin Song's eerie smile and tone, a few sharp-witted individuals began to retreat towards the door, prepared to escape at the first sign of trouble. Yet, several others, blinded by greed, remained oblivious. Their minds were fixated solely on the $5 million, filtering out all other thoughts. "Here comes the money. Who wants it first?" Qin Song held a kitchen knife in each hand, grinning at the crowd. "Isn't that what you wanted? 50,000 per life. I can afford it. Rest assured once you're gone. The court will ensure that my assets are compensated to your children, provided I donated the money before being apprehended. Right?" With alcohol on his breath and bloodshot eyes, Qin Song wielded the knives menacingly. Within 30 seconds, the crowd erupted in panic, rushing for the door, leaving behind their gifts in their haste. "Crazy. This kid has lost his mind," the third aunt exclaimed as she scrambled out, using both hands and feet to escape. Watching the doors sway from the throng, Qin Song smiled widely, placing the knives on the coffee table before resuming his drinking and dining. Moments later, Footsteps approached the door, and Qin Song's patience wore thin. He had neither the interest nor the inclination to continue this farce. Without lifting his head, he coldly remarked, "What? You want money but not your lives?" "Qin Song, it's me." A melodious and familiar voice drifted into the air, prompting Qin Song to look up. A graceful figure stood at the doorway, holding a thermal container. She was poised and elegantly confident. "Wan, it's been a while," Qin Song managed to utter after a prolonged silence, gazing at the girl before him. Although they had shared a meal during the recent National Day holiday, it felt as if an eternity had passed. He had been contemplating the perfect moment to confess his feelings to Jiang Wan, but with the current predicament, he found himself at a loss regarding how to navigate this burgeoning affection. To his knowledge, a wealthy and academically outstanding heir was pursuing Jiang Wan at her school, a young man whose family company earned a staggering $5 million a month, while the compensation for his parents' demise was merely $300,000. With a soft acknowledgement, the girl stepped inside and gently closed the door behind her. Noticing the scattered gifts and the disarray of the sofa, along with the two gleaming kitchen knives on the coffee table, she refrained from asking questions and quietly began tidying up. She returned the knives to the kitchen, arranged the sofa, and meticulously organized the gifts, finally pausing to gaze at a bottle of opened liquor. "Qin Song, can we not drink? How about some soup instead? My mother made it, and I brought it for you," Jiang Wan said softly. "What brings you here? Shouldn't you be at school now?" Qin Song inquired. "After Uncle Qin and Aunt Lu's funeral, I requested a month-long leave from my counselor to return to school," she replied. Qin Song nodded. Just as he was about to pour himself more liquor, Jiang Wan confiscated the bottle along with its cap. "No drinking, only soup," she asserted with an unusual firmness. Though he knew that drinking might help ease his sorrows, the bottle was nearing a quarter empty, and with his poor tolerance, he dreaded what might happen if he continued. Qin Song pursed his lips and refrained from arguing, accepting the bowl of soup that Jiang Wan handed him, sipping it slowly. After finishing the small bowl, he seized the opportunity while Jiang Wan went to the restroom to light a cigarette in the kitchen, quietly smoking in the living room. Jiang Wan attempted to snatch it away, but fearing the ash might burn Qin Song, she mimicked his actions and retrieved a cigarette from the pack. However, she searched in vain for a lighter. Shooting him a glare, she grabbed his keys and stepped outside, returning shortly with a lighter, imitating him as she took a puff. "Cough, cough, cough." Jiang Wan choked, and yet continued to smoke recklessly. With a sigh, Qin Song extinguished his cigarette and then snuffed out hers. "What are you doing smoking when you don't know how?" "It's a waste," he remarked. "I'll smoke if I wanna." "What I said to you? I'll smoke. I'll smoke. It'll infuriate you." Jiang Wan shot back fiercely, though her demeanor softened soon after. "Please, no smoking or drinking, okay? It's harmful to your health. If you need a vent, how about I buy you some AD calcium? You can drink it by the rose." At her words, Qin Song couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you trying to soothe the child? Go back to school. Don't risk failing your classes because you're missing credits. You're a scholarship student, after all," he advised. "What child? When my grandmother passed away at 17, weren't you the one trying to comfort me?" Jiang Wan retorted, discontented. "And you're only 21. How much older can you be? Drink more soup. It'll be good for your stomach," she suggested, serving him another small bowl. "There's chicken in here. If you're hungry, eat some chicken or soak your rice in the soup. I'll reheat the dishes since they've gone cold." She retrieved several bowls from the sterilizer, transferring the food from the takeout containers, and headed to the kitchen to warm it up. Qin Song attempted to protest, but felt increasingly dizzy and nauseous. Damn it, the aftereffects are hitting. Indeed, he realized that drinking white liquor chilled was ill-advised, especially since he had consumed it so quickly. Unable to hold back any longer, he pulled the garbage bin closer and began to vomit, expelling everything he had just eaten. When Jiang Wan returned with the reheated dishes, she found Qin Song hunched over the trash can, retching, and hurriedly set down her bowls to gently pat his back. "Are you all right? I'll get you some honey water," she said. Qin Song attempted to speak, but as he opened his mouth, another wave of nausea struck. Ugh! His poor tolerance for alcohol, combined with the rapid intake, only exacerbated his condition. Jiang Wan, though distressed, continued to help him, mixing honey with warm water, testing it to ensure it wasn't too hot before bringing it to him. "Here, that's the honey water. Sip it slowly. I'll go buy you some hangover medicine." With that, she grabbed her keys and left the room. When she returned, beads of sweat adorned her forehead. Supporting Qin Song, she administered the hangover remedy. Prepare another cup of honey water and replace the trash bag in the bin before finally settling on the sofa to rest. "How about I stay tonight to take care of you?" she began, but Qin Song interrupted. "It's getting late. You should head home and rest." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan's brows furrowed. "Qin Song, what do you mean? Just use me and toss me aside? Am I merely something you can summon at will?" Qin Song was momentarily taken aback. "That is not what I meant. I only meant that it's late, and besides, I didn't invite you here. I'm not unwelcome. He found himself at a loss for words and chose silence instead. Leaning back on the sofa, he closed his eyes, his tense demeanor relaxing as the alcohol dulled his senses, pulling him into a deeper fatigue. Hey, don't fall asleep just yet. Drink some soup. You just vomited everything. An empty stomach will make you feel worse. Qin Song, Qin Song. This was the last thing he heard before succumbing to slumber. When he finally awoke, it was already the following morning. Thanks to the hangover remedy and honey water Jiang Wanwan had provided, he was spared from a severe headache, though a slight dizziness and nausea lingered. As he prepared to rise, he felt a weight resting on his abdomen. Glancing up, he saw Jiang Wanwan seated on the chair beside the bed, her upper body leaning against him, breathing steadily. Recalling the events from the previous night, Qin Song realized he had indeed been sleeping on the sofa. At 21, he had ceased growing. Although his frame was not large, it was certainly not small either. Standing nearly 6 feet tall and maintaining a regular running routine, he weighed close to 165 pounds. Jiang Wanwan, being tall for a girl at around 5 feet 7, weighed nearly 132 pounds. Despite the seemingly similar weights, the differences in muscle and fat distribution between males and females meant she lacked the same strength. Last night, Qin Song had slept like a log, and it was evident that Jiang Wanwan had exerted considerable effort to move him from the living room to the bedroom. Carefully, he began to rise, intending to carry Jiang Wanwan to the bed to let her sleep. However, the slightest movement roused her from slumber. You're awake. Are you hungry? She asked, her voice bright. Qin Song was about to say he wasn't hungry when his stomach growled audibly. I made porridge last night, and it's warming in the rice cooker. Let me serve you some. With that, Jiang Wanwan stood and headed to the kitchen, returning shortly with 2 bowls of millet porridge. One for you and one for me. I added some sugar. If you find it not sweet enough, I can add more. But no pickles, to avoid upsetting your stomach, she said, lifting a spoon to feed Qin Song, who promptly declined. He was merely a bit dazed, not incapacitated. There was no need for him to be fed like a helpless child while having congee. After they finished their meal, Qin Song suggested, come to bed and rest. I will wash the bowls. Jiang Wanwan nodded gently, removed her slippers, climbed onto the bed, and nestled into Qin Song's embrace. I'll pick it up later to wash. You continue to rest for a while. You still have red veins in your eyes. It's clear you didn't get a good night's sleep last night. Feeling the warmth and softness of her presence, Qin Song froze momentarily, stammering, all right, you can sleep here. I'll go to the guest room. Just as he was about to rise, the girl pulled him back down. Sleep here. I want to supervise you. What if I fall asleep and you sneak out for a smoke or a drink? After saying this, she burrowed deeper in his chest. You're the best. Just sleep. Let us do this together. Why did you change your clothes? Nothing happened last night, right? Qin Song looked down at Jiang Wanwan, only then noticing she was wearing different attire from the previous evening. She nodded, eyes still closed, when I carried you to the bedroom last night. You threw up on me, so I went home to take a shower and change before coming back. Hearing this, Qin Song awkwardly touched his nose. I'm sorry. It was unintentional. By the way, does Aunt Sue know you're staying here tonight? Of course. I told her, and she didn't object, she replied. You're so chatty. All right, time to sleep. I'm so tired. As she spoke, the girl nuzzled against his chest. If you want to repay me, after you wake up, accompany me to have some fun. I've worked hard to secure this month-long vacation. I can't let it go to waste. She wriggled slightly. Don't leave the air conditioning remote under the blanket. It's uncomfortable. Qin Song hurriedly agreed and shifted back a bit. As Jiang Wanwan's breathing gradually steadied, Qin Song too felt the heaviness of sleep washing over him, and he slowly drifted off. When he awoke, he found himself alone in the bed. Upon entering the living room, he saw Jiang Wanwan sitting on the sofa, a suitcase beside her. You're awake. Hurry and pack your things. We're leaving. You promised to accompany me for some fun. You can't back out now. After saying this, she flashed her WeChat balance. My mom agreed, and even gave me 20,000 yuan for expenses. In contrast to Jiang Wanwan, Qin Song preferred keeping his money and bank cards in Alipay. He had only linked one card in WeChat for tuition fees, with the balance sourced from his parents' allowance. All right, I want to go back on my word. Let me just gather my things, Qin Song replied with a smile. He wasn't foolish. He understood that Jiang Wanwan's intention in dragging him out was to divert his attention, not lingering. He quickly packed a change of clothes into a suitcase and set off with Jiang Wanwan. For the following week, Jiang Wanwan took Qin Song on a journey to indulge in food, drink, and entertainment in a different province. The choice of location was intentional, as she feared that familiar sights might evoke painful memories for him. She had prepared everything. Qin Song needed only to accompany her. Remarkably, the effect was quite significant. During their escapades, Qin Song no longer fixated on the sorrow concealed within his heart, and even his craving for cigarettes gradually faded. With such an endearing girl striving to bring him joy, he nearly forgot the tormenting events that plagued him. On the final day of their trip, Qin Song awoke in the hotel and knocked on Jiang Wanwan's door. They had booked 2 rooms upon checking in, much to the front desk's surprise. Rise and shine. Sleepyhead, don't linger in bed. After checking out, let us grab breakfast and buy some snacks before catching the high-speed train. A moment later, a girl in pajamas, yawning and shuffling in her slippers, opened the door. Are we skipping breakfast? I'd like to sleep a little longer, she said, rubbing her eyes. Qin Song observed her increasingly dark circles. How late did you sleep last night? Since we began this trip, your dark circles have only worsened. Skipping breakfast isn't an option. There won't be anything good to eat on the train, he insisted. Oh, it's probably just because I'm not used to the bed. I don't want to get up so early. And we still have several hours until the train departs. Jiang Wanwan pouted. How about you order takeout? We can eat in the hotel, and I can sleep a bit more. Qin Song considered this and thought it reasonable. Ordering takeout would solve their breakfast issue. And snacks weren't essential for the train ride. Although they would be on a lengthy journey, it was a direct route without transfers, making it quite convenient. With headphones on, he could pass the time watching a couple of movies. If hunger struck, they could make do with a meal from the train's dining car. Okay, Qin Song agreed, placing an order for 2 local breakfast specialties. However, when he attempted to pay via WeChat, he discovered insufficient balance. After checking the calendar, he displayed his WeChat balance to Jiang Wanwan, exclaiming in exasperation, "It's already the 3rd of the month. My parents must be trying to starve me." As he spoke, he suddenly froze, standing motionless. Scrolling through his phone, he opened the chat with his parents, noting that their last exchange had occurred before their passing. With trembling fingers, he attempted to initiate a video call, but it would not connect. Qin Song bit his lip, helplessly gazing at Jiang Wanwan, pleading, "Wanwan, did I upset them? They won't answer my video calls or send me living expenses anymore. Can you reach out to them for me? Apologize on my behalf? They really adore you. Your words should carry weight." Jiang Wanwan jumped off the bed, rushing over barefoot, wiping away the tears streaming down Qin Song's cheeks with a tissue. "Qin Song, Uncle Qin and Aunt Lu are gone," she said softly. "It's okay to cry. Let all out. It's been so hard holding it in." She gently leaned forward, wrapping her arms around his waist, resting her cheek against his neck, sensing that he was on the verge of breaking apart. "Go ahead, cry. I promise I won't record or take any pictures, all right?" Moments later, Qin Song buried his head into her shoulder, remaining there for an extended period without lifting it, his body growing limp. "Are you asleep?" Jiang Wanwan tilted her head, listening to the steady rhythm of his breathing. Thankfully, he was deep in slumber. After moving him to the bed, he remained undisturbed. She gazed at his swollen eyes and tear-streaked face, letting out a long, heavy sigh. After changing out of her damp pajamas, she sat on the edge of the bed. Her restless nights hadn't been due to the unfamiliar bed. It was because Qin Song had been holding back his tears. Bottling up such emotions would inevitably lead to turmoil. She wasn't afraid of Qin Song exploding in anger or despair, nor was she concerned about him resorting to smoking and drinking like a lifeless shell. What she dreaded was his continued pretense of being unaffected, only to quietly end things in solitude at an unexpected moment. This blow was simply too monumental. Without expressing his grief, he would not be able to bear it alone. Ultimately, they missed the high-speed train and had to reschedule for the next one. Fortunately, the next train departed in just over 2 hours, so the wait wasn't too long. They resolved their lunch at the train station, though the food was decent. It was overly pricey. After rescheduling, they successfully returned home within the same day. Upon arriving home, Qin Song first freshened up, grabbed a light dinner to satiate his hunger, and then fell asleep. Traveling was exhausting, and crying was equally draining. The next day, Qin Song awoke early, and just as he finished breakfast, he received a phone call. Upon glancing at the number, he recognized it as the very same unfamiliar one that had delivered the news of his parents' demise. He pressed the answer button and spoke first, expressing his gratitude for informing him about his parents. There was a moment of stunned silence on the other end before the voice replied, "You're welcome. Well, I have something to discuss with you. Are you available?" "Yes, please go ahead. This matter pertains to your parents. When I arrived at the scene of the accident, your mother still had a faint awareness. I attempted to engage her in conversation to keep her consciousness alive, but she was uncooperative, even exacerbating her injuries by worsening her bleeding. Before she passed, she entrusted me with a message for you." Hearing these words, Qin Song inhaled deeply, his hand trembling involuntarily. He questioned, "Then why are you telling me this now?" After a brief pause, the voice continued, "It was your mother's wish that I inform you of this 20 days after the incident. She believed that by then, you would have managed everything and would be able to listen to her words with a calm mind. She said that she was the one driving at the time, and had it not been for your father shielding her, she would have died on the spot instead of him, and he would have certainly survived. She could not bear the thought of your father's death. She wanted to be selfish just this once, fearing that he would be alone on the road, and thus chose to accompany him. In other words, your mother could have survived, but she desired to be selfish and perished alongside your father. She asked that you not harbor any anger towards her, and she insisted I relay this to you. At this point, there was a pause on the other end. She also wanted me to tell you to take good care of yourself, even when alone. I understand that I should have informed you of your mother's last wishes immediately. However, she insisted that I wait 20 days. I'm a man of my word, so... Qin Song shook his head, his tone softening. It's all right. I do not hold you accountable. My earlier tone was uncalled for. Thank you for conveying my mother's final message. You're welcome. Remember her words. To live well even on your own. Goodbye. With that, he hung up the phone. Chapter 77. The Past, Part 7. Qin Song listened to the dial tone reverberating in the phone, momentarily lost in thought. He comprehended his mother's decision and bore no resentment towards her. After tidying up briefly and gathering his belongings, Qin Song hailed a taxi, intending to visit the notary office. The unpredictability of life troubled him. He feared that if anything were to happen to him without a primary heir, those vile relatives would benefit. To safeguard against that, he resolved to establish a will directly at the notary office, ensuring that those wretched individuals could not take advantage. Hello, I require a will notarization, he stated as he sat in the service hall under the guidance of the staff. The personnel, observing the young man before them, rubbed their ears in surprise. I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I wish to notarize a will, Qin Song replied, presenting all the necessary documents. I researched everything the notary office requires online and brought them all. By the way, this property was recently transferred to me. It shouldn't affect the will notarization, right? No, it won't affect it. Please hold on. The efficiency of the process was commendable. Qin Song signed several documents, participated in a video recording, and affixed his fingerprints, completing the procedure. The notarized document would be ready within 15 business days, and Qin Song opted for the notary office to keep it permanently. The total expense, including storage and notarization fees, amounted to 5,000 yuan, for which the office issued a receipt that Qin Song casually tucked into his pocket. By the time he finished, it was already midday. As winter approached, the weather grew progressively colder, and the streets were less populated than during the early autumn's pleasant chill. He selected a noodle shop at random, ordering the signature pulled noodles with an extra serving of meat. Observing the man at the adjacent table alternating between bites of noodles and garlic, Qin Song decided to emulate him and peeled a clove of garlic, only to be met with an overwhelming spiciness that drew laughter from the man. Young man, if it's your first time eating like this, take smaller bites. Who eats a whole clove of garlic at once on their first try? You're quite bold. The man then stood up, retrieved a bottle of soy milk from the fridge, and handed it to Qin Song. Here, have this. It's on me. Qin Song gratefully accepted it, expressing thanks. He had no intention of trying that again. Self-mortification was not a good habit. He resolved to live well, even if it meant doing so alone. After wandering about, he purchased a lottery ticket, scratched it, and found he had not won. He pocketed it. He bought another ticket, and this time he won 10 yuan, which he also decided not to redeem, slipping it into his pocket. Spotting someone on the roadside, crafting a grasshopper from bamboo leaves, he bought a small one and tucked it away. Ultimately, having exhausted his options for wandering, he returned home and emptied his pockets onto the coffee table. After washing the accumulated laundry and drying it, he returned the clothes to the wardrobe. He then conducted a thorough cleaning of all areas in the house except for his parents' bedroom. After much contemplation, he finally turned the doorknob of his parents' room, tidying up the space within. He left the furnishings untouched and did not change the bedding. He felt it was best to let things remain as they were. After all, he had no use for that room. When he missed his parents, he would sleep in that bedroom. It brought him a sense of comfort. After sweating profusely, Qin Song took a shower and donned his fleece pajamas, settling in the living room to play with his phone. He was uncertain about what to do next. Perhaps he should return to school, but he wanted to finish his break first. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the distant sky, and Qin Song looked up to see fireworks being set off in the city. Wow, what audacity, he remarked, intrigued after a long absence from such sights. Grabbing his phone and keys, he stepped outside, took the elevator to the rooftop, and began recording the display. However, it wasn't long before the fireworks ceased, and shortly thereafter, he received a call from Jiang Wanwan. Hello, Qin Song, where are you? Her tone was filled with urgency, as if she were worried about something. Oh, I'm not having a late-night snack. Do you want something? I can bring you some back. Just as he spoke, the sound of police sirens reached his ears. Glancing toward the street, he saw police cars heading toward the location where the fireworks had just been launched. Someone's about to get fined. Meanwhile, in Qin Song's living room, Jiang Wanwan, anxiously clutching the receipt from the notary office, heard the sirens through the phone. She hastily made her way to the window, only to discover a police car passing by the entrance to the community, blaring the same sirens. Realization dawned upon her. You wait there. I'm coming to find you. With that, she hung up the phone. Qin Song was left bewildered by the abrupt disconnection. What does she mean, coming to find me? She doesn't even know where I am. He had no intention of revealing to Jiang Wanwan that he was on the rooftop, not wanting to cause her any worry. If she thought he was about to harm himself, it would lead to unnecessary chaos. Sighing, he decided to head downstairs to find a late-night snack shop and call her to come over. He tucked his phone into his pocket and took a few steps toward the stairwell, just as a figure burst from the stairs. Before Qin Song could react, the figure dashed into his arms. Qin Song, please don't think of doing anything rash. We can discuss anything. Just don't think of doing anything rash. Jiang Wanwan cried, sobbing as she looked up at him with tear-filled eyes. Rash? Why have I ever thought like that? He was at a loss, bewildered by her tears. What else with the crying? Come on, let us go get some late-night snacks. Then why did you lie to me? Why do you claim to be out for a late-night snack when you were clearly on the rooftop? Jiang Wanwan inquired. Just as Qin Song was about to offer an explanation, Jiang Wanwan produced that receipt once more. If you weren't feeling despondent, why would you go to a notary to draft a will? You are deceiving me, you great fraud. Qin Song sighed deeply. He genuinely intended to come up to watch the fireworks, but alas, they had already faded. Reluctantly, he retrieved his phone and showed Jiang Wanwan the recorded video of the fireworks. I came to see the fireworks. I truly wasn't in despair. As for that receipt, well, when you came to care for me, you must have guessed that my relatives, with their shamelessness, came to claim their share. I thought to myself, in case something unfortunate were to happen to me, I couldn't possibly let those wretches benefit from it. So I casually went to the notary to draft a will and included your name along with Aunt Sue's. Watching the video of the fireworks on his phone and listening to Qin Song's explanation eased much of Jiang Wanwan's anxiety. She paused for a moment, then abruptly tugged at Qin Song's shirt and bit down hard on his shoulder. Ouch, what are you, a dog? Qin Song rubbed his shoulder, marked by her bite, grimacing at Jiang Wanwan. I tell you, you must take me for rabies shots. Otherwise, even if I don't commit suicide, I won't live long. Observing his comical demeanor, the girl burst into laughter. I am a dragon. Why would I need rabies shots? Who says dragons cannot bite? I am the little dragon girl. If you're the little dragon girl, then I am. Young Kuo? No, I am Injeeping. The next moment, a playful punch landed on Qin Song's chest. Cough, 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 little dragon girl. Did you really have to hit so hard? Jiang Wanwan huffed. Who told you to claim you were Injeeping? Qin Song. Chapter 78. Past Events. Part 8. Qin Song had no intention of returning to school after this month-long break. Jiang Wanwan was also on leave at home. And like him, she had fallen behind in many classes during these days. Being alone at home meant that both their academic progress was at a standstill. So Qin Song planned to return to campus early. After all, her scholarship could not be jeopardized because of him. Their high-speed train ticket was for the afternoon, and they had their lunch at Jiang Wanwan's home. Qin Song, from now on, when you come back during the holidays, just eat here at Aunt Sue's. We'll add an extra set of chopsticks. Su Qiaoling chuckled. Sure, Qin Song replied. It is ungracious to refuse the kindness of elders. Regardless of whether he would come in the future, accepting their goodwill was never a mistake. After having lunch and resting for a while, the two gathered their already packed suitcases and took a taxi to the high-speed train station. On the way, Jiang Wanwan glanced at Qin Song's phone screen and asked curiously, Qin Song, did you buy the wrong ticket? Why is it the same train as mine? Their universities were not located in the same city. Jiang Wanwan attended Jiangxing University, and although the university bore the name of Jiang City, its campus was situated in the provincial capital, fucking city. What? You were clamoring for me to take you to school at the beginning of the semester, yet now that it's the break, you seem reluctant? Qin Song tilted his head with a smile. Reluctant? When did I say I was reluctant? I thought you had forgotten. Jiang Wanwan said, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling as she clung to his arm playfully. Qin Song felt the softness of her arm and dared not make any sudden movements, opting instead to lean slightly forward to accommodate her comfort. In a rideshare vehicle, there was no remote for the air conditioning. If discovered, it would be embarrassing. The driver, observing their closeness, jokingly remarked, you two must be a couple. You look quite compatible. Jiang Wanwan remained silent, beaming at Qin Song, eagerly anticipating the perfect response from him. With a grin, Qin Song shook his head. No, I'm just her buddy, a true friend, you know? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan's expression fell momentarily, and she forced a smile at the driver. Yes, just buddies. However, she tightened her embrace around his arm even more. The driver glanced at their expressions through the rearview mirror, understanding enough to refrain from further comments. From any angle, they appeared well suited for each other. They must be a couple, he thought. Perhaps they had quarreled, so it was better not to say anything lest he become embroiled in their affairs. Once aboard the high-speed train, they occupied adjacent seats in the second-class DF section. As soon as they settled in, Jiang Wanwan tugged at Qin Song's shoulder and leaned her head against it. "I'm so sleepy. Let me rest a bit." In response, Qin Song silently drew the sunshade down from the window, adjusting his posture to make her more comfortable. The girl noticed his subtle gestures and smiled brightly, nuzzling her cheek against his shoulder. "You are being coy, aren't you? I will surely win you over," she mused. The train sped along, and the carriage was tranquil, both reveling in their shared solitude. Qin Song gazed out at the fleeting scenery, his thoughts swirling in a tempest. After a while, sensing movement on his shoulder, he realized Jiang Wanwan had awakened. "Awake? Are you hungry?" he asked. She shook her head. A moment later, with utmost sincerity, she declared, "Qin Song, I will always be by your side." As soon as the words left her lips, Qin Song's heart, which had just begun to settle, felt as though a small stone had been cast into it. He absent-mindedly replied, "I really am fine. I can manage alone. How long can you truly stay with me?" In an instant, Jiang Wanwan lifted her gaze to meet his, her expression earnest. "That depends on how long I can live. Living in this world is in itself a grand adventure, isn't it?" Qin Song, captivated by the sincerity in her eyes, found himself faltering. He lowered his head, unable to hold the gaze of this charming girl any longer. "Tell me, when a person encounters someone extraordinarily stunning in their youth, can they ever truly love anyone else?" Jiang Wanwan suddenly posed this question to Qin Song. Perhaps so. After all, with the passage of time, many things change, and what once was may no longer be. Qin Song replied, after a moment of contemplation. After a lengthy silence, the announcement echoed through the carriage, signaling the train's arrival at its destination. Qin Song took hold of both their suitcases and, alongside Jiang Wanwan, disembarked from the train. "I'll take you to the subway station. I booked a train for an hour later, so I can't escort you all the way to your school gate." The high-speed train station in fucking city had a subway station beneath it, allowing them to descend directly without needing to transfer. It was Saturday, and the station was bustling with people. Maneuvering through the crowd with their suitcases was somewhat cumbersome, but thankfully, the high-speed train and subway stations were spacious, so they didn't spend much time navigating. While waiting for the next subway train, Jiang Wanwan unexpectedly encountered her roommate. Upon seeing this, Qin Song handed her suitcase back to her. "I'll take my leave then. I must hurry to catch my train." "Wait," Jiang Wanwan said, a hint of confusion flashing across Qin Song's face. "Give me a kiss," she said, her cheeks flushed as she pointed to her forehead. After a moment, noticing the silence from the person in front of her, Jiang Wanwan's frustration flared, and she pulled on Qin Song's collar, planting a quick kiss on his lips. In an instant, Qin Song's face turned beet red, attracting envious glances from those around him. "You fool, just you wait." Jiang Wanwan glared at him fiercely after the kiss. "Since when did you learn to threaten me?" Qin Song rubbed the spot where she had kissed him, savoring the sensation of the moment. "What I meant was, just wait for me." Upon hearing Jiang Wanwan's words, which nearly resembled a confession, Qin Song found himself at a loss for how to respond. Just as he was about to speak, the subway train arrived, the doors opening. In the gaze of Jiang Wanwan, filled with anticipation, he finally replied, "Understood. Why don't you take the subway first? I have to rush back to catch the high-speed train." Although she received only an ambiguous reply, Jiang Wanwan felt quite content. With her suitcase in tow, she boarded the subway with her roommate under Qin Song's watchful gaze. The subway was already devoid of seats, and they found themselves at the connection between carriages, where her roommate's curiosity could no longer be contained. "Wanwan, is it your boyfriend? He seems quite charming," she exclaimed with excitement. Jiang Wanwan shook her head. "Not quite yet. I'm still contemplating how to pursue him." "Really?" Her roommate's eyes widened in astonishment. "You're the school beauty, excelling in both character and academics. Surely, there are countless admirers lining up from the first cafeteria to the second, right? Trust me, you needn't overthink it. Just confess to him, and he will undoubtedly agree." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wanwan shook her head once more. "Perhaps I should wait a bit longer. Let me think it over." "Why?" "Because I fear that if I were to be rejected, I might lose even the chance of remaining friends." Chapter 79. The plan time had flown swiftly since Qin Song's 18th birthday, and in merely 3 days, the new school term would commence. Although his days had been consumed with studying and writing, he found himself eagerly anticipating each new day. Today, apart from the two of them, their household was empty. Qinong and Liu had gone out for deliveries, while Su Qiaoling had to attend a funeral for a relative who had passed away and would be away for a few days. Jiang Wanwan was initially supposed to accompany her, but with only 3 days left before school started, she was uncertain if she would return in time. So she opted to stay behind. Early in the morning, as Qin Song had just finished his morning routine, a knock echoed on his door. Without a second thought, he knew it was Jiang Wanwan urging him to study. He opened the door to find her skillfully changing into slippers as she entered. Have you figured it out? I brought breakfast. You can head to my room to eat, and then we can start studying. Why don't we take a break from studying for these few days? Qin Song suggested. Look, we've been studying tirelessly, and with school starting soon, we need to unwind and refresh our minds in order to welcome our senior year with vigor. A balance between work and leisure is the key to effective learning. We can't just be bookworms, right? He continued to entice Jiang Wanwan with his words. Seeing her progress in academics at a visible pace had her in a state of excitement. It felt as though she was guiding a once aimless youth onto the right path, watching him improve gradually and inch closer to his goals. The sense of accomplishment was beyond words. The combination of a youth development plan and a touch of maternal warmth transformed Jiang Wanwan into a diligent study supervisor, leaving Qin Song feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Were it not for the reward she offered him each evening post-study, he might have given up entirely. Over the past few days, he had savored mango, strawberry, blueberry, apple, and grape flavors. However, with both their parents at home, he could only steal brief moments of affection. Forcing himself to restrain his hands from wandering where they desired to go, it was truly agonizing. After days of studying, with school fast approaching, he genuinely wished for a moment of relaxation. For instance, to indulge in some leisure activities. The destination mattered little, as long as Jiang Wanwan was by his side. It would be delightful. After analyzing the situation, Jiang Wanwan conceded that Qin Song had a point. All right, you make a valid argument. So what do you propose we do? Seeing her agreement, Qin Song rubbed his hands together excitedly. I've already planned it out. Let's spend today at home. I'll cook for you. Tomorrow, we can visit the amusement park, and the day after, we can explore the newly opened shopping street. Cooking for yourself, is it? That sounds quite appealing, Jiang Wanwan mused. Amusement parks and shopping streets seemed like fun places to visit, but more importantly, it was the prospect of being with Qin Song that thrilled her. Although she had also wanted to suggest taking a break, since Qin Song had already voiced his ideas, she decided to go along with his plans. All right then, so we'll stay at home today? Qin Song nodded eagerly. Exactly. First, we'll head to your place, eat breakfast, and then we can go to the market to buy ingredients. Let me know what you'd like to eat, and I'll prepare it for you. Great, she exclaimed with enthusiasm. Thanks to his past life experiences, he had developed a decent cooking skill. While limited to home-cooked meals, it was more than sufficient. If Jiang Wanwan desired something beyond a usual fare, he could always learn. With a foundation laid, acquiring new skills wouldn't be too challenging. As long as the dish didn't demand exceptional knife skills or precise timing, he could manage to deliver the expected flavors. After finishing breakfast, the pair walked shoulder to shoulder towards the market. Qin Song found himself reminiscing about Jiang Wanwan's delicate hand. He swore he longed to take her hand in his, to squeeze it, to kiss it, yet he dare not. The route from their community to the market was frequented by neighbors. Although Qin Song didn't know them, they were familiar with him. As for Jiang Wanwan, she was well known in the area, often referred to as the child from the other family. If you were to hold Jiang Wanwan's hand in front of those onlookers, she would undoubtedly not object. However, within a day, the news would spread throughout the market. The elderly folks shopping there loved to gossip. If they added their embellishments, it would spell disaster. Su Qiaoling had been a regular at the market, and the locals recognized her. Should such an event occur, it would reach her ears without delay. Senior year, could you not pass by so slowly? Qin Song silently wished. He found it disheartening that even holding hands and stealing kisses had to be done in secrecy within Jiang Wanwan's room. Yet, there was an odd thrill to it. Clearing his throat, he suppressed his excitement. Let us see how it goes. One dish. One kiss. Surely that is not too much to ask, he thought, grinning to himself. By the way, Wanwan, how many dishes do you want? You want to be kissed, right? Qin Song wiped away the non-existent sweat on his forehead. That was close. He nearly revealed too much. Let me see what's available. As they reached the market entrance, an amalgamation of unfamiliar scents wafted into their nostrils. Though somewhat unpleasant, Qin Song found it far more tolerable than the smell of disinfectant in a hospital. Would you like me to buy you a mask? The smell here is quite off-putting, he inquired concernedly. Jiang Wanwan shook her head, her ponytail swaying gently. No need. I wasn't raised in a bubble. If so many people can endure it, why can't I? All right then, let us go inside and see what delicious ingredients we can find. The two ventured into the market. While it lacked the loudspeakers of a rural fair, the calls of vendors were plentiful. To Qin Song's surprise, he discovered that live animals were also sold within the market. Live chickens, ducks, and even rabbits. What do you think? Should we get one? He joked, pointing at a rabbit hopping energetically in its cage. He had expected Jiang Wanwan to shake her head, perhaps exclaiming how adorable the rabbit was and how it shouldn't be eaten. To his astonishment, she began to ponder seriously. Chapter 80. Rabbits are truly adorable. Shall we save half of one? Is rabbit meat delicious? The girl inquired with curiosity. Some may assert that rabbit meat lacks flavor. However, this is a misconception. In truth, rabbit meat possesses a distinctive gamey aroma, albeit with a subtle umami taste. When compared to pork, beef, or lamb, the culinary challenge of preparing rabbit is somewhat more intricate. Nevertheless, when paired with the culinary techniques from the Sichuan Chongqing region, especially through methods such as red braising or the spicy Sichuan style to create cold rabbit or spicy rabbit dishes, the flavors can indeed be delightful. Qin Song reminisced about his previous visit to Sichuan Chongqing, where he savored hand-pulled rabbit meat and spicy rabbit heads, causing his mouth to water involuntarily. Can you prepare it? Jiang Wanwan inquired. If you can, let us save half a rabbit. It seems the two of us might not finish a whole one. All right, I'll ask the proprietor. It seems they offer processing services here. Qin Song glanced into the shop, noticing 2 pots in the back, along with the enticing aroma of spices wafting through the air. If they do provide processing, it would be prudent to take advantage of that. After all, one wouldn't want to waste ingredients if the rabbit meat turned out to be unpalatable. He approached the woman sitting at the entrance and asked, "Madam, can you process rabbit meat? Spicy rabbit, please." "Of course we can," the proprietress replied with a smile as she stood up. "But we require a full rabbit to start. Once the rabbit is skinned and eviscerated, we'll weigh it for you at 22 yuan per pound. The head counts towards the weight. But we won't give it back. Instead, we'll exchange it for a spicy rabbit head. Let me tell you, I hail from Sichuan Chongqing, and the taste is absolutely authentic, exceptionally delightful." The proprietress's accent assured Qin Song that he had indeed chosen the right establishment. At 22 yuan per pound for fresh rabbit meat, which is processed on-site, it was quite reasonable. The offer of a complimentary spicy rabbit head was a bonus. "Let us go with 1 rabbit, prepared as spicy rabbit. Can I purchase the rabbit head separately?" Qin Song inquired. His curiosity piqued about the quality of the establishment's dishes. Rabbit heads, regardless of size, are 10 yuan each, and the processing fee for rabbit meat is 5 yuan per pound. If you don't buy here, the processing fee is 8 yuan per pound. We sell rabbit offal separately at the same price of 22 yuan per pound, but that includes the processing fee. Nodding, Qin Song said, "In that case, let us hold off on the rabbit for now. I'll start with a rabbit head to taste." The proprietress paused momentarily, then nodded slightly and went inside to fetch the rabbit head. She understood Qin Song's intention to sample the rabbit head first to assess its authenticity. This was of no concern, as she had confidence in her partner's culinary skills. Using a ladle, she retrieved a rabbit head from a large basin of red chili oil and placed it in a plastic container, drenching it with another scoop of the spicy oil. After donning some disposable gloves, she handed the box and gloves to Qin Song. Upon scanning to make the payment, he opened the lid, and a wave of aromatic chili oil enveloped him, eliciting an involuntary salivation. He donned the gloves, lifted the rabbit head slightly, and waved it in front of Jiang Wanwan. The menacing rabbit head, glistening with red oil, was adorned with chili flakes, even filling the eye sockets, presenting quite a chilling sight. However, the drippings of oil and chili were captured in the plastic container, an exquisite ingredient for noodles. Unexpectedly, Jiang Wanwan was not fazed by the grotesque appearance. Instead, she swallowed hard, captivated by the aroma. "It smells so good. Can I have a taste?" she asked, her eyes fixated on the rabbit head as she licked her lips. "Huh? Sure," Qin Song responded, astonished. Not only was she unperturbed by the frightening visage, but she also wanted to share half the rabbit head. A fortunate turn for him. He encouraged Jiang Wanwan to hold the plastic bowl, and after she put on another glove, he gently twisted the rabbit head, splitting it in 2. He placed the upper half in the box, holding the lower half with one hand while tearing off the cheek meat with the other. "Here, try some cheek meat and see if you like it." He dipped the meat in the bowl, coating it in the fragrant red oil and chili, then brought it to Jiang Wanwan's lips. The girl, enticed by the aromatic morsel, eagerly leaned in. In the process, her soft tongue accidentally brushed against Qin Song's hand, sending a delightful shiver through him. The tender touch of her tongue was irresistible. He thought to himself, "I must indulge in this again when we return." Delicious, Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. It was her first experience with rabbit head, and she was astonished by the exquisite flavor. Qin Song also took a small piece of meat to savor, confirming that the taste was indeed delightful, spicy, fragrant, and with a firm texture, indicating it was made from fresh rabbit. Noticing the eager glint in Jiang Wanwan's eyes as she yearned for another bite, Qin Song interjected, "Let us save it for lunch. It's still morning, and too much spicy food isn't advisable." Hearing this, Jiang Wanwan lowered her head, looking somewhat reluctant. Then I want to eat 3 or 5 rabbit heads for lunch. All right, Qin Song readily agreed. Madam, I would like 1 rabbit. A bit larger, if possible. Half prepared as spicy rabbit and half as pickled pepper rabbit. Also, please give me 9 rabbit heads. Certainly. When would you like it? The proprietress asked with a smile, pleased that her partner's culinary skills were being recognized. Qin Song checked his phone and noted that it was already past 9 o'clock. We can start preparing in about half an hour. We'll come back to collect it. He then sent a deposit of 100 yuan via his phone. Madam, I've sent the deposit. We'll be back shortly. Seeing his straightforwardness, the proprietress was delighted. Great. She then called out to the back, hey, don't doze off. We've got business. Processing a rabbit does take some time, and since this young man was so forthright and a new customer, it was essential to ensure the quality and timeliness of their service to leave a good impression. In Jiang City, not many people indulge in rabbit dishes, particularly rabbit heads. The business primarily catered to loyal customers, yet they could not afford to neglect new patrons, as every loyal customer once began as a new one. As Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan strolled through the market, he pondered aloud, a large rabbit, once processed, should yield several pounds of meat. That will sufficiently cover our lunch, especially since we also acquired 9 rabbit heads. With the one we already have, that totals 10, plus the one we're getting now, that makes 11. This should suffice for our meal. Any excess would be too much, and we can simply prepare some vegetables. You can consider what you'd like for dinner. We can purchase the ingredients in advance and avoid returning to the market this afternoon. Chapter 81. Calf teasing. Though Jiang Wanwan claimed it was no trouble, Qin Song noticed her delicate nose occasionally wrinkle in distaste. This reaction had nothing to do with being pampered. Anyone would find the foul odors emanating from chickens and ducks, along with their droppings, off-putting. All right, then let us explore other options. The girl's lips curled into a smile as she walked with a light step, clearly in high spirits. Such subtle attentiveness from someone she cared for was bound to bring joy. She fell half a step behind Qin Song, frequently glancing at the rabbit head in his grasp and then at his face, wearing an expression of dreamy contentment. Imagining a future where she could marry Qin Song and live such a life. Shopping for groceries and sharing meals filled her with a sense of satisfaction and happiness. As they continued walking, they arrived at the freshwater area. The quaint little market does not offer seafood. Rather, river delicacies reign supreme. Their prices far more accessible than those of the ocean's bounty, making them a staple in every household. Qin Song, I want to eat that tonight, Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, pointing at the small crayfish that scurried about in a large basin. Crayfish, you say? The ones in July are quite plump, Qin Song mused. Stir-fried crayfish with some cucumbers, celery, and onions as accompaniment sounds delightful. Absolutely. What flavor do you prefer? Garlic, 13 spices, spicy, numbing, or oil braised. Let's go with 13 spices. The rabbit meat up front already has both spicy and pickled pepper flavors. A milder crayfish will be quite acceptable for dinner. All right, then let's procure the vegetables first and return for the crayfish. Upon reaching the vegetable section, Jiang Wanwan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she spotted a basket on the ground. I want that cold dish, she declared. Following her gaze, Qin Song trembled. Is that fish mint? Yes, it's absolutely delicious, especially when cold, with a unique aroma that only intensifies with each bite. Fish mint, also known as Hautuinia cordata, stirred a memory in Qin Song that sent a shiver down his spine. The taste was akin to having a very fishy fish flopping about in his mouth. He could tolerate tomatoes scrambled with eggs, whether sweetened or salted, and even with chili. He enjoyed sweet and savory rice dumplings, as well as vegetables like celery, cilantro, scallions, and garlic, but fish mint was simply beyond his palate. You can buy it, but I must insist that I won't partake. You really can't handle it? The girl inquired. Qin Song nodded vigorously. No, I can't. Oh, what a pity that such a delectable treat is lost on you, Jiang Wanwan lamented before inquiring about the price of fish mint. Meanwhile, Qin Song busied himself selecting 2 bitter gourds, a bunch of vegetables, as well as some celery, onions, and cucumbers. He intended to stir-fry the bitter gourd purely for its heat-reducing properties. After a midday meal of rabbit heads and spicy rabbit meat, he felt it necessary to balance things out with some greens to ensure his digestive health. Once they had gathered their respective items, the duo prepared to head home. On the way back, Qin Song purchased 5 pounds of crayfish, which filled a large bag. It appeared substantial, yet the actual meat was minimal, mostly flavored by the spices. To satiate his hunger, he knew he would ultimately rely on noodles. He planned to toss the cooked noodles into the plate that had held the crayfish, mixing them with the leftover seasonings. Those in the know would understand. Once tasted, the flavor was irresistible enough to crave again. With the rabbit meat still unprepared, Qin Song felt no urgency, knowing the market was a short distance from home and he could quickly ride back on his electric bike. Upon returning home, he prepped the bitter gourd and vegetables for stir-frying rinsed rice for cooking, and noted the time was nearing dinner. Qin Song decided to retrieve the rabbit meat and heads from Jiang Wanwan's kitchen. As his own kitchen lacked sufficient spices due to his parents' frequent absences and his own reluctance to cook. In contrast, Jiang Wanwan's kitchen was well-stocked, with her mother, Su Qiaoling, cooking daily unless circumstances dictated otherwise. Aromatic spices such as bay leaves, cinnamon, star anise, and dried chili were always available, alongside 13 spices, white pepper, and black pepper. Other condiments, such as rib-flavored seasoning and various enhancement pastes, were also plentiful. As Qin Song observed the girl beside him, now dressed in a floral nightgown, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. He believed Jiang Wanwan looked particularly lovely in dresses, not merely because of the way they showcased her fair legs, but rather due to the overall aesthetic they presented. Resolutely averting his gaze from her legs, he asked, "Wanwan, would you like a drink? I'm heading down to fetch the rabbit meat and heads." Leaning back against the cushion, Jiang Wanwan kicked off her slippers, her delicate feet swaying as she pondered his question, her finger resting thoughtfully on her lips. The sight of her petite feet stirred an urge in Qin Song to hold them close. Taking a deep breath, he forced his gaze away, chastising himself for his increasingly peculiar thoughts. I do like orange juice, yogurt, and cola, she hesitated. Let us get them all. I'll have cola. Qin Song decisively replied. Get Huiran orange juice and Guaming yogurt. For the cola, Pepsi or Coke. Coke, but remember, no sugar. And make sure they're all cold. After giving a thumbs up, Qin Song stepped out with the keys. As soon as he exited, Jiang Wanwan hurried to the balcony-esque floor-to-ceiling window, watching him ride away on his electric bike. Once he departed the community, she reluctantly returned to the sofa. Sigh, he has been gone such a short while, and I already miss him. I should have changed and gone with him. She wondered if he would struggle with carrying so many items. Sitting on the sofa with her knees hugged to her chest, she remained oblivious to the revealing sight beneath her dress. When he returns, I must inspect his hands. If he is struggling, I'll have to tease him a bit, she mused. Since I have some time, I might as well prepare the fishmeat salad.